Ha ha ha, Obito, look there, your brother is here. There was a shout from the classroom, with bursts of laughter. Who said he is my brother? Obito's eyes were round, and he stretched out unnaturally. He shot his hand and held the goggles on his forehead, his face full of disdain. One is the last one, the other is the second one. You both have the surname Uchiha. We don't believe that you are not brothers. The person next to him laughed. Although they belong to the Uchiha clan, his blood is not pure at all. It is impossible for a person like him to open his eyes at all. And as long as I turn on Sharingan, I will become a strong man like Naruto. Uchiha Obito raised his arrogant head. Uchiha Akaizuki walked into the classroom and looked at the faces around him that shouldn't have appeared before him, leaving tears of infinite regret in his heart. Come out and mix, sure enough, sooner or later I have to pay it back. I knew today, he would definitely study hard and not be a network keyboard player. But just a few words on the internet, Hokage is getting worse and worse. As for directly crossing me into the world of Hokage. Uchiha Akaizuki glanced at these people in front of him: Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin, Yurihong. One day in Kanaha's 39th year, a Chinese man accidentally crossed over to Uchiha Akaizuki, who was originally running a long suit, and inherited all his previous memories. His mother is a member of the Uchiha clan, but his father is a civilian ninja. Because of his love for his mother, he joined Uchiha's family. His surname also follows his mother, called Uchiha Akaizuki. He successfully replaced Uchiha Obito as the crane tail in this class, and Uchiha Obito was firmly in the second to last place in the class. I heard that an early graduation test can be conducted today. Do you think Kakashi will graduate today? Someone next to him said. Everyone's eyes focused on Kakashi. A genius ninja, the existence that everyone looks up to. It's not possible, Kakashi is only 5 years old now. How could he become Genin? Sarutobi Asuma said incredulously beside him. Yurihon looked at Kakashi, blinked, and said seriously, that's not necessarily true. After all, Kakashi's father is so powerful. As the son of Lord White Fang, even if he is only 5 years old, he is the strongest person in our class. Uchiha Obito curled his lips in disdain, his eyes filled with disapproval. What if there is a great father? There are many great people in our family. Besides, Kakashi's father. Who? A short sword came out of its sheath in an instant and stuck straight on the table in front of Uchiha Obito. The knife was only 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose, and a few strands of hair on his forehead were falling down the air. Everyone's gazes converged on Kakashi's body suddenly, with trepidation in their eyes. That matter is considered taboo, the existence of taboo. The room is full of silence. You shut up, Kakashi said viciously. Uchiha Obito swallowed in horror. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes narrowed slightly, thoughtful in his heart. He remembered that this morning, when he had just crossed over, he heard the reminder in his mind. The palm of his hand was slightly clenched. When Wanlai was quiet, a very calm voice suddenly came, and a man with a carefree gesture came over. You people are really flies around the rotten eggs. If something happened there, you all ran over together. What are you talking about? The crowd looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a bad face, a super crane tail, and they dare to say that they are flies, and they are still flies surrounding the rotten eggs. On the side, Kakashi noodles are like pork liver. How does it feel wrong? Isn't this Uchiha Akaizuki coming to the rescue and helping him? It should be true, but how is it? Rotten egg. Kakashi looked at Akaizuki with a weird face. The expressions of the others were all waiting to eat Akaizuki, and they were about to rush up to beat up the tail of this unsure crane. Before everyone could do anything, Akaizuki was 1 step ahead and looked at the crowd who had overreacted. What are your expressions? Yes, what about you? What are you looking at? Kakashi, his father hanged himself and you guys are still crowded to laugh at Kakashi. Do you have any conscience? Although Kakashi, his father, is a traitor. Uchiha Akaizuki said with a serious face. Uchiha Akaizuki. Kakashi was furious, wishing to raise his broom head a bit more. Kakashi, what's wrong? I know that although you are grateful to me, you have to wait for me to finish. In Kakashi's eyes, the whole person was darkened. Not good. When Uchiha Obito saw Kakashi's eyes, he knew that Kakashi had lost his mind. Immediately, Obito brought a few people up and hugged Kakashi fiercely, restraining his actions. Feel free to do things in the classroom, the teacher will be angry. And Uchiha Akaizuki didn't have time to watch the wonderful expression on Kakashi's face, and all his attention was attracted by the reminders that sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully activating the anger system and rewarding a newbie with a gift pack. Reward host attribute, wind attribute, reward C-level ninjutsu, wind style great breakthrough, reward class D physical skills double blade whirlwind, reward blood succession boundary, Sharingan. The expression on Uchiha Akaizuki's face suddenly became a little weird. He, Uchiha, has to rely on the system plug to open his eyes, but at last he was able to open his eyes. Sharingan is a better explanation for him. After all, he has half of the blood of the Uchiha clan in his body. Kakashi, although you don't have a father, don't worry, at least you still have a mother. After all, Akaizuki hummed a small tune, there is only a mother in the world, a child with a mother is like a treasure. Looking at Akaizuki with a clear face, everyone's anger turned into coldness. Not only did you not comfort someone else to die, you also cursed someone else's mother. Uchiha Akaizuki, what did you just say? Say it again. The anger in Kakashi's heart was completely agitated. Even if everyone was pressing on the side, he quickly got up from his seat and stared at Uchiha Akaizuki. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki saw the top of Kakashi's head and began to keep popping up numbers. Anger plus 16, anger plus 29, anger plus 23, anger plus 46. System, what is this? Uchiha Akaizuki asked inwardly. This is from the anger value of other people. When the host's behavior arouses the anger of others, it will increase the anger value data in the host's body according to the degree of anger. Then what's the use of this? Host can use the accumulated anger value of others to exchange for items. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly realized, watching the data on Kakashi's head keep increasing. Uchiha Akaizuki said deadly, I'm comforting you, don't you feel the bright red love in my hot chest? It is our unshirkable responsibility to care for the children of single-parent families. Kakashi's eyes cooled down, revealing a gloomy chill. The suicide of his father was the greatest pain in his heart, and this person, who dared to mention it in front of him again and again, he simply didn't want to live. The people around looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a little more pity in their eyes. Who is this fool to provoke? To provoke the best Kakashi in their class, he has almost Genin's terrifying power. Kakashi wrapped his hands in front of Datsyong. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and he shot Uchiha Akaizuki as if he was going to swallow him alive. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the ever-increasing data on Kakashi's head, with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, still with an innocent expression on the surface. Kakashi, don't always look at me affectionately, okay? Your classmates will misunderstand you as a person with an abnormal orientation. Tell you, I'm a proper straight man. Uchiha Akaizuki glared back without showing any weakness. The people around made a chuckle, almost bursting into laughter. Please, Kakashi's eyes are going to kill you, okay? Why can you use the words lovely to describe it? And Kakashi was almost angry to the extreme at this time. The depression accumulated over the past few days due to the death of his father were completely ignited by Uchiha Akaizuki's words at this moment. Uchiha Akaizuki saw the number on Kakashi's head. Anger value plus 78, anger value plus 109, anger value plus 82. Kakashi raised his head, his eyes almost exploded with anger, and he almost lost his sanity now. Uchiha Akaizuki, I want to challenge you. I want to kill you. Kakashi gritted his teeth. The whole class is shocked. Kakashi is going to challenge Uchiha Akaizuki? The first in the class should challenge the last one? Isn't the ending obvious? How can Uchiha Akaizuki have a little chance of winning? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Kakashi's original facial paralyzed iceberg face, rarely showing such an angry expression, and for a while, he found it funny. But, challenge? Why should I accept your challenge? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Kakashi with a hint of regret. It seemed to be a pitiful idiot in the eyes of a fool. You are going to kill me, and I will challenge you. Are you stupid? Besides, how can you be my opponent because you are so weak? I have always been cultivating my energy, so what's wrong with you? It's just a shot. Generally, people like me are not easy to shoot. After all, I am not the same as you. Of course, you will not understand how powerful I am. A person who loves peace like me will not hurt people easily. Uchiha Akaizuki said with emotion. Life is so lonely as snow. Speaking of this, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes even touched a faint sadness. Like a worldly expert, left behind and independent puff. The whole class is almost gushing blood. How can a person be so shameless? Obviously he didn't dare to challenge Kakashi. How could he be so arrogant? I have never seen such a brazen person. Kakashi clenched his fingers, his knuckles creaked because of the force of his fists, his eyes became gloomy, he stretched out his hand, pulled up the short sword on Uchiha Obito's table, and pointed his finger at Uchiha Akaizuki. I must teach you a good lesson today. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki saw that the anger value on Kakashi's head was still there, and at the same time other students in the class also raised different levels of numbers on their foreheads. Anger value plus 8, anger value plus 6, anger value plus 15, anger value plus 3. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart that this anger value seems to be different from person to person. Everyone is here just now and has listened to me, but some people's anger value will be higher, and some people's anger value will be higher. Relatively low. Of course, he also saw that some people didn't have any anger value rising on their heads. Is it to him? Don't you care? It was also amazing, after all, he himself felt that what he said was already very annoying. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly remembered the two guys who had no anger value on their heads, and then planned to talk to them separately after school. Although the effect of this group attack is average, everyone's anger value is not too high, but the accumulation can be considered a lot. Of course, the main source of anger is Kakashi, who is also the place where Uchiha Akaizuki's spearhead is pointed. Lin watched Kakashi almost run away, and said worriedly, "Kakashi, don't be angry, everyone is a classmate, besides, you are going to have a graduation exam today. Keep a good mood." Obito was threatened by Kakashi just now, and now looking at Uchiha Akaizuki, whose grades are worse than his own, he can be so arrogant. He said with a bit of annoyance, "What? I just didn't put this uncle in my eyes. I am the strongest. Are you good? Just wait for my Sharingan to open his eyes." At this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki carefully observed the direction of their anger. Kakashi's anger value weakened slightly. The classmates also looked at Uchiha Obito angrily. This penultimate Uchiha Obito is as cheeky as Uchiha Akaizuki. They are all from Uchiha's family, they are really brothers. Even the idiot looks exactly the same. But Uchiha Akaizuki saw that their anger towards Obito did not raise the anger value they needed. Sure enough, the anger value that he aroused was counted. At this moment, the door of the classroom was pushed open with a creak. A man with a scarf tied on his head, wearing Chunin's green waistcoat, with a dangling one in his mouth, looked a little chic. In the early morning, what happened? There was noisy in the classroom. Shiranu Imujian asked casually. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, but no one spoke. I don't know that Huo Mujian didn't want to pursue it, and said casually, "If there is no problem, everyone will sit back to their seats and we will start the class." Everyone started to rustle and move. "Teacher, I have a problem." A crisp voice sounded abruptly, and Uchiha Akaizuki raised his arm. "What is the problem?" "Kakashi is going to beat me," Uchiha Akaizuki said with a sharp glance. Everyone was instantly petrified in place. Sure enough, they still underestimated the thickness of this person's face. Did he make a small report here? What a shame this is. How did he Uchiha Akaizuki speak without changing his face? Then you owe you a beating? Kakashi just calmed down a bit of anger, and was instantly lit by this Uchiha Akaizuki, looking at him viciously. "Teacher, look, Kakashi threatens me like that, do you care about him?" Uchiha Akaizuki said. I don't know that Huomujian is also a little speechless. Generally, such young and energetic children encounter this kind of provocation. Why did you come to file a complaint? This is the first time he encountered this situation as a teacher. Looking at Uchiha Akaizuki's face full of triumph, and Kakashi who is already so angry over there, I don't know that Huo Mujian has an illusion for a while. Who is bullying whom? I do not know. Huo Mujian thought for a while, and said faintly that, in school, you can't just make casual shots to hurt people. And Kakashi, this afternoon is your genin exam, right? You will soon become a real ninja. You still need to exercise more of this character. As ninjas, the most important word for us is forbearance. Okay, let's start class. Shiranu Imujian organized the discipline in the classroom and started class. Kakashi sat back to his position, and the number on his head slowly decreased until it disappeared. Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his anger system and checked his current anger value. Life Uchiha Akaizuki anger value 1523. Uchiha Akaizuki asked the system, is the anger value generated by others related to the degree of anger? It is related to the degree of anger, and at the same time, it is also related to a person's strength. In other words, the stronger the person, the more anger value will be generated when he is angry. Yes. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, opened his anger value exchange interface, and couldn't help taking a breath. Really expensive. Uchiha Akaizuki thought that the anger he had just accumulated was already a lot, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even afford a D-level ninjutsu. System, why is there no next page? There are only 10 items on this interface. Only 10 items can be exchanged in the daily exchange system, and they will be updated in the early morning, so the appearance of this item must be based on chance. At the same time, host can increase the probability of dropping items through angry crit. What is an angry crit? That is, at a certain moment, the anger value of a certain person reaches a critical point. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Look at the 10 products in the interface, and then look at my poor anger value. In today's exchange column, the cheapest is the D-Class Ninjutsu Senbon Shiger, which only needs 2,569 points to exchange. If you work hard, you may still be able to accumulate enough. As Uchiha Akaizuki's head kept turning, Shiranuaki's chalk head flew over and knocked on Uchiha Akaizuki's head. The grades in the class are the worst, and I haven't listened carefully to the lectures. On the head of Shiranu Imujian, an anger value of +9 rises. Uchiha Akaizuki, you can answer. In what type of ninjutsu does this gesture of Shin generally appear more easily? Shiranuaki asked. Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head. Teacher, I know, it's fire style, Kakashi said triumphantly next to him, and glanced at Uchiha Akaizuki with disdain in his eyes. Everyone in the classroom immediately looked at Kakashi with admiration. Wow, it's Kakashi, who is hailed as a genius. It's so difficult, it's amazing. Kakashi is so handsome. Is this the gap between us? I really want to defeat Kakashi, I need to become stronger. I do not know who Mujian also shook his head helplessly. Uchiha Kaizuki, you don't even know the most basic common sense, how can you graduate early like this? Uchiha Kaizuki's eyes were full of confusion, and he asked seriously, why should I graduate early? Kakashi sneered beside him, his eyes full of contempt. Because I can graduate early, it proves that I am a genius, I am better than all of you. Uchiha Kaizuki curled his lips and blinked. Someone's father is so strong, he didn't die at a young age. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened in place, and his whole person was going to be petrified in an instant. He stretched out his hand to cover his heart, and tried his best to suppress his current emotions. Can you not always mention this matter? Damn, I really seem to be beating this person now. Kakashi shook his short sword's hand constantly. Get out, cut him with a knife. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting Heite Kakashi with an angry crit and earning an E-level 3 body technique. Uchiha Kaizuki was taken aback. Isn't this irritating for Kakashi? Ha 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 ha, hiccups. Uchiha Kaizuki smirked twice, got up from his seat, and ran behind Shiranui. Mei smiled and said, Teacher, you must protect me. This is in the classroom. If Kakashi hurts people, you just leave it alone. Unexpectedly, Huo Mujian looked at Uchiha Kaizuki, who was hanging behind him like a monkey, and he couldn't laugh or cry for a while. He was like a bear kid. A bear child who was angry with everyone. The whole class was upset. A pound sign rose on the forehead of Shiranui, stretched out his fingers, pointed to the door, and shouted at Uchiha Kaizuki, you get out. Go to the door and stop. Shiranui feels that this is the best way he has come up with in a short time. Separating Heite Kakashi from this irritating Uchiha Kaizuki for a short time. The two of them are almost like Mars hitting the Earth. Staying together will definitely force Heite Kakashi to explode. Uchiha Kaizuki looked at the rising numbers on the heads of Kakashi and Shiranui. He was still very satisfied. With a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, he calmly jumped off Shiranui, patted his clothes and swaggered. Walked out of the classroom. Shiranui looked at Uchiha Kaizuki, who calmly walked out the door. How could there be the panic that was hiding behind him just now? It was as natural as coming home from school. Wait a minute, I do not know that there is a bad feeling in the heart of Hwajima. Unexpectedly, Huo Mujian walked to the door and poked a head out. A cold wind blew through, the empty corridor was empty. Uchiha Kaizuki. An angry roar ran through the corridor, and even the ninja school was shaken twice by the angry roar. Dare to skip class blatantly. See how Lao Zi cleans up you. The classmates and the teacher were so shocked by the roar that they quickly covered their ears. Our class will study this class first, teacher, I will go out. Shiranuizuan said angrily. The students in other classes were also shocked by this roar. Ms. Amano, is there an earthquake? The teacher in other classes didn't know what was happening outside, but he heard that it was Shiranui's voice. He smiled awkwardly and said, I just happened to tell you that in our ninjutsu, there is a kind of attack that relies on sound waves. At this time, Uchiha Kaizuki, who was at ease, was already walking slowly on the streets of Konoha. Although I inherited Uchiha Kaizuki's previous memories, the feeling of seeing it in person is much deeper than I remembered. Konoha is more prosperous than expected. Walking on Konoha Street, you can see Konoha's villagers coming and going, with happy smiles on their faces. Occasionally, one or two black figures flashed past the eaves, leaving behind an afterimage. Those should be ninjas on mission. Although it is amidst the chaos of war, Konoha village is not a battlefield. It is still peaceful. Uchiha Kaizuki raised his head and saw that on the back of Konoha village there were several huge rock statues carved with first Hokage, second Hokage, and third Hokage. His eyes narrowed. Ah ha 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 ha. My masterpiece is really good. Uchiha Kaizuki tied a rope and hung from the Hokage rock, holding a bucket of paint and brushes in his hand, and scribbling freely on Hokage's face. Adding 2 spiral circles to first generation's face makes it even more cute. Put a horoscope under second Hokage's nose, and second Hokage looks even more fierce. Turning both eyes of third Hokage into a heart shape, well, it fits this old wretched character. Who is that kid, dare to do graffiti on Hokage rock? Hey, kid, who are you? You will be condemned for doing this. A ninja shouted loudly in the distance, and the moment Uchiha Kaizuki was finished, he was discovered. Don't go too far. Whose child is it? How can you be so naughty? How can you scribble on Hokage rock? What's up? Give us more tasks. Such a child really needs a good lesson. It looks like a kid from the Uchiha clan. Oh, I really don't worry. The two ninjas rushed towards Uchiha Kaizuki, their faces full of anger. Genin, the two of them who were doing the task of cleaning and maintaining the D-class of Hokage rock, did not expect that a troublemaker would suddenly appear. It's really unlucky today that I met such an annoying kid. Even far away, Uchiha Kaizuki could see the anger rising from their heads. anger plus 45, anger plus 36, anger plus 59. Uchiha Akaizuki stuck his tongue out at them. Slightly, you idiots, come and catch me if you have the ability. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Akaizuki made a big grimace at the two people, then turned around and ran. What an arrogant kid, I dare to provoke us by playing a prank here. I must catch this kid and give it a good beating today. I'm so annoyed. This little b asterisk 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 d, if he falls into my hands today, I'll beat him into a pig's head. The two men gritted their teeth angrily by Uchiha Akaizuki, dropped the cleaning tools in their hands, and pursued Uchiha Akaizuki with all their strength. Today, we must let him taste the taste of being fattened by someone, and let him be so arrogant again. The two chased them out a few hundred meters. Ha! Where did that kid go? Why is there no time in the blink of an eye? I obviously watched him run in this direction. The two looked at each other, their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect that their two genins would chase a little furry boy from a ninja school, and they would have been lost. At this moment, behind them, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, idiot, don't you even know something like clone technique? You are so embarrassed to become genin. This is something I can learn in the ninja school. When the two genins turned their heads, Uchiha Akaizuki stood behind them, clutching their stomachs, almost laughing. The mouths of the two genin angry Xiong went up and down, and even the breath became a little thicker, and they reached directly into the ninja bag, took out two swords in their hands, and threw them at Uchiha Akaizuki. But the moment the shuriken shot, he actually regretted it. After all, the kid opposite is not even a ninja, the shuriken will kill him. Although it was very annoying, everyone was Konoha's villagers, and it was not enough to kill him. Careful, that genin couldn't help but blurt out. Asterisk boom, a Byakugan rose, and a piece of wood fell from the place where Uchiha Akaizuki was originally, with two kunao flying over it. Damn it, it turned out to be body replacement technique. In another alley 100 meters away from them, Uchiha Akaizuki's real body jumped out from it, laughing presumptuously. Ha ha ha, you two fools, come and arrest me if you have the ability. Damn it, I really underestimated this kid. You shouldn't have spoken to remind you just now. You should let this kid taste this bitterness. The eyes of the two people seemed to gush out fire. The anger in their hearts was even stronger. Boy, you are waiting for us to catch you. A asterisk asterisk hole, stop and don't run. The two men rushed toward Uchiha Akaizuki. The more the two chased, the more frightened. How did this little b asterisk 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 d do it? How can he run so fast? That's right, it's just a kid. How come you can't see it so quickly? The two genins kept muttering in their hearts, Shinin. Here, these two fools, they can even lose track of people. Uchiha Akaizuki waved at them with a smiley face. Every time they were about to lose Uchiha Akaizuki, the bear kid would not know which corner he came out of, taunting them with dignity, and then immediately chasing after them. Anger plus 42, anger plus 26, anger plus 37, anger plus 58. Okay, enough to buy the lowest D-level ninjutsu. Looking at his system, Uchiha Akaizuki has reached an anger value of more than 3000 at this moment, and he is very satisfied. By D and Ninjutsu Senmato Shiger. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Ninjutsu Senbon Shiger, which consumes 2569 points of anger. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki is also approaching the limit of his physical stamina. After all, he is still only a 5-year-old kid, and he has been running for so long with two teenage genin, pulling up so many anger points, which is quite good. The corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes suddenly swept to a figure in the corner of the alley, with a thief's smile on his mouth. He slowed down little by little, his breath in his mouth and nose was very heavy, and finally he farted and sat on the ground. Uchiha Akaizuki said gruffly, don't run, I can't run anymore. Behind Uchiha Akaizuki, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded, Uchiha Akaizuki, you really are. You can run? Didn't I ask you to stand at the door? You dare to run out and skip class in private. Uchiha Akaizuki felt a chill on his back, and he grinned hard with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, turned his head, and faced the black face of Shiranuaki that was magnified in front of him. Hey, teacher, don't you be angry, didn't you let me out? I'm out now. You kid, you will be the most arrogant one day, Shiranuimu said with a black thread in his mouth with 1,000 books in his mouth. Anyway, you ran out during class time, even if you skipped class. Look at Kakashi, I heard that he passed his graduation exam. He is now a real ninja. I saw you just now, but I found that your strength is pretty good. 3-body technique is used very cleverly. I really don't know how you usually get the first place in the exam. Shiranuaki looked at Uchiha Akaizuki carefully, trying to see through his thoughts. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled brilliantly like a sunflower, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Huo Mujian sighed secretly. This little guy didn't intend to explain. At this moment, the two genins who were left behind by Uchiha Akaizuki followed the traces. Boy, don't run, let's see how I clean up you today. I'm so angry, I must beat you up. Otherwise I can't even eat food today. When two people saw Uchiha Akaizuki, they couldn't help yelling from all the way. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly hid behind Shiranui Kuma. Mr. Mujian, you won't just watch me being bullied by others. Are you sure you were being bullied by others? Kima looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with contempt, and then looked at the two angry genin in front of him. How could I not tell that Uchiha Akaizuki was the one being bullied? If you don't protect me, I will be bullied soon. Uchiha Akaizuki said seriously. As my teacher, you shouldn't let your students be harmed. Teacher, if you have such a moral character, even if you fight for your life, you will definitely protect me, right? Uchiha Akaizuki said without embarrassment, even without any psychological burden in his heart. I saw it in my heart without knowing Huo Mujian, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Is this person still his own student? He just wants to spit out a mouthful of old blood now. Shiranui Mujian calmed down a little bit, so as not to be d off by this bear boy. In any case, he still has to protect the safety of Uchiha Akaizuki. After all, Uchiha Akaizuki is still a student of the ninja school and is under his supervision. Cough, cough. Shiranui Mujian coughed slightly, and said to the two angry genin, this kid is my student. I am embarrassed to add chaos to you, I will take it back to discipline him. No, he painted Hokage Rock like that with paint. We couldn't just let him go like this. The two genin said angrily, their teeth clenched grittingly, and an unstoppable anger flashed in their eyes, like two irritated lions. Asterisk. Moreover, this matter is no longer just a problem with Hokage Rock, but this little b d is too annoying. With that sullen face, I just wanted to beat him up and vent his anger. I will report the matter about Naruto Rock to Master Naruto and take care of the aftermath. Uchiha Akaizuki is not a ninja now. You can't do it to him in private. Shiranui Kiyoshima said. The two genins looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, who was hiding behind Shiranui, with a bright smile, and their noses were almost crooked. But this genin standing in front of them is indeed an existence that the two genins can't fight against. So angry. If it weren't for this genin, they would have to clean up that little b d. Do you have anything else? If you are in the village and privately take action against Uchiha Akaizuki who is not a ninja, I will report this to Master Naruto. Shiranui said coldly. Although Uchiha Akaizuki owes a lot of beating, but after all he is his own student, I do not know that Huo Mujian still chooses to defend him at this time. That's right, if you dare to bully me, I'll tell Grandpa Naruto. Uchiha Akaizuki said frankly with his hands on his hips. The two genins clasped their hands tightly into coupons. In order to suppress the anger in their hearts, their bodies trembled a bit more. But they can only endure this tone, there is no way to make a move. The two men said viciously at Uchiha Akaizuki, boy, you will not let you off easily when we see you next time. The two were afraid of not knowing the strength of Huomujian, so they could only leave in anguish. Uchiha Akaizuki also took a break for a while, and his physical strength recovered a bit. He tiptoed and moved his steps gently. Akaizuki, where else do you want to go? Ignorance. Huo Mujian didn't even turn his head, said with a grinning grin. Forward. 5 minutes later. Ms. Kuma, why don't you have to trap me into a caterpillar? Uchiha Akaizuki asked silently. I don't know where Uchiha Akaizuki conjured a hemp rope to tie Uchiha Akaizuki tightly. Uchiha Akaizuki twisted his body hard on Shiranui's shoulder twice, as if he was squirming. Big bug. Humph, your kid is so dishonest, I don't worry if you don't tie you up. I don't know, Huo Mujian said lightly. In other words, are you really not thinking about graduating early? Your strength is enough. Shiranui Mujian asked. If you don't graduate, so many friends are in school, why should I graduate early and go to the battlefield? What a shame if I died. Uchiha Akaizuki shrank his neck. Of course, the main reason is that Mr. Mujian, I can't bear you. How can I be willing to leave if you are such a good teacher? So don't worry, I will never graduate early. Shiranui Mujian's head was full of black lines. Actually, I want you to graduate. I don't know. Huo Mujian thought for a while. There are still several years, this bare child is under his own hands. He immediately felt that his life was dark. Actually, you can think about it again. If you graduate, you will become a genius among the population. A flash of surprise flashed across Uchiha Akaizuki's face. Ah, am I not a genius now? I always thought I was a very genius. I don't know that the corner of Huo Mujian's eyes can't help but twitch, and he secretly said, you are the last one in the class. Why do you think you are a genius? Where did you come from this fascinating confidence? On top of Shiranui Mujian's head, an anger value of +12 rises. Actually, Akaizuki classmate, with your grades, it is. Shiranui said this fact euphemistically. Okay, Teacher, you don't have to praise me. If you praise me again, I will be afraid of being proud, arrogant. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was slightly shy. I do not know that the firewood is vomiting blood 3 liters in my heart. The ghost wants to praise you. When Shiranuaki returned to the classroom with Uchiha Akaizuki, Kakashi had already finished the exam and got his own Genin Forward Protector directly to apply for the ninja registration and graduation materials. He was not in school for the time being. Unexpectedly, the firewood breathed a sigh of relief, and finally separated the two people who were full of gunpowder. Probably now I can take class as well. However, he was really wrong. In class, Uchiha Akaizuki, Obito, tell you have to be nice to me, Uchiha Obito, why? Uchiha Akaizuki, because if you irritate me, I won't take the next exam with a stomach ache, and then you will become the last crane tail. Uchiha Obito's eyes stared like copper bells, and his eyes were full of anger. Uchiha Akaizuki, are you taunting me? The anger on Uchiha Obito's head is plus 23. Uchiha Akaizuki curled his lips and sighed in his heart. Young people nowadays are really impetuous. I didn't even arouse the anger value deliberately, but I was so angry. Uchiha Akaizuki turned his head and looked at the deskmate on the other side of Yuri Hong, dressed in red. Suddenly a thief's smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Shiri Hong was shocked, looking down at her hands, just covering a pair of chubby hands that were as white as jade. Yuri's red eyes flashed, and he raised his eyebrows at Uchiha Akaizuki, lowered his throat and asked harshly, Uchiha Akaizuki, why are you touching my hand? Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and said, because we are classmates, we must be friendly and loving between classmates. Yuri Hong, you see how nice I am to you. We are the best friends, and of course we need to be hands-on between friends. Handle it. Although they are only 5 or 6-year-old children, girls always mature a bit earlier than boys, and Shiri Hong now knows that there is a difference between men and women. Yuri Hong's pretty face blushed and her face was full of shame. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but suddenly realized that Uchiha Akaizuki's strength was so amazing that she couldn't get her hand back. Uchiha Akaizuki, you let go. I don't want you to touch my hand. You don't know whether men and women give or receive kisses. Shiri Hong glanced horizontally. Besides, only my boyfriend can hold my hand. Friends can't hold hands. Yuri Hong kept twisting her body, trying to pull her hand back from Uchiha Akaizuki's hand laboriously. There was a soft touch from the palm of his hand. Uchiha Akaizuki was holding Yuri Hong's little hand in his palm, kneading and squeezing, experiencing the smooth feel on the delicate skin. It's okay, you just get used to it slowly. Uchiha Akaizuki whispered. Between the two people arguing, there was a slight rubbing sound. Uchiha Akaizuki. Evening Red. What are you two doing? Do you know that it is in class now? You two dare to whisper openly and make small moves below. I don't know that Huo Mujian has a headache standing on the podium. How did he meet such a difficult student? He was honest for no moment, even the students around him were taken away by him. Old teacher. There was a faint sound from Shiri Hong's throat. She wanted to explain the situation to the teacher. She felt that this matter was not her fault. Uchiha Akaizuki lowered his throat and threatened Yuri Hong, if you dare to make a small report, I will tell the teacher that you were going to be rude to me. You touched my hand. What? Shiri Hong was taken aback, shocked in her big ruby eyes. He? What is he talking about? He obviously touched my hand. Why did he dare to threaten me with this thing? But if I file a complaint, the whole class will know that we two are holding hands, whether I touch him or he touches me. The more Shiri Hong thought, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved. Gradually, a thin layer of mist filled her eyes, making her look more and more watery. You two dare to whisper to each other. Ignoring Huo Mujian almost jumped from the podium in anger. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled at Shiranui Kuma and vowed to say, Ms. Kuma, it's okay, we won't be able to talk this time. We too must listen to the class carefully. If we talk again, we will go to the penalty station behind. Uchiha Akaizuki took Yuri Hong's little hand and didn't let go for a moment. Now, Shiri Hong didn't even dare to resist. If she irritates Mr. Shiranuakama again, she will go to the back of the station like Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki has always been the last in the class. Her grades have always been very good, and she has always been a good baby in the eyes of teachers and parents. She doesn't want to be implicated by this little b**************** d and ruin her image in the eyes of the teacher. Yuri Hong can only let Uchiha Akaizuki hold her little hand, and she puffs up her little mouth angrily. Anger value plus 6, anger value plus 12, anger value plus 3, anger value plus 9. Uchiha Akaizuki happily held Yuri Hong's little hand in her heart. Yuri Hong is really so cute. And right behind Uchiha Akaizuki and Yuri Hong, there was a person who was already angrily about to run away. Sarutobi Asuma furiously scratched his homework notebook. Damn it too. On Sarutobi Asuma's head, his anger kept rising. Anger value plus 39. Anger value plus 45. Anger value plus 49. Anger value plus 24. Sarutobi Asuma has always been secretly in love with Yurihong in his heart, and has always thought that Yurihong will be with herself in the future. Where did this Uchiha Akaizuki come from? Sarutobi Asuma happened to be sitting behind the two people, watching their little hands together. Damn it! I haven't even pulled Yurihong's little hand. Crack, a cry. Sarutobi Asuma angrily broke the pencil he was writing on. Uchiha Akaizuki really didn't know that Sarutobi Asuma was getting angry, he just watched the anger value in his system keep increasing. Is someone secretly saying that I am handsome from behind? Uchiha Akaizuki muttered in his heart. When school was over, as soon as they left the classroom, they happened to meet Heite Kakashi, who came to hand in the graduation materials. They all rushed over, surrounded Kakashi and congratulated him on his graduation. With so many people in their class, Kakashi successfully graduated, and he graduated at the age of 5. He was the first genius child to graduate since Konoha was founded. Kakashi, you are really amazing. You graduated at the age of 5. Yeah, you are so strong, you feel so handsome. Even when Kakashi heard the flattery of the crowd, there was no expression on his face. He looked at the crowd listlessly in a pair of dead fish eyes, without the excitement of becoming a ninja. Everything seemed so natural. Kakashi, what did you take for the graduation exam? A flash of pride flashed across Kakashi's face, and said, I have tested the most basic body technique, 3 body technique, and held a stick of incense in the hands of a genin. Wow! Time for a stick of incense. As expected of Kakashi, you really are a genius. The person next to him couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. Watching Kakashi's eyes were full of envy and admiration. Uchiha Obito looked at Lin, whom he had a crush on, and looked at Heite Kakashi with admiration, and his heart suddenly became jealous. Isn't it just graduating early? What's so great? After Sharinan opens my eyes, I will be able to defeat Heite Kakashi, and then become the strongest ninja. Let Lin admire me. There was an imperceptible smile from the corner of Kakashi's mouth, and all the depression that was suffocating in his heart this morning seemed to be released at this moment. It's so cool. He is a genius. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5. This is not something a fool like Uchiha Akaizuki can do. Kakashi took a look at Uchiha Akaizuki, who was standing outside the crowd, wanting to see the jealous expression on his face to make his heart more refreshed. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Kakashi's gaze staying on him, suddenly feeling a bit creepy. Why do you always peek at me? I have said, I like Yurihong, I won't like you. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes widened, and he stared back without showing any weakness. Puff. Everyone nearby spurted blood. Why do you think Kakashi likes him with this strange brain circuit? Yurihong was standing in the crowd, and everyone followed Uchiha Akaizuki's words, and their eyes fell on Yurihong's body. Uchiha Akaizuki likes evening red? Yurihong felt everyone's scorching eyes, and her face instantly became flushed, like a ripe apple. Yurihong secretly said in her heart, this be *************** D. Such a thing was said openly in the public. It's too much. And I wouldn't agree to be with you so easily. What a be ********** D. Who can't even confess? Yurihong shelled, tooth biting his lower lip. Now I can't wait to find a place to sew it in. At the same time, the anger in Kakashi's heart suddenly aroused, and the good mood brought by graduation disappeared at this moment. He walked through the crowd in front of him, walked to Uchiha Akaizuki, and roared like an angry lion, even if I die, I won't like you. Puff. Everyone nearby sprayed blood again. What is the style of this idol drama? Why did it still happen to 2 men? Uchiha Akaizuki's face did not show any expression of irritation by Kakashi. His eyes were erratic, and he said lightly, oh, it's becoming angry from being embarrassed. He. I'm joking. Kakashi is about to be blown up, feeling that everything he has done to prove his excellence is like a punch on the fluffy cotton, there is no rebound at all. Kakashi's heart fluttered, his eyes chilled, and his tone of voice was aggravated. Uchiha Akaizuki, you are an ant in my eyes, a waste that is difficult even for graduation. I really didn't know that you were arrogant in front of me. If I were you, I wouldn't be embarrassed to stand here now. I found a seam to hide in. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the look in Kakashi's eyes was a bit strange for a while. What does Kakashi mean by saying this? Can't graduate be a waste? Are they all rubbish? Although they know that Kakashi is excellent, they still feel a little sad as classmates when they say this. They want to congratulate Kakashi on a happy graduation, but they can't say it now. As soon as Kakashi said this, he knew that he had made a mistake, so it is inevitable that others would think that he was too arrogant, and that he would be proud if he had a little strength. Lin saw that everyone's expressions were wrong, and quickly walked to Uchiha Akaizuki's side and explained, Akaizuki, don't be angry, Kakashi doesn't mean that, he just. Lin was speechless for a while. Kakashi said so badly that she didn't even know how to come back for a while. Kakashi turned his face awkwardly, he didn't want to admit his mistake just now. Lin, don't talk about it, I know it. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded solemnly, his eyes a little erratic and deep. Kakashi didn't look down on you. Lin tried to console her. She looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's expression, she only felt that his heart would be very melancholy, and Lin felt sorry for Uchiha Akaizuki even more. Kakashi, your heart is so fragile, it's just this level that you would hide in the cracks in the ground? As expected, a child without a father, you need to be stronger. The veins on Kakashi's forehead burst out, and he roared angrily in his heart. This is a metaphor. Is it a metaphor? How could I have your penultimate result? Uchiha Akaizuki didn't seem to notice other people's gazes, as if suddenly realized, he said to himself. It really is like this. I am usually too low-key, you look down on me? Don't you know that low-key is the most awesome show-off? Uchiha Akaizuki sighed long and looked at everyone's eyes with a hint of pity. Hide your strength, and then when you didn't expect it, it suddenly broke out and blinded your dog's eyes directly. Don't you even know this kind of routine? You are simply too ignorant. The routines are deep, who takes whom seriously? It really is a group of ignorant human beings without knowledge. Uchiha Akaizuki leaned his hands behind him, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes stretched, looking into the distance, as if crossing the eternal river, seeing the origin of everything in the world. In this world, who else can have a drink with me? Life, really is so lonely as snow. Everyone is petrified in place. It took a long time before they realized, what did Uchiha Akaizuki say? Wait, what's the matter with dog eyes? When no one else reacted, Uchiha Akaizuki continued seriously. Furthermore, each of you has a bad mentality. All day long, you always look down on this and that. You look at me and never say who I look down on. Uchiha Akaizuki was speechless. Anyway, to me who is a wise man, everyone here is rubbish. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, the pan in the corridor suddenly exploded, like a drop of water dripping into the hot oil pan, boiling in an instant. The crowd began to be in an uproar. I'm going. What is this kid talking about? Heitei Kakashi, who has the highest grade, is arrogant. Uchiha Akaizuki, where are you confident? You are here to mock us. I think a person like you is simply owed. You will know that you will be good if you put you on the ground and teach you a lesson. That's right, it's simply intolerable for someone like you not to be beaten. Humans and ghosts are angry. When Kakashi said such mocking words, everyone would feel a chill in their hearts, and then an inferiority complex that came from deep in their hearts. But when it came to Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth, why did it change the taste? Damn, no, I'm really angry. If I don't beat this kid today, it will be hard to calm my anger. No one in the crowd yelled, almost speaking out everyone's heart. In an instant, countless people directly echoed. I'm really mad, the one who beat Uchiha Akaizuki, add me. At this moment, who dares to persuade you? Don't leave any of them today, just give me all. I have to let this kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky know how great we are. At this moment, the students in the entire class were united in an unorganized and undisciplined moment, with only one goal. Gang fight Uchiha Akaizuki. If I do not know Huo Mujian here to see that the students in the class can be so united, tears will surely fill my eyes. Let all students know the importance of unity and cooperation, even if it is the sacrifice of a Uchiha Akaizuki, it is worth it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the numbers that popped up on the heads of a group of students in front of him. Anger plus 56, anger plus 23, anger plus 16, anger plus 72. Uchiha Akaizuki cried secretly in his heart, no. There are 20 or 30 people in this classmate. If they come up together, it won't be enough to run by themselves. This accidental hatred is too much. Uchiha Akaizuki has quick eyes and quick hands, grabbing Uchiha Obito next to him, turning around and running. The wind was blowing under the feet of the two people, as if fleeing for their lives, and the ears were full of howling gusts. Ah, Uchiha Akaizuki, what are you doing with me? Uchiha Obito hadn't figured out the situation before he was dragged away by Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki said without looking back, of course it is to escape. They are going to beat both of us, how can we stand and be beaten passively? At this time, of course I won't abandon you. After all, we are both from Uchiha's family, we are good brothers. Brothers? Uchiha Obito cursed secretly in his heart, should I still thank you at this time? The person they are going to beat is you Uchiha Akaizuki, have a woolen relationship with me? Who TM shares the joys and sorrows with you? The sound of the sky blasted from behind, with boundless anger, and even the eardrum was shocked and painful, like a gong and drum that was struck vigorously. Grab the two of them from the Uchiha clan. Beat them fiercely, we must not let them run away easily today. The two Uchihas are so arrogant. They went all the way from the corridors of the ninja school, chasing them out of the school's gate, chasing them all the way. Shiranui Mujian stood in front of the classroom window, looking at the classmates in his class outside, like a tide, his brain pouring out of the school door. A trace of relief appeared in his eyes. After a day of school, I probably missed my parents, so I am anxious to go home. However, after their classmates rushed out of the school, they did not immediately stop their steps, and directly chased Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki. We split into 3 groups and surrounded them from different directions. Someone in the crowd shouted, and they quickly divided into 3 teams. Run, run, or we'll be beaten in a while. Uchiha Akaizuki said to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was so frightened, his face was pale, and he began to cry. It has nothing to do with me, why do you want to beat me? Uchiha Obito's face kept tearing, and the wind was blowing under his feet, and he dared not stop for a moment. The classmates are now extremely angry, and their hair is standing up, like a dynamite bag, just a little bit. The current Uchiha Obito dare not talk to the group of people behind. They have lost their minds. Ah, why did things become like this? They constantly shuttled through the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha fleeing like mice. But the physical strength of the 2 people is limited, and the number of people is also very limited. After 20 or 30 people are hunted down, they have no chance to get rid of them. Finally, they were blocked in a small alley. The students flexed their hands one by one, pressing their knuckles creaking. Ha ha ha, we finally got the 2 of you. Here today, even if you grow 2 wings, you can't run away. The group of people on the opposite side are like hungry wolves who have been hungry for 2 or 3 days. Seeing the 2 tender and plump little sheep in front of them, their eyes are greedy, and they want to open their blood bowls at any time. Take a bite. Uchiha Obito burst into tears with fright, and his legs felt weak. Akaizuki, what shall we do? We are going to be beaten. Uchiha Obito snot and teared, pinning all hopes on Uchiha Akaizuki. After all, this is something he caused himself, he should have a way to solve it, right? Uchiha Obito looked pitiful. Uchiha Akaizuki touched Uchiha Obito's head and smiled softly, like a spring breeze in March. Don't worry, I won't be beaten. Uchiha Obito was taken aback for a moment, and then asked directly, why didn't you get beaten? Shouldn't it be us? Uchiha Obito's heart suddenly chilled, as if he had a bad feeling, and many more. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's face with a strange expression. Because I'm a clone. Uchiha Akaizuki said with a gentle smile, if the students are not allowed to vent their breath, they will not let us go. So you left me in their encirclement, leaving me alone for being beaten. Uchiha Obito's pupils were fast, and the desperate expression on his face enlarged little by little. The good brotherhood that I just said is deep, and we share weal and woe. You are just a B asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Obito yelled, his angry face was red and white, raised his fist, and punched Uchiha Akaizuki with a bang. But this was just a clone of Uchiha Akaizuki, and with a bang, it turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated in front of Uchiha Obito's eyes. In the end, it was all right. They saw Uchiha Akaizuki disappeared, leaving only one Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Akaizuki used the transformation technique to transform into the public face of an ordinary classmate, mixed in the crowd, and shouted at this moment. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki are in the same group. Uchiha Akaizuki is gone, we will beat Uchiha Obito. Who made them brothers? As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki said this, his classmates responded quickly. Yes, Uchiha Obito was with Uchiha Akaizuki just now. Both are from Uchiha's family. Go, let's go up and beat him. Wait, it has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Obito was so scared, his face turned earthy, he huddled in the corner of the wall, holding his head with his hands. Everyone rushed at Uchiha Obito, raised their fists, raised their feet, and kicked and punched them. Doda's fists, as dense as raindrops, fell on Uchiha Obito's body. A dozen people gathered around Obito. There was no mercy under him, and he wanted to vent all his anger. Don't slap your face. Who kicked me? Oh who? Hiss. Uchiha Obito's heart-piercing screams continued to come out, like the wailing of a pig. Uchiha Akaizuki felt painful when listening to him, and Shinin couldn't help feeling fortunate. Fortunately, it was not himself who was beaten up. These classmates were really half-hearted and didn't stay. It's boring to watch the students expect to beat Uchiha Obito for a while. Seeing that it was not too early, Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while. Let's go home. Uchiha Akaizuki slapped his fart. He turned around and walked out of the alley. None of the students around him recognized him. The plain-looking person was Uchiha Akaizuki, who they hated so much that his teeth tickled. Uchiha Akaizuki turned and left. A voice of grief and anger from the alley penetrated the sky. Uchiha Akaizuki, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha walked all the way in the moonlight, humming a brisk song in his mouth, and when he turned out of the alley, he left the matter of Uchiha Obito behind. Uchiha Akaizuki entered the residence of the Uchiha clan, on the edge of Hokage village. Inside, there are clan emblems everywhere, and a red and white fan pattern is printed on the blue background. Hello Auntie Mizia. You seem to have gained weight recently. Go, you're the ant. Sister, I'm only 23 years old, okay, and what do you know as a kid? This is called Fang Man, okay? I'm a front convex back. Alice. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki spoke, he annoyed a beauty in the Uchiha clan. Yo, Uncle Wen, you are forging knives again. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, one day you will open Sharingan. Boy, you owe you a beating, don't you? I'm in my 40s. What can I do with Sharingan? Don't be angry with me here anymore, go quickly, don't delay my business here. Uchiha Akaizuki bounced back home all the way. The huge room was empty. Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his system, and the amount of anger accumulated in it increased a lot. He checked the D-class ninjutsu he bought today, Ninjutsu Senmoto Shiger. He walked out of the room, holding 1,000 books in his hand, and began to try to release this ninjutsu. In fact, it is a very simple D-level ninjutsu, similar to the principle of Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken. Kanben Shiger applied the clone technique to Kanben's body at the moment Kanben was thrown out, transforming countless phantoms to confuse the enemy. In fact, there is only one real Kanben with attack power. Uchiha Akaizuki charged his hands and threw the Kanben in his hand at the big tree in the courtyard. Ninfa Senbon Shiger. Uchiha Akaizuki made a seal with both hands. In an instant, that 1,000 books instantly transformed countless phantoms. There were hundreds of thousands, densely flying towards the big tree like cow hair. However, the only thing that got stuck in the big tree was the one that Uchiha Akaizuki threw at the beginning, the only entity. After trying his new ninjutsu, Uchiha Akaizuki felt pretty good. Although the power of 1,000 books is not very strong, this trick lies more in one word, virtual. This ninjutsu is more similar to the effect of illusion. If you want to enhance the strength of this ninjutsu, Uchiha Akaizuki will make a fuss about this 1,000 books. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled wickedly, painted some poison, it was a good choice. But Uchiha Akaizuki is not poisonous now, and there is nothing else in his house except for a mansion. He can only wait to see if anything good can be refreshed in the system in the past 2 days. Uchiha Akaizuki had another ninjutsu of his own, wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki made a seal with both hands, and spit out a 2-meter diameter typhoon ball from his mouth, blowing towards the big tree in front of him. For a moment, a violent wind hung in the originally quiet air, and it became very violent. There were countless small wind blades flowing, flashing white light like the blade of a blade. The branches were blown and swayed, the leaves rubbed and rustled, and the leaves flew wildly in the air. After Uchiha Akaizuki released this ninjutsu, he left a wind blade about a foot deep on the trunk, full of cut marks. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth was churned, and he stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat from his head. However, it was a sea-level ninjutsu, and almost instantly took away most of Uchiha Akaizuki's chakra. But looking at the lethality of this ninjutsu, it is still very strong, and it can be considered a powerful ninjutsu. Compared with Chigure Senbon, the power of this ninjutsu is much stronger. Uchiha Akaizuki returned to the house and lay on Shuang, silently recovering his chakra. At the very least, he didn't use the chakra test paper, but he guessed that he should have a dual attribute of wind and fire. The wind attribute is obtained through the system, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he should have the same fire attribute as most people. After resting for a while, chakra has recovered a bit, and Uchiha Akaizuki walked to the mirror. Chakra gathered his eyes, and he could feel his eyeballs getting a little hot, and the dark and deep pupils began to rotate, turning into a scarlet patch. The 2 small commas kept spinning in his eyes. Is Sharingan of Yuguyu turned on? Almost in an instant, everything in front of me became clearer, and the whole world seemed to have a lot more brilliance. It's like a long-term short-sighted person suddenly put on glasses, and everything around him began to become transparent and clear. He stretched his gaze and fell out of the window. He found that his eyesight had indeed improved. Even if the lines on the leaves on the trees in the courtyard, he could see clearly when standing inside the house. Is this the strength of Sharingan? Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but was shocked secretly. No wonder Sharingan has become such a powerful blood succession boundary, causing so many people to look greedy. It is indeed because Sharingan is too strong. Even Uchiha Akaizuki, who just started Sharingan, already felt the extraordinary power from Sharingan, which made him feel even more emotional. Wait for 2 Go Jade, 3 Go Jade, Mangekyo, wow, it's so good to think about it. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki also felt that chakra in his body was constantly being consumed. Sure enough, I was too young now, even if it was a Sharingan, it would not last too long. In the evening, Uchiha Akaizuki simply ate something and fell asleep beautifully. The next morning, when Uchiha Akaizuki arrived at the ninja school, he was taken aback. Is there a new classmate in our class? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the addition of a big pig's head with big ears in the class. His cheeks were swollen high, one piece was blue and the other was purple, and his eyes were squeezed into a thin slit. No, it's Uchiha Obito. Someone next to him said with a laugh. Ah, Obito. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback, turned his head and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I really laughed at me. Obito, how did you become like this? It's so happy. Uchiha Obito's eyes struggling to open a thin slit, and he found Uchiha Akaizuki in front of him. The anger in his heart began to rise, and he jumped up from the stool and shouted loudly, Uchiha Akaizuki, I will never spare you. Because of the loud speaking, the swollen muscles on his face were affected, and his teeth grinned in pain in an instant. Uchiha Obito sucked in a cold breath. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. What does it have to do with me? Uchiha Obito was also stunned. Why doesn't it matter? I was beaten because of you. Uchiha Obito roared loudly. Didn't I beat you? Uchiha Akaizuki looked rather aggrieved. But, I was beaten for you. Uchiha Obito almost went violently, furious. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Uchiha Obito felt pain in his heart. He stretched out his hand to cover his seong mouth. Why is there such a sorrowful thing in the world? And the culprit in front of him, it seems that nothing happened? There is no burden or guilt in my heart. How could he not be angry? Uchiha Obito is like an angry lion, even his hair has to stand up, and he yells at Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely, I don't care, I tell you, Uchiha Akaizuki, you must defeat you to vent my heart. Wrath. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Uchiha Obito sympathetically, nodded, and said comfortingly, well, people always have to have a dream, and most of all, this dream will never come true. Uchiha Obito's eyes burst into flames, and his fingers clenched into fists, making a creaking sound. This is in the classroom, he can't do anything to Uchiha Akaizuki. But this does not mean that he has no chance to attack Uchiha Akaizuki. Wait until the actual combat exercise. Uchiha Akaizuki, I will let you see how good I am. Anger plus 89, anger plus 76, anger plus 92, anger plus 103. Uchiha Akaizuki snickered in his heart, and Uchiha Obito allowed him to accumulate a lot of anger at this moment. One after another, the students all entered the classroom. What happened yesterday still has some sequelae. Is there a few anger value numbers on the heads of the classmates in the classroom? But most people forget what happened yesterday. After all, they are all children. I do not know who Mujian walked into the classroom, and he was relieved to see that the order in the classroom was okay. Today, Heide Kakashi has followed his guide Jonin on missions, and will no longer appear in the ninja school. Uchiha Akaizuki will be able to rest a lot, right? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the system. Today's items have been refreshed, and there are a few more practical skills. Among the anger points accumulated by Uchiha Akaizuki yesterday, there are still a lot of points left, plus Uchiha Obito's anger points this morning. You can already buy a few small ninjutsu. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Physique Escape skill, which consumes 1,298 points of anger. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Medical Ninjutsu Hemostasis, which consumes 2712 anger points. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine shone on the earth. Shiranu Imujian gathered all of them on the playground to perform physical exercises and shuriken exercises. As a ninja, common sense knowledge is important, but more important is the performance in actual combat. Therefore, half of the time in the curriculum of the ninja school is for actual combat. I have given you all the basic methods of throwing shurikens. Do you have any questions? Shiranui asked. At this moment, Anina had been beside him for a long time, and Uchiha, who was ready to move, raised his arm vigorously. Teacher Mujian. Teacher Mujian. I have a problem. Uchiha Obito, what's your question? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Akaizuki triumphantly, turned his head and said, I want to challenge Uchiha Akaizuki. The whole class was attracted by Uchiha Obito's words, and someone nearby immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Obito, you are so interesting that you want to challenge Uchiha Akaizuki. Probably he is the second to last. He can only challenge 10,000 years crane tail Uchiha Akaizuki, right? Do the two of them want to perform in front of us? What's to be seen about their rookie ability? Does Uchiha Obito want to consolidate his second to last position? Ha 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 ha. The people next to him kept making ridicules, waiting to see the two of them make a fool of themselves. Uchiha Obito's face was blue and white, and his eyes seemed to gush out anger, and the ridicule of the people next to him aroused the anger in Uchiha Obito's heart. He jumped up angrily, pointed at the people, and shouted with all his strength, I will be like you prove. I am not the same person as that trash. I am Uchiha Obito, the man who will become Hokage one day. Shiranuaki asked Uchiha Akaizuki, what about you? Do you choose to accept the challenge? Everyone guesses, there are two lively protagonists. How about Uchiha Akaizuki? The sight fell on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, and everyone was about to vomit blood. When he was challenged and excited, this B***************** D was actually picking up girls. Uchiha Akaizuki stood beside Nohara Lin, leaning close to her. Akaizuki classmate, you are too close to me. Yeah, Yuan Lin's body was stiff in place, her face was full of blush, she was afraid to raise her head, her voice was weak in mosquitoes. Uchiha Akaizuki is in front of Rin Nohara, less than 10 centimeters away from her face, and she can even feel the heat of Uchiha Akaizuki spraying on her face. She has never been so close to a boy before. Uchiha Akaizuki observed from a close distance, feeling in his heart, Lin really looks very beautiful. In their current session, looks are considered to be the best. He has short brown hair, dark brown pupils shining like amber, 2 purple patterns on his face, and on the white jade-like face, you can't even see the pores, and the crystal clear skin is moist and soft. There was a faint flushing shyness on her face, a bit more charming and coquettish. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and said, Lin, let's play a game? I will kiss you, and then you will kiss me? How about? Lin's pupils shrank, becoming more shy, as if there was a small deer bumping into her heart. Akaizuki student was simply too bold. The people next to him staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn it, is this a game? This is Kyokuo's diversion, is it good? Uchiha Obito was trembling with anger, his eyes flashed fire, as if he was about to cramp Uchiha Akaizuki to drink blood, full of fierce light. Lin is the purest and kind-hearted goddess in his heart, a high existence, a white moonlight in his heart. And at this time, this B************* D dared to openly M******** T his goddess in front of him. Simply unbearable. Uchiha Obito's mood at the moment is like a flood that fills the river channel, suddenly bursting open the embankment, roaring maniacally, the giant dragon is overwhelming, and the unstoppable and mighty slumping thousands of miles. He roared furiously, his voice shook the world like Shenlei. You, Ji, Bo, Chi, you, I'm going to kill you, drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting Uchiha Obito with an angry crit and gaining physical skills. Uchiha Akaizuki is taken aback, Uchiha Obito is going to run away? Looking at the ninjutsu he had obtained, his face was subtle and weird. I want to challenge you. If you are defeated by me, you will not be qualified to approach Lin in the future. Uchiha Akaizuki, dare you come and fight me? Uchiha Obito held his windshield goggles, his eyebrows were raised, his face was full of arrogance. Everyone thought that Uchiha Akaizuki would reject Uchiha Obito like Kakashi's challenge. After all, everyone knows Uchiha Akaizuki's previous strength. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth made a playful smile, and then nodded. Okay. Seeing that they both agreed, Shiranu Imujian set aside a field among the crowd for actual combat exercise training. But after all, they are still children, they are not allowed to use kunao and shuriken, and I do not know that Huomujian will be supervised by the side, so there will be no life-threatening. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki walked to the middle of the field. Uchiha Obito's rage was finally able to sway to his heart's content. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Akaizuki, let you know now, annoy my uncle's fate. Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head faintly, and said with emotion as expected, you still don't hurt from being beaten on your face yesterday. Uchiha Obito was choked again, and the inexplicable beating yesterday left a huge shadow on his heart. The people next to him talked a lot. What is Akaizuki doing? You are still provoking Obito at this time? Don't you be afraid of getting crushed by Obito for a while? It's not necessarily. Anyway, it's two idiots, maybe whoever wins will win. Uchiha Obito clenched his hand into a fist, sprinted towards Uchiha Akaizuki, punched Uchiha Akaizuki in the cheek and hit it hard. In his eyes, Akaizuki couldn't dodge this punch at all. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes had a chuckle, and when his fist came, he slid his body on the left side, stretched out a hand, and instantly held Uchiha Obito's wrist, leveraging his strength, and instantly smashed Uchiha Obito. Throw it out like a sandbag, rolling far away before stopping. In an instant, the classmates in the entire playground were silent, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki dumbfounded. I do not know who Mujian's heart was also a little surprised. But when Uchiha Akaizuki was skipping class that day, I saw a little of his skill in being able to stay under the hands of two genins for so long, which proved that this teenager is not as weak as his usual grades. His physical skills just now surpassed all the children in the class. Even Heite Kakashi, who has already graduated and successfully became genin, can't do such a trivial, one-stop physical movement. He is a genius. I do not know who Mujian's heart became more and more affirmed, and at the same time secretly looking forward to it. What is the reason why Uchiha Akaizuki has been hiding his strength? What kind of surprise will he bring? Shiranui Suanjing's pupils became deeper and more meaningful. Those students next to him, of course, could not be as sharp as Shiranui's eyes were seen. In their eyes, Uchiha Akaizuki was just lucky enough to evade Uchiha Obito's fist. However, Uchiha Obito suffered a loss first when he came up, which was unexpected. Uchiha Obito got up from the ground, he was thrown out without seeing what was going on just now. What happened just now must be an accident. Uchiha Obito comforted himself in his heart. How could he even beat Uchiha Akaizuki? What happened just now must be an accident. Uchiha Obito's eyes became firm again, and he must defeat the B************* D in front of him and vent all his anger over the past 2 days. Uchiha Obito roared angrily, like an angry lion, exhausted all his strength, punched Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely. Seeing that it was about to hit Uchiha Akaizuki's face, Uchiha Obito even began to smile, because he was proud and even distorted. Uchiha Akaizuki, go to death. Let you taste the power of this uncle. Bang! Uchiha Akaizuki in front of him suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, from where Uchiha Obito penetrated. His smile solidified on his face, and he suddenly yelled badly in his heart. In the count. It's clone technique. And at this moment Uchiha Akaizuki appeared behind Uchiha, his hands nodded. Not yet. Everyone's mouths grew in surprise. Butter, that gesture. Yes, or fire-style ninjutsu gesture. He actually knows fire-style ninjutsu. I do not know that Hwajima is also shocked. Akaizuki is just a 5-year-old kid who can use fire-style ninjutsu. He is ready at any time. Once Uchiha Akaizuki releases fire-style ninjutsu, he will immediately save Uchiha Obito. This teenager really gave him a big surprise. This is simply the most talented child he has ever seen. Uchiha Akaizuki shouted loudly, Konoha Shinobi secret body art profound meaning 1,000 years of death. Uchiha Akaizuki knotted his hands into an unprinted shape, and then pushed behind Uchiha Obito, stab at the weakest part of chakra in his body, the anus gate. Everyone was petrified in place instantly. The forehead is full of black lines. Even the air seems to be still at this moment. There seemed to be countless crows flying by. Uchiha Obito's face sank suddenly, and he felt hot pain from a fragile part of his body, and the sensation of wanting to defecate. He bounced 3 feet from the ground in an instant, tears bursting from his eyes. Really hurts. Wow. Uchiha Obito held his chrysanthemum in both hands, tears flowed into his eyes for a moment. Asterisk, I do not know that the firewood room also stiffened in place for an instant. What about the good fire style? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? You return my fire style. You return my genius boy. This bear kid is simply too much. I don't know. Womujian reached out his hand to help his forehead. Okay, he really thinks too much. Fire style doesn't exist, and genius doesn't exist. Uchiha Obito's face was extremely ashamed and angry, and it became extremely distorted. Even his hair was blown up with anger, and his teeth rattled. He turned around, Jian quickly in his hand. Si Wei Shen Hai Nun Yin. Uchiha Obito shouted, fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito took a sharp breath and expelled a huge fireball from his mouth. His father had taught him this ninjutsu before, but this ninjutsu was too difficult, and he had never learned it. He never expected that today he successfully released this ninjutsu when his anger reached the extreme. All the classmates were surprised, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable expressions. Is this person in front of them still the Uchiha Obito they know? At the age of 5 years old can release such a powerful ninjutsu. This is something most of them can't do. If such people are still idiots, what are they? I do not know that Hwomujian was stunned for a while, and even forgot to rescue. They are such a big child, unleashing such a strong ninjutsu, but it will be life-threatening. I don't know. Hwomujian yelled badly in my heart. Uchiha Akaizuki. However, when Uchiha Obito formed the seal, Uchiha Akaizuki also began to seal his hands. Almost only half a second later than Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Akaizuki spit out a huge typhoon from his mouth. The fireball and the wind ball collided with each other, offsetting and rubbing each other, making a hissing sound, as sharp as the sound of scraping glass. There was a strong wind around it, dust was flying, and countless leaves were spinning in the air. The classmates hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears, avoiding the noisy sound. It was so terrible, I felt like I was going to pierce my eardrums. The dust around was flying, and they all had to turn their heads and put their arms around their faces to avoid the wind and sand. Although both of them use sea-level ninjutsu, the wind style released by Uchiha Akaizuki is far stronger than the great fireball technique released by Uchiha Obito. Coincidentally, the fiery flames dance like tongues in wind style. Under the influence of, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed directly in the direction of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was shocked and quickly stopped the release of the great fireball technique. But this time is too late. The flames in the sky smashed their heads and covered their faces, as if they were about to swallow Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was scared to cry, tears running down his face. At this moment he was completely surrounded by the shadow of death. Is it going to die here today? He completely felt the breath of death. Uchiha Obito sat down on the ground, his body was so scared that he lost the ability to move. Just as Uchiha Obito closed his eyes in fear, there was a beautiful voice in his ear, like the sound of redemption, the most beautiful voice in the world. Earth-style earth formation wall. Shiranui Mujian appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, his hands quickly knotted, and in front of the two of them, a full-foot-thick earth wall rose up to isolate the sharp wind style and the scorching flames. Uchiha Obito, are you not injured? Shiranui Aki asked without looking back. Kima, Mr. Kima, wow wow. Uchiha Obito was so frightened that he cried out with a wow, his face burst into tears, and now he knows nothing except crying. Shiranuaki watched his ninjutsu stop Uchiha Akaizuki's ninjutsu, and quickly looked back at Uchiha Obito's situation. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito was just a little frightened in his heart and did not receive much physical harm. Fortunately, he made the shot in a timely manner, but he hadn't thought of the current situation. These two people are just young children who have just entered the ninja school, and they were able to use sea-level ninjutsu, which is simply too unexpected. That's fine for Uchiha Obito. I don't know what Hwajima can tell, he should have used the great fireball technique by accident. His current control of this ninjutsu is still very poor, and he is a novice at first glance. But Uchiha Akaizuki is more terrifying. His wind style is extremely skillful and handy. He can perfectly master the subtleties of ninjutsu and show the sharpness of wind style perfectly. Uchiha Akaizuki does have the strength of Kwasai Genin. He is even stronger than Heite Kakashi, who has graduated. Shiranu Imujian confirmed this answer in his heart. A super genius. Just thinking of Uchiha Akaizuki's temperament, I have a headache a little bit from Shiranu Imujian, which is a bit too naughty and naughty. Asterisk. After the terrifying and violent storm subsided, the students put their hands down and saw the current situation clearly. Are they dazzled? Even the Shiranu Imujian even shot. Are these two still students in their class? Is this the Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki they know? At this moment, it seems that the world has become mysterious, okay? Even two cranes can have such a fierce battle at the rear, so what are the things they know? Who is the waste? Many classmates couldn't help but feel bitterness in their hearts, and they smiled bitterly in their hearts. It seems that they have always looked down upon these two Uchiha family members. After Uchiha Akaizuki resolved his ninjutsu, he walked through the thick soil wall and stuck out a small head, with a shy feeling on his face, very shy, as if he had done something wrong. Kima-sensei, how is Obito? He is not hurt, is he? If he is hurt, I will feel guilty. Uchiha Akaizuki asked obediently. People who haven't seen what happened just now will think Uchiha Akaizuki is a good and honest student. But, everyone present saw what Uchiha Akaizuki did just now. The one who almost killed Uchiha Obito just now, isn't it you Uchiha Akaizuki? Guilty? Why can't you feel your guilt at all? Is your guilt just verbal? Only then did Uchiha Obito gradually wake up from the shadow of death, his eyes still full of fear. You don't come here. Uchiha Obito yelled in horror, and quickly backed away. The current Uchiha Akaizuki was as scary as a devil in his eyes. Shiranuaki comforted and said, Akaizuki, Obito is fine, just a little frightened. Oh. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Looking at Uchiha Obito, I was still shivering, trembling, and he said helplessly to Uchiha Akaizuki, Akaizuki, please stay away. Obito may have a shadow on you now. Uchiha Akaizuki was a little bit dumbfounded for a while, and he didn't expect to make such a heavy shot, so Uchiha Obito was so frightened. Uchiha Akaizuki slowly separated from the crowd. The students around him looked at Uchiha Akaizuki like a little monster. No one dared to approach him. Everyone gathered around Uchiha Obito's side, watching him look like a frost-beaten eggplant, and was pitiful, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Uchiha Obito even more. The direct consequence of this battle is that Uchiha Obito took a 3-day holiday at home, and did not go to the ninja school to go to school because of his trauma. In the end, I did not know who a Mujian teacher took Lin to Uchiha's house, and gave Uchiha Obito a psychological counseling, so that Uchiha Obito muster up the courage to come to the ninja school again. In the past few days, Uchiha Akaizuki was at school, and almost never was at peace. After a while, he accidentally broke someone else's pencil, and after a while he sprinkled another girl's bow, which made everyone the anger value rises up. Although there has been no anger crit, a lot of anger points have been accumulated in a few days. After the last Uchiha Obito incident, Uchiha Akaizuki has been concerned about the fluctuation of other people's anger for the past 2 days. There was a guess secretly in his heart, but it was not very sure yet. Because the fluctuation of the anger value is not very regular, a certain method is needed to obtain more anger value. Of course, although the anger value is very important, Uchiha Akaizuki has never done anything harmful to the world, and the friendliness and love with his classmates are also very important. Although in the eyes of the students, Uchiha Akaizuki is not a friendly and loving person, in Shiranuaki's eyes, Uchiha Akaizuki's character is an overly stubborn child. Although it is always annoying, but the nature is still kind. Uchiha Akaizuki looks at the product system column that he updates every day. There are all kinds of strange things in it, but many things are not very useful. Uchiha Akaizuki's current rage value is now 6,713 points, so most of the 10 items he updates every day are within the range of 10,000 points. Generally, only 2 or 3 more advanced things appear, and most of the rest are comparisons. Common level. But like Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken, Moisture Body, Mist Ninja Technique, etc., Although these appear in Uchiha Akaizuki's system bar, he will not buy them, because the power of the Shadow Demon Shuriken is too tasteless and there is no need to buy them. He does not have water attributes yet, so Water Style will not buy it either. For a few days, he hadn't seen any ninjutsu he liked, and he had only bought a few small things, such as blood tonic pills, army ration pills, and detoxification pills. In the ninja school, Shiranuaki gave an impassioned lecture on the podium, while Uchiha Akaizuki lay down on the table boredly, checking today's updated items as usual. Suddenly, he yelled out, "Damn! How come there is such a thing?" Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was not yelled in his heart, but it was accidentally yelled directly in reality. In an instant the eyes of the whole class fell on Uchiha Akaizuki. Unexpectedly, the blue veins on Womujian's head were violent, and he stared at Uchiha Akaizuki and shouted, "Student Uchiha Akaizuki, do you have any questions?" Uchiha Akaizuki chuckled and shook his head quickly. No, Mr. Kuma, you said so well, so I can't help but cheer you. You give me a penalty stop behind the class." Shiranu Imujian exclaimed fiercely. He didn't dare to let Uchiha Akaizuki out of his sight now, otherwise this bear kid would not know what hurt the world and reason. Oh, Uchiha Akaizuki pouted and walked to the back of the classroom reluctantly. He. A low gloating voice came from the classroom, but Uchiha Akaizuki is not in the mood to care about them. All his eyes are now fixed in his commodity exchange column. With a puzzled face on his face, he asked the system in his heart system, "You are too much. It doesn't matter if some tasteless things are refreshed frequently, why even slabs will appear in my exchange. Inside the bar? Isn't there a lot of bricks everywhere on the street? Because this is an extraordinary brick. The goods exchanged by our system are not limited to ninjutsu, weapons, seals, many things can be exchanged, why not ordinary?" Uchiha Akaizuki stared suspiciously at the brick. "It's just a slab. What's so extraordinary? Is it a slab used by Atsutsuki Kagaya? But what does its extraordinary life experience have to do with me? Detailed attributes of the item can only be understood after purchase." Puff. Uchiha Akaizuki almost spit out blood. "Do you want the system to be so pitted?" He rubbed his hands nervously, hesitant for a while. The rage value consumed by this brick is as high as 5,900 points. If you buy it, you will almost immediately use up the anger value you have accumulated over the past few days, and if one is an ordinary brick, then you will lose a lot. But if you don't buy it, Uchiha Akaizuki is really curious in his heart. This is the first time such a strange thing has been refreshed in the system bar. And the next time I want to meet this thing, I don't know when it will be. There are only 10 commodities in the exchange column every day, and the chance of reappearing will not be very high. If you miss this time, you won't know when the next time you will see this tile refreshed. How to do. Uchiha Akaizuki could hear his heart beating, his cheeks glowed uncontrollably, and even a little sweat was caught in his hands. Curiosity killed the cat. Finally, Uchiha Akaizuki gritted his teeth, and his heart was overwhelmed. Bought it. Uchiha Akaizuki clicks on the bricks to buy. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Invincible Brick, which consumes 5,900 anger points. Invincible Brick, the property is hard, not easy to break. It is an indispensable weapon for going out and walking, and staying at home. Additional skills, Critical Strike. Throw a brick at a person whose strength is lower than the host, causing 100 rounds of damage. When the enemy's strength exceeds the host's strength multiple, the hit probability is reduced by the corresponding multiple. Wow! Uchiha's eyes were greedy. This is simply an artifact. As long as it is a person whose overall strength is lower than his own, Invincible Brick can destroy all blinding techniques, such as body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, etc., accurately hit the enemy's head. This is simply the weapon that made him run wild in the ninja world. What is the biggest drawback of Kunao and Shuriken in the ninja world? That is, when you fight against a powerful ninja and throw it out, you never do harm to the enemy, because there is no way to hit the enemy. What is the most important thing for a battle? Of course, being able to hit the enemy is the most important. And the Invincible Brick is this effect. As long as one's strength becomes stronger, the effect of the bricks will be even greater. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed with strange brilliance, like the twinkling stars in the vast galaxy, shining and dazzling. Everything around the contrast became dim in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki, take back your wretched smile. Shiranui Kima shouted loudly, slapped an angry palm to the table. Although Uchiha Akaizuki is in the last row of the class, this bear kid is really eye-catching. Everything is fine. Uchiha Akaizuki's face showed such a weird smile, his eyes staying on his body, his mouth closed happily, as if something great had hit his head. I don't know who Mujian only felt the cold wind blowing from behind, and even the hairs were standing up. I only felt that Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were terrified. He was uncomfortable watching him, and he couldn't even go on class. Uchiha Akaizuki was calm in his joy, not even knowing that there was such a wretched smile on his face, and now he was awakened by ignorance among the firewood, spit out his tongue, and retracted his smile. How do you ignorant people know that the invincible brick that I just arrived is a magic weapon? Asterisk Uchiha Akaizuki's heart has always been filled with confidence. The bricks are placed in the system space, and he can take them out any time. In the next few days, Uchiha Akaizuki's own anger value was too low, so the system taskbar couldn't refresh anything good. He could only slowly accumulate his anger value as always. However, these classmates in the school are now staying away from him, afraid that they will be run away by this little bee asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Akaizuki said sadly, "Oh, it's really meaningless. You are not funny at all. I still miss Kakashi when he was still in school. What a colorful campus life it was." Everyone who listened nearby almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Please, you miss Kakashi. Kakashi will never miss you, okay? Kakashi is so angry with you. He doesn't even want to see you at all." Uchiha Akaizuki believes that Kakashi is the easiest person to increase anger. "I saw Kakashi once, and the increased anger score was more than the sum of his anger scores after a few days in the ninja school." It is indeed an important plot in the original book character. This contribution value to Uchiha Akaizuki is so big that everyone loves flowers. Always remember, there will be reverberations. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't expect that he would go to the Mariko shop to buy a 3-color Mariko, and he would be able to meet Kakashi, who had just returned from the task on the street. "Hi, Kakashi." From afar, Uchiha Akaizuki saw Heite Kakashi's iconic white soaring broom head. Kakashi heard this familiar voice, his body stiffened abruptly, but he didn't even want to turn his head back, and quickly accelerated the pace on his feet. Kakashi secretly said in his heart, hurry up, pretend not to see, get rid of this kid. Why is it so unlucky today that I saw this irritating kid? Hi, Kakashi. Really, your hearing seems to be getting worse recently. I called you several times behind, but you didn't hear it? Uchiha Akaizuki put an arm on Heite Kakashi's shoulder. The deputy brothers said with a nice smile. Kakashi's scalp numbed suddenly. If you have hearing problems, you should go to Konoha Hospital? The patient needs to be treated. As a ninja, if you can't even hear your voice, wouldn't it be easy to be killed in battle? Uchiha Akaizuki thought he was very considerate and comforted. Kakashi's head suddenly burst into blue veins, his hands were clenched into fists, his shoulders were high, and his body trembled slightly. Kakashi really used all his strength to resist him not to run rampant, and do not run rampant to the B asterisk 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 D Uchiha Akaizuki. He is already a ninja, he shouldn't do anything to a kid like Uchiha Akaizuki who is still in a ninja school. But I am so angry. Of course, Kakashi has tried his best to suppress his expression, but the rising anger value above his head has exposed Kakashi's mentality at the moment. Anger value plus 86, anger value plus 79, anger value plus 82, anger value plus 123. There was an imperceptible smile on Uchiha's face. As expected, Kadayan was more promising. This anger value has risen too fast. Kakashi, I feel like you are so good. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth had a sly smile. Fun facts about manga. Kakashi was stunned. Uchiha Akaizuki is complimenting me? He could still hear compliments on me from his mouth? This is simply incredible. Did he finally feel the strength gap between the two of us, and feel inferiority from the bottom of his heart? Kakashi did not see Uchiha Akaizuki and Uchiha Obito fighting, so in his mind, Uchiha Akaizuki is still the tail of the crane who knows nothing. When Kakashi finally felt a little more smoothness in his heart, he heard Uchiha Akaizuki's voice like a devil again. After all, a child without a father is headed home early. Don't take things to your heart about Uncle Mushuo. If you see you so good now, Uncle Zetian Yaling will definitely be very pleased. Uchiha Akaizuki's face is full with emotion. There was a little more pity in Kakashi's eyes. The mercy of Ghost TM. Do I need your mercy, Heite Kakashi? I don't want to take this matter to heart, but you have been there to remind me. Kakashi's anger groove reached its peak in an instant, and his head exploded with a bang. In an instant, all reason and calmness turned into clouds for Kakashi. I am going to beat you to death now. Drop. Congratulations to hosts Angry Crit, Heite Kakashi, for obtaining C-Rank Ninjutsu Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Akaizuki watched that Kakashi was about to make a move, and quickly stepped back and pulled away from Kakashi. Kakashi raised his hand, but suddenly stopped in mid-air. He keenly observed that around the two of them, a black figure flashed quickly. Even though it was very secretive, like a shadow walking in the dark, it was still very keenly noticed by the two of them. The anger value on Kakashi's head began to drop, and he gradually recovered his calm. His eyes are like sharp eagle falcons, and his muscles are at a high degree of tension. The whole person has raised his guard to ultimate. Even after a short distance, Uchiha Akaizuki could feel the tension of Kakashi's spirit. Idiot, I don't have the time to take care of you now. After dropping such a sentence, Kakashi disappeared in front of Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and asked me? Kakashi had already exerted strength with both feet and kicked towards the ground. His body was like an arrow, and he flew out in an instant, jumping towards the distance, as if he was avoiding something, and as if he was running away, as if being chased by a torrent of monsters. The moment Kakashi disappeared, Uchiha Akaizuki felt the figure in the dark and chased him in Kakashi's direction. Uchiha Akaizuki was left alone, scratching his head, and muttering to himself, "What, look down on me, and don't you know? I am a person, do you like to join in the fun?" At this time, Kakashi kept jumping and flickering above Konoha's house, leaving an afterimage in the air, speeding up to ultimate. But the figure behind him has always maintained an unabated speed, and has been constantly pulling in the distance between the two people, sticking to Heite Kakashi's back like a little tail that can't be thrown off. Kakashi's head gradually became cold. "Are you going to shoot me?" Kakashi secretly guessed that his body was going to be cold like a block of ice. The black shadow came swiftly, and Kakashi quickly avoided it, like a chase battle. The figure continued to merge with the dark night, and the air continued to rub and vibrate, leaving the rustling wind echoing. Kakashi, who tried his best to avoid the black shadow, was already exhausted and didn't notice it. On the other side, another black shadow dressed in exactly the same way continued to attack. The two black shadows cooperated in a tacit understanding, which at first glance was the tacit understanding cultivated through long-term cooperation. In this chasing battle, Kakashi began to lose gradually and became a little more embarrassed. The two chased and flanked all the way and forced Heite Kakashi to the ninjutsu training ground. Kakashi's eyes were wary, and the two people also had Konoha's forward protector on their heads, standing one after the other, pinching Heite Kakashi in the middle, without any retreat. Kakashi sensed that his situation was starting to turn bad at the moment. He immediately pulled out the short sword from his back, held it in his hand, and was ready to attack at all times. "Heite Kakashi, what do you think happened before, so forget it." One of them had a very cold tone, and his eyes looked at Kakashi with resentment and contempt. Heite Kakashi said nothing, his eyes were full of dignity, and his hands were already in a fighting posture. It was the two teammates in their group that blocked him here. "Kakashi, you don't know your unauthorized actions, and we almost never get out of that rock shinobi stronghold anymore." The other snarled at Kakashi angrily, and there was nothing in Kakashi's eyes towards his teammates. Friendship, on the contrary, is more like looking at an enemy who has an unshakable hatred. Kakashi raised his head with no regrets in his eyes. He said coldly, "I am just trying to complete the task. You can't kill the two enemies in time. You are too rubbish. You can't even complete the task on time. Tasks. In your eyes, our lives are worth less than tasks. How do people like you deserve to be our companions?" The two heard that there was no regret in Kakashi's words. "The hatred in my heart is heavier." Kakashi looked at the two people in front of him indifferently. The faces hidden under the mask were as cold as icebergs. The two are not hiding their thoughts either. A person like you should teach you a good lesson. Even with this ability, I am embarrassed to show off in front of us? A person like you is the rubbish of our shinobi world." Kakashi sneered, "Those who can't even complete the task are rubbish scolded by ninja. Don't talk nonsense with him, the two of us are here to beat him." The eyes of the two people flashed fiercely. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense, and the smell of fighting gunpowder permeated. "The battle begins at this moment." "Hey, Kakashi, why did you get here? Really, if it weren't for my sharp eyes, I would have almost lost you, but I have something important to tell you." Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly jumped out of the woods, ignored the two ninjas, walked to Kakashi's side, and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "This is a golden opportunity for you. I decided to choose you as my little brother." Kakashi has a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki like an idiot, with two big speechless words written on his face. Who will take this idiot away? Why did this idiot suddenly jump out at this tense and dignified time? Do you want to accept me as a little brother? Idiot Akaizuki. Who wants to be your little brother? Who are you? The tense and solemn atmosphere just collapsed almost instantaneously. Kakashi was easily agitated by Uchiha Akaizuki's words, and suddenly jumped up from the ground in anger. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback, looking at Kakashi like a fool on his face. "How can you not know who I am? Of course I am the most handsome Uchiha Akaizuki in the universe who loves flowers and punctures when driving a car and sees a flat tire." Uchiha Akaizuki said triumphantly, and encouraged Kakashi with the tone of the township leader going up to the mountains and going to the countryside to inspire the people to make a fortune. "Your kid is good. I can be regarded by my Akaizuki-sama, but your supreme honor. Honorable thread of Ghost TM. Kakashi roared like a lion. The two Kakashi teammates next to him were left hanging aside, completely forgotten. The two of them were also completely stunned. Is this Kakashi still the Kakashi they knew? The Kakashi who was on the mission with them was a cold-blooded monster who could be abandoned in order to complete the mission without blinking an eye. Where are the two 5-year-old furry children in front of them arguing here? There is no ninja at all. The feeling of being ignored is very uncomfortable. One of them said coldly. There is nothing wrong with you here, you should go home quickly. If you get hurt by mistake in a while, it won't be good. Another person said mockingly, looking at the kid named Akaizuki, who didn't even have a forehead protector. They disdain to shoot even the ninja is not Uchiha Akaizuki. Kakashi just remembered what had happened. Uchiha Akaizuki was so angry that he forgot about business. He quickly pushed Uchiha Akaizuki away. Idiot, go quickly. If you get hurt later, I don't care about you. The two people on the opposite side are not as simple as those from the ninja school. The two of them are Kakashi's teammates, and Kakashi is very familiar with both of them. Ah, why are you leaving? We haven't discussed our affairs yet, how about it? Have you considered it well? If you become my little brother, you can follow me in the future to have a good and spicy drink. Uchiha Akaizuki's face smiled like a thief, and Kakashi, the aggressor, continued. I have no time to take care of you now, I still have business to do. Kakashi's gaze fell solemnly on the two people. On business? These two goods? Did I help you get rid of them, so you agreed to be my little brother? You idiot, do you know that those two are already Chunin? If they do it in a while, you just wait to die. Kakashi yelled grumpily. Heite Kakashi was also Alexander for a while, and he knew he was not the opponent of these two Chunin. Even if they had just been promoted to become Chunin, it was not what Genin who had just graduated from him could fight. But he is Heite Kakashi, the pride of the Heite clan, pride, and the most talented young ninja. He will not bow his head to anyone, even if it is fighting to death. He will never admit defeat. To bet on the glory of the Heite family, he has to fight to the death. At this moment, next to him, Uchiha Akaizuki said in a frivolous, sly voice, Aren't these two big dumb cows? I'll kill them, master. For an instant, everyone froze in place. Big stupid? On the heads of the two Chunin, the anger value began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 36. Anger value plus 49. Who is this kid, who rushed to utter madness here? A kid who is not even a ninja dare to say here to kill us? Sure enough, I want these little ghosts to be a little more powerful, and educate them on what a real ninja is. Hey. Before Kakashi could react, Uchiha Akaizuki rushed towards one of them. Kakashi held his forehead, full of black lines. Kakashi didn't dare to delay any longer, and shot in an instant. He can only use his fastest speed to kill one person first and then help Uchiha Akaizuki. This idiot, he can't help at all, he's still helping here. Kakashi's angry hair exploded even more. Although Uchiha Akaizuki despised these two men, he did not despise the opponent at all in his heart. He turned on his Sharingan for the first time, his eyes turned scarlet, a round of Guya quickly rotated in his eye sockets, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Wind-style great breakthrough. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki released the first ninjutsu, he immediately blessed another ninjutsu on it. Asterisk. The original fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters, under the influence of the wind, instantly expanded into a huge fire dragon with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and rushed toward the Chunin mightily. The monstrous flames instantly saw the Chunin swallowed in it. Kakashi on the side and the other Chunin were still using physical skills to fight each other, and the two kunai rubbed against each other, constantly emitting flames. However, now both of them stopped, forgetting to fight, and watched the huge noise and heat waves that were making here. Both of them grew their mouths in surprise, and their jaws were about to fall inside. You are still not a human being, young. It's fine to release such a B-level ninjutsu at a young age. Why don't you play the cards according to the routine? You are a kid who hasn't even graduated from ninja studies. Why do you throw big moves as soon as you come up? Shouldn't it be a little bit of mutual trial to use stronger moves? How can I be so shameless to such an extent? The huge flame disappeared, and there was a dark person lying on the ground, almost burnt to charcoal. At that moment, he could only instinctively use a D-class earth wall technique, forming a layer of mud protective cover on his body, and he didn't even have time to dodge. This is really too sudden. Cough, cough, cough. The mud on his body was cracked by the hot flames, and he struggled to get up from the ground. He was seriously injured just now. If it hadn't been for his rich combat experience, he would have responded in the first place. Otherwise, the one moment just now was enough to burn him so much that there is no slag left. He looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with horror in his eyes. He watched Uchiha Akaizuki approach step by step, as if he had seen a demon. His body couldn't help but back. What are you? Bang! Uchiha Akaizuki slapped Chunin's forehead with a brick. Chunin's body fell softly. Simple and rude. Uchiha Akaizuki shot too quickly, without even the slightest hesitation, and did not follow common sense. So even if Chunin's own strength was not bad, he was killed without showing up at all. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes changed again and again. Although Uchiha looked very rascal with moving bricks in his hand, the move just now echoed ninjutsu, but two real C-level ninjutsu. He can't even do it himself. Uchiha Akaizuki is even stronger than himself. Heite Kakashi's eyes were filled with unwilling grievances. He has always been the strongest in the same grade. He did not expect that there is still someone stronger than himself. Heite Kakashi's strong heart was instantly frustrated. Just like a bolt from the blue sky, did all the pride of Heite Kakashi smash to pieces? As if to prove his strength, Kakashi didn't show any mercy anymore, and tried his best to attack the Chunin like a storm. That Chunin was shocked. Are all the kids so good now? At the age of 5, he has the strength of Quasi Genin. How much can he compete with Chunin? One Kakashi is not enough, and one kid from the Uchiha family? But who is taking revenge on whom? Why are these two brats so tough? There is also a certain atmosphere in his heart. You treat us Chunin as eating plain rice. If you say kill it, kill it. He didn't dare to be careless, fighting against Kakashi's every move. The two were in a stalemate for a while, but Kakashi, who had long lost the name of a genius, was still very strong in launching and suppressing the Chunin teammates step by step. Kakashi's confidence came back bit by bit. He really has the strength to defeat a Chunin. Bang! Just a second before Kakashi's short sword fell, that Chunin glanced, and his body fell softly. Uchiha Akaizuki picked up his brick and let out a light breath. Kakashi, you are too slow. Taunt, absolute ridicule. Kakashi clenched his fist, angrily suppressing the monstrous anger in his heart, as if he was immediately climbing to the top of the world to prove his nindo, and was kicked by Uchiha Akaizuki, who was parachuted in front of him. Come down! Kakashi's heart instantly shattered into scum. Why not give me a chance to prove my strength? He looked at Uchiha Akaizuki for a long time, but he realized that he really couldn't see the person in front of him. You are strong. Kakashi recognized Uchiha Akaizuki's strength for the first time, admitting that Uchiha Akaizuki is stronger than his own. He secretly guessed in his heart why Uchiha Akaizuki had to hide his strength all the time. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Heite Kakashi with a weird look, and said with a righteous look, you know, are you too ignorant? You don't care about your old classmates at all. Kakashi vomited blood instantly. You are lonely and ignorant of your sister. Just like you, who would think you are a genius. Shouldn't geniuses be proud and cold? You don't feel any genius at all. Kakashi felt inexplicably depressed when he thought that the mentally retarded person in front of him was stronger than himself. He is so unwilling. God is not fair. Brother, you will listen to my eldest brother from now on. Uchiha Akaizuki never forgets this matter. Kakashi's heart to cry for a while. Who would have thought that this guy could kill a Chunin? But, he won't admit that he is Uchiha Akaizuki's little brother. He has already regarded Uchiha Akaizuki as his opponent in his heart, and one day he will beat him upright. By the way, Uchiha Akaizuki, don't you graduate? Kakashi asked. It is now the end of World War II, but several countries are still not very stable, and occasionally there will be different degrees of friction between enemy countries. Kakashi has already fought against a few Kiri shinobi, and their strength is also very strong. Graduate early, you are qualified to be my companion. Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head. I don't want to graduate yet. I took it with me at the ninja school. There are so many friends around. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki looking unmotivated. He was wasting his talent. How many people dream of wanting to graduate early to become a genius among the population, and this true genius is here to say that he does not want to graduate. Uchiha Akaizuki, graduation early is the best choice for you. You can't continue to waste your abilities like this. On the battlefield is the best way to improve your strength. After experiencing the baptism of war, you can quickly become a ninja alone. Like an old woman, Kakashi gave Uchiha Akaizuki's advice. Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while. In fact, there really doesn't seem to be any fun in the ninja school, but that's it. Kakashi's heart is not Uchiha Akaizuki's style. Well, how about you do something for me, and then I apply for early graduation and then perform tasks with you. What's the matter? You go and steal the Book of Seals, and I promise you to graduate early, how about? What? Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a full face, as if he was greatly frightened. Are you crazy? Do you know what it is? That's one of Konoha's top secrets. If you steal it, you will be treated as treason. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki is not crazy. After he came to Naruto World, he started the idea of the Book of Seals. After all, ninjutsu is so strong in it. If he learns one or two, he can be happy. He attracts several civilian ninjas, and there were several hidden strongholds in Konoha in the forest. Among them, Uchiha Akaizuki saw them transporting scrolls inside. He guessed with a high probability that it was one of Konoha's scroll storage places. But he did not dare to get too close. The defense there was not weak, and it is estimated that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball monitoring had already been arranged there. The main reason is that he is a member of the Uchiha family, which limits his position to a large extent. If he dared to steal the sealed book, even if he killed the two ninjas outside and stole the sealed book, he would still not be able to get out of Konoha. It is estimated that after Konoha caught him, he would not want to listen to his explanation, and he would immediately become a rebel and hacked to death. Advertisement. The Uchiha family has always had conflicts with Konoha, and he is not like being a victim of the struggle between the two forces. And Kakashi is the most suitable candidate after Uchiha Akaizuki thinks over and over again. His father died because of Konoha. Third generation must have a deep guilt for Heite Kakashi. Maybe he will release the water. Even if he is caught later, he will not be punished. Kakashi, don't be too pedantic in your thoughts, Uchiha Akaizuki said with a grin. What did we steal the Book of Seal for? It's to learn stronger ninjutsu. What do we learn stronger ninjutsu for? It is to better protect the village. Don't you want to learn more powerful ninjutsu? Don't you want to become stronger to protect our village? Uchiha Akaizuki is like the darkest and most cunning little devil hiding in his heart, leading Kakashi to the abyss of sin little by little. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the ground, coating Konoha village with a faint golden color. The ninja school is over, and the pouring out is filled with the sounds of children's naughty laughter. All of them have bright smiles on their faces, and their smiles are like flowers. Uchiha Akaizuki is sitting at the gate of the school. In the original plot, there are countless times on the swing used for watering memories, swaying and shaking boringly. Waiting for the sky to darken bit by bit, he is waiting for Heite Kakashi's signal of. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki was in a daze, a little girl in a red skirt, with bright eyes like rubies and delicate and smooth skin, walked up to Uchiha Akaizuki timidly, looking enviously at Uchiha Akaizuki who was swinging. Yuri Hong, why are you here? Uchiha Akaizuki asked. Yuri Hong's mouth shrunk, without a word, just staring at Uchiha Akaizuki on the swing. Do you want to swing? Uchiha Akaizuki understood Yuri Hong's mind. Shiri Hong thought for a while, and then nodded heavily, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Uchiha Akaizuki jumped off the swing at once. If you like it, go and play, I will let you, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Shiri Hong's little hand squeezed the corner of her clothes, bowed her head dejectedly, and shook her head abruptly. Mom won't let me play on the swing. Shiri Hong's voice was faint. Why? Because my mother said, if a girl plays on the swing, others will see Kauchi. Shiri Hong's face was slightly shy, but her eyes still couldn't stop looking at the swing. Oh, Uchiha Akaizuki nodded and walked to Yuri Hong's side and squatted down suddenly. What's the matter? I'll help you take off your inner circle so that others will not see it. Uchiha stretched out his hand and was about to reach inside Shiri Hong's skirt. Ah! Shiri Hong was startled in her heart, and she was about to step back in a hurry. Her charming little face was full of blush, like a crimson cloud on the horizon. Hole. You let go of Shiri Hong. From a long distance, someone yelled at them. Sarutobi Asuma ran in front of them at the fastest speed in his life, and pulled Yuri Hong away as if guarding against a scourge, and shielded Yuri Hong behind him. You be **************** D, you dare to bully Yuri Hong in broad daylight. Sarutobi Asuma's heart is still full of anger, but Hong is the one he likes, and he is almost about to be caught by this ************** D. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help feeling angry when he thought of the scene he saw just now. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands innocently. Red? Am I bullying you? I just kindly helped you swing. Yuri Hong's little face flushed, and said in a small voice, No, that. Akaizuki, thank you. Sarutobi Asuma was caught in the middle all of a sudden. What's the situation? Wasn't it Uchiha Akaizuki who was insulting you just now? Is it possible that the two of you are actually your wish? And I'm here for a kick? The expression on Sarutobi Asuma's face was like thunder, suddenly not human inside and out. Swish! A red flare suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was a kind of fireball that children often played. It was very common in Konoha. No one noticed this detail, and Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes suddenly burst into bright light. Kakashi got it. The old man from third generation really released water on Kakashi. Uchiha Akaizuki instantly left Yuri Hong and Sarutobi Asuma behind, and ran to the place agreed upon by him and Kakashi like lightning. The dark night, as if the boundless thick ink smeared heavily on the sky, there was not even the gleam of the stars. The lights on the street are turned off a little bit, and the Konoha village gradually returns to silence, like a calm river, winding in the thick shadows of trees, only those leaves that are rustling due to wind and rain, and there are occasional trees in the woods. Several black figures flickered continuously. This kid really can run. Naruto-sama is really kind to this Heitake your kid. If you commit such a big thing, we won't let us hurt him. After all, it is the son of such an adult, let's not question the decision of Naruto-sama. The time is about to go. If that kid has learned one or two tricks of ninjutsu, it is his blessing. We should bring the Book of Seals back. N.S. Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi were lying under Chuon.G, holding flashlights in their hands, and the two opened the Book of Seals greatly. Are you sure we want to hide in this kind of place? Kakashi's head was full of black lines, and his eyes were speechless when he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. The keen hearing of the ninja was amplified at this moment, carefully watching whether there was an Umbu ninja approaching, but at the same time, some kind of excitement and high-pitched shouts were all poured into his ears. Had it not been for the mask, Uchiha Akaizuki would have noticed that Kakashi's face was flushed now. He had never experienced anything like this before. It's too shameful, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Uchiha Akaizuki lowered his voice and whispered, "You don't understand, right? The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Umbu's people can't find it for a while. The so-called ninja is someone who can tolerate everything." Uchiha Akaizuki said triumphantly, "This is what Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sanins, said." Kakashi's heart is full of black lines. Master Jiraiya didn't mean that, right? The two began to learn the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did some tricks on the Book of Seals. In the S-level ninjutsu, he applied a very deep seal, leaving only a small part of the A-level ninjutsu on it, which can still be seen. Although Third Hokage is more at ease with Kakashi and doesn't believe that he will betray the village, he is still defensive in his heart. With a big wave of Third Hokage's hand, the crystal ball revealed the scene of Kakashi's room. Puff! Third Hokage's nosebleeds spewed out like a fountain in an instant, and his body fell back uncontrollably. "It's so exciting! Master Naruto!" The ninja guarding behind Hokage saw Master Naruto appear and fall backwards, and they hurriedly surrounded him with concern and helped Master Naruto from the ground. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" "Ahem." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed slightly to cover up his embarrassment just now, and waved everyone back, "I'm fine." "Hokage-sama, the specific location of sealing techniques. At number 49 Donlin Street, you go and take the sealed book back, and then bring the kid Heite Kakashi over. I have something to talk to him personally." Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth, took a few puffs, and spit out white smoke to alleviate the fear. How does Konoha Umbu's ninja face this situation in the house? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said in his heart, "Let them adapt to the circumstances." I almost got a needle eye. This B************* D can even do such an excessive thing. Even though I am in a masculine year, I am afraid that I will not be able to keep up with my nutrition when watching this kind of things. Inside the room, the top of the bed is still shaking, and the air exudes an aura of lewdness. "Kakashi, have you learned yet?" Uchiha Akaizuki asked next to him. "Well, almost. I learned a sealing technique. This sealing technique is called an evil seal. It is indeed an A-level seal. It can seal a person's chakra. It is really a very powerful seal, but if you want to use it proficiently, it will take some time to practice." Kakashi looked up and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. "What about you? Don't you want the Book of the Seal? Have you learned the ninjutsu inside?" "Well, I've almost finished reading it, and some of them will be memorized if they don't need it for the time being." Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze as if he was looking at a monster. "Are you finished? Do you want to be so perverted?" Kakashi secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, this man is a stronger ninjutsu genius than himself. He must work harder to catch up with Uchiha Akaizuki's footsteps." The ninjutsu that Uchiha Akaizuki mainly learns is second generation's darkness technique. Although it is an illusion, it is definitely a very powerful ninjutsu. Coupled with your own invincible brick, it is simply a big killer when you go out and walk. The night is black and the wind is high, killing is invisible. Of course, this is just a beautiful idea. Although the ninjutsu on the seal scroll is a very high-level ninjutsu, it is recorded in the Book of the Seal, which means that not everyone can learn it. Many ninjutsu have very strong side effects, such as the 8 inner gates at the cost of life, and the ghoul seal and so on. These S-rank ninjutsu were sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were invisible at all. He only left a few ninjutsu with not very strong side effects, which is still more suitable for Kakashi to learn. For example, the multiple shadow clone techniques learned by Naruto in the original book are now sealed by Third Hokage. With Kakashi's physique, if he separates too many shadow clones, the accumulated exhaustion will directly kill him. The evil seal is a powerful seal, but what level of ninja chakra can be sealed by Kakashi depends on his own destiny. If it was the same as in the original book, if even Sasuke's chakra couldn't be sealed, it would really be a vain to blind him, as the eldest brother, to promote him like this. Not only the evil seal of Kakashi, but also Uchiha Akaizuki's dark practice technique, it is not so easy to learn. Although the method used is simple, it is really powerful if the enemy can really indulge in the illusion. This requires extremely high mental strength to support. For example, the Nirvana Abode technique used by Yakushi Kabuto in the original work is a very low-level illusion. Even a genin can easily break free from this illusion. And the darkness technique used by Second Hokage, but even Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't get rid of it. This is because Second Hokage is in the state of impure world reincarnation, and its strength is greatly reduced. Even if Uchiha Akaizuki uses the darkness technique now and does not have enough mental power to support it, he can't trap Chunin level ninjas at all. They can easily break free from this ninjutsu. Knowing advanced ninjutsu doesn't mean that you can use it very well, nor does it mean that your strength has increased a lot. It is still necessary for one's own strength to continue to increase in order to play the true role of these ninjutsu. Be careful, someone is coming, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Crack! The window of the room was suddenly opened, and the cold wind came in all of a sudden. The two people on the bed froze for a second, then screamed instantly. Ah! Abnormal! It was as if the two naked bodies inside were hurriedly wrapped their bodies with quilts. The two people in Umbu were petrified in place instantly. They just came out to perform the task. Why did they encounter this situation? The way they opened it must be wrong. I'm sorry, I'm offended. They are Umbu's ninjas, to perform tasks on the first priority. The two people instantly overturned the bed inside the room, revealing the two furry little ghosts underneath. A man and a woman wrapped in a quilt stood beside them, shaking with fright and tearing. These ninjas are really bastards. I want to complain to them. The two of us just reproduce normally at night, okay, why should one or two of us be here to watch? Could it be a bit more private? Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki were shocked, but Konoha's Umbu chased them so quickly. However, they had no intention of defecting, so it was futile to resist. The people in Umbu saw not only a Heide Kakashi but also a kid from the Uchiha family under the bed, and their eyes immediately became thousands of times colder. Why are people from Uchiha's family here? Is there a peek at Konoha's secret? What should I do now? Kakashi asked in a low voice. It was also the first time that he had done such an extraordinary thing, and he was caught by Umbu's people and panicked in his heart. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly jumped up from the ground, climbed up on the back of Umbu Ninja as if seeing a straw, pointed at Heite Kakashi and started complaining loudly. Advertisement. Uncle Ninja. Hurry up and grab Heite Kakashi. He dared to steal things from the village. I'm here to persuade him to turn around and he won't listen. Uchiha Akaizuki. Kakashi roared through gritted teeth. He understood what Uchiha Akaizuki was talking about. This kid chose to sell himself at the first time. Is this what you call the method? You want me to steal the sealed book? Umbu's ninja grabbed Uchiha Akaizuki by the collar, lifted him from his body, and threw him aside. Uchiha's kid, you better give me peace. I will clean up the kid Heite Kakashi first, and I will clean up you later. Dense beads of sweat began to appear on Heite Kakashi's head. He could feel the cold murderous aura on Umbu's body, putting countless pressure on his body, making it difficult to move his body. In an instant, he almost lost his belief in resistance. It is not an opponent at all, and there is no chance of winning. That was definitely different from the ninjas he had encountered before. They were the bloody coldness tempered by having experienced thousands of battles and killed countless ninjas. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't seem to be affected by those Umbu people at all, and shouted heartlessly, Kakashi, hurry up and get back to the right. We will all forgive you. Uchiha Akaizuki, I'm fighting with you. Kakashi's anger value skyrocketed, and now he wants to die with this hole who has no credit at all. Next time he believes in ghosts, and he won't believe Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth. Like an eagle dangling a chicken, the two were taken to third Hokage's office. Advertisement 3 must read slice of life manga. When the two people stood in front of Hokage, the atmosphere in the air suddenly felt strangely quiet. Hokage-sama, I don't want to do anything bad for the village, I just want to be stronger. Kakashi was anxious to clarify himself. What happened today is because of. Kakashi started, let's go, and stabbed all the things between the two of them. Uchiha Akaizuki stared at Kakashi fiercely beside him, cursing in his heart, this traitor. Even before the torture was severely tortured, he was all recruited. At least he had to wait until the other party used a beauty trick before confessing, right? If it were ordinary people, Kakashi would feel guilty at this moment. But for Uchiha Akaizuki, he has no guilt at all. If he is still maintaining the relationship between the two of them, there is no companion friendship at all. Heite Kakashi is really low in IQ. So, you stole the Book of the Seal because Uchiha Akaizuki graduated early and became your companion? Third generation asked Heite Kakashi leisurely. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said to Heite Kakashi, since it's not because of your father's incident that affected you, I won't pursue this matter anymore. Anyway, Kakashi, I hope you love this village. Willing to protect Konoha's existence, you have always been our hope and Konoha's future. Naruto-sama, I will strive to become the strongest ninja, and I will definitely not be as weak as my father, Kakashi said firmly, his heart full of emotion. Well, you go down first. Then we will leave first, Uchiha Akaizuki said with a smile, and was about to walk out of Hokage's office with Heite Kakashi. Uchiha Akaizuki, stop for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's deep voice came from behind. Thank you for reading this story at mtlarchive.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Uchiha Akaizuki smirked, turned his head weakly, and sat on third Hokage's table. Okay, I admit that I did this thing. I just want to learn ninjutsu, uncle, don't you treat me as a traitor because of this? I don't have money, and I don't have any poor children from my family. Don't you pity me when you pity Heite Kakashi? My parents died on the battlefield for Konoha. My parents have spent their entire lives for Konoha, so they can't even watch their children grow up obediently. From the editor, Uchiha Akaizuki became more and more sad, and the more he spoke, the more mournful he became. In the end, he deceived himself and felt that he was the poorest child in the world. I'm so pitiful. I have been bullied and ridiculed so much, and I have been suffering hard in my heart. My small body has always been under pressure that does not match my age, and I can only bear all the pain silently, licking his wound alone in the quiet and silent night, weeping silently. I want to learn the most powerful ninjutsu to prove myself. Okay, don't make up, I won't punish you. Third generation looked at the Uchiha kid in front of him quietly, thinking that he had abused him if he didn't know. Anger value plus 12. Anger value plus 26. Anger value plus 17. Oh, the tear in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes disappeared in an instant. He jumped off the table happily. Uncle third generation, if there is nothing to do, I will leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is full of black lines. Although Uchiha Akaizuki had been pretended for a long time, seeing Uchiha Akaizuki's face change in a second is really irritating. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself silently in his heart, "Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid. Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid. Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid." Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly, "Wait a minute, I have something to ask you." "Ha? What? Do you know about the Book of the Seal in the Uchiha clan?" "I don't know." Uchiha Akaizuki said, "You also heard Kakashi say, this is just a matter for the two of us." Sarutobi Hiruzen also believes that Uchiha Akaizuki is telling the truth, but he has to worry about it. If the Uchiha clan really had an attempt to seal the book, they would not make such a flawed action. Then you will go to the teacher of the ninja school to do a registration. I have heard Shiranu Imu's report to you before. You are already strong enough to become a genin. Just go through the process. It's just that you graduated early. Just like Kakashi, you can join other ninja teams and perform tasks first. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling scene of Konoha outside the window. His voice became vicissitudes and deep. The previous long battle has damaged Konoha a lot of vitality, and now is when Konoha is weak. You are all Konoha's hope for the future. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and inherit the will of Konoha's predecessors. Gradually grow from a seedling to a big tree, with flying green leaves, flashing a dazzling fire, and continuing to illuminate Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around. Uchiha Akaizuki, don't sleep in my office. Your saliva remains on my file. Is this your attitude toward Hokage? I'm Hokage. Ha! What? Uchiha Akaizuki was awakened by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sat up from the table, rubbing his eyes with sleepy eyes, grabbing a chapter scroll on the table at random, and wiping the saliva from his mouth. Get out of here. Don't show up in my office. Nothing will happen in the future, don't come to my office. From behind came the roar of Sarutobi Hiruzen Kato Lion. Even the sound waves almost turned into actual attacks, shocking Uchiha Akaizuki was deaf in both ears. With a pile of scrolls smashing over, Uchiha Akaizuki was kicked out of Hokage's office. Oh, this foot is really not light. Uchiha Akaizuki rubbed his sore ears and but, complaining constantly in his mouth, it's still a Hokage, really, and I still care about it with a 5-year-old child. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki's face was upset, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Uchiha Akaizuki's face instantly became ecstatic. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen with an angry crit and getting the Sharingan advancement, 2 Tomo Sharingan. Wow, a worthwhile trip. Uchiha Akaizuki's mood became very good in an instant. Everything outside now looks brighter and brighter. The sun is shining on the ground, and the faces of the people on the street have warm smiles. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly returned to the ninja school and handed in his application for early graduation. Shiranui Mujin saw Uchiha Akaizuki's graduation application, and tears filled his eyes for a while. "Teacher, don't be too reluctant to bear me, I will come back to see you often in the future." I do not know who Omushi wiped the tears from his face. "No, I am touched, you finally figured it out and plan to graduate. If nothing happens in the future, there is no need to come back." "Ms. Kima, if you say that, I might have to think about graduating early." Uchiha Akaizuki narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiranui Kima with contempt. Don't. Shiranui Mujin wiped his face and immediately revealed a big smile. "The gate of the ninja school will always be open to you." After that, the teachers of the ninja school vacated a room for Uchiha Akaizuki's graduation assessment. This graduation test is not difficult for Uchiha Akaizuki, but it is a simple 3-body technique test, and then persisted in the hands of a genin for a period of time. For Uchiha Akaizuki, there is no difficulty at all. In less than half an hour, all the content of the assessment was completed. What? Uchiha Akaizuki graduated early? He really graduated early. Oh my god, the bottom of our class graduated early. We still can't do that much. Suddenly someone was holding his chest, his face full of heartache, and his soul was greatly bruised. Stupid. The other person slapped his head. The last time he competed with Uchiha Obito, didn't you see it? You thought Uchiha Akaizuki was the same idiot as Uchiha Obito? That's a super genius comparable to Heite Kakashi. When Uchiha Akaizuki handed in the graduation materials, he was surrounded by several classmates. Akaizuki classmate, you are so amazing. A little girl looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with stars full of stars and said with a face full of admiration, Student Uchiha Akaizuki, do you have time to compete with me? I really want to prove my strength. It has always been my goal to challenge the strong. Might Guy walked to Uchiha Akaizuki with bright eyes, his eyes flashing with youthful flames, and his watermelon skin was shiny. Akaizuki, if you have time, can you give me some ninjutsu tutoring after school? I also want to be stronger. A girl stood in front of Uchiha shyly, with an unnatural flushing on her face. She didn't know what she thought Uchiha Akaizuki had done to her. Uchiha Akaizuki coughed slightly and said pretentiously in his eyes, Everyone should give in, don't all pile up here, but chase the stars in an orderly manner. The boys walked out and gave the girls a place. The girls took the initiative to drill into my arms. This is only this one time. Don't wait for it to expire. All the girls were shining in their eyes for a while, like a hungry wolf who had been hungry for a few days, rushing over at the piece of fat Uchiha Akaizuki. Might Guy hadn't figured out the surrounding situation before he was stomped on the ground. Numerous footprints stepped on him, and the girls threw themselves into Uchiha Akaizuki's arms. Uchiha Akaizuki has inherited the gene of beauty of the Tuanfen family, coupled with his current strength. Compared with Kakashi's longtime stinky character, Uchiha Akaizuki is more close to the people and naturally more sought after. It is simply the ideal type in their minds. Uchiha Akaizuki's broken black hair flew up in the air, revealing the tall nose and the handsome face like a knife, which instantly caused countless screams from the girls. The boys in the class who still had some respect for Uchiha Akaizuki, in an instant, passers-by turned black. What? Isn't it just some skill? What's so great? The person next to him said sourly. Yeah, no one else is as good as he is, so self-righteous. What an annoying guy. But when I just became genin, I didn't put others in the eyes. Do I really think how good I am? The boys in the class got together and talked ill of Uchiha Akaizuki behind his back. One girl was unwilling to hear that, and said ironically, yes, Uchiha Akaizuki was born in the Uchiha clan, and has no other advantages, that is, looks handsome, stronger, and popular with girls. The faces of the boys flushed immediately, biting their lips tightly, betting that Uchiha Akaizuki's anger value increased. Uchiha Akaizuki also heard their conversation. It's not a good thing that someone always scolds me behind my back. Uchiha Akaizuki took out his slabs and patted them up and down in his hands. Boys, I like to rely on the strong to bully the weak, you better be honest. Uchiha Akaizuki threatened blatantly. Those boys instantly petrified in place. Isn't relying on the strong to bully the weak a derogatory term? So shameless, how can you say so justified? Is this your consciousness as a genius? The girls around were all around Uchiha Akaizuki, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki with admiration, and hugging Uchiha Akaizuki. One by one, with fair arms, smooth skin, and a unique floral fragrance, they surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki. Of course, the girls who rushed up were more nymphomaniacs and more open-minded. Many others stood outside, looking at the brave girls very enviously, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Yuri Hong was one of them. She remembered that when she was in the ninja school, Uchiha Akaizuki was holding her hand under the desk. At that time, he hadn't thought he was so dazzling. Now, he was a naughty ghost in everyone's hearts. She never dreamed that the little boy once became the male god in the minds of all girls in a blink of an eye. There are so many girls around him, you probably have forgotten me. Thinking of this, Yuri Hong's eyes became a little lonely, and she slowly lowered her head. If I want to get Uchiha Akaizuki's idea, I need to work harder. I must become a ninja like my father. Uchiha Akaizuki came out of the ninja school and soon arrived at the training ground, waiting for his own guidance Jonin and teammates. Who on earth will the old man of third generation arrange as my guide Jonin? In the distance, there is a middle-aged man, Jonin, wearing a dark green Jonin vest with a short sword inserted behind his back, and his eyes are scarlet. Two teenage genin followed behind him. Are you Uchiha Akaizuki? The middle-aged man said coldly to Uchiha Akaizuki. You are Yuri Hong's father? Yuri is really red? Uchiha Akaizuki asked tentatively. Yeah, kid, I didn't expect you to know a lot. There was a faint smile on the corners of Yuri's red mouth. This kind of authentic red pupil is not common in Konoha. You are not from the Uchiha clan. You can match your temperament identity, and only the identity of Konoha's first illusionist Red Sunset is left. Uchiha Akaizuki, there was a faint smile on his face. This is one of his future father-in-law. Uchiha Akaizuki did not spare his praise at all. Ui Zhenhong, Konoha's greatest phantom ninja, even Mangekyo Sherinan couldn't rebound his illusion. and it can spread illusion all over a certain area and set traps for the enemy. Only White Fang has ever broken his illusion. Now Kanaha's White Fang is no longer there, and Yuri's illusion technique has reached a state of supernatural power. Uchiha Akaizuki was happy in his heart. He wanted to learn illusion very much. Ui Zhenhong was able to serve as his temporary guide Jonin, and he began to pay attention to him when he looked at Third Hokage. The two people behind Yuri Mahong are two of Uchiha Akaizuki's teammates. Hello, brother, my name is Asama. A female ninja with blonde hair smiled gently at Uchiha Akaizuki. She was wearing a strong dress and a flowing skirt perfectly made her beautiful. The torso are all prominent, and the moving curves are outlined, and the rounded legs are exposed in the corners of the high split skirt. There is an indescribable charm on the body. The other person is Flying Bamboo Dragonfly. Most of his head is tied in a bandage, and Kanaha's forward protector is tied outside. His expression looks a bit gloomy. Two strange teammates, Uchiha Akaizuki secretly commented in his heart. However, few people who become ninjas have normal thinking. Cut, is it another ninja who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5? Tobitake Dragonfly looked at Uchiha Akaizuki coldly, and then was full of mockery. Boy, when you go out to do tasks, don't be scared to cry. Now, our mission is not to play houses in the ninja school. Yuri Zhenhong knows that Fiezu Qingting has always had a bad temper. Now facing a newcomer, such a provocation is very excessive. But he didn't say anything to stop it. He also wanted to know what genin, who was only 5 years old, could be inserted into his team by Third Hokage. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at this man with cold eyes. Provocative? I'm not afraid, Xiao. Play house? So you used to play house at ninja school? No wonder you can't graduate early. This is the gap between us. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands were wrapped around his chest, and he looked at the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly without showing any weakness. The mood of Tobuki Dragonfly became agitated all at once, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Okay, that's it. In my team, no big fights between my companions are allowed. Yuri Zhenhong's heavy voice came. Now that World War II has just ended, there are a lot of tasks to deal with. Uchiha Akaizuki, although you have just become genin, one don't have time to take you to the D-class tasks to adapt. This time, we are going to the country of rain and send a letter from the daimyo to the country of rain. The mission is defined as sea level. Go back and clean up. We will gather at the entrance of the village in the afternoon. Yes, we know, the three answered immediately. When he got home, Uchiha Akaizuki simply packed up his things. After all, it was a letter delivery. It took a long time to travel, so he couldn't take too many things. Uchiha Akaizuki opened his system and adjusted to the exchange interface. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing medical ninjutsu healing, which consumes 6,231 points of anger. Uchiha Akaizuki still felt a bit of heartache when he saw that he was emptied into single digits in an instant. However, if you are away from home, the healing technique is still very practical, just in case. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly ran to Kanaha's gate to meet Ui Mahong and them. The two genin ninjas that Ui Mahong brought with them are all experienced, and they have been with Ui Mahong for 2 or 3 years. Uchiha Akaizuki, you haven't learned chakra fine control, for example, the practice of gathering chakra on your feet, such as climbing trees? I will briefly explain the principles for you. I am afraid I don't have much time to practice for you. Yuri Zhenhong sighed in her heart. It is really a troublesome thing to bring such a new student who has no foundation at all. The kid who will drag us back. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly snorted disdainfully, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki with contempt in his eyes. Such a simple task, without you, we won't even have to delay this time. Asama frowned and said, Dragonfly, don't say that. After all, Akaizuki has just graduated. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't care at all. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked to a big tree next to him very naturally, and easily stood on it sideways. His chakra adsorption control has reached a very subtle point. Teacher Zhenhong, is that like this? Yuri was really red for a moment, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Akaizuki, you have done so well. Uchiha Akaizuki used his system to redeem this technique before. He was extremely innocent and said, isn't this a very simple thing? Do you still use others to teach it? Don't you guys be born with it? Puff. Tobitake Dragonfly and Asama suddenly wanted to vomit blood while holding on to the wall. Why can you be born with it? This of course needs to be taught by others. Are you a pervert or a monster? Do you want to be so annoying? You are a genius. Well, you are really amazing. Asama smiled bitterly and said, it's not like that, Akaizuki, you are really a genius. It seems that I want to treat you as a real companion, not a child. Think of a 5-year-old child as a companion? How can this be? The expression on Fiezu Dragonfly's face was unpredictable, and he secretly clenched his fist, and the anger in his heart continued to increase. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 41. Anger value plus 35. This kid is really arrogant, dare to look down on me? Isn't it just being younger? Is there anything to show off? Isn't it just a genin who just graduated? Next time, if you have a chance, you must teach this arrogant boy a lesson. There was a flash of fierceness in his eyes. After Uchiha Akaizuki proved their ability, they didn't have any delay, and hurried to the country of rain. This was originally a mission without any danger, as long as you hurry as soon as possible. We have now entered the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. After all, it is an enemy country. Everyone should be more vigilant, Yuri Zhenhong said to everyone. As soon as his voice fell, his ears moved a little, and his eyes looked at a certain place above the treetops indistinctly, and his eyes changed. He secretly received a seal in his hand. Everything around it seems unchanged. Uchiha Akaizuki's footsteps suddenly stopped. Yuri was really red for a moment, and then some surprise thought, has he already found out? Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his Sharingan almost instantly, and the two Guya Jade turned in the Scarlet Sharingan, and the surroundings seemed to become more thorough. Those traces that cannot be noticed are almost instantly clear. As expected, Uchiha Akaizuki confirmed his guess. On the side of the road where they were walking, there were obviously more fallen leaves under the big tree on the left than on the right, and most of the fallen leaves were fresh. There are some special indentations on the edge of the bushes not far away. Although not obvious, they are definitely caused by man. When I was walking before, I could still hear the sound of a bird, but now there is no sound of a bird. All these phenomena point to a possibility. That's where someone set up an ambush. What's wrong with Akaizuki? Asamariya watched Uchiha Akaizuki and stopped suddenly, and asked with concern. I'm afraid this kid has no strength. It really is a drag oil bottle. Fiezu Dragonfly squinted and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki contemptuously. He grabbed anything that could mock Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled coldly, ignoring the flying bamboo dragonfly, and pointed at the suspicious tree, and said faintly, just like this, I still want to ambush others? Your concealed skills are too clumsy. As a ninja, I am ashamed of you all. As the words fell, Asamariya and Tobitake Dragonfly were both taken aback, only to reflexively took out their own kunao from the ninja bag, put on a fighting posture, and looked around vigilantly. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's face is hot, spicy, this kid. Ui Mahong's eyes changed when he watched Uchiha Akaizuki. He didn't expect that this kid who had first arrived on the battlefield really had some real skills. He didn't even notice the two genins who had been with him for a long time, but he found out first. Traces of the enemy. Although Uchiha Akaizuki hasn't seen anyone come out, he has determined the specific location of the two people, because the red anger value on the heads of the two people on the tree is constantly rising. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 42. Anger value plus 63. Anger value plus 52. Uchiha Akaizuki almost laughed out loud. This kind of concealment was so useless for him, he couldn't even hide his anger value. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly made a seal with both hands on his chest, and took a sharp breath in his mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Akaizuki exhaled a raging flame, and a huge fireball shot at the tree instantly and burned over. In an instant, the sea of flames flowed across the sky, and the crazy fire waves spread over the sky, and the fireball of more than 2 meters emitted a scorching high temperature, which seemed to instantly evaporate the water on the ground. Yuri Zhenhong and the remaining two companions were stunned instantly. This is a sea-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that genin, who graduated early, could already use such advanced ninjutsu. As expected of the Uchiha clan who has always been known for its fire style, the three figures jumped down from the tree with a little embarrassment, and the corners of their clothes had been burnt and chipped. The three of them had anger on their heads, and they were obviously irritated by Uchiha Akaizuki's behavior. Kid, you really have some skill, isn't Konoha anymore? Even a child like you is sent out to perform the task. One of the people was full of sarcasm, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. What are you talking about? How dare you insult Konoha? Fiezu Dragonfly's face suddenly sank, looking at the three enemies in front of him, his eyes were stern. You guys are really good at joking. Didn't your botched disguise be seen through by my kid? It seems that even if you are Chunin, your IQ is really invisible. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled lightly. Strike back. Appearing in front of Uchiha Akaizuki and them, it was a three-person team wearing Rain Shinobi Village Chunin vests. Ui Mahong looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a little appreciation in her eyes. Even when facing a ninja higher than his own, he didn't have the slightest panic in his eyes, and he was able to calmly respond, and ridiculed his mouth, stepped on the pain of the enemy, and took the initiative in the battle. In contrast, his other two disciples were not calm enough. Even if you have already performed the task and have a certain amount of experience, at this time, it is still easy to get emotional and be led by the nose by the enemy. Damn it! Your kid is so bold and dare to taunt us like this. Are you looking for death? Boy, you will be ugly to die today. Several people's faces were filled with anger that could not be concealed, and the anger value on their heads rose. Hands! The three ninjas stunned, kunao and shurikens in their hands were mixed with detonating charms, and they immediately attacked Uchiha Akaizuki and the others. Wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled, spitting out a huge wind ball, carrying a white wind blade that could almost be solid, and rushing over with a broken bamboo. Not only was the flying kunao and shuriken all blown away in an instant, and the three Chunin were forced to jump in different directions to avoid them, and they scattered their original formation instantly. Uchiha Akaizuki stepped forward and quickly met one of the Chunin, holding kunao in his hand, entangled with that figure. Although he is a lot shorter in stature, Uchiha Akaizuki's momentum is not weak at all. With the double-look Jade Sharingan, he can already see through the enemy's moves. Even in a physical fight with a Chunin, Uchiha Akaizuki did not fall in the slightest. On the other side, it's not so easy. Tobiko Dragonfly and Asamaria faced the only female ninja among the three Chunin. Even a female ninja is also a female ninja with Chunin strength. The two swords in her hand are wielding tigers, and one after another white training flashes through the cold light, with the will to cut everything, and is extremely sharp. Even if Tobiko Dragonfly and Asamaria join hands, relying on the tacit understanding of long-term cooperation, they are barely able to withstand resistance under that female ninja. Originally Ui Zhenhong was a little bit worried about Uchiha Akaizuki, but seeing his strong combat consciousness, calm mind, and good ninjutsu skills just now, he was relieved for a while, and directed at the other one. Chunin confronted and tried to kill him in the shortest time. The longer Chunin who was playing against Uchiha Akaizuki dragged on, the more frightened his heart became. This kid in front of you can't be underestimated. An absolute genius. You can do this at a young age. If he grows up, he will definitely be a deadly enemy to Rain Shinobi Village in the future. Can't let him grow up, we must kill him now. Rain Shinobi's killing intent increased sharply, reaching its peak, and the illusory killing intent was almost solidified. Seeing Rain Shinobi's momentum suddenly increased in front of him, his killing intent was violent, and the air around him seemed to be dyed red by his killing intent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense for a while. Under such a serious scene, Uchiha Akaizuki smiled suddenly. The smile was so strange, but with a bit of nasty fun. Your complicated facial features can't conceal your simple IQ. You didn't make a pie deal with Hanzo of the Salamander? You can become Chunin with your strength? This moisture is too much, so, you must be the one below. Tisk tusk, Hanzo of the Salamander, this is too hungry, thirsty, even you who look like you will not let it go. Thinking of this, Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but fought a cold war. It really was a bad taste. This picture feels so strong, and I feel a little nauseous. Uchiha Akaizuki wanted to disgust the person opposite, but accidentally even got disgusted with himself. What are you talking about? Rain Shinobi Chunin's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, but unlike Uchiha Akaizuki's Sharingan, his eyes were bloodshot with anger, bursting into angry flames. She can be killed, not insulted. You actually insulted the most supreme demigod in my heart, His Royal Highness Hanzo. I want to use your blood to repent for my Royal Highness Hanzo. His entire face was blue with iron, which became a little more distorted because of anger, and a little more hideous. The veins on his forehead violently, instantly turned into a scourge, and he tore Uchiha Akaizuki into pieces. Uchiha Akaizuki watched as the anger on his head began to increase exponentially. Anger value plus 26, anger value plus 42, anger value plus 68. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered in his heart. It seems that giving me a little anger value is the only value you have left in this world. The brick in Uchiha Akaizuki's hand was thrown at that Chunin instantly. The brick rubbed Chunin's figure and passed by, but it didn't really hit the Chunin. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes darkened. Sure enough, does this Chunin's actual ability surpass mine? The probability of triggering the invincible brick is no longer 100% successful. The invincible brick is a measure of a person's overall strength. Uchiha Akaizuki's current physical stamina, chucks, etc. are indeed not as good as the Chunin in front of him, but this doesn't mean that he can't kill the Chunin in front of him. In battle, who can survive is not entirely based on comprehensive quality, and more importantly, is the grasp of reality and the ability to adapt to situations in battle. After a miss, Uchiha Akaizuki didn't feel the slightest loss in his heart. There was a hint of arrogant coldness at the corner of his mouth, and a weird smile appeared. His eyes were cold, and he burst into a murderous aura in an instant. Those eyes were calm like a lake, but like a bloodthirsty demon lurking in the lake, about to swallow everything. He slowly looked up, the color of the blood moon reflected in his eyes, exuding bloodthirsty desire. Chunin, who had come up with a mockery, suddenly felt like an ice cellar at the moment his eyes touched Uchiha Akaizuki. At this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki faded away from the cynicism that had been disguised all the time, and burst out of the long-repressed bloodthirsty and madness deep in his heart. It is like opening a Pandora's box of evil. It is a round head of endless evil, a disaster that has come to the world. It is like a demon, and the cold eyes are contempt for all creatures. It seems that millions of creatures can be wiped out in a moment. Rain Shinobi Chunin's pupil shrank suddenly, and the fear in his heart was released to the maximum. His face was pale as paper, and his body was crumbling. "Don't come here!" Rain Shinobi Chunin yelled frantically, his heart beating wildly, as if he was about to jump out of his throat. The crazy Jin in his hand, the chakra in his body was output crazy at all costs. The heavy clouds were pressed down in black, and a huge roar erupted in the air. The surrounding leaves were rolled up, and the strong water flow continuously rotated around, condensing into a hideous giant dragon, sending out an angry roar. In a moment of absolute fear, he planned to release his strongest ninjutsu to fight to the death. Uchiha Akaizuki recognized this ninjutsu in an instant. It's Water Dragon Bomb technique. A B-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes also flashed with astonishment. He did not expect that he, a Chunin, could actually use such a powerful B-level ninjutsu. Even the people fighting next to him were attracted by the huge movement caused here, and couldn't help but observe the situation there from the corner of their eyes. Distraction in battle is a taboo for ninjas, but at this moment they can't help but look away. His eyes were full of shock. What a strong ninjutsu! Asakusa! You can't use that ninjutsu. You are not yet a master. If you use it now, you will run out of chakra and die, the female ninja of Rain Shinobi Chunin shouted anxiously. But at this moment Asakusa was completely immersed in madness, completely unable to hear the people around him. Kill him! This is the only belief in Asakusa's heart. Yuri Zhenhong is ready to do it all the time to save Uchiha Akaizuki. Although they have to train them to fight the enemy, this level is far beyond the range they can bear. Uchiha Akaizuki thought to himself that he must not let him release this ninjutsu completely. I must interrupt him immediately. Fortunately, this ninjutsu has a big drawback, that is, it takes too long to seal the seal, which gives Uchiha Akaizuki enough time to counterattack. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart fluttered, and his eyes flashed coldly. Even if this ninjutsu is not very proficient now, I can only try it. Illusory technique, darkness technique. Asakusa's heart was startled, everything in front of him instantly turned into a piece of darkness, all sight and light were instantly deprived, and there was only an endless black abyss between the world and the earth. After a brief panic, he gradually reacted. Is it an illusion? Damn it! Asakusa yelled in his heart, and he had to stop his ninjutsu in advance. Otherwise, even if the Water Dragon Bomb technique is successfully released and cannot hit his target, everything will be in vain. It's so despicable. To unlock the illusion, he must disturb his current chakra with his fingerprints, and he must interrupt the Water Dragon Bomb technique that he has not released beforehand. Untie! Asakusa yelled, and his sight began to regain light. Although Uchiha Akaizuki uses A-level ninjutsu, his current strength is not able to display the full power of this ninjutsu. With the strength of Asakusa Chunin, he can easily break it. The clouds dissipated little by little, and everything around began to return to calm. Asakusa's mouth was panting, and his head was full of sweat. The tossing just now consumes a lot of chakra on him. As soon as he regained his vision, he could see the sight in front of him clearly. Not good. He got it. The illusion just now was just a fictitious move of his, the real big move was behind. How could this be the strength of a genin? He is simply a monster. The despair in Asakusa's eyes began to enlarge, watching Uchiha Akaizuki approaching constantly. Uchiha Akaizuki's clenched fist was raised high. Asakusa was terrified. What kind of horrible trick was this time? Sand done. Sand dune? He can even do such tricks? Who is he? I lost technique. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled and opened his palms, holding a handful of sand that he picked up from the ground just now, and sprinkled it all on Asakusa's eyes. Asakusa's eyes were fascinated for an instant, sand entered into his eyes, and tears were instantly left behind. K me. Asakusa couldn't help but explode. What kind of ninjutsu is this TM? It's so despicable. But at this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki's kunao immediately seized the opportunity and immediately rushed to Asakusa's body, holding a sharp kunao in his hand, flashing with a biting cold light, and instantly cut off Asakusa's throat. The bright red blood spewed out instantly like a fountain, sprinkled on Uchiha Akaizuki's face and body, and instantly dyed all his clothes red. Asakusa's eyes protruded outward, and his face was extremely hideous. It seemed that before he died, there was endless unwillingness. Uchiha Akaizuki got up from Asakusa, and sat on the ground with a fart, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Unleashing several ninjutsu one after another, even the final A-level ninjutsu dark technique, although it is only an illusion, it almost sucks up all the chakras of Uchiha Akaizuki in an instant. Now even moving one of his fingers has become extremely difficult. Fortunately, he killed this Chunin. Uchiha Akaizuki gasped heavily. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully critically hitting Ishizaka Asakusa, obtaining the Chakra attribute, Water attribute. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, before turning to a touch of ecstasy in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would critically hit Ishizaka Asakusa at this time. Could it be the last one that gave him too much excitement? The gazes of Tobitake Dragonfly and Asama Ria were full of shock, and huge black lines rose on their heads. The style of all this has changed so fast. Uchiha Akaizuki was still at a disadvantage just now, and he killed the enemy in a blink of an eye, although the way of killing. Shame. Very embarrassing. What a shame. The two of them yelled in their hearts, I don't know this sordid and shameless person. It is shameless to use such an insidious move in battle. He is not our Konoha ninja. We are not in the same group with him. We are not companions. We have no such companions. What a shame. Next time I should persuade Uchiha Akaizuki to take off the forehead protector. Everyone looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes with contempt, but there was a different look. Yui Mahong looked at Akaizuki meaningfully, with a wistful smile on the corner of her mouth. After all, he is a battle-tested ninja. His hands have been stained with the blood of countless people. In countless fierce battles, he quietly had countless companions who died silently on the battlefield. He crawled over the bodies of countless dead people, only luckily survived. He doesn't care about those superficial forms at all. On the battlefield, there is no integrity and vileness, only victory or death. Ninjas are meant to achieve their goals and do whatever they can. There is no reason to treat the enemy softly. Only the character of Uchiha Akaizuki can survive in this cruel world. More shameless than the enemy, more insidious than the enemy, stronger than the enemy. He is a strong man of will. He is a genius born to fight. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled from the sky, yeah, I'm so handsome, my lord. I'm going to fall in love with myself. I'm so amazing. The crowd vomited blood on the wall. Shirihong was embarrassed in her heart. This genius is indeed a little different. Cough cough. Yuri Zhenhong coughed lightly, concealing his embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the three-way battle would be the first one on Uchiha Akaizuki to end. The enemy turned his attention to him because of the sound of Shirihong's cough. There was a cold sweat behind the two rain shinobi. They actually lost their minds in the battle of life and death. This is a big taboo for ninjas. If they all looked at Akaizuki deeply, they wondered in their hearts. This guy can actually let me distract me in this life and death situation. Is it Konoha's new routine? After going back, this matter must be reported to Master Hanzo. Fight, a quick fight. With a helpless smile at the corners of Yuri Zhenhong's mouth, he said, it seems that I should be able to do a little more. There was a seal in Yuri Zhenhong's hand, and the ninja opposite him seemed to become insane in an instant, calm in a certain fantasy, unable to extricate himself, and uttered a terrible cry of horror. The forehead in Yuri Zhenhong's hand was keen, and the cold light flashed, and instantly pierced that Shinin's heart. Terasawa is big. Seeing her other teammate was instantly killed, Rain Shinobi female Shinin's eyes flashed with grief and despair, and she shouted in sorrow, you guys step back. Yuri Zhenhong directed to Tobitake Dragonfly and Asama Ria. As far as Tobitake Dragonfly and Asama Ria are concerned, the ability to work together under one Shinin for such a long time has reached their limit. They wanted to kill this woman Shinin, they couldn't do it yet. But such a Shinin, for Yuri Zhenhong, is an instantaneous spike. Yuri Zhenhong key-in again in his hands, underwent illusions around the female ninja, and soon the female ninja was trapped in it. Bang! The female ninja slowly fell down, revealing Uchiha Akaizuki with a triumphant smile on her face holding a brick in her hands behind her back. Although they successfully solved the three Shinin, this matter is not as simple as it seems. There must be something wrong with this mission. Their current mission level is sea level. According to the normal mission level, it is impossible for them to encounter a ninja from an enemy country. But now, they have been attacked by a Rain Shinobi Village Shinin team. Originally, the simple task of sending a letter like this did not need to be performed by a ninja of the level of Yui Mahong. He just chose such a slightly simpler task to accommodate Uchiha Akaizuki's just joining the team. Fun facts about manga. If other genin teams perform such a task, it will cause considerable casualties in this situation. Thinking of this, Yuri's red back is also cold. Behind this simple task, there seems to be a huge conspiracy hidden. Yuri Zhenhong opened their mission letter and carefully read the contents. Yuri's brow furrowed deeper, because the content in this letter was too horrifying and important. Even Yuri Zhenhong had a cold sweat on her head, and she was cold behind her back. They actually want to arrange such a letter in a common task, and send it to the name of the Rain Country. This is enough for any team to die without a burial place in the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. No, this matter must be reported to Master Naruto immediately. Teacher Zhenhong, won't you kill her? Fiaza Dragonfly had doubts in her eyes, and looked at this female Chunin gloomily, with a fierce light in her eyes. Can't kill, this Rain Shinobi may know some important information, we must take her back to the land of fire right now, and leave it to Master Naruto to deal with it. This time the level of the mission is false. We must terminate this mission and return to the land of fire immediately. Ah, Teacher Zhenhong? Are we going to give up our mission? Toby Take Dragonfly and Asama looked at each other. The two of them were following Ui Zhenhong. It was the first time that they encountered such a thing. Give up their current mission. On their way back to the land of fire, they were assassinated twice, but they were all Chunin. Even if the sun is red, they still pose no threat. Crossing the border between the country of rain and the country of fire, the hearts they had been hanging on were finally let go, and they breathed a long sigh of relief. In order to protect the female captives from being murdered, everyone has spent a lot of effort along the way. The chakra and physical consumption of everyone is not small. We are safe now. Let's take a short rest for a while to replenish our stamina, and then we will rush back to Konoha in one breath. Yuri Maki said. Yes, Teacher Zhenhong. They sat under the tree separately, nibbling on the dry food they brought with them, and drinking a few sips of water. That rain shinobi slowly awakened from his coma, and saw the 4 Konoha ninjas around him, and now he was no longer within the scope of the rain country. His face was ashamed for a while. Uchiha Akaizuki naturally picked up the brick in his hand, intending to slap her stunned. This kind of female ninja from an enemy country is really too much trouble, and it is better to be in a coma, otherwise it will be troublesome if she becomes noisy for a while. Wait a minute, Asama hurriedly called. Akaizuki, don't stun her, she hasn't eaten for a long time, and her body will be overwhelmed if this goes on, Asama said with a look of concern. Asama held her own dry food in her hand, took the kettle to the female ninja, and passed the food. You can eat some, these are not poisonous, you know, we will not harm you, Asama said with a pure face. The female ninja's eyes were full of coldness. Huh, you should just kill me directly. Don't be hypocritical here anymore, it makes me sick to look at. Snapped. Asama was still in a daze. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his hand quickly, and a red mark appeared on the female ninja's face between the electric flints of the wind, and half of her face instantly swelled. Bah, what do you think you are? Uchiha Akaizuki spit on the female ninja's face. You are now a prisoner, don't you understand it? You are not as good as a pig or a dog now. Do you think you can die if you want to die? I tell you, there are things in this world that are thousands of times more terrifying than death. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were cold. The chilly water is mixed with wind oil, that is the ultimate in the world. Now it seems that you really want to try it. At this age of female ninja, of course, I understand what Uchiha Akaizuki is talking about. Her eyes were staring at the insulter fiercely, and unstoppable anger and unconcealable fear ignited in her pupils. She had heard that Konoha's Umbu torture department was dying of humanity, but she didn't expect that an ordinary ninja of Konoha could use such vicious tricks. Do you still have humanity? You are a pervert. The female ninja roared angrily. It is despicable and shameless. Asama delicate brows were also frowned together, and she felt a little unbearable for this female ninja in her heart. Uchiha Akaizuki, how can you treat a captive like this? Even if she is an enemy, we shouldn't abuse her. Asama heart was muffled, and she felt very unhappy in her heart. Women's benevolence. Did you forget that she was going to kill us before? Can you be kind to someone who is going to kill you? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes are sharp as blades, as if reaching the bottom of people's hearts. Everything penetrates. But you can't use such a despicable method. You are too cruel to a woman like this. Asama jumped her feet straight, her face sank suddenly. She knew that this female ninja was an enemy, but she was very unhappy when she heard what Uchiha Akaizuki said just now, because it was a woman who would be subjected to this unique punishment. It was really cruel. Cruel? That's cruel? Then those of us who died in the hands of these enemies, are they not cruel? If we were not cruel, would they give true information? Do you know? She missed a piece of information in her mouth, and it is very likely that dozens of lives of our Konoha will be killed by Huang. You can bear such consequences. Every word Uchiha Akaizuki uttered was like a small hammer, hammering Asama chest. Uchiha Akaizuki, you are enough. You are just a little kid who has never even performed the task. What qualifications do you have to tell us here? Flying Bamboo Dragonfly rushed up and said angrily at Uchiha Akaizuki. He hates Uchiha Akaizuki to the extreme, always showing off there, which is really unpleasant. Just because of your former teammates, you died because of your mistakes. Uchiha Akaizuki said word by word, his eyes cold to ultimate. You kid! I'm going to kill you. Frieza Dragonfly stared, his eyebrows were erected one by one, blue veins burst on his face, and his fist was raised. Ha, it's up to you. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth was sneered with contempt in his eyes. Dragonfly, stop. The 4 words that are really red and fluttering made the whole body of Flying Bamboo Dragonfly stiff in the air in an instant, like a punctured balloon. The burning momentum of the body instantly fell. What Uchiha Akaizuki said is right. Maki Uega's eyes flashed with appreciation when he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. When dealing with the enemy, whether it is despicable or inferior, in order to achieve one's own goals, it is unscrupulous. A bloody killing intent burst out of Yuri's true red eyes, which was formed by the innumerable blood that had been contaminated in his hands. At the moment we become enemies, we are doomed. Only one of us can survive. Any mistake we make may cause ourselves, and even our friends around us, to lose their lives because of us. Yuri's red eyes were full of desolation, and the battles that he had once flashed in his mind, and now all of them have turned into white bones. Although it is cruel, it is really to better protect the people who are important to us, isn't it? The words of Yuri Zhenhong silenced everyone present. None of them have ever experienced the battlefield or experienced the tragic scene. Friends who laughed and talked in the morning turned into unrecognizable cold corpses in the evening. Asamaria's eyes became ruddy, crystal tears flickered in her eye sockets, and her black eyes rolled steadily. Asamaria Moto is a kind and weak girl. She heard that the teacher also agreed with such realistic and cruel ninja rules, and she felt aggrieved in her heart. Wow! Asamaria suddenly howled and burst into tears, with big tears running down her eyes. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze more gloomily. Damn it! This be ************** D. She actually bullied Li Yi and cried. Even Mr. Yuri Zhenhong is looking at this be ********** D. What is good about him? Why does teacher Zhenhong always protect him? What cruel and not cruel? He knew that this Uchiha kid was so arrogant. Fiezu Dragonfly's eyes are full of disgust and hatred. At this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly ran to Asamaria's side and stretched out a small slap to wipe the tears from Asamaria's eyes. Sister Li Yi doesn't cry anymore. It's because teacher Zhenhong is not good. He is so cruel that he can even say such cruel things. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the tears in his hands and frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. He would not wipe her tears if he knew it. Uchiha Akaizuki rubbed his hands up and down directly on the small hill peak of Asamaria's chest front protrusion, raising. Asamaria was howling and crying, but didn't notice it for a while. The corner of Yuri's red eyes picked up. This kid, in broad daylight, what the hell is this doing? Sister Li Yi won't be pretty anymore. Our sister Li Yi is right. Teacher Zhenhong bullies even girls. Such mean and nasty words, you can say so rightly and confidently. I didn't expect you to be such a real red teacher. It seems that we have all misunderstood you. Uchiha Akaizuki pursed his small mouth, looking angrily at the culprit Yuri Zhenhong, who caused the cry of Li Yi, and constantly counting the various criminal evidences of Yuri Zhenhong in his mouth. Yuri Zhenhong petrified in the same place instantly. What's the situation? Hey, where did I say these things? Obviously you said it. Yuri Zhenhong jumped up from the ground in an instant and shouted at Uchiha Akaizuki. Anger value plus 326. You taught me what I said. Uchiha Akaizuki spread out his hands with an innocent face. The expression on his face was extremely soft. He looked like a little sheep that has always been harmless to humans and animals. When did I teach you? Yuri was really angry. Otherwise, what do I know as a 5-year-old child? Of course you taught it. Yuri Zhenhong is running wild in her heart. How do I know why your 5-year-old child knows these things? You are a little monster at all. Asamaria wiped her tears, and looked at Yuri really red dimly with some tears. After thinking about it, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Akaizuki has never been to the battlefield. How could he say such a thing? It must be taught by teacher Zhenhong. Asamaria immediately looked at Yuri Zhenhong with contempt, and cried out loudly, teacher Zhenhong is a big B *******************************. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were full of disappointment and lament. Why are young girls brutally murdered? Why are some young people corpse on the street? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Hey, the world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not ancient. Yuri was so red that even her hair blew up, her face flushed, and her ears spewed white like a small train. He exhausted all his strength and roared at Uchiha Akaizuki with all his strength, like a hung my bell, buzzing. Those words are really not what I taught you. Asamaria looked at Yuri Zhenhong's gaze even more contemptuously. Even if he said such despicable things, he even lied. Yuri Zhenhong's face was full of desperate expressions, and she wanted to cry without tears for a while. It's over. This pot can't be pushed down. Uchiha Akaizuki, how can you be so shameless? I was really wronged. After returning to Konoha smoothly, they reported the incident to Hokage for the first time. Even Naruto was shocked by this incident. The female ninja was handed over to Konoha Umbu's torture department for interrogation. The letter from the daimyo of the rainy country caused quite a lot of fluctuations among Konoha's senior management. After Yuri Zhenhong returned to Konoha, he has been busy with this matter. For several days, no one was seen. The three of them all lost a D-class Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken technique scroll practice. Uchiha Akaizuki saw that he was fooling a child. This kind of ninjutsu was not useful at all, so he threw it away after changing hands. Uchiha Akaizuki has learned this ninjutsu through his own exchange system for a long time. He still has so many powerful ninjutsu to learn and study, and so many physical training to strengthen his physique, but he doesn't have the mind to focus on such a simple ninjutsu above. In a few days, he heard some rumors one after another. After the female ninja from Rain Shinobi Village arrived at the torture department of Umbu, her face was pale. Before the ninja from the torture department had tortured, she said everything she knew. This caused the Konoha torture department to be blinded for a while, and they had never encountered such an enemy. Everyone in Konoha's torture department looked at each other, and finally came to a unanimous conclusion. This woman wants to confuse them with lies. So the people in Konoha's torture department tried their best to explore her memory and so on to force her to tell the truth. Finally, the Konoha torture department came to a conclusion that this woman was telling the truth. All the people in Konoha's torture department had a nervous breakdown and ran to complain to Hokage. The woman mocked Konoha's torture department and said that their methods were too peaceful. Konoha's torture department asks for funds from Third Hokage to introduce equipment to rebuild the torture department with Chen Shang prestige. In the heart of the female ninja, there was still the deep shadow of chilly water and wind oil sitting on the wooden horse. Uchiha Akaizuki would have enjoyed it without the red sunset. He arranges his life very fulfillingly. Even if it is systematic, his own practice is also very important. He has a fixed training course every day. Chakra practice, spiritual power practice, and physical skill practice are all indispensable. The amount of chakra of the Uchiha clan is not small, but of course it is not as pervert as the Uzumaki clan. Although he is only 5 years old, the amount of chakra on Uchiha Akaizuki's body is quite large in genin. It can support about 2 or 3 ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, but the dark technique can only touch a little fur. The last time he used the darkness technique, he thought he would faint directly when chakra was almost exhausted. But I didn't expect it, it's just that I didn't have the strength in my body, and my consciousness was still sober. One of the reasons why walking in the dark is the forbidden technique is that it needs enough mental power to support it, otherwise it is easy to self-injure due to the rebound, or even become an idiot due to mental power damage. Uchiha Akaizuki's mental power is higher than that of the Rain Village Chunin. It's because of the crossing. Although the last life was just an ordinary person, he was also the soul of an adult. So now he is only 5 years old, and his mental strength is almost at the level of an adult. The cultivation of mental power is too difficult, which is why Konoha has so few people practicing illusion. At present, Konoha has only 2 families, the Yuri family and the Kurama family, who have unique secret techniques to cultivate spiritual power. This is the treasure of the towns of their 2 families, and it is also an unspoken secret. AKA, Akaizuki. A gentle voice suddenly came to my ear. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and saw the beautiful girl beside him. Hey, Red? Why are you here? Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. Yurihong's eyes flashed, and her little face was flushed, a little shy. Her eyes were full of shyness when she looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Akaizuki, you are really amazing. When I was at home, even my father praised you. Yurihong said hesitantly, with a little hope. So, Akaizuki, you can take it with you. Do I practice together? As an elite jonin, Yuri Zhenhong is performing missions every day, so she doesn't have much time to accompany Yurihong. Of course it can. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Yurihong hasn't learned anything too difficult yet. After all, she has not graduated from the ninja school. She just has basic shuriken throwing practice, 3-body technique, etc. Uchiha Akaizuki taught her chakras finely controlled climbing. Tree exercises. The method has been taught to you, and you still need to practice on your own. You can practice climbing trees here, and carve down the height of each time. Uchiha Akaizuki handed Yurihong a handful of kunao. Yurihong is a girl with a delicate mind and fine control. Chakra has a high talent. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Yurihong's pretty figure next to him. While opening his own system, he casually browsed the updated list in today's exchange column. What are these things? Uchiha Akaizuki is full of black lines. There are some things, great is great, but it's useless to me. Puppet skills and white secret skills can all appear. I don't have a puppet. What is the reason for this kind of ninjutsu? System, can you be smarter? But Uchiha Akaizuki's words did not receive a systematic response. He sighed long and could only continue to read back. When turning to the last page, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes lit up and his eyes were instantly attracted. Chunin grade chakra. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes burst out with a bright brilliance, like sending charcoal in the snow. This is what he needs most now. A Chunin level chakra is about enough to release 4 or 5 C-level ninjutsu, a complete B-level ninjutsu. When Uchiha Akaizuki was complacent in his heart, he saw the anger value behind him. Chunin chakra, anger value 10,023 points, F***CK, so high. Uchiha Akaizuki shouted directly. Akaizuki, what's the matter with you? Yurihong was taken aback by Uchiha Akaizuki's cry, stretched out her hand, and wiped off the fine layer of sweat on her forehead. No, nothing. Uchiha Akaizuki smirked twice, crying without tears in his heart. Damn it, can't afford it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at his current anger value, only the pitiful 7,000. The update time in the system is 24 hours, so you must accumulate more than 3,000 anger points within 24 hours before you can purchase Chunin level chakra. OMG. It's going to kill. I have only stored more than 7,000 anger points for so many days, how can I accumulate more than 3,000 in this day? I will be beaten to death. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki was in a trance, Yurihon's voice was soft and flaunting to Uchiha Akaizuki. Akaizuki, do you see what I did well? Yurihon said excitedly at Uchiha Akaizuki. In this moment, Shirihon had climbed onto the tree trunk above and hung upside down on it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the red sunset and was full of emotions for a time. Red is a girl and has a meticulous control. Chakra is indeed much faster, and I learned it in a while. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his forehead. He should remind the red one, there is no chakra in the skirt, and it hangs down under the action of gravitation. But, Xiao Strawberry's Xiao Nene is really pretty. Fortunately, no one else was around. Just as Zirion Jiao proudly walked around the tree, Chakra suddenly became unsteady, stepped on the air, instantly lost support, and instantly fell down uncontrollably. Ah! Yeah, yelled a shrill yelling sharp shouts from the shouts. Uchiha Akaizuki has quick eyes and quick hands, and rushes up in one stride, and instantly jumps into the air, ready to catch Yurihong and come to a handsome hero to save the United States. But at the moment when he was about to hug Yurihong, Uchiha Akaizuki remembered the anger that he didn't have enough. The little tentacles of the devil breed in my heart. Uchiha Akaizuki was full of guilt and mourned silently in his heart. I really didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I did it intentionally. Sorry. Red sunset. Uchiha Akaizuki pretended that he hadn't caught Yurihong's arm suddenly, thumping in the air, and suddenly grabbed a corner of her skirt. Stab. With a sound of fabric shattering, Shirihon's skirt was torn apart in an instant. Dash. Yurihong screamed louder than before. Uchiha Akaizuki hugged Yurihong quickly and landed smoothly on the ground. Dark brown hair was scattered on the shoulders, revealing delicate butterfly bones. The ruby-like magnificent pupils became deeper and deeper in an instant. Yurihong's face was instantly flushed with anger, and the eyes of Uchiha Akaizuki were full of anger. Akaizuki. You, how can you be like this? You tore my clothes. When Yurihong thought of going home like this, she would definitely be scolded by her mother. Yurihong was ashamed and anxious, with crystal tears rolling in her eyes, and her eyes were resentful and angry when she looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Yurihong's head start to rise with anger. Anger plus 23. Anger plus 17. Anger plus 39. Anger plus 25. Uchiha Akaizuki swallowed silently, and quickly took off his cloak, wrapping Yurihong's body tightly. Although there is no one else here, Shirihong can't let Shirihong go home wearing the broken pieces of clothes. He saw his anger increase, but the growth rate was too slow. Uchiha Akaizuki had a headache for a while. The strength of Yurihong itself is too bad, so even if it has an anger value, the increase is too small. It's not enough to go on like this. Only 200 or 300 anger points have been increased in this moment, which is far from the 3,000 anger points that I need. What should I do? Only one day. Yurihong's clothes were broken, so she naturally refused to continue practicing here. She wore Uchiha Akaizuki's cloak and went home to change her clothes. Uchiha Akaizuki was alone on the training ground, conceiving his own anger plan. It must be a strong person who can increase the anger value very quickly, but someone who is too strong. Uchiha Akaizuki feels like he is looking for death. Naruto is not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper is too good, and he can't be mad at ordinary things. Sunin is even worse. I originally belonged to the Uchiha clan and I was very sensitive. I am afraid that even a whole body may not be left behind. Individuals were excluded from the mind. Uchiha Akaizuki has a terrible headache. I am now empty and guilty, I have no guts. The anger value is important, but it is more important to protect your own life. It's really bad luck today, I met you here. A cynic voice sounded in Uchiha Akaizuki's ear, interrupting Uchiha Akaizuki's thoughts. Flying bamboo dragonfly. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his brows, and it seemed that he was also training at Kanaha's training ground. There is no teacher Yuri Zhenhong here today. I have watched your kid upset for a long time. Fiezu's listening eyes were full of gloom and coldness, with yin and arrogance. Uchiha Akaizuki furrowed his brows, hands on his hips, and jumped off the wooden pier bulgingly, his sword brows erected, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. My little master doesn't show off, you treat me as Hello Kitty. The young master is in a bad mood today, so you dare to provoke me. Those big guys can't beat the little master. When is it your turn to be bullied by your dog? What did you say? Fiezu Dragonfly's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the killing intent on his body began to rise. Anger value began to rise above his head. Anger value plus 56. Anger value plus 67. Anger value plus 84. Not enough, you scumbag. It's shameful to be so angry, to be so ridiculed by others. Besides, you look so ugly. Do you have fun living? No wonder the whole face is bandaged. Are you afraid of being seen by others? Or are you afraid that the April sun will blind your dog's eyes? If I look so ugly as you, would I dare to go out? You are so optimistic. Fiezu was so angry that his whole body was stunned, and the anger value above his head began to skyrocket exponentially. I'm going to kill this B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** head burst out, and the eyes suddenly widened and raised. The bloodshot eyes in the eye sockets were clearly visible, and the flames of raging anger ignited on the body. He took out Kunao from the ninja bag and rushed directly up. I want to break your corpse into thousands of pieces. Fiezu Dragonfly gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Bang! The flying bamboo dragonfly was like a broken kite, kicked by Uchiha Akaizuki, fell on the tree trunk, and made a big hole. Flying bamboo dragonfly spit out a mouthful of blood, got up from the ground, eyes gloomy as water. He didn't expect this D to be so strong. I got up again, shook my fists together, and Fiezu Dragonfly's eye sockets were about to be cracked. Bang! Flying bamboo dragonfly was knocked away again. Bang! Flying bamboo dragonfly was knocked off for the third time. Uchiha Akaizuki said with some regret, I can't beat the big guys. This can be abused here to increase anger. I really fell. Uchiha Akaizuki, you must die. Flying bamboo dragonfly got up from the ground with bruises, almost depleted of chakra. With such a pure physical confrontation, he couldn't even beat a 5-year-old child. Shame. Drop. Congratulations to the host for critically hitting the flying bamboo dragonflies and getting water-style water body. Bang! Uchiha Akaizuki slapped Fiezu Dragonfly on the head with a brick, knocking him stunned. Noisy. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at herself, already torturing the flying bamboo dragonfly to the brink of collapse, thinking about it, and feeling very boring. Let's go find someone else to play. Uchiha Akaizuki stripped all the clothes on the flying bamboo dragonfly, tied his hands and hung from the tree. It's just that I left, a bit unwilling. This flying bamboo dragonfly even scolded me just now. Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while, found a tree trunk, burned it into charcoal with fire style, and wrote on the body of the flying bamboo dragonfly, with the bricks in hand, I have the world. Tianzong Shinryu, handsome and windy flow. Uchiha Akaizuki threw away the carbon rod in his hand, clapped his hands and prepared to leave. You, Ji, Bo, Chi, you. Uchiha Akaizuki hasn't turned his head yet, and he can feel the strong murderous aura from behind him. All of a sudden, his anger value soared. Uchiha turned his head back in mixed sorrow, with an embarrassing but impolite smile on his face, and shouted weakly, Teacher Yuri Zhenhong, why are you here? Teeth clenched gritty, and an uncontrollable anger flashed in his eyes, like an enraged lion. The backlog of anger erupted like a volcano, and the sound was like a muffled thunder, suddenly exploding on the ground. You took off my daughter's clothes, and you are ashamed to ask me why I came here. Yui Mahong roared fiercely at Uchiha Akaizuki, and the billowing air instantly blew Uchiha Akaizuki's hair behind him, almost blowing Uchiha Akaizuki's head into a Super Saiyan. Teacher, I just tore the red skirt accidentally. I didn't do anything else. Uchiha Akaizuki surrendered with his hands up, with an innocent expression on his face. You have taken my daughter's body completely. What else do you want to do? Yuri Maki roared fiercely at Uchiha Akaizuki, and the billowing air instantly blew Uchiha Akaizuki's hair behind him, almost blowing Uchiha Akaizuki's head into a Super Saiyan. Push book Naruto Super Live System. After taking the live broadcast system through, streamer wakes up and realizes that he has been fed a powerful Chun medicine, and the situation is even more embarrassing. Rock Shinobi wants him to build a Uchiha clan that belongs to the country of soil. Teacher, I just tore the red skirt accidentally. I didn't do anything else. Uchiha Akaizuki surrendered with his hands up, with an innocent expression on his face. You have taken my daughter's body completely. What else do you want to do? Yuri Hong stood behind her father, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki with a shy face. When she got home just now, she met Yuri Zhenhong, who had just returned home from the mission. Yuri Zhenhong saw that Yuri Hong was wrapped in a man's cloak, which was the cloak of the Uchiha clan. Whose clothes are you wearing this? Yuri Zhenhong asked angrily. It's Uchiha Akaizuki. He tore my clothes. Yuri Hong said innocently without seeing his father's anger. Yuri's eyes became even more scarlet. He is just such a baby girl. It's like a perfect Chinese cabbage planted with care, and suddenly a wild boar who ran into the yard without paying attention was taken away by it. Yuri Zhenhong immediately pulled Yuri Hong, who was dressed, to the training ground to find Uchiha Akaizuki to settle the account. Shiri Hong listened to her father's constant muttering that B*************** D was responsible for what future son-in-law what can't get away? Shirihong's face was dyed with a layer of crimson red, just like the burning red clouds on the horizon, shining with a certain expectation. Is your father going to marry me to Uchiha Akaizuki? I can't let others touch my skirt in the future, otherwise, what if my father marries me to someone else? Actually, I just want to marry Uchiha Akaizuki alone. At this extremely embarrassing moment, Uchiha Akaizuki knew that Yuri Zhenhong must be crooked. He really only trained with Hong, and he didn't expect to be on the right side of the game, and he actually d Yuri Zhenhong over. Seeing hundreds of anger points continuously popping up on the elite Jonin's head, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed brightly. For the sake of my chakra, I endure it. Just as your father-in-law said, I will be responsible for Miss Yurihong. Even if I fight for my life, Miss Yurihong will never be injured. Uchiha Akaizuki said in an elegant voice, directed at Yurihong, slightly leaned over, like a perfect noble son. Father-in-law, your sister. The corners of Yuri's red eyes twitched, and he gave a cold snort. Want to marry my daughter? You are not qualified now. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki leaned over, Uchiha saw the man hanging on the tree behind him. No clothes? What is this evil taste? The man seemed a little familiar. Is it Flying Bamboo Dragonfly? Dad, what's the matter? Shirihong watched her father not speak for a long time, and poked a small head from behind him, with a shy expression on her face. Red, close your eyes. Don't look. Yuri Zhenhong quickly covered her baby daughter's eyes, because they were too spicy. Uchiha Akaizuki just remembered what was behind him, and for an instant he was full of black lines. It's over, my image is gone. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly put the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly down from the tree, and he gradually woke up from his coma. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly immediately hugged Yuri's red big legs, weeping bitterly, and began to tell Uchiha Akaizuki's various behaviors of destroying humanity, and God's way is intolerable, and his body and soul have been shamed. Fei Zhu Qingting was crazy in his words, and his mental state was suddenly lost, and it seemed that he had taken a lot of blows. In Naruto's office, battered teammates acted arrogantly. UI is really red. Is that why you insist on kicking Uchiha Akaizuki out of your team? Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a pipe in his mouth, and the white smoke was spit out from his mouth. His eyes looked calmly at the few people in front of him, with an unpredictable expression. When you reported the details of the mission before, it was not such an evaluation to Uchiha Akaizuki. Yuri Zhenhong secretly said in her heart, because at that time she didn't know that this kid actually had an attempt on my baby girl. This wretched and despicable kid. He must not stay by his side, and absolutely can't stay by Hong's side. Fire and theft prevention Akaizuki. Yuri Zhenhong's heart instantly became extremely firm. Yes, Naruto-sama, Uchiha Akaizuki and his teammates can't cooperate very well. Although this teenager has good talent and consciousness, he is not suitable for my team now, so I applied for another member to join my team. Yuri Zhenhong said solemnly. Otherwise, you can ask the member of our group, Tobuki Dragonfly. The friction between him and Uchiha Akaizuki is great. Fiezu Dragonfly's tears fell all of a sudden, howling and crying in Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you must save me. Please don't let me see Uchiha Akaizuki again. There was a big drop of cold sweat on Uchiha Akaizuki's head. Is the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly crazy? Even Yuri is really red, even taking the matter of Flying Bamboo Dragonfly to avenge private revenge. Sinister, so sinister. The heart-piercing Fiezu Dragonfly crying made everyone present couldn't help but move. Third Hokage was silent for a long time, and slowly said, since the contradiction has escalated to this point, then it's not reluctant, Uchiha Akaizuki. After that, I will put you in another group to perform the task. If nothing happens, you can go ahead. Go away, Uchiha Akaizuki, you stay. Yes, Master Naruto. There was a trace of pride in Ziri's red eyes. Hug, kid, want to abduct my daughter? You are still tender. Fei Zhu Qingting thought that he would not have to face Uchiha Akaizuki anymore. Before leaving the office, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the way, Yuri is really red. You have time to take the Dragonfly child to Konoha Hospital for an examination. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly staggered, almost spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm really not crazy. Uchiha Akaizuki was actually kicked out of the team by Yuri Zhenhong with a dark trick, and his heart was full of discomfort for a while. However, under the accidental collision, Yuri became really angry and increased a lot of anger value. His current anger value is already 9,000. It still needs 1,000 anger points. The time left seems to be running out. Could it be? Does that trick really need to be used? Uchiha Akaizuki blinked and blinked. His face was tangled, a little nervous, a little unbearable. Uchiha Akaizuki, I heard Shirihong report on your performance in the task before. Although it was the first time to perform the task, it was very mature, both in mentality and consciousness. Kakashi also just came out of another team. Let's team up and perform the task together. For the time being, I won't arrange for you two other coaches, Jonin and teammates. Heitei Kakashi? Yes, I haven't seen him for a while, I really miss him. Okay. Uchiha Akaizuki readily agreed. After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said leisurely, Uchiha Akaizuki, I hope that the friction between you and the flying bamboo dragonfly is not because you are from the Uchiha clan. No, no. Uchiha Akaizuki said with a quick smile. The people in the village have always rejected the Uchiha clan. I hope you can become a bridge among them in the future and eliminate the grievances between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akaizuki shuddered in his heart, F***CK. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not going to brainwash me and let me become a spy in the Uchiha clan? Look at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the crystal ball showed Konoha scene, with the laughter of Konoha village residents inside. The ninjas of Konoha village, everyone has the will to fire, and we are constantly making efforts for the peace of this village. In order to avoid war, in order to protect our relatives. Sometimes, we have to endure, this is our ninja, the meaning of existence, ninja, is to have a tolerant heart, to endure what ordinary people can't bear. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is deep, and with an infectious power that ordinary people can't match, it is like a candle in the dark, which is constantly amplified, driving out the darkness bit by bit, warm and shining. The crystal ball fell on the ground, and it collided strongly with the ground, breaking into powder in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki stretched out a finger, which was still in the air. It turned out to be made of glass. Uchiha Akaizuki said to himself. Uchiha Akaizuki. Third Hokage was so angry that he dropped the hat, jumped up from the ground, and shouted at Uchiha Akaizuki, his eyes full of anger. That is the crystal ball he specially customized. It was so broken by Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki squeezed a smile on his face. Naruto-sama, ninja, just need to be tolerant, to endure what ordinary people can't bear, don't you? You won't be angry with me, will you? Go to the heart of tolerance of TM. Anger value plus 569. Anger value plus 746. Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry beard was about to curl up, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and he kicked Uchiha Akaizuki. With the shaking of the sky, even the entire Hokage office building trembled on the ground, shaking twice. Never let me see you again. The crystal ball money will be deducted from your quest commission. Uchiha Akaizuki got up from the ground with a grin. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a very good personality, and he was really merciless when he started the fire. Uchiha Akaizuki could only rub his painful fart stock and walked away slowly. Third Hokage deserves to be a cage-level task. The anger in the short moment was more than 1,000 points of anger. Uchiha Akaizuki cried silently in his heart. For this amount of chakra, I really worked hard. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing a Chunin chakra, which consumes 10023 rage points. A warm current flowed over Uchiha Akaizuki's whole body in an instant. Almost instantly, he could feel the crazy growth of chakra in his body, almost blinking his eyes, and it increased several times. The whole body is flooded with chakra, as if soaking in the hot spring half comfortably. Uchiha Akaizuki clenched his fist, as if there was endless power in it, and now he throws a punch, it is enough to shatter the world. Asterisk. The next day, Uchiha Akaizuki was at the task reception leader, and saw Kakashi with a dead face. Can I perform the task alone? I don't need a companion. Kakashi said to the ninja who dispatched the task with a grim expression. No, Master Naruto specifically warned that you can't perform tasks alone. Ninjas need to learn to unite and cooperate. The ninja who dispatched the task decisively decided. Can you change someone to partner? Heitei Kakashi looked at the dazzling name on the mission scroll with black lines. Heitei Kakashi, due to your bad performance in the previous mission, there is no ninja team willing to team up with you. This Uchiha Akaizuki is really kind, and he will agree to team up with you. The ninja who dispatched the mission was quite merciful. Said, this Uchiha Akaizuki is a novice, right? Is this being bullied? Was it arranged to be with Heitei Kakashi? Heitei Kakashi graduated sometime earlier than Uchiha Akaizuki, and has become notorious in the task distribution department. Kakashi's head raised a pound sign. Have mercy on the wool. Should I be the one you have pity for? Why should I perform tasks with this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* almost instantly becomes bleak. Kakashi clenched his fists in his hands, crying without tears. Kakashi, what a coincidence. Uchiha Akaizuki's gentle voice rang from behind. Hey, take Kakashi. What a coincidence, your sister. I tell you, I'm the captain for this mission, so you must listen to me and don't mess with me. Kakashi yelled at Uchiha Akaizuki. Good, good. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded obediently. Heite Kakashi graduated early and had a lot of experience in performing tasks. He was the leader of their two-person team. Uchiha Akaizuki had no opinion. The dispatch ninja sighed, shook his head, and looked at Heite Kakashi with contempt in his eyes. Kakashi is so domineering, so arrogant. What a pitiful and innocent newcomer. It is not easy to be suppressed like this by his peers. The evaluation of Heite Kakashi in the mind of the dispatching mission ninja has become even lower. Heite Kakashi's head burst into blue veins again. I'm not angry. I'm not angry, Kakashi muttered silently in his heart. Kakashi finished leading the quest scroll, and quickly pulled Uchiha Akaizuki and ran out. What's the task this time? Character, tomorrow's Zeon age, 16 years old, nationality, Land of Fire. Task, protect Miss Zeon from Aoki village, go to the country of tea, and participate in the birthday party of the daughter of the famous tea country. Kakashi took a closer look at the content on the mission scroll, which was a C-level escort mission. With Kakashi's pride, he refused to accept the D-level tasks of pulling weeds and sending vegetables. 10 minutes later, the two of them saw Miss Shiyan. She was wearing a pink kimono with silver thread embroidered with exquisite Lysianthus patterns, and the gold piping pattern on the waist looked very gorgeous. A girl who looks very gentle. Ah, are you two ninjas who escorted me? Wouldn't it be, not very reliable? Yuin's eyes looked at Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi with suspiciousness and a bit of anxiety. In her impression, ninjas should be tall and mighty. The two people in front of her were too young. What should ordinary people do? Playing in the mud? Is this person enough to protect her? It's really disturbing. Popular genres in the anime. However, the client had no way to change the ninja who performed the task. Zeon was secretly lost, and she actually wanted to be protected by the same ninja as these two children. Miss Yugan, we are ninjas. We will definitely fight our lives on the road to protect your safety. Please rest assured, Kakashi said with a stubborn indifference. Kakashi doesn't like others to question his ability. My little master, I am a wise martial artist, and of course, there is no problem protecting you. I am a very powerful ninja. Uchiha Akaizuki said proudly. Kakashi is speechless. Because of this, he will be less trusted by the client. Shiyan smiled awkwardly. No, I just ask. I believe you can protect me. Sister, are you a nobleman? Why are you going to attend the birthday party of the Princess of Tea Country? Uchiha Akaizuki asked very casually, and the sly in his eyes flashed past. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart that this person named Zeon looks a little strange. I hope this is just my own illusion. Kakashi also immediately noticed that this is indeed a suspicious point. They need to determine the accuracy of the intelligence before performing their tasks to avoid unnecessary casualties. No, I'm just an ordinary person, just for safety on the road, so I hired a ninja to escort me. It was just by chance that I met the princess of the country of tea. This time it was her birthday party, so she invited me to go with her. Shiyan's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she looked very pretty. Candid. Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi nodded. It should be just an ordinary escort mission. With Zeon's hands hidden in the kimono, she held her sleeves tightly, trying to prevent herself from revealing any flaws. P.S. I have something to go out in the afternoon, and there are 2 more chapters today, updated at 8:30 and 9:30 in the evening. By the way, I will be on the shelves early this Saturday morning. I hope everyone can make an initial appointment that day. The author is already preparing for the outbreak that day. Flowers, 10 points evaluation vote, rewards, everyone come to the bowl. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the decently dressed girl in front of him, with a faint smile on her face, but inexplicably unnatural. Shiyan suppressed her beating heart in her heart. Cannot be discovered by them. They simply cleaned up, and they gathered at Kanaha's gate. Along the way, nothing happened. The country of tea is a small bordering country near the country of fire, stuck between the country of fire and the country of soil, and there is no ninja village. Just a few years ago, shortly after the end of the Second World War, the foreigners were not very safe, and there were many robbers and stealers. Even though ordinary people like Shiyan would not attract the prying eyes of ninjas, they also met several bands of robbery bandits on the road. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't have to shoot. Heite Kakashi seemed to prove himself. He pulled out the short sword behind him, and between the swords and shadows, he scared the bandits and ran away. Kakashi was proud of his eyes and snorted at Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki was eating the roast chicken that had just been roasted. His mouth was full of oil, and he didn't even lift his head. Kakashi's head was full of black lines, and he was ignored. Kakashi, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that at a young age, you would be able to stand alone against a gang of more than 10 bandits. Zeon's eyes flashed with surprise, as Heite Kakashi's eyes changed again. Kakashi coldly retracted his short sword into the scabbard. Most of his face was hidden under the black mask. He couldn't see the expression. Even if he was praised, his face was full of indifference, a natural look. Yugan was frozen by Kakashi's cold face, and suddenly became a little embarrassed, and smiled wryly. Come on, Sister Zeon, eat roast chicken, my craft is good, we don't care about the facial paralysis. Uchiha Akaizuki broke off a chicken leg and handed it to Zeon. Shiyan tucked her hair behind her, stretched out her hand, carefully tore off a small piece of chicken thigh, put it in her mouth very elegantly, and chewed gently, without a sound. Sister, you're so elegant, why don't you eat chicken thighs in big mouthfuls, just like eating roast chicken with one mouthful stuffed whole mouth? Shiyan smiled faintly, looks not very polite. Uchiha Kaizuki was full of regret, as if this lady named Xian had missed a major joy in life. It's not a chicken leg that eats a lot, but a chicken leg that has no soul. Shiyan smiled apologetically, she really couldn't do it. Shiyan ate a small half of a chicken drumstick and carefully wiped off the oil stains on the corners of her mouth with her hands. Kaizuki, it seems that Kakashi has always been shooting. I haven't seen you yet? Are you a very good ninja too? Uchiha Kaizuki nodded and said unceremoniously, yes, sister, I am a very powerful ninja. Because a powerful person never makes a move immediately, he always has to send his little brother up to try his opponent's strength first. The surprise in Xian's eyes magnified, and she said with a face full of admiration, if that is an enemy that Kakashi can't defeat, will you take action? No, I will run away. Xian was stunned at the same place, the painting style, shouldn't be like this. Why run away? Aren't you a very powerful ninja? Xian asked unwillingly. Kakashi can't even beat it, which shows that the enemy is very strong. A fool will hit the gun. Although the task is important, how can my life be important? It turned out to be like this. Xian's face suddenly became a little paler, and her expression gradually declined. No, we will definitely complete the mission, Kakashi said with a firm expression next to him. A ninja who can't even complete a task is a waste. It's shameless. So even if I fight for my life, I must complete the task. Kakashi's expression was a bit agitated, and he stood up from the ground suddenly. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kaizuki coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Kaizuki nodded in agreement. Yes, there are always so many obsessive people in this world. It is so great to go forward and succeed for the so-called belief or promise. Such a person is the real ninja. Kakashi, what you said is really good, so you must stick to your forbearance, and you must not be shaken by others. When performing a mission, you will be the first to rush up. When you escape, you will stay with us, sacrifice your life, and delay time for us. You are so great. You are my best friend for life. When your name is engraved on the memorial tablet one day, I will definitely put a fresh white chrysanthemum for you. Moving tears flashed in Uchiha Kaizuki's eyes. Kakashi almost spit out old blood. Who will stay here to procrastinate for you? The distance between the country of tea and the country of fire is not too far, and within 2 days of work, they have arrived in the country of tea. With the token of the princess of the tea country, Miss Xian successfully settled in the Daming Mansion. After arranging Miss Yugan's accommodation, Kakashi and Uchiha Kaizuki came to Miss Yugan's room. Kakashi took out his quest scroll and said to Xian, Miss Xian, the last thing left is that you signed your name on the quest scroll, and we can take it back in hand in the quest. Yugan was in the room enjoying the scenery outside. Hearing what Kakashi said, her face suddenly changed, her face pale, and she cried out, are you going to leave now? Kakashi nodded and said, yes, Miss Yugan, our mission has been completed. Xian's pretty face changed color again, and her body couldn't help backing back, looking at the scroll in Kakashi's hand, as if she was looking at a scourge of horror. No, you haven't guaranteed my safety now. Not yet, you can't leave yet. Xian exclaimed in panic. Kakashi's brows frowned, and Yuyan's situation now looked a little weird, completely different from when they were together. Miss Yugan, our task is to safely escort you to the daimyo palace in the country of tea. Now you have settled down, so we have no reason to stay here. Kakashi frowned. The journey went so smoothly. He did not expect that this client would have a problem at this time, which inevitably made Heide Kakashi's heart a little irritable. Miss Xian, please cooperate with our work. Your shamelessness has no meaning and will only delay our time. We have done the task. If you deliberately disagree, we can only force you to take the name. Kakashi's words were full of indifference. Although Kakashi is not very old, no one will despise what he says, not to mention that Xian has already witnessed the terrifying power of Kakashi. That's a ninja who can kill more than a dozen adult strong men, and despising him will pay an extremely heavy price. Xian suddenly pulled out her hairpin from her head and placed it on her slender, white swan-like neck, instantly piercing the tender skin, and bright red blood beads rolled down the hairpin. If you force me to sign, I will die in front of you immediately. If I die, your mission will be a failure, right? With tears in Xian's eyes, she shouted in despair. Are you threatening us? Uchiha Kaizuki's eyes turned cold, looking at Xian's eyes, as if he was mentally retarded. If you want to die, no one will stop you. It doesn't matter if you fail to complete the task. She thought we would care about her life? Want to threaten him? She is not qualified. Xian's beautiful eyes widened, and his eyes were full of incredible expressions. She thought that Uchiha Kaizuki, who always had a smiling face on her face, would be easier to deal with than the iceberg called Heite Kakashi. But now, she found this boy named Akaizuki, far beyond her imagination. He was far more thoughtful than she thought. She thought she had seen him through, but what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg that he showed. Now, his eyes are like an iceberg of 10,000 years, exuding infinite coldness. There is no bottom line, no belief, no handle or weakness. Such a person is really scary. Shiyan couldn't help but shudder, like falling into an ice cellar. If you leave now. Anyway, I won't live any longer. It's better to die now. In Shiyan's eyes, despair began to magnify, as if she gave up all the desire to survive. Holding her mortal determination, she closed her eyes, and the hairpin in her hand pierced her neck fiercely. Shiyan's heart was beating, she was desperate now, and she made the final bet. These two ninjas will not let her commit suicide here. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered. She pretended to be very lifelike, a woman with superb acting skills. Her acting skills are enough to fool Heite Kakashi. Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't care if he finishes the task, but someone cares. Kakashi flew out of Kakashi's hand, and instantly knocked off the hairpin in Xian's hand. Fear of mission failure is Kakashi's weakness. You can't die, we have to complete the task. Xian smiled secretly in her heart, but her body suddenly limp on the ground, crying out of her voice, "Why don't you let me die? Why me? What do you want us to do?" Kakashi frowned. It's best not to ask too much. If you get too far away from the mission, we have the right to terminate the mission directly. Not far. Can you protect me for 2 more days? Just 2 days, Xian cried with rain. Kakashi's eyes were full of solemnity, with a worried look. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Kakashi's expression change 1,000 times, and he couldn't scream in his heart, so he yelled out loudly, Hey, Kakashi, this is no longer the scope of our mission. Even if it really fails, it's not our cause. Don't be impulsive. Impulsive is the devil. Well, we will protect you for 2 more days. Please Miss Xian 2 days later, be sure to end this entrusted mission, Kakashi said with shock. Uchiha Akaizuki petrified in place instantly. Kakashi, are you crazy? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki coldly, and sneered, what's the matter? Isn't someone claiming to be a genius? You can't do this kind of task, huh? It's nothing. The look in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes looking at Kakashi became speechless. This guy, isn't he trying to avenge me on purpose? This is not because of our reasons, the task was not completed. The failure of this kind of task is forgivable. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause if I stay here, Uchiha Akaizuki said silently. Kakashi actually has a headache for a client who does not cooperate with Yuyan, but Kakashi is too afraid that the mission will fail, and Xian's request is not excessive, just to protect her for 2 more days. Kakashi is also very confident in his own strength. I am the captain, and I have the right to determine the level of implementation of this mission. Our mission is to protect Miss Yugan. Even if it is protected for 2 more days, it is actually within the scope of our duties, Kakashi said seriously. And failure is failure. Only the weak will find reasons for themselves. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was speechless, and he was crushed to death at the senior level. He finally knew what was smart but was mistaken by smart. That woman named Xian is very problematic. Kakashi can't even see it. Still staying? Forget it, Kakashi said to stay and stay. Anyway, if he finds that something is not right, he will run away first. Hearing that Kakashi decided to stay, Yugan quickly wiped away the tears on his face and smiled immediately. It's really great. Thank you so much. Without you, I really can't survive. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed slowly, and then said in a deep voice, So, Princess Xian, you should tell us what happened to you, right? What? Kakashi was surprised. Princess Xian? Xian's face was also full of shock. Her face suddenly became a little ugly. She blurted out, how would you know? You, as the daughter of the Tea Country daimyo, the princess of the Tea Country, pretended to be an ordinary woman and went to Konoha to entrust the task. It was really hard for you, Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly, but your loophole is still too great. Too much, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. The loophole, why didn't I find it? No, I can't tell that I didn't find any loopholes at all, otherwise he would be laughed at by this B******************. D. Kakashi nodded pretending to agree. Uchiha Akaizuki continued, First, your clothes are too gorgeous, and ordinary people can't afford to wear kimonos with silver inlays and outlines. Xian's pupils shrank, and couldn't help but argue, but, this doesn't explain everything. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, Yes, this is only one of my first doubts, and I also considered that your family may be a businessman and you are relatively wealthy. Secondly, when you are eating, your eating habits are really too dignified and educated. Such behavior is definitely the etiquette only available to nobles. This has proved that you are lying. You are definitely not a girl of ordinary people. Third, since you said that you have a relationship with the princess of the country of tea, but we moved to the famous mansion, the princess of the country of tea has never appeared. Xian's face was pale, and her body trembled slightly, as thin as a piece of paper swaying in the wind. She did not expect to be discovered in such small details. Of course, all this is just speculation, not enough to determine your identity. The most important point is that I went out to inquire about the information. The name of the princess of the country of tea is Zien. Uchiha Akaizuki said word by word in a cold voice. Yugen suddenly froze in place. All of her attention has been on the captain named Heite Kakashi. She didn't expect that this kid named Uchiha Akaizuki was the real ruthless character. Kakashi's eyes were also full of horror, and he had always been blinded by Uchiha Akaizuki's stubborn and unscrupulous appearance. He did not expect that he noticed so many things in such a short period of time, and speculated such a rigorous result. He has a super ability to mine intelligence. Kakashi clenched his fist secretly, and there really is a huge gap between him and Uchiha Akaizuki. You must work harder to surpass him. Shiyan knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, and all her disguise had been dismantled. She could only nodded dejectedly and said, I am indeed the princess of the country of tea. I can only entrust tasks for this reason, because Konoha does not accept entrusted tasks for my original reason. Shiyan's eyes were full of sadness. If it wasn't a last resort, she didn't want to do it either. So, Princess Zien, what are you doing to let us stay and protect you? Uchiha Akaizuki asked coldly. Kakashi also sank, staring at Yuyen. If she really got into something big, beyond their ability, they must terminate the mission early. Actually, because someone must force me to marry him. Shiyan's eyes became red again. What? Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki raised their voices and almost fell to the ground. You must help me, I don't want to marry that man. I don't like him. What's the difference between it and let me die? Shiyan said with tears in her eyes. Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi are full of black lines, no wonder this is the case. How could Konoha accept this kind of emotional dispute? They are not the ants of the neighborhood committee. Regardless of this kind of thing, Miss Yugen, we are just protecting your safety. Kakashi added, we don't care about relationship problems. Shiyan nodded and said tearfully, I know, but that person is very strong, maybe he is a ninja, and even his father is afraid of him. He will come over and use the strong in these 2 days and take me away, so, please be sure to protect me. Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki looked at each other. What to do? Kakashi asked Uchiha Akaizuki's thoughts, but for a while, he didn't realize it. The captain decided, I respectfully obey. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly declined, implying what you want to do. Kakashi was speechless, and Uchiha Akaizuki really held a grudge. Just now I used this identity to suppress him, but now I actually use this to mock myself. Kakashi sighed and said, Ms. Yugen, since I promised you just now, we will protect you for another 2 days. After 2 days, we must return to Konoha. Shiyan nodded. According to Shiyan's description, that man is likely to be a ninja, or even a traitor. So Heite Kakashi and Akaizuki also had to be vigilant. If it is a rebellious ninja or a wandering ninja, then the strength is very difficult to judge. If it is not really fighting, they don't know what level of ninja the other party is. For a small country like the country of tea, there is no ninja, even if a Chunin appears, it is enough to shock ordinary people. Kakashi added, Miss Zien, in case the one who entangles you is Chunin or even above, we can't do anything. It's beyond the scope of our mission. We will choose to evacuate as soon as possible. I know. Shiyan's eyes were red, her teeth bit her lower lip, her face full of tangled expressions. At the Daimyofu, the country of tea, arranged a room for Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki to stay for 2 days. As the setting sun fell bit by bit, the temperature in the air was pulled away bit by bit, and the sky was like a chapter of rice paper, which was constantly rendered to increase the color of the ink until it was pitch black. The dark night, like boundless thick ink, smeared heavily on the sky, without even the glimmer of stars. For a small country like the country of tea, the village is even more pitiful with few lights. Ah! There was a terrible cry from the courtyard, resounding through the entire Daiming mansion. What's wrong? Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi hurriedly ran out, the expressions on their faces very solemn. A maid of a famous palace was frightened and slumped to the ground. The candlelight in her hand was scattered on the ground. She pointed to Zien's room in her hand and said in a panic, the father, the princess, was kidnapped. Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi were shocked, and their eyes were lowered, and Zien was taken away by others. There is no sound at all. The opponent's strength is not bad. There wasn't even a trace at the scene. It seemed that there was no time for Zien to struggle, so she was knocked out and taken away. You searched the daimyo palace, we too will trace it out now, there will always be traces left. Kakashi said, and then took Uchiha Akaizuki out of the daimyo palace. The country of tea is not very big, so in such a short time, it should not go too far. 2 black figures flickered in the darkness, following the clues left by the ninja. Akaizuki, I found it. Kakashi stopped suddenly, picked up a dropped shuriken on the ground, and took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It is indeed a ninja. It seems that we have to prepare for the battle. Uchiha Akaizuki also frowned. Let's continue to investigate in this direction. Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki once again turned into two black shadows, moving forward in the dark. Finally, at the border of the country of Tea, they noticed suspicious persons. Is it them? There seems to be a lot of people. Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki were lying on the top of a small hill, looking at the tent set up below. Maybe it was the helper that the person called out to be foolproof. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned and stared carefully at the movement below. The bonfire was burning outside, and there was silence in the tent. That kind of tent is for 2 people, there are 5 or 6 tents underneath, that is to say, 10 people? Did we get it wrong? Kakashi hesitated a bit, which was a little different from what they had imagined. It shouldn't be anymore. This is the only ninja we found in the country of Tea. How could there be others? Maybe he was afraid that he was not enough alone, so he called some helpers. Maybe Zien has been knocked out by them, let's hurry up. Kakashi hesitated. This was indeed the only suspicious place, the only trace of a ninja. If she doesn't make a move again, Shiyan is indeed prone to accidents. Do it! Kakashi waved his hand, and the two quickly rushed towards the tents. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands quickly set the seal, wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki took a sharp breath, rushed towards the bottom, and spit out a huge typhoon. It spread out like a huge wave, blowing away all the tents stationed in an instant. Kakashi saw that there was no Zien figure in the tents that were blown away, and instantly flew out the shurikens and kunao in his hands, scattering them out like a meteor shower, with detonating charms tied to them. Boom! There was a huge explosion on the ground instantly, black smoke billowing, and red firelight illuminating everything around. The ninjas stationed there were startled, some of them screamed loudly, "It's an enemy attack!" Everyone suddenly panicked. They didn't expect that ninjas would appear in a small country like the country of Tea. Kakashi and the others were very successful in their sneak attacks. They killed 2 or 3 ninjas who hadn't even escaped with ninjas. They seemed to be at Genin's level. The others gradually reacted and gathered together, with charred charcoal on their faces, wrinkled clothes, holding kunao in their hands, panting, and very embarrassed. "You are Konoha's ninjas." The leader of this group of ninjas looked at Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki grimly, with a strong murderous look in their eyes. "Are you Rock Shinobi?" Kakashi saw the forehead protector on their heads, and his eyes grew colder. It turned out that Rock Shinobi's people wanted to forcefully marry Princess Zien, and this matter became even more troublesome. I didn't expect that Rock Shinobi would be involved in this matter. They must be handled carefully, which can easily cause unnecessary disputes between the country and the ninja village and aggravate the contradictions between the 5 ninjas. Their top priority is to rescue Zien first. The eyes of the 2 people glanced around. Didn't see Shiyan's figure. Is it hidden? Kakashi felt strange in his heart. These rock shinobi are so strange that they went to other countries to grab princesses. They thought they were evil dragons? Or a bandit? Isn't the ethos of ninja world like this now? It's as shameless as Uchiha Akaizuki. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Konoha's ninja is really alert. Rock shinobi who took the lead snorted coldly, with contempt in his eyes. Even if it is discovered, what if you have no way to get out of here alive today? The words of Rock Shinobi boss dispelled Kakashi's last doubts. They really have a problem, they want to kill people. Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes fell, fearing that there would be a fierce battle. Even if 2 or 3 people were killed just now because of the sneak attack, there are still 7 or 8 people left, which still poses a great threat to both of them. Simply, there is only one Chunin among them, the leader of Rock Shinobi, wearing the Chunin vest of Rock Shinobi village. The remaining 6 people are just genin. It's just 2 Konoha genins, little ghosts. Let's fight quickly. The Rock Shinobi leader snorted coldly, waved his hand at the person behind him, and the person behind him rushed up quickly. Each of them had 5 or 6 shurikens in their hands, which were scattered all over the sky at them. Be careful. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he immediately reminded him. At the same time, his body leaped back quickly, avoiding the flying shurikens. The kunao in his hand knocked down a few shurikens flying towards him, emitting a symphony of ping-pong metal, and the flames spread in the darkness. Externally clear. The corner of Kakashi's eyes fell on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, and he couldn't help but twitch. This kid ran so fast, he ran a long way in a while. Huh, you want to run away so soon? Do you think you still ran away today? Rock Shinobi's Chunin boss sneered at Uchiha Akaizuki, and was about to chase him in his direction. Don't think about it. Kakashi immediately pulled out the white fang short sword from his back and slashed at the Chunin of Rock Shinobi, temporarily delaying his footsteps. The figures of the 2 people were entangled together, and kunao and broken blade continued to collide with each other, making a ding sound. The 6 genins just now were divided into 3 different directions, and they immediately chased in the direction of Uchiha Akaizuki, trying to surround him round and round. Uchiha Akaizuki jumped and searched around, but Zien was never found. Hostage is a very troublesome thing. Uchiha Akaizuki wanted to rescue Zien first, but there was no trace of Zien left here. Forget it, clean up these people first, and then look for Zeon, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Uchiha Akaizuki's footsteps stopped suddenly. Without a struggle, he slammed the enemy back with a carbine. Uchiha Akaizuki's hand was shining with cold light, and it pierced Genin's chest at the moment he turned his head without warning. Genin's body fell softly before he could react. The remaining 5 people instantly opened up the distance from Uchiha Akaizuki, and their faces were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that it was just a matter of meeting each other, and they would lose a companion. What a despicable thing. They even used the method of escape to lower their vigilance. Konoha shinobi's tactics are getting no lower limit. The faces of the 5 rock shinobi sank, and their eyes looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with jealousy. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki took the shot, they were sure that this Konoha kid was stronger than them. Let's go together. So many of us. Don't be afraid of him, one of them shouted, encouraging everyone's morale again. Yes, we don't need to be afraid of him, we cooperate with each other and we can definitely kill him. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth had a slight smile on his face. Do you bully with more? I like your shamelessness, but... Those pupils of the same color as the darkness turned scarlet in an instant, and the 2 Byakugan were constantly turning, as if bloody murderous aura spread out from him like a storm, and the powerful aura immediately suppressed the audience. The 5 people in front of him hesitate to slaughter the lamb. In the hearts of the 5 rock shinobi, fear was uncontrollable, and the young man in front of him was even more cruel than the devil who crawled out of hell. Uchiha Akaizuki's 2 Tomo Sharingan is enough to see through their movements, and the kunao in his hand seems to turn into a terrifying murderess in an instant, taking the lives of people in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki appeared behind a genin for an instant, and his cold voice instantly made the hair creepy and his scalp numb. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Uchiha Akaizuki's cold voice instantly spread throughout the audience. Everyone is shocked. What a terrible strength. Kyo pierced the ninja's chest, and the blood jetted into the air with a thick blood mist, and the bloody and nauseating smell instantly wafted out. Senbon Shiger. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of books fell from the sky like a drizzle, the needle tip with a metallic luster, shimmering with cold light, and hit the ground. The remaining 4 rock shinobi were horrified and immediately sealed their seals. Earth-style wall. Above their heads, an earth wall was raised, trying to avoid the dense senbonyu. However, the instant Kimoto fell to the ground, the smoke turned white and disappeared. The last solitary Kanben was inserted on the earth wall art. Extraordinarily embarrassing. Puff dash. The 4 rock shinobi were speechless, spouting a mouthful of old blood, and black lines rose on their foreheads. What about the big move? Your sisters, just 1,000 books? Lao Zi used a sea-level ninjutsu to defend. What a sudden show, flashed Lao Zi's waist. Mom, Konoha has a lot of routines, I want to go back to rock shinobi. However, Uchiha Akaizuki watched the anger on the heads of those rock shinobi start to increase, but he didn't feel anything. Originally, there are no rules in the battle between ninjas. The soldiers are not tired of deceit, because those rock shinobi are so stupid. The 4 rock shinobi are nothing but genin. Unleashing a C-rank ninjutsu plus this tossing has consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra. They have been in a state of being suppressed, and they have retreated one after another under Uchiha Akaizuki's hands. Another person was seriously injured. Uchiha Akaizuki had his arm cut off, his rib was broken, and he was lying bloody on the ground, unable to move for a while. Fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha spat out a huge fireball in his bare mouth, and the rolling heat wave swallowed the last person. Ah! On the other side, Kakashi and the Chunin were still fighting, and the 2 were fighting fiercely between the electric light and flint. Kakashi deserves to be the first genius in the eyes of everyone in Konoha. Even less than half a year after graduation, he has the ability to fight Chunin. The ninjutsu between the 2 people is constantly intertwined, like a magical dazzling, it is not even comparable for a time. Rock Shinobi Chunin's eyes were full of amazement. Are Konoha's ninjas so powerful now? Even Genin. It's so strong. The strength of these 2 genins completely reached Chunin's strength. Rock Shinobi Chunin's eyes dazzled and he was determined. No, he must bring this information back to Rock Shinobi village and report it to Master Tsuchikage. Even if it fails to enter Konoha, the current intelligence is enough. He began to want to pull away and leave the battlefield to escape. Of course Kakashi wouldn't let him go. The tricks were even more vicious, like Lion Majesty, like bones and maggots. Rock Shinobi Chunin struggled to deal with it and couldn't run at all. Kakashi's face was cold, and he asked sternly, "Where did you hide Princess Zeon?" "Princess Zeon? Ha, didn't grab our handle, just want to impose this charge on us?" Rock Shinobi Chunin said with a grim face. "As of this moment, I still don't admit it, and hand over Princess Zeon." Kakashi's eyes became colder. "It seems that I can only defeat you first, and then torture you slowly. Crazy talk." Rock Shinobi Chunin narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. "If you want to kill me, you can do it." Earth-style Tulong gun. Rock Shinobi Chunin shouted. Suddenly, countless soaring soil thorns rose up on the flat ground and grew at a terrifying speed. Almost in a moment, it became a jungle of soil thorns, spreading violently in the direction of Kakashi. Kakashi was forced to retreat steadily, jumping back constantly, avoiding the soil thorns, but widening the distance between Rock Shinobi Chunin and Rock Shinobi Chunin. Damn it! Kakashi was about to catch this person. Rock Shinobi Chunin's mouth made a smug smile. Although Konoha Genin's combat awareness and tactics are very strong, far more than ordinary genin, but after all, he is just a child, and the amount of chakra is not enough. Now Konoha's ninja can no longer use ninjutsu. However, considering that Konoha's kid is lucky, he still has important information to bring back to Rock Shinobi, so he can't continue to delay here. Otherwise, he will die now. Rock Shinobi Chunin turned around, picked up the little chakra he had left, and planned to leave quickly. Kakashi clenched his short sword's hand constantly, but couldn't do anything. Kakashi, how is your side? Uchiha Akaizuki ran over to look for Kakashi as soon as the battle was over. Run away, the boss of Rock Shinobi, Kakashi said disappointedly. What, you let him run away? Uchiha Akaizuki was startled. Wow, Kakashi, I thought the battle on your side was as easy as mine. I knew I would end a little earlier and come over to help you. Now that he has more chakra than ordinary Chunin, Uchiha Akaizuki's most obvious feeling is that his durability in battle has been strengthened a lot, and the accumulation of fatigue is much less. For Uchiha Akaizuki, in the battle with several genin, although he released a few ninjutsu one after another, he did not consume too much. He is still in a very full state. I am right here with a Chunin, okay. It's a Chunin. Genin is a completely different level from the genin you are facing. It's pretty good that I can draw with him. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Heite Kakashi contemptuously. I have 7 or 8 genins on my side, and they are no weaker than one Chunin. As expected, I am too strong. You must be jealous of my beauty. Jealous that I am stronger than you. Kakashi is full of black lines. This guy is really owed, but it looks like he can't beat him yet. He has to admit that this guy performed very well in the battle just now, and his current strength is stronger than himself. But why is this stinky and narcissistic guy so strong? Life is bleak again. Princess Xian hadn't found her yet, and ran away a Rock Shinobi Chunin. Only one Rock Shinobi genin who was half-crippled was still alive, and the rest were dead. The two walked to the half-crippled Rock Shinobi genin and tortured the information. Where is Princess Yugan? Kakashi demanded. You have fallen into our hands now. You'd better tell the truth obediently, otherwise I have 100 ways to make you better than dead. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed fiercely. Rock Shinobi couldn't help but fought a cold war. Princess? What princess? Didn't you rob Lord Xian to be your wife? Where did you hide him? I tell you, Princess Xian doesn't like you at all. Even if she is dead, she won't be with you. Yes, Kakashi said with a frown. We didn't grab the princess. Rock Shinobi's eyes widened. Uchiha Akaizuki snorted coldly. It seems that if you don't suffer a bit, you can't tell the truth. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his hand and dropped, with a creak, and directly broke the Rock Shinobi's right arm. The right arm was in the sleeve, twisted at a strange angle, and finally fell down empty. If you don't say anything, I will cut off your hand directly. Rock Shinobi's eyes are full of tears, gurgling like a stream, and the snot on his face are smashed together, blooming. A man in his 20s is now suffering a great deal of grievance, howling in pain. I really don't know what Princess Xian. I am just following the orders of my superiors. How could it be that you are so murderous to us? You must have done something wrong. What is your superior's order? Uchiha Akaizuki was reluctant. We have received a higher level mission to go to Konoha to secretly search for information. We have just walked here and haven't entered Konoha yet. Are you doing this to us? We haven't entered Konoha yet, so we are not considered as spies. Bar. Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi looked at each other, and for a moment they believed what the man said. His cry was too real and it was really moving. In the distance, a panting maid ran up, shaking the lantern in her hand from side to side. Two ninja adults. Our princess found it. What? Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi asked in unison. Our princess is hungry. Because the daimyo forbids the princess to eat in the middle of the night, the princess went to the kitchen to eat secretly. Now that she has been found, it really worries the two adults. Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi felt tight in their chests and almost spewed blood. What kind of reason is this? Too perfunctory. We had a life and death duel in this wilderness area most of the night. I really didn't kidnap the princess. I was wronged. There was another person next to him howling. The corners of Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi's eyes twitched. OMG. There was a big oolong. We called the wrong person. It's almost annihilated the other group. Why is it happening like that? The maid let out a sigh of relief when she finished talking about important things. She suddenly remembered that the huge fire and noise she had seen in the distance just now made her eyes look around. Why are there so many dead bodies? The maid screamed and almost fainted. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi were all at once embarrassed. Can they say that they accidentally hit the wrong person? The result was almost destroyed by the team. Uchiha Akaizuki took out a kunao and pierced Rock Shinobi's throat directly, then smiled shyly, and lied without changing his face. It's okay, just caught a spy who was planning to invade our country, so we found out in advance, hee. Rock Shinobi's eyes were so big that he could not stare at him until he died. Kakashi helped. He felt that this was a stain that could never be erased in the history of his mission. No, never let others know. Why is there always something wrong with Uchiha Akaizuki? Kakashi raised the sky and burst into tears in his heart. My bleak life. If those Rock Shinobi knew that they were only killed by mistake, they could probably be picked up from the ground angrily, and even the coffin board would not be able to hold them. They were not even spies before they reached the territory of the Fireland, and because of their guilty conscience, they were murderous against the two Konoha shinobi, and they were hacked? The first unjust case in history. Ahem, if there is nothing wrong with that, let's go back. Uchiha Akaizuki also said embarrassedly. He swears, this time he really didn't mean it. If he knew it, he would definitely not kill those Rock Shinobi. They must be maimed first. Then suddenly discovered that this turned out to be an oolong. They will be blown up. Uchiha Akaizuki hurts in the heart. My anger value. On the next day, they finally saw the so-called man as tough as a ninja in Princess Xian's mouth. It's just an ordinary man with a long body full of muscles. Although he has a long body of muscles, he doesn't use it at all. A big man, crying like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. He hugged Xian's thighs, knelt on the ground, holding a handkerchief in his hand and wiping his tears. Princess Xian, I really like you. Please marry me. Xian kicked the muscular strong man away. F***me, even if I marry Uchiha Akaizuki, I won't marry you. Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki were instantly petrified in place. Uchiha Akaizuki twitched his mouth and cut. You want to marry, I don't want to marry. A woman full of scheming. Heite Kakashi rushed over at the man, raised his fist, and beat the man violently. All because of you. All because of you. Heite Kakashi cursed in a low voice, all his high coldness almost broke. This messy life. It's all because of this man. If he had come earlier, there wouldn't be such a big oolong. The man was completely beaten and stunned. He had a blue nose and swollen face with gold stars in his eyes, and he quickly begged for mercy. Don't beat, I won't be able to marry. In the end, Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi completed this task perfectly, and Yugan signed his name on their mandate. Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi left from the country of tea. Princess Yuyan walked to the border of the country of tea, reluctantly bid farewell, and watched the two leave. At the same time, Rock Shinobi Village, the country of soil. The Captain Rock Shinobi, after listening to Chinan's report from the escape, he sat alone in this dim room for a long time, with a gloomy expression on his face. Do you want to report it to Master Tsuchikage? He was a little uncertain, because they were just two little ghosts who defeated Chinan, but it was precisely because they were the little ghosts who could defeat Chinan that they showed their horror. Kid. Yes, it is so small that it can only be counted as a young child who has just entered the so-called ninja school. With such potential and such aptitude, he was thinking about it in discomfort, not knowing whether he should report it. That night, two brand new reward orders came out at the Genin Trading Ground, the land of the ninja world. Before these two wanted warrants, they attracted a crowd of Genin onlookers. Whose prank is this? This wanted order is too fake. Yeah, the prank doesn't mean to draw carefully, be more serious, this is clearly two little ghost heads. There was a tumult from the crowd. Hearing this, the front desk staff of the Genin world could not help but walk up. He squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. He exuded a cold aura. This is the wanted order issued by our Genin field after checking. Are you questioning our Genin field? The crowd was silent. Why did they appear in the Genin field? Because 9 out of 10 of them are ninjas who defected from their own ninja village. If they are remembered and blocked by Genin, they will not get any resources if they are not given tasks. This is completely blocking them. Possibility. Misfortune came from the mouth. At this moment, they deeply agree. There was silence, no one dared to speak, and the front desk staff snorted and left. This isn't a prank? But who can find the goal of this portrait? I won't let anyone talk about the poorness of the painting. After the Lord left, complaints dared to sound. No, you are wrong, there is nothing wrong with this portrait. A ninja standing in the corner alone choosing a bounty order said. This man, I know, don't you think he looks very much like that Konoha beast, White Fang? Everyone looked back at the wanted order again and looked carefully. This, Konoha's White Fang? Isn't he dead? Why didn't it just come out now? And I found him, isn't it looking for death? Who would want to pick up this wanted warrant? This is not Konoha's White Fang, this is Konoha's White Fang, the orphan of Heite Sakumo, another person who can make his name resound throughout the ninja world. Heite Kakashi, currently only 5 years old. Chinan, the son of Konoha's White Fang? Everyone looked at the wanted order seriously after hearing the words. A reward, 1000 W? 10 million. How can it be? This is the amount of reward offered at the Jonin level. The goal is only 5 years old? For a long while, there was no sound to break the silence. Well, then this Heite Kaka, who is this person next to Heite Kakadon? The man's cheeks twitched. Heite Kakadon? Who is Heite Kakadon? However, he suddenly thought about it. Who is this kid who was offered a Jonin amount with Heite Kakashi? On Kanaha Street, two black figures flashed by quickly. Kakashi and Uchiha Kaizuki returned to Kanaha, handed in the task, and immediately went to the Hokage office to report to Hokage about Rock Shinobi's attempt to enter the country of fire as a spy. Naruto did not expect that Rock Shinobi would have such a tactic and penetrate into the country of fire. What is it for? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, his mouth spit out white smoke, and his eyes became deeper. Rock Shinobi is getting more and more restless recently. Maybe I need to take some measures here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually stretched. How long can the current peace be maintained? Under this peaceful performance, how many unknown undercurrents are hidden? Naruto's eyes fell on the two names on the table, and there was a faint joy in his eyes. It seems that it is a very appropriate decision to arrange Uchiha Kaizuki with Heite Kakashi. They are Konoha's two geniuses. They have the resonance that can only be found between geniuses. 10. They are also Konoha's future. After that, Heite Kakashi's teammates have always been Uchiha Kaizuki. Although Heite Kakashi went to Sarutobi Hiruzen again and again and applied to change his teammates, they were all rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The people at the mission distribution office have always been very kind to Uchiha Kaizuki. They even give Uchiha Kaizuki an apple or a piece of cake when they take the task. Of course, this is not for Kakashi. In their eyes, what a pitiful child to get along with Kakashi, who is so cold and arrogant and ruthless. He must have suffered a lot of grievances, but he has always endured bitterly in his heart. What a sympathetic child. Naruto office. Third Hokage put down the file in his hand, took a hard sip of the pipe, closed his eyes and thought about it for a long time before opening his eyes. At the same time, he slowly exhaled the smoke and sighed slightly. On the table are two documents, Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Kaizuki's Chunin promotion application. This is a document sent directly from Konoha Mission. Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Kaizuki are not aware of this. Due to their high completion rate of the two missions, the two of them are mission madmen. In such a short period of time, they have reached the mission amount of upgrading Chunin, and their performance in the previous battles was very perfect. They do already have Chunin strength. It's just that third Hokage's brows frowned, and his eyes fell on their age. Age, 6 years old. Too young. Kakashi has broken the record for the youngest graduate since the establishment of the ninja school, and now, he is about to break another record. The youngest person to be promoted to Chunin. The person who was promoted to Chunin at the earliest age was Heite Kakashi's father, Heite Sakumo, the man who has the title of Konoha's White Fang, and the entire ninja world is shaken by it. No one has broken for so many years. Unexpectedly, it was broken by two people at the same time. Heite Kakashi's genius is not lower than Heite Sakumo, but the child's disposition is too paranoid and indifferent, and he still can't fully understand the meaning of his companions. I hope he will not go astray. However, the name of Heite Kakashi's genius has always resounded throughout Konoha. Even if it is now Chunin, people will not be too surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze rests more on another name, Uchiha Kaizuki. The Uchiha clan has not seen such a talented ninja for a long time. In the mission report, Kakashi once mentioned that he now has 2 Go Jade. At the age of only 6 years old, even in the Uchiha clan, there are not a few people who can have double-hook jade eyes at this age. More importantly, he is just a side branch of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, it has never been reused by the Uchiha clan, and has never received the rich courtesy from the Uchiha clan, but it has received the most basic family worship. Only this time, if he was promoted to Chunin together, he would definitely draw the attention of the Uchiha clan to him. And it's not just the Uchiha clan, even other people will inevitably start to have some other thoughts. Since graduating from Uchiha Kaizuki Ninja School, Sarutobi Hiruzen has spent no less thought on Uchiha Kaizuki than Kakashi, and it can even be said that it can be more caring. This child has a different mindset from other Uchiha children. In his eyes, it has never been limited to the Uchiha clan. He is not like a child of the other Uchiha clan, and is hostile to Konoha's other ninjas. A ninja who never follows the rules, a ninja who can't guess his mind, and a ninja who never follows the rules. Like a seed that was suddenly upgraded in the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart 450 secretly thought that if this seed can be used well, it may be possible to slow down the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the rest of Konoha. So the first step is to let this seed germinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen signed his name on Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Kaizuki's Chunin promotion application. Go and inform Uchiha Kaizuki, come to my Hokage office, I have something to find him. Yes, Naruto-sama. Umbu Ninja suddenly appeared, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared from the Naruto office. The twilight was dim, the setting sun went down, the earth was bathed in the afterglow clouds, and the leaves on the trees rustled. Uchiha Akaizuki left Hokage's office quietly. A few days later, Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki received their Chunin green vests. The news that the two of them were successfully promoted to Chunin at the age of 6 spread quickly like a plague. The whole Konoha shook. Countless people frowned, and under Konoha's peaceful appearance, countless people were eager to move and started further actions. In the afternoon of the same day, a distinguished guest greeted Uchiha Akaizuki's small house. Patriarch? Why are you here? Uchiha Akaizuki looked up and down the newly promoted Uchiha Patriarch. At the age of 25, he is very young. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki thought that this would be the daddy of the two second hands, Tengshen and Suzuki in the future, Uchiha Akaizuki wanted to help him cut off his grandchildren in a certain place now. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes swept again. Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill on his back, and felt an inexplicable murderous intent. His heart was even more surprised. The little child was already able to make him feel the pressure. He is really good. Uchiha Akaizuki finally sighed, as if he had suffered a great grievance, and gave up the idea. Even if he breaks out to ultimate, a sneak attack can destroy Uchiha Fugaku's lifeblood in one stop. I guess I will end up in a tragic death. Not cost effective. Uchiha Fugaku didn't know, just in one thought, his lifeblood was about to be attacked. He looked around, frowning. He hadn't noticed this kid from the Uchiha clan before. His parents are all members of the Uchiha clan, and they are just genin. They have not been noticed by the clan. This time, if it were not for Uchiha Akaizuki's sudden promotion to Chunin at this age, causing such a sensation in Konoha, he would never have noticed the little boy. But now, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, in order to better consolidate the Uchiha clan's position and strengthen Konoha, he must attach importance to Uchiha Akaizuki. Such a genius of the Uchiha clan who is likely to grow up as a very important chess piece for him. Holding such a sharp sword in his hand can give him all the opposition to split Konoha and make him even more powerful. Say no, even if it's the position of the next Naruto, it's not impossible for me. Uchiha Akaizuki is just a 6-year-old child. With such an ignorant child, master is in his hands. For him, Uchiha Fugaku is not a difficult thing. Uchiha Akaizuki has this confidence. The light in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Akaizuki, I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for so long. You've grown so tall. Uchiha Fugaku smiled like a charitable uncle. If he didn't know the truth, he thought how close he and Uchiha Akaizuki were. When you were born, I even hugged you. Uchiha Fugaku's square face forced a hard smile. Obviously, I can feel that Uchiha Fuyu is usually not a person who laughs a lot. Master Patriarch, then I really can't remember. After all, I was too young at that time. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled apologetically. Probably the only time I met. For so many years, no elder or patriarch of the Uchiha clan has paid attention to him, and his monthly salary is only a little bit. Uchiha Fugaku is so embarrassed to come to him now? Seeing that he has potential, he wants to win him over? That's too obvious. Okay. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's heart. Uchiha Fugaku was embarrassed for a while. If he had just thought of a package that was close to him, he was suddenly explained by the person named Akaizuki. Even if you are telling the truth, don't open it up so bluntly. Okay. Do you know how to chat? This is embarrassing. Ahem, it's really bad for my uncle. For so many years, I have had too little relationship with you. Uchiha Fugaku continued to talk awkwardly, trying to restore his amiable image. Akaizuki can't blame his uncle. In fact, I can't blame my uncle for this. After all, I have just become the patriarch. There are still many affairs in the clan that I am not completely familiar with, and I am very busy, so it is inevitable. There are some omissions. Didn't I just come to celebrate you when I heard that you became Chunin? You are the pride of our Uchiha clan. So, what is the purpose of the patriarch's coming? Uchiha Akaizuki was silent in his heart. Ahem, nothing, I'm just here to celebrate your becoming Chunin. Is it because of our relationship? I came to see you. Do I need any reason? Uchiha Fugaku was ashamed. This kid is really not as easy as it seems on the surface. -0 seeking flowers 0. So you come to congratulate me empty-handed. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Uchiha Fugaku slantingly, his eyes full of trivia. Uchiha Fugaku almost jumped up in anger. Why don't you play cards according to common sense? Could it be that I came to this little house in your family as a grown-up? Shouldn't you be moved and grateful? Your concern turned out to be that I didn't bring gifts? Puff, could it be that the chief concern of my clan is not as important as the gift? Moreover, of course he didn't really come to congratulate, it was just a polite. Of course he has more important things. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Uchiha Fugaku holding his identity as the patriarch, silently complaining in his heart. Is it great to think you are the patriarch? You are the patriarch and I have a dime relationship? I didn't even get enough profit when I came to buy it? This old guy, will he be mixed? It's no wonder that he and his entire clan were destroyed by his own son, there really is a reason. This method of buying people's hearts is not on the same level as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who walked too hurriedly. I neglected this matter for a while. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to continue to explain, but watching Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes didn't fall on him at all. He couldn't attract the slightest interest of him at all. He felt it would be useless to continue to explain. You will go to the third elders to do a registration and receive a monthly salary of Jonin level, and it will be written on my head. It is a gift for you, Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly. Otherwise, this kid won't take care of me. In the entire Uchiha clan, Jonin is not particularly large, there are only a dozen, and the monthly salary is very rich. They are the sharpest elite of the Uchiha clan. Come on, Uchiha Fugaku's is also a little distressed, but this pain can only be a broken tooth, and I swallow it into my stomach. Forget it, don't be angry, don't feel bad, just treat it as an investment if you don't come up with enough things. I am afraid that this little guy will not pay attention to what he said, and the following things will also be difficult to implement smoothly. 7. Sure enough, Uchiha's gaze flashed suddenly, which was almost the same. He patted his hand, brushed the dust off his body, looked at Uchiha Fugaku's body, and said, "My patriarch, if you were so sincere, let's go to the house and talk." Uchiha Fugaku was relieved. This kid has finally paid more attention to himself. A Jonin level salary is still useful. But why do you feel so aggrieved as the patriarch? Also look at the face of a child? In my own imagination, as the patriarch, showing the importance of this child, the child is full of excitement and motivation, shouting that he will definitely let himself down, practice hard, and work hard for himself. Uchiha Fugaku was confused for a while. Could it be that he opened it in the wrong way? 450 Uchiha Fugaku picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Suddenly, his brows wrinkled, and his mouth was full of scum of tea foam, and he almost didn't squirt out. What the hell is this? It's so terrible. But his good education and his identity as the patriarch still swallowed this bitter tea. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was slightly apologetic, and he looked very pitiful and restrained. My patriarch, I'm really embarrassed. There is only this little tea left in the house, and I will use it to make tea for you. I hope you don't look down on me. Uchiha Akaizuki's apology was of course false. He deliberately took out the tea dregs left in his house for several years and made tea for Uchiha Fugaku. It's okay, this tea is not bad. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said something against his will. It was because the child was too tight, and it was because he had paid too little attention to him before that allowed him to lead such a life. The patriarch likes it. Uchiha Akaizuki showed a happy smile on his face, and couldn't help feeling in his heart. As expected, he is the patriarch, just different from others. You can even drink this kind of tea. The taste of big people is different from others. Why didn't you pour yourself a cup? Fugaku asked. He looked at his own cup on the table, and felt that there was only enough tea for one person. He didn't expect that he had already settled this point. Because I don't drink well, I think white water is better. Uchiha Akaizuki said seriously. Puff Uchiha Fugaku almost spit out blood. You know it's not good. Let me drink it. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the anger in his heart, no change in his face, but numbers began to pop up on his head. Anger value plus 123, anger value plus 89, anger value plus 142, anger value plus 93. Uchiha Akaizuki forcibly suppressed his laugh. At this moment, he was a little envious of Kakashi's iceberg face. It was too uncomfortable to hold back, and I wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The patriarch, there are still things you want to tell me today, right? If you have anything, you can just tell me directly. Uchiha Akaizuki said. When it comes to business matters, Uchiha Fugaku's face has lightened a little. He can't help reminding himself in his heart not to get angry with a child. He's just a kid, sure enough, anything close to it is useless. He should just say the business. Anyway, he doesn't want to stay in this place any longer. It's so embarrassing. Okay, Akaizuki, since you have said it, I won't sell it anymore. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. This is something that can never be changed. You have always carried the glory of our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is a symbol that you will never be able to remove in your life. Even if you are a member of Konoha, you must not forget that you are a Uchiha clan. Since you have become Chunin, you, as a member of the Uchiha family, have some responsibilities that you must bear. I have decided. I want to call you out of your current task force. Follow me and become a member of the Konoha Security Department. Maintain order in Konoha. If you feel unsatisfied, you can mention some conditions, such as salary, ninjutsu, the teaching of the elite jonin, etc. I will give you more preferential treatment than Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes are very firm, as unshakable as a rock. Today, he is not here to solicit Uchiha Akaizuki's opinion, but to tell him this decision directly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he must obey the orders of his patriarch. Even for the time being, he will be unhappy, even resist. But as long as he is by his side, he gradually attaches importance to him, and gives him all the excellent resources in the family. It will definitely make him absolutely heartfelt to the family. The Uchiha Fugaku has this confidence. I want to be the head of the patriarch, Uchiha Akaizuki said shockingly. Like a bright clear sky, a huge thunder suddenly exploded without warning. Suddenly, it made people deaf and deaf. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be struck by thunder, and was stunned in the same place. For a while, there was no response. After a few seconds, he understood what Uchiha Akaizuki was saying. When the patriarch? Uchiha Fugaku felt his brain explode, and there was a certain flame in his heart that instantly rose up, constantly eroding his reason that his suppressed emotions, and releasing a certain devil in his heart at once. Pop! Uchiha Fugaku's head burst into blue veins, and suddenly stretched out a palm, slapped it directly on the table in front of him, making a huge bang. Numerous cracks instantly shattered toward the surroundings, and the entire table, under the palm of Uchiha Fugaku, shattered. Uchiha Akaizuki. Don't go too far. This Uchiha 0.7 Akaizuki is so ignorant of what is good or bad. He even made such a request that he did not know the heights of the sky. It's just too presumptuous. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's emotions were extremely angry. Drop. Congratulations to the host successfully crit Uchiha Fugaku, get B-level ninjutsu fire style flame gun. There was a burst of ecstasy in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. It turned out to be a B-level ninjutsu. In the past, he used to exchange or crit, it was only D-level or C-level ninjutsu. Now he has learned dozens of D-level ninjutsu, and there are more than a dozen C-level ninjutsu, and Uchiha Akaizuki also costs. I spent a lot of time practicing dark techniques. But the darkness technique is just an auxiliary ninjutsu, and it doesn't have enough lethality. What Uchiha Akaizuki needs most now is a big move with sufficient lethality. This B-rank ninjutsu is his current timely reign. You should know. This is simply impossible. Uchiha Fugaku roared loudly, like an enraged lion. Uchiha Akaizuki hid his secret joy and smiled sweetly at Uchiha Fugaku. So I just made a joke, what's the matter? Uncle Fugaku? Don't you think it's funny? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a while. Kidding? Is this a joke? Just kidding your sister. Why are you joking about this kind of thing? And it's not funny at all. Uchiha Fugaku's full anger has not yet vented, and it is all held in his stomach, and now he doesn't know what to do for a while, whether he should continue to be angry. It happened. I was just a kid joking. Besides, I want to make a good relationship with Uchiha Akaizuki. If there is no attack, this breath is held in my heart, and he is almost suffocated. He is internally injured. Uchiha Fugaku has seen so many big scenes before, even in the battle for the Patriarch or 10.5 battle, he has not hesitated or flinched. However, today, in front of a 6-year-old child, Uchiha Fugaku didn't even know for a while it was good. I really want to slap the person in front of me to death. Sure enough, bear children are the most hated. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a long time before exhaling slowly. Uchiha Fugaku's face was somber as water, and he slowly said, "Stop joking, I'm asking you something very important. What is your decision? Do you want to join the Konoha security department? Will you pay more than Hokage?" Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly squinted at him. I said, "Don't be kidding. I don't have so much patience. This is not a joke, this is a very important thing. This is the condition for me to decide whether to join the Konoha guard department." Uchiha Akaizuki replied solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku petrified in place instantly. Such an important thing? You are only looking at your own salary? Do you follow whoever has the highest salary? Can you still have a little faith, or be honest? Uchiha Fugaku once imagined that Uchiha Akaizuki might be very heartfelt to Naruto. After all, Uchiha Akaizuki has always been studying at a ninja school in the village and following the people in the village to perform tasks. It is also possible that he has always remembered the glory of the Uchiha clan in his heart, and has absolute loyalty to the Uchiha clan. As soon as he said the proposal, he desperately wanted to join the Konoha guard department and rejuvenate the Uchiha clan's former majesty. But Uchiha Fugaku never expected that Uchiha Akaizuki would fly this sentence lightly. Salary? This is an important choice for the Naruto faction and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku could only swallow the sullen breath, comforting himself constantly in his heart. He is still just a kid and he doesn't understand anything. I don't need to be angry with him. He is still just a kid and he doesn't understand anything. I don't need to be angry with him. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the anger in his heart, and there was a certain uncontrollable trembling in his voice. Yes, I will pay you a higher salary than Hokage Bang. Uchiha Fugaku heard the sound of his own ethics cracking and scattered all over the floor. Okay, then you can help me to complete the procedures. Uchiha Akaizuki replied casually. Things went so well, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Is this all right? Nothing else? Just agreed? No other ideas? Surprisingly smooth, but always revealing something weird. Uchiha Fugaku is puzzled. This kid doesn't look as easy to control as it seems on the surface. Uchiha Fugaku still dare not completely trust Uchiha Akaizuki, even if he now agrees to his decision and joins the Konoha security department. But after all, he is just a collateral bloodline, not his direct blood relationship, and may not be so loyal to him. I also have to keep in mind, not to let him come into contact with the secrets of the Uchiha clan. By the way, the patriarch, this table is considered a public injury, right? Can I be reimbursed? Uchiha Akaizuki asked suddenly. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to get up and leave, suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground unsteadily. Reimbursement, go and register with the elders. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt very weak. I have been too busy recently, so I have hallucinations, right? For a while, I felt physically haggard, as if I had suffered a great deal of mental torment. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's leaving figure, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes fell suddenly, and a faint stream of light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, when I just became Chunin, I attracted so many eyes. Almost within a day, he was invited by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku at the same time. Want him to stand in line? Or let him become a spy? He will do no good if he stands on either side. On the bright side, both sides have shown generous profits to solicit themselves. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen never wanted to kill himself, 450, but he is the Uchiha clan, and can never reach the top of Konoha. When his ability truly threatens Hokage's position or Konoha's interests, Sarutobi Hiruzen will inevitably have an impact on himself. Murderous. As far as Sarutobi Hiruzen is concerned, what he wants is that the Uchiha clan can prosper, be prosperous, and be famous all over the world, but they can never have any rights in the upper level of Konoha. For Konoha, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's dog. They usually feed some food and then let them bite whoever bites. But a dog is a dog after all, and he can't stand up as a master for a lifetime. For the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akaizuki also can't agree with each other, not to mention that he knows the future tragic fate of the Uchiha clan in the future. Just say Uchiha Fugaku, this person, absolutely cannot be trusted. Uchiha Fugaku is too ambitious. He wants to be Konoha's Hokage so much. Even his own son can be sent to Umbu to be a spy. What kind of belief does such a person have? Such a person doesn't care about anything except himself. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled faintly, a strange flash in his eyes. Want me to be the balance in the middle to balance Uchiha and Naruto? He is for fear that the world will not be chaotic. On Konoha Street, Uchiha Akaizuki hummed a little tune. People, I'm so happy tonight. Because the matter of his position has not been finalized, Kakashi is also missing, so during this time, even the task does not need to go out to execute. It is rare to have such a leisure time. Uchiha Akaizuki also went out to relax a little, strolling aimlessly in the street. Uchiha Akaizuki has come to Naruto World for a short time. He has been busy improving his strength and performing tasks before, but he has never been in the Konoha village very well. He has always been in the training ground and the Uchiha clan, running around on the road. Uchiha Akaizuki found the most famous ramen in the Hokage world. Although it is not a big store, it has a long history. Uchiha Akaizuki ordered a bowl of fragrant pork noodles. Uchiha Akaizuki finally understood why Uzumaki Naruto in the original book can eat so many bowls every time, because it is really delicious. It almost melts the tongue. Uchiha Akaizuki finished a bowl of ramen in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and the aroma of ramen continued to reverberate in his tongue. Uchiha Akaizuki smacked his lips with aftertaste. Although it is not completely full, Uchiha Akaizuki no longer plans to eat anymore. There are many other delicious things in Konoha. Let's try them all today. Uchiha Akaizuki geared up, eager to try. But he doesn't plan to eat the staple food, otherwise he will eat anything if he can't eat anything. He walked into a back alley. This is a slightly more remote alley, but the bustling inside is no less than that of the streets and shops outside. The sound of shouting is endless, and it looks very lively. There are many vendors pushing carts selling various snacks, fish balls, tempura, and longevity. Uchiha Akaizuki only came for a little bit of each, trying different dishes to treat his taste buds. Although these snacks are a little expensive, they are much cheaper than those bought in stores outside. I just received a salary of Jonin level, it is not bad at this time. He walked in all the way down the snack street. Almost eating, Uchiha Akaizuki patted his bulging belly and was about to leave. However, Uchiha Akaizuki turned his gaze away from the food, and he saw a big gray ball with a white hair on it, crouching in a ball, standing on the house. Is it Jiraiya? This guy is peeping at the female bath again? Uchiha Akaizuki sighed, as expected to be one of Sunin's Jiraiya-sama. Being strong is self-willed, and even those who dare to peep into the women's bathrooms so blatantly during the day. But this IQ is really not online, just as funny as the legend. Squatting on the eaves like a Malaysian monkey, who can't see it? It's just that most people don't dare to go up and control it. No wonder that Tsunade broke 6 ribs, fractured both hands and wrists, and broke several internal organs. I am afraid that only a powerful female ninja like Tsunade can subdue Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is this just coming back? Uchiha Akaizuki remembers that before World War II, Jiraiya stayed in the Rain Country to take care of Nagato Yahiko and Konan. They stayed for a year or two before returning to Konoha. Uchiha Akaizuki has not seen Jiraiya before, but now he has finally seen it. He doesn't plan to let this opportunity go. Uchiha Akaizuki threw what was in his hand, and ran towards Jiraiya with his leg. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki jumped onto the eaves, Jiraiya noticed Uchiha Akaizuki's breath, and Jiraiya squinted at the person behind him. Is it a kid from the Uchiha clan? What is he doing here? Uchiha Akaizuki stretched out his index finger and pressed it to his lips. Hush dash. Uchiha Akaizuki walked over to Jiraiya's side and lay down gently. Hey, kid of the Uchiha clan, what are you doing here? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a guarded face, lowered his voice and asked. Of course I will share the joy between men with Jiraiya-sama. Uchiha Akaizuki's face showed a wretched smile, full of smirk, and a look of flew to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was surprised and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with praise. Jiraiya secretly held a thumb at Uchiha Akaizuki, and let out a white fang laugh, shining with light. I didn't expect this little devil of the Uchiha clan to be on the road. At a young age, he knew what the real pleasure of a man is. The future is limitless. By the way, how did you know my name is Jiraiya? There was a faint smile on Uchiha Akaizuki's face. Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sunnins, has white hair, red camouflage on his face, and a forehead protector with oil lettering. There is no one else but you. Of course I have heard of your name, Lord Jiraiya. If I don't even recognize Master Jiraiya, then I would be too ignorant. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, his eyes turned into ecstasy. I didn't expect that I was already so famous in Konoha. Even how old children know who I am. Yes, the fairy is just concealing the name of the world, and I can do everything easily. The whole world in the southeast, northwest, and northwest is unmatched. One of the legendary Sunnin, Toad Sage, the white-haired boy of Miyama Mountain, can make you cry. The handsome guy who shut up the child immediately, Lord Jiraiya, refers to this handsome guy too. Jiraiya lifted the long white hair behind him, revealing an absolutely confident laugh, a mouthful of white fang gleaming. Even Uchiha Ma Li's moon, which has always been called Tianzong Shinyu, is full of black lines at this moment. The air suddenly solidified for a few seconds, and a black crow flew over his head, and a lot of bird feces fell on Jiraiya's head. Really whole. Segment. Break. Fall. Pervy Sage. I really gave a pull to follow it up, Uchiha Akaizuki said silently in his heart. One big and one small, they lie on the roof secretly like this, peeping at the female bath below. Because Jiraiya was there, no one came up to bother them for a while. Uchiha Akaizuki and Jiraiya's faces both had a rosy luster, and their eyes were bent into the moon. Did they make low and subtle laughs? Master Jiraiya, come to my place, look, there is a superb beauty below. After a while, Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly waved at Jiraiya. Where? When Jiraiya heard that there was a superb beauty, he immediately leaned over to Uchiha Akaizuki, squinting one eye through a small gap as if looking down. Where? Jiraiya glanced around, but didn't see the legendary superb beauty there. You didn't even see it? You put your probe down harder. Wow, that's a rare beauty. Long waist, thin legs, white skin and beautiful skin. That bust, that kind of squirting, I'm afraid there will be an E, right? Uchiha Akaizuki gave up the position to Jiraiya, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Jiraiya heard Uchiha Akaizuki's mutter, and his heart became even more anxious. The best beauties. Master Jiraiya, you must look carefully. It's there. Uchiha Akaizuki stood behind Jiraiya, and kept reminding him, you can hurry up. If you can't see it, the beauty is about to leave. I'm already looking for it very hard. 467. Why didn't I see it? When I heard that the beauty was leaving soon, Jiraiya's heart became even more anxious, almost buried his entire head in, and all his attention was attracted by the figures below. Uchiha Akaizuki got up slowly at this moment, and straightened up slightly. Silently, Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth curled up with a wicked smile. Boom! Uchiha Akaizuki kicked Jiraiya into the female bath. Puff! The sound of splashing water came from the female bath, and a monster suddenly fell into the bath, instantly attracting everyone's attention. After a second, who is this? How come a man appears? This person must be peeping our bath from above. For a while, the many beauties in the female soup pool seemed to have exploded, and they suddenly became commotion and panic. They all quickly picked up the bath towels and wrapped their bodies. Who, so wicked, peeped at me taking a shower? Smelly, gangster, pervert. Bah, go to hell you, see if my old lady won't cut you to death. It's because Jiraiya doesn't move slowly, but she was shocked, and when she realized that she had been yawned by Uchiha Akaizuki, she quickly covered her face to run outside. But angry women are terrible. All the slippers, soap, and all the guys around who can be copied are like shooting stars, crackling and flying towards Jiraiya, so densely packed that they can't hide. Jiraiya's sky-wide attack hit him several times. He hugged his head with both hands and fled in a hurry, embarrassed. Jiraiya screamed endlessly. Half an hour later, Uchiha Akaizuki, lying peacefully on the grass beside the small river of Konoha, with a grass root in his mouth, was enjoying the afternoon leisurely. A person suddenly jumped out of the grass and pointed at Uchiha Akaizuki with his fingers and shouted loudly, "Wow, you kid dare to count me. It's too much. It's so shameful that I went to such a place to hide. It took me a long time to find you." Jiraiya's head was full of rising anger. Anger value plus 681, anger value plus 589, anger value plus 421, anger value plus 643. Uchiha's heart is ecstatic, and he deserves to be one of Sunen's Jiraiya. Now you have the strength of cage level. This anger value also grows too fast. It is so amazing. The previously increased anger value is only comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. In this short blink of an eye, his anger value has increased by several thousand points. Uchiha Akaizuki slowly started from the grass, looking at Jiraiya in front of him, as if he had completely forgotten what he did just now, without any guilt. Uchiha Akaizuki said innocently, "Hey, Jiraiya? Why are you beaten like this? As one of Sunen's Jiraiya-sama, you are not passively beaten to such a degree, right?" Jiraiya said angrily, "Please, I'm going to collect materials from the girls. How can I shoot those beautiful girls? That is detrimental to my great image of Jiraiya Toad Sage." Uchiha Akaizuki innocently said, "Well, I thought you would at least defend yourself. After all, I am also in a good heart. Only by observing from a close distance can you better draw materials." Jiraiya stared suspiciously at the child in front of him. What he said is true. Why does it feel so unreliable? I have been discovered. How can I observe it up close? Who knows that you are not defensive? Shouldn't you know a lot of ninjutsu? Just use any body replacement technique or the like, and you won't be labeled like this. But you still ruined my collection. I won't let you go so easily. Uchiha's kid. Jiraiya thought about what happened just now, and his heart was full of anger. My reputation as Toad Sage was almost destroyed by this kid in front of me. Fortunately, I covered my face and ran out very quickly. Now I think about it, I'm still afraid for a while. If this matter reaches the ears of the fellow Sarutobi teacher, the ink will be chattering all day long. I'm drawing material. It's drawing material. Now that the collection is interrupted, Jiraiya is even more unhappy. So many beauties can't be seen, all because of this kid. Jiraiya sat on the ground, constantly braving his anger, staring, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki, with a look of reluctance to let him go. "Hey, kid from Uchiha's family, what's your name?" "Uchiha Akaizuki. Let's talk. Interrupt me. How do you compensate me?" Jiraiya said angrily. "I don't want any money, I'm going to kill one." Uchiha Akaizuki said robely. "What do I want your life for? I don't like men. I'm still a little kid with no hair. The beauty that Lao Zi likes is a beauty, you know. That can give me inspiration." Uchiha Akaizuki pouted and looked at Jiraiya, with a face full of contempt. When peeping, he peeped, and he can speak so openly of course, he completely forgot, he was peeping with Jiraiya just now. "Ahem, in fact, it's not impossible to help you draw materials and give you inspiration," Akaizuki said suddenly and leisurely. "What way?" Jiraiya stared at Uchiha Akaizuki, completely distrustful. "I know a very good ninjutsu." Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly gave a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly formed seals with both hands. Sexuality, boom. A burst of white mist appeared, covering Uchiha Akaizuki completely. The white mist gradually dissipated, and Jiraiya was stunned for an instant. His nosebleeds were like a stream, and the riversides flowed down. A beautiful woman with long straight black hair appeared in front of Jiraiya, her body covered by the clouds. Master Jiraiya, is this kind of material you need dash? Lord Jiraiya, are you inspired?" The girl's fingers were in her mouth, like the cutest elf in time. She threw a fiwan at Jiraiya, with a sense of purity in her. Then Jiraiya-sama, the girl's gentle voice was like a silver bell. "What?" Jiraiya's eyes turned into red hearts, almost staring out, and the saliva in her mouth kept flowing out. "It's coming out completely soon. Almost soon. Immediately." Jiraiya's heart touched her throat, her eyes widened, her nosebleeds gushing out like a fountain, she couldn't stop it. "Come take a look. The most beautiful, enchanting and most enchanting girl with a deadly attraction. This will become my latest writing material." Jiraiya's eyes burst into light. The voice of beauty, young female, suddenly changed into a wild male voice. "Come and see Lao Zi." Behind the white smoke, pure and lovely beauty, young female, suddenly appeared under her body, which instantly blinded Jiraiya's eyes. Ah 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 dash a tragic wailing instantly spread throughout Konoha. Jiraiya's mouth was spitting out blood, and the body fell backward involuntarily. Lie directly on the ground, twitching all over, his eyes pale and unable to move. Tears like a stream flowed from his eyes. Jiraiya suffered a huge blow in his heart. No, it's a shadow that will last a lifetime. It's too much. How can you do this? Anger value plus 798, anger value plus 781, anger value plus 963, anger value plus 812. Jiraiya thinks of the pure beauty of the long black hair. Vomit. Jiraiya knelt on the ground, couldn't help but vomit, almost vomiting out even for breakfast. With a bang, after a white mist, Uchiha Akaizuki lifted his transformation technique and turned into the original appearance, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground. Ha 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 ha. I really want to laugh at me. Uchiha Akaizuki laughed and tears were about to come out, and he was really going to be delighted by Jiraiya. Excessive? Non-existent. If Jiraiya doesn't get up anymore, then Jiraiya's anger value will be dedicated to Uchiha Akaizuki for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. For such a strong person, you can't make a physical blow, you must make a mental blow. Drop. Congratulations to hosts Angry Crit, Jiraiya, for getting the Blood Legacy boundary, Dead Bone Pulse. In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank and his eyes widened in disbelief. This another kind of blood succession boundary? Uchiha Akaizuki almost thought he had hallucinations in an instant. I am now a double blood successor? And still such a strong Dead Bone Pulse. This is a very powerful whole card. Looking at Kimimaro in the original work, you can see that as one of the containers in the Orikimura phase, it turned out that he died of illness in the end. Even if only in the plot, it is a flash in the pan, but it is indeed a young man who cannot be forgotten. It is because of the powerful Dead Bone Pulse. However, just when Uchiha was complacent, Jiraiya's murderous voice came from behind. You, Ji, Bo, Chi, Moon. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly felt that his back was cold, and his hair was about to stand up. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't even turn his head back, knowing that it must be Jiraiya who was so angry that he was ultimate. After all, even Dead Bone Pulse was exposed. I have been using the system for a while, and Uchiha Akaizuki has a strong ability to sense murderous intent. When he hears others yelling out his name, he will definitely not let him go. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Uchiha Akaizuki exerted force on both feet and kicked to the ground. His body was like an arrow, and he flew out instantly, jumping towards the distance. Run away. All of a sudden, Jiraiya was taken aback for a while. This proficient movement, this is not the slightest proficiency. This guy F***K is a veteran. You know how many people want to be beaten by you. He didn't even have a sophistry, so he just started running. Jiraiya's eyes filled with anger, chasing Uchiha Akaizuki and ran out. This kid who didn't know where he came from, dared to tease himself like this? Wait, I never noticed. He seems to be wearing a green vest. Could it be that Konoha has already appeared such a small chunin in a few years without Konoha? How can this be? Such a kid? How could it be a genius? You must have secretly worn your parents' vests. This naughty kid did a lot of undue beating. A few years after I stopped Konoha, this bear kid appeared. It's so naughty. Jiraiya was angry and rushed out. Humph, just a little kid who can escape the palm of my toad sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya got up from the ground and stumbled a bit before stabilizing her figure. Sure enough, the shock was still a bit big. Jiraiya rushed toward Uchiha Akaizuki in the direction where he was escaping. Uchiha Akaizuki could feel the distance not far behind him, and a figure was chasing him constantly, like a bone-attached maggot. He couldn't get rid of it at all. Uchiha Akaizuki was secretly surprised. Is this the strength of Jiraiya, one of Sunin? It's really scary. 7. Uchiha immediately urged his chakra, kicked the ground under his feet, and doubled his speed again. In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki felt that the loss of chakra in his body accelerated a lot. Most ninjas will not use chakra on the road to speed up their speed, and most of them will stay in battle. Because speeding up with chakra in this way is too extravagant for a ninja. They simply can't afford the consumption of such a speed bonus. Instead of using it for ninjutsu, it's better to use it in battle. But at this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki, the speed at his feet continues to accelerate again. Faster, 467, faster. The chakra in Uchiha Akaizuki's body is passing by at a terrifying speed. Uchiha Akaizuki is now consuming his chakra regardless of the cost, and instantly boosted his speed to ultimate. Anyway, it fell into Jiraiya's hands, and his current ninjutsu was not enough for him. It would be better to concentrate on running away. Uchiha Akaizuki seemed to be possessed, turned into a phantom, flashed across the woods, and even the leaves were not disturbed, just like a ghost that appeared out of thin air in the daytime. What? Jiraiya from behind let out a shallow exclamation. A strange color flashed in his eyes. He can feel that the kid in front of him is constantly growing the distance with his current self. Jiraiya once again increased his speed a little bit, but the kid in front was like a small rocket in an instant. If he hadn't seen this kid just now, he wouldn't have thought that he had been chasing after him now. It turned out to be such a small kid. This speed is really terrible. As one of Sunin, Jiraiya, although not known for speed, is not doing his best now. But at least it is the speed of Jonin level. Now that this little devil has been distanced, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and then she gradually became serious. It seems that this kid is not as simple as he thought. Is it possible that he is really a Chunin? And a Chunin who is good at speed? Only then did he remember that the green vest on that little devil's body fits very well, and it didn't mean that he had stolen an adult's clothes. He is a Chunin. A Konoha's Chunin. When did Konoha appear such a small Chunin? Sure enough, I had been away from Konoha for too long, and I didn't even know that such a thing had happened. Be sure to catch up with this little guy, just ask. A strong curiosity arose in Jiraiya's heart. He wanted to know the information about this boy too much. He still remembered seeing the big toad sage once when he was young. The elder toad sage once said a word, and he is still impressed. The boy who shouldn't exist, with red pupils, will ignite the entire world. Is it him? Sharinan from the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya doesn't know. He has been searching for so many years. Jiraiya immediately accelerated the pace on her feet, instantly increased her speed several times, and completely exploded her strength as Sunin. Now is not the time to make a joke. He must find this young man and determine some things. Catch him. Jiraiya put away the usual hippie smile, his face was full of seriousness. Uchiha Akaizuki screamed madly in front, feeling that he had already moved Jiraiya farther and farther, and his heart was full of pride. However, suddenly, the distance between the two people began to shorten, and the speed that Jiraiya increased can be described as horrible. F***CK? What's wrong? Isn't it just a joke? As for being so reluctant and not forgiving? No. It seems that Jiraiya was really angry just now. It must not fall into his hands. Uchiha Akaizuki gritted his teeth secretly, and in this moment, his chakra has already consumed most of it. Now he is a chakra with an elite Chunin level. Damn it, Uchiha Akaizuki cursed in his heart, the anime is all deceiving. How can Jiraiya have such a good temper? According to the character in the anime, it shouldn't be so chasing now. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly cursed cheating in his heart, while grabbing 3 Junlion pills from his system space, threw them into his mouth quickly, and swallowed them. The Junlion pill melted at the entrance and turned into a warm current, flowing to the limbs and limbs. In an instant, I felt the strength of my body began to fill up again. The 3 military ration pills that Uchiha Akaizuki ate were all exchanged from the system before. They have been secretly accumulating for such a long time. I didn't expect that they would come in handy today. The army ration pill exchanged in the system is different from the secret army ration pill of the Akamike clan. System manufacturing must produce high-quality products. This Junlion pill does not have any side effects. No matter how much you eat, when chakra is fully restored, it won't increase anymore. At the same time, even if you take more Junlion pills, it will not put any burden on your body. Although these Junlion pills can quickly restore chakra, it also takes a few minutes. Therefore, this kind of Junlion pill can only support Uchiha Akaizuki's long-term endurance, but cannot enhance his instant explosive power. In general, Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't like to rely on Junlion pills, and it is more reliable to rely on his own strength. Of course, this is just his self-comforting words because he can't afford it. After buying these 3 army food pills, Uchiha Akaizuki also suffered for a long time. If he took drugs uncontrollably, his anger value would not be 0.7 enough. Uchiha Akaizuki was quick, and he could feel his chakra. As he improved, he was also consuming quickly. Uchiha Akaizuki's speed has increased again. It's coming soon, already very close. As long as you hold on, you can get rid of Jiraiya immediately. Uchiha Akaizuki almost feels that these legs are not his own, and there is only one word left in his mind. Run! At the same time, Jiraiya is not feeling well, and the chakra in his body consumes a lot. This kid is terrible, and Jiraiya doesn't know how many years he hasn't run so hard. Moreover, this route has 7 turns and 8 turns, and changes direction abruptly. There is almost no law at all. Is this still Chunin? Chunin is not so perverted, right? Boy, I caught you. Jiraiya stepped forward and stood in front of Uchiha Akaizuki, blocking his way. Jiraiya stood in front of Uchiha Akaizuki with a serious face. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly braked and immediately stabilized his figure, almost hitting Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya glanced at his back, of course he knew where he was behind him. Fortunately, this kid was blocked in time here. Okay, S**X fairy, isn't it? It's just a joke. As for chasing me so hard, how can you say that you are also a big man? How can you care about a child with me? Uchiha Akaizuki was also full of upset, and even Master Jiraiya stopped screaming, and just called him hello. I don't applaud fairy, Jiraiya yelled frantically. Don't call such a wretched name to such a handsome me. No, wait, he almost took the topic away, and he still has business affairs. that I'm actually during Jiraiya's 10 talks, Uchiha Akaizuki's hands were already imprinted quickly. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. Wait for this technique. Looking at you, Uchiha Akaizuki shouted. Jiraiya screamed in her heart, her face stretched out, she took out her hands and covered her eyes. So spicy eyes tricks. I definitely can't watch it a second time. Otherwise, when he sees other beauties in the future, he will have a shadow in his heart. I will be afraid that they will suddenly pull out a big baby from below. It's a nightmare. What a vicious trick. There is no lower limit at all. It was a long time without a bang. Jiraiya lowered the hand on his face and saw that his front was empty. Oh, let him run away. On the dirt wall behind, the sound of a hippie smiling face sounded. He, Jiraiya, are you still out of breath? I fooled you again. Ha ha ha, you just can't catch me. Jiraiya is about to jump up in anger. He has been played with by this kid again. This kid has too many insidious tricks. I really want to give this kid a big beating. Wait, my business. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that he was short-circuited by this kid's brain just now. Wait a minute, don't listen or listen, the eighth chanting, just a little bit. Uchiha Akaizuki made a grimace and jumped directly off the wall. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Come out for me. Jiraiya was about to explode from the outside man, but Jiraiya can only yell, and cannot go forward, because the wall in front of you is a dividing line, the boundary between Konoha's other areas and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akaizuki rushed towards this place at the very beginning. As long as he runs into the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya cannot enter the Uchiha clan at will without a valid reason, otherwise it will cause conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. It's fine if it's an ordinary person, but this one is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice and one of the famous Sunin. If he enters the Uchiha clan, even if it really has nothing to do with Hokage, the Uchiha clan will not give up easily. So Jiraiya can only watch Uchiha Akaizuki swagger away, jumping angrily on the spot. Anyway, you are Konoha's ninja, and you can't go anywhere, we will still grow in the days to come. Jiraiya left with anger and annoyance. It seems that about that matter, I can only ask him later. Uchiha finally used up Jiraiya and took a long breath. It was so dangerous, it almost fell into his hands. It seems that Jiraiya is so good to Naruto and Minato, and it must be for the so-called son of prophecy. He is actually so fierce. Of course Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't know the real reason why Jiraiya chased him. With a sigh of relief, Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his system. Just now he saw the number on Jiraiya's head rising. Uchiha Akaizuki and Jiraiya have been tossing for most of the day, and the anger value should have risen a lot really. The anger value suddenly rose to more than 20,000. It's a bumper harvest. Uchiha Akaizuki has joy in his eyes. This is awesome. This is the first time Uchiha Akaizuki has got so many anger points since he came to Naruto World. As expected of Sunin, today this wave is worth it. Of course, what excites Uchiha Akaizuki most is the explosion of the blood succession boundary, dead bone pulse. If you have time, you must find a place where no one is there, and study the power of this blood inheritance boundary. Today's chakra consumes too much, and the accumulated fatigue value of the body is also relatively high. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki returned to his home, he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Being able to escape in Jiraiya's hands, even if it is not too long, is enough for many people to show off. If this were to be spread out, it would have caused a big sensation. After all, Uchiha Akaizuki is only a Chunin level. He was able to hold on for such a long time under Jiraiya, one of Sunin. It is terrible. While Uchiha Akaizuki was slumbering, the other side was indeed chosen by the waves. Snapped. Inside the Hokage office, there was a loud noise of 467. Uchiha Fugaku fiercely threw a stack of paper into Hokage's office, his face full of anger. But what he can do is to such an extent. After all, it was Kokage's Hokage standing in front of him. Why didn't you approve Uchiha Akaizuki to join the Konoha security department? Uchiha Fugaku's face changed. I think Akaizuki has a very good talent. I hope he can join Umbu, where he can get real experience and grow up quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes remained unchanged, as if calm. The same as Gujing. He is a member of our Uchiha clan. Why join your Umbu? Even if he is a member of the Uchiha clan, he is also Konoha's ninja, and he has the right to enter Konoha. This is an internal matter of our Uchiha clan. Don't the clan leader of me even have the right to house my clan? Uchiha Fugaku's face became ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's current behavior has threatened his position as the patriarch. Want to suppress the Uchiha clan when the old patriarch of the Uchiha clan has just passed away and the new patriarch has just taken the position? Sarutobi Hiruzen, there has never been peace in your heart. You just use more insidious methods to continuously disintegrate the strength and status of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akaizuki must join the Konoha security department. This is my last bottom line, Uchiha Fugaku said firmly. For a while, the atmosphere in the air became extremely tense, and the room was dead silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out smoke faintly, staring at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him. The new patriarch of the Uchiha clan is much stronger than imagined. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan would elect such a radical person as the new patriarch. This is not good news for Konoha. Third generation pondered for a long time, and then said leisurely, "Well, I agree with Uchiha Akaizuki to enter Konoha's security department, but I have a request." "What's the requirement?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned. "He can't join the law enforcement team, but must join the logistics team." Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was not easy to make a decision. Logistics. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, and then suddenly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. He narrowed his eyes and hesitated constantly in his heart. This is probably the biggest concession made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Uchiha Akaizuki joins the logistics team, he can't stay by his side all day, and the time to meet with himself has become much less. But you think this will stop me and draw Uchiha Akaizuki into your team?" There was a sneer in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. "Okay. Uchiha Akaizuki will join the logistics team." Uchiha Fugaku nodded heavily, then turned and left the Hokage office without saying a word. The two broke up unhappily. They were not very satisfied with this result, but they were still able to bear it. Depression continued to ferment in my heart. The small friction rubbing is constantly escalating. Both want to draw Uchiha Akaizuki into their team, but they are afraid of each other, and they must not let Uchiha Akaizuki fall into each other's hands. Neither of them would let go, and the final compromise is that no one can get it. Uchiha Akaizuki and Heite Kakashi are now the focus of attention in the village. The fact that Uchiha Akaizuki joined Konoha's logistics department came out, which immediately disappointed everyone and broke their eyes. "I thought I was going to rise into the sky, but I didn't expect to fall into the dust at this time." Many people are silently regretting behind the scenes that a good genius has been placed in such an awkward position at this time. After the ninjas in the village become Chunin, only a small number of potential ninjas will enter this kind of experienced organization, accept more arduous exercises, and finally become the elite Jonin, especially Jonin, and even the elite Jonin. And there are more ordinary people. Becoming Chunin is the ultimate of their ability. It is difficult to continue to improve in this lifetime. They will be assigned to such ordinary positions, such as Konoha's teachers, organizations responsible for registration, etc. Konoha's various order maintenance daily positions. There are not many opportunities for battle throughout the year, and the chance of improvement is even more. Very few. Originally for Uchiha Akaizuki, Umbu, directly under Hokage, should be the best choice, where the master has the most abundant resources of Konoha. Followed by the Konoha Guard Department, followed by Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and since then tied to the Uchiha clan. Maybe in the future, he will be able to become a very high-ranking elder of the Uchiha clan, which is also a good home. But the current Konoha Security Department, logistics team, Jisuk, it's too tasteless. There is no right to touch, and no threat to be established. Responsible for the distribution of supplies to the Uchiha clan by Konoha every month, etc. Such a mediocre life for a few years is enough to drown a genius and wipe out all his will and vitality. Countless people sighed silently in the dark. A political victim. The great future was ruined in this way. After Uchiha Akaizuki woke up the next day, someone soon notified him of the news, with a pity on his face, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki regretfully. After Uchiha Akaizuki waited for the person to leave, he jumped up from the ground, and he couldn't help closing his mouth. "Okay, that's great. This way no one will monitor yourself. Because no one will monitor a person who is engaged in logistics. In this way, I can gradually fade out of these people's sights. Is it a pleasure to be counted as chess pieces all day? Besides, resources? The Uchiha Akaizuki has a system. What do you want those resources for? Others want to learn a powerful ninjutsu. They have to look for resources everywhere and apprentice to learn art. Even in order to be able to learn a high-level ninjutsu, gain stronger power, and give his life. For Uchiha Akaizuki, all of this is just at your fingertips. And this job is very easy. He has a lot of time to do his other practice, to explore those ninjutsu that does not have a complete master, but to study his dead bone pulse blood succession. He doesn't want to stay with Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Fugaku all day. Uchiha Akaizuki readily agreed. Countless people finally held a glimmer of hope, waiting for Uchiha Akaizuki to resist this order. As a result, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Uchiha Chi and you to be so complacent. Didn't even make trouble, just accepted this decision? Doesn't he know what it means to enter the logistics team? Someone sighed silently. Although the strength of this child is good, his eyesight is still too short. Ma Wangzhao, such a person can only live in a corner after all, and cannot become a great weapon in the regretful eyes of countless people. Uchiha Akaizuki was assigned to the logistics team of the security department and began a life of doing nothing all day. In the Konoha archives room, Jiraiya browsed through countless materials. He didn't know if the child he met in the country of water was the son of prophecy in the legend. He is even more unsure whether the kid from the Uchiha family he saw in Konoha is the so-called dot, and why shouldn't it exist? Jiraiya has been puzzled. With red pupils, Konoha also has several families, all of which have such pupils, such as the Yuri family, or you should ask Orochimaru. After all, he has always been in Konoha, and maybe he knows more than what is recorded on the scroll. People that shouldn't exist. At the gate of the Uchiha clan, he probed his head, and the ghost stretched out a small head, and his black eyeballs rolled straight in his eye sockets, looking around. Uchiha Akaizuki saw that no one appeared, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It has been several days since Uchiha Akaizuki came up with the family land of the Uchiha clan, but when he went out, Jiraiya jumped out of the bushes next to him and was so scared that Uchiha Akaizuki slipped back to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akaizuki's face is full of depression. This Jiraiya, why is it so vengeful? Didn't it just use an improved S*X technique? As for the so many days of chasing and fighting so hard, don't you let him go? Could it be true that it left a shadow in Jiraiya's heart? Doesn't he really won't be able to get up when he sees beautiful women in the future? We Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but let out a knowing smile. Uchiha Akaizuki was depressed for a few days, but there was another person who was more depressed than Uchiha Akaizuki. It was Jiraiya, who had been squatting for 5 or 6 days in front of Uchiha Gate. Don't you think the grass is good for squatting? K Lao Z squatted from morning to night all day, so wait for this B D to come out. In the end, I didn't say a word, and the kid ran back to the Uchiha clan. I'm really mad. I really didn't think about it. I really only have something to say to you. Why don't you even give me a chance? At the beginning, the Uchiha people who guarded the gate of the Uchiha clan were still secretly surprised that Jiraiya, one of the Sunnins, would actually appear at the gate of the Uchiha clan. The next day, the third day, the 6th day, Master Jiraiya is here again? Good morning. Uchiha Akaizuki hasn't come out yet, but I suggest Master Jiraiya you change to a bush, right? The leaves of that bush are about to be pulled out by you, which will affect the beautification of the Uchiha family's gate a little bit. Jiraiya was covered with black lines and silently changed to bush. Jingran is still disgusted. My heart is bitter. Uchiha hid in the Uchiha clan's clan for several days, but he still had a job as Chunin. Today he must leave the Uchiha clan. He has to go to the office of Deo Naruto and report all the tasks that the Uchiha clan has done this month, so that Konoha will publish the commissions that the Uchiha clan deserves. Because of Jiraiya, this job has been delayed for several days. Even if it is dangerous today, we must break out. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't see Jiraiya for the first time. He was relieved a little, and started to run out quickly. Uchiha Akaizuki! You stop me! A loud drink came from behind Uchiha Akaizuki, and Jiraiya jumped out of a bush a little further away. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't even turn his head, and immediately quickened his pace. Stop? Impossible! How bad is my head to stop at this time? Uchiha Akaizuki generated wind under his legs, turning like 2 hot wheels, and ran towards the Hokage office. Although Uchiha Akaizuki ran towards the Naruto office, he did not run in a straight line, nor did he jump on the roofs in various buildings like ordinary ninjas. If Uchiha Akaizuki jumped directly in the sky, the goal would be too obvious. After a while, Jiraiya would be caught directly. There are many buildings and shelters on the ground. If you run away, it is not easy to hide. Uchiha Akaizuki is on the street. Turn left in an alley and right in an alley. With such guerrilla warfare, Uchiha Akaizuki can increase his winning rate. The Jiraiya behind him was miserable. Finally, this kid went out, but he ran so fast. Bah, if it is normal like the kind of chasing in the woods that day, Jiraiya is not afraid of Uchiha Akaizuki. After all, his own strength as a Chunin far exceeds his little Chunin. But this uneasy routine is out. He doesn't run in a straight line at all. When I just increased my speed a little bit, I pulled in a little distance with this guy. This guy slammed the brakes immediately, turned around and changed directions. It's slippery than Loach. Jiraiya feels anxious, thinking of Jiraiya, one of my dignified Chunnins. Is it in Konoha that you can't even catch you as a hairy boy? Jiraiya's hands are sealed in front of him. Shadow clone technique. Immediately, Jiraiya separated 3 identical selves, directed in 3 different directions, and surrounded them in a semicircular direction. Uchiha Akaizuki soon discovered that several Jiraiya appeared beside him at the same time. Uchiha Akaizuki froze for a moment, and understood what was going on. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth has a wicked smile. Do you think that this kind of ninjutsu is the only one who can do it? Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Akaizuki split into 5 clones in an instant, and jumped out quickly in different directions all at once. Uchiha Akaizuki was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he refreshed the B-level shadow clone technique, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and bought him. This is a Class B ninjutsu with up to 14216 anger points. Uchiha Akaizuki almost endured the thought of choking his hands and ordered a purchase. After all, shadow clone technique is really used too often, even if it is a little expensive, it is worth it. What? Jiraiya let out a soft cry and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, who was running away in front of him, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. This little guy, Jiang Ran, can still perform this kind of B-level ninjutsu? Did Uchiha Fugaku teach him? He heard that the new patriarch of Uchiha's family attached great importance to this Uchiha Akaizuki. However, while surprised by Uchiha Akaizuki's strength, Jiraiya watched so many Uchiha Akaizuki ran out in different directions, and suddenly got even more headache. Uchiha Akaizuki must send at least 2 shadow clones to catch him. But if Uchiha Akaizuki is not the main body, as long as the shadow clone is cancelled, it will be fine. He can also use shadow clone again. What a headache, kid. I'm afraid that if you are alone, you can't catch him at all. Jiraiya came up with a way. Jiraiya's mouth smiled. Uchiha Akaizuki, don't forget, this is Konoha. You, and a few others over there, put aside the work that is not important to you, and help me catch this kid for me. Jiraiya immediately called a few ninjas who were wandering on the street and asked them to join the army hunting down Uchiha Akaizuki. Master Jiraiya, is this a very important task? One of them asked. I still have some partners. They don't have a task today. If you need it, I can leave and call them all out. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and she nodded and said, yeah, it's a very important thing. If there is nothing wrong, call your friend out too. When the ninja saw this turned out to be a 10-minute important thing to Lord Jiraiya, then you must perform well in front of Jiraiya-sama. Maybe Jiraiya-sama will teach himself a high-level ninjutsu when he is happy. Even said a few words for himself in front of Hokage. That person went and called out all his companions, so pleased. Everyone else saw, this kid? He's so courteous? And it looks like Master Jiraiya is very happy? Others also stepped forward and said, oh, I remember. My elder brother is still at home today. I can call him out to help. As soon as you reminded me, I just remembered that my brother-in-law's cousin and his brother seem to be fine today. I'll call him out too. Yes, right, go call it out. In a short while, the hunting squad of a few people turned into a hunting squad of more than a dozen people. They all know that the person they are going to hunt is called Uchiha Akaizuki. It's easy to recognize, and they are all familiar with this name. It was some time ago, that kid from the Uchiha clan who was promoted to Chunin. Although some of them don't know Uchiha Akaizuki, this does not prevent them from recognizing at a glance which one is Uchiha Akaizuki. Small figures, wearing green Chunin vests, and a Uchiha family's iconic group fan printed on their sleeves, they will definitely not admit it. For a time, several ninjas kept flying in the air, like lightning, jumping between the roof ridges. Below, there are more than a dozen ninjas constantly shuttled through the streets of Konoha, looking for traces of Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki, I saw you. It's better to confess your mistakes to Master Jiraiya honestly. You will never escape. 3 or 4 ninjas immediately surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki, and suddenly a large net was cast down in the air, which instantly covered Uchiha Akaizuki under the net. There were triumphant smiles on the faces of several ninjas. If they took him back to Master Jiraiya would definitely praise them. With a bang, Uchiha Akaizuki turned into a white mist and disappeared before their eyes. The smiles on their faces instantly solidified, and anger began to rise on their heads. Anger value plus 56, anger value plus 71, anger plus 48, damn it. It turned out to be a clone. No, the one just now is not a clone, it's a shadow clone. This kid actually knows shadow clone? I really underestimated him. Go! Let's go chasing together, we must catch this kid. They quickly jumped away again. After they left for a few minutes, a trash can that had been stationary next to it suddenly banged. Uchiha Akaizuki's transformation technique is released. Such a simple E-level ninjutsu can't last long. Seeing more and more people chasing him, Uchiha Akaizuki secretly cried out, my god, is Jiraiya playing for real? You mobilized so many people to hunt me down? Just because of a joke I made? Is it too much? In this case he can't even fall into Jiraiya's hands. He used such a large handwriting in the village to hunt down himself? If this is caught by him, what else can he do? Uchiha Akaizuki's figure flashed, and quickly jumped in the other direction. In different places in Hokage village, there are often different places, and I begin to discover the trace of Uchiha Akaizuki. However, no one has found where the real Uchiha Akaizuki is. What are you doing? Do not know it seems to be looking for Uchiha Akaizuki? The villagers in Konoha saw that so many ninjas were dispatched in the village today, flashing and running constantly on the houses and alleys and streets, and they couldn't help but stop and watch. -0 seeking flowers 0. There are not many when Konoha appears so lively. Dad? Why are they looking for Uchiha Akaizuki? It seems that after Uchiha Akaizuki graduated, I haven't seen him for a long time. On the streets of Konoha, two people, one large and one small, were all wearing green uniforms, their dark hair covered their heads like thin skin, and the two thick eyebrows were very eye-catching. Guy, you don't understand that. Might Dai thought deeply. This Might's fingers pointed in the direction the ninjas were chasing, tears streaming down his face in excitement. It's the charm of practice. Even when there was no war, I never gave up on practicing assiduously. Carrying out such hunting exercises in the village, everyone really worked hard. Might clenched his fists with both hands, leaving tears of emotion. Look at your former classmates, who are now accepting these ninja hunting exercises, how hard they are. This is youth. Burn. Youth. Boiling. Youth. Let's join their army together. Do more difficult training. Might Guy clenched his fist and nodded firmly, as expected of my eternal opponent. Uchiha Akaizuki is so talented who has worked so hard, and I have to work harder too. Might Dai, I feel my youth is boiling. Oh, Guy, let's go. Might Guy, yes, Dad. Two green figures quickly joined the ninjas who were hunting down. Dai, what are you doing? We are conducting the latest training exercise called Hunting Uchiha Akaizuki. Is there such a drill? I don't even know. So many people? Hurry up and join in. This is the latest exercise project. In a while, more and more ninjas joined the army to hunt Uchiha Akaizuki. The whole Konoha is boiling. Ah, ASE Wolf came in. There was a scream in the female soup pond. Ah, who ran under my skirt? A civilian girl in a sponge cake princess dress shrieked, losing her face in shock. Oh my god. Who stole my tank? Uchiha Akaizuki dodged from left to right, watching the more and more intensive pursuit of the army. For a moment he was a little bit crying. He never dreamed that so many people would come out to hunt him down. It is terrible. Jiraiya, you are the biggest petty kid in Konoha. Uchiha eats Akaizuki to dodge in Konoha village for so long, jumping up and down. Chakra has consumed a lot, although none of them use two large ninjutsu, but even so, the chakra in his body has been consumed by half. Uchiha's 467 Akaizuki spent most of the time using small ninjutsu such as 3-body technique, which was relatively less expensive. It's just that it's not enough to stay passive like this. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes turned dripping, not knowing what to write, and his hands began to seal. Jiraiya saw that so many people were already hunting Uchiha Akaizuki, so he stopped doing it himself. The big man is always doing the job of command. He stood on a tall building next to the Hokage office, looking out at the situation below. If Uchiha Akaizuki wants to enter the Hokage office, he must walk this path, and he is the last line of defense that guards the bottom pass. This kid definitely can't run today. But there was a smile at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. This kid has a really high IQ. Although they used the most basic 3-body technique, disguise technique, etc., they deceived these ninjas. The Hyuga family released Byakugan. The canine family released all the dogs. As a result, this kid is almost like a living loach. He can't catch it anyway, all kinds of insidious tricks, it is impossible to prevent, and it makes people hate the roots of the teeth. This kid has used these low-level ninjutsu to show far beyond his own power. Those ninjas kept complaining, and their hearts were full of anger. There is even a part of it, I have completely forgotten that this is the task sent by Jiraiya, and I am angry and must catch this kid. Hi, Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Are you planning to go to Master Naruto? Jiraiya turned her head and saw Yui Mahong standing behind him. How will you be here? Well, I just came back from a mission and saw that the village seems to be very lively today. Yuri Zhenhong smiled faintly. Ah, I'm hunting down a damned kid. Jiraiya smiled and scratched his head. Oh, then you go on. I'll go report my mission to Master Naruto. Yuri Zhenhong nodded. Oh, by the way, is your sister Keiko married? I thought she was chasing after me back then and was so fascinated by my handsome Fengliu that I am still single now, Jiraiya said very narcissistically. Taari Zhenhong's body stiffened for a while, and then a slightly abnormal smile was raised, and he secretly said in his heart, this big wolf, even if I really have a younger sister, I won't marry you. Ah, she is already married. Terry is really red hasn't been finished, but the kunao in Jiraiya's hand flies quickly towards Ui is really red. Ta-Ri is really red was startled and jumped and flashed quickly. After he settled down, she immediately put out a hand below. An unknown ninja used a strange ninjutsu to hide on the roof, and firmly grabbed one of the feet of Ui Zhenhong to prevent him from escaping. Almost in an instant, nearly 10 ninjas appeared out of thin air, surrounded the Shi'ari Real Red, and the sharp kunao in their hands aimed at Shi'ari Real Red. Bang! The location where Ziri Zhenhong was, instantly turned into a white mist. When the white mist dissipated, it was Uchiha Akaizuki who pursed his mouth angrily. How did you see through me? Uchiha Akaizuki yelled unwillingly. Almost. Because Yuri Makoto's sister Keiko died in the battle 3 years ago, Jiraiya said. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted instantly, sighing secretly in his heart. Among the many ninjas, the one he is most familiar with, who can enter the Hokage office with a swagger, only Yuri is really red. He originally thought that he was familiar with Yuri Genhong's words and so on. Such a trick must be foolproof. Moreover, he knows that Yuri Genhong has gone out on missions recently and has not returned. But he really didn't know what the hell was Yuri Genhong's sister. Jiraiya, why are you so insidious? Don't even let the dead people go. Soon, Uchiha Akaizuki was tied up by the 5 flowers, like a big bug, and was sent to Jiraiya. The ninja who was shocked just now heard that Uchiha Akaizuki had been arrested, so he hurried over to join in the fun. Be sure to watch Master Jiraiya teach this kid well. All the people are nearby, each with a smirk, waiting for Uchiha Akaizuki to make a fool of himself, and then they will taunt him vigorously. You actually played them so big today. Uchiha Akaizuki and Jiraiya were surrounded by groups of 3 and 3 outside of those people. Uchiha Akaizuki knew that he couldn't run. With this level of defense, even a fly could not fly out. Jiraiya, let's talk about it. What are you doing? I didn't expect that you are such a person. Isn't that just a joke, really? As for this? Uchiha Akaizuki's little mouth, his face full of contempt looking at Jiraiya. What am I doing at 0.7? Jiraiya laughed loudly. Beat him fiercely. The people next to him began to booze constantly. Yes. Stripped his pants and beat his fart stock. Such a kid should be given a severe lesson. Ha 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 ha. I am so happy to see him depressed. The crowd nearby made noises of laughter and mockery constantly. Jiraiya pointed her finger at Uchiha Akaizuki and said loudly, I want to accept you as an apprentice. What? Everyone petrified in place instantly, and couldn't believe their ears at all. Even Uchiha Akaizuki, among the petrified people, thought it was a hallucination from his own hearing. Jiraiya won't be fooled by anger, right? Since, Lord Jiraiya, what are you talking about? What you just said is to accept this kid as an apprentice. Isn't Jiraiya-sama, you catch this kid, don't you want to teach him a lesson? The group of people next to him almost had their jaw dropped. What is this? The whole Konoha was stirred up, just to accept this kid as an apprentice. Is this the so-called important task? And, as one of Sunin or chasing after this little devil's fart stock, just to accept him as an apprentice? This world is mysterious. Everyone felt that they had hallucinations now, and couldn't help comforting themselves in their hearts. This must be fake. This must be fake. As one of Sunin's Lord Jiraiya, how could it be possible to catch up and accept such a stinky kid as an apprentice? And it's still a logistics squad in the Konoha security department, a kid with almost no future at all? In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki saw the heads of the people in the crowd, and began to continuously increase the anger value. Anger value plus 46, 1 anger value plus 64, anger value plus 72. Many of them are the key objects of cultivation in the family. They are all very proud. They want to show their excellence in front of Jiraiya and be appreciated by Lord Jiraiya, one of the Sunins. But now, Jiraiya has to choose this despicable, nasty, shameless, and even unscrupulous kid as his apprentice. Although many people are not as strong as Uchiha Akaizuki, they feel quite good about themselves. They think that people like Uchiha Akaizuki are worms in the ninja world and are not ashamed of them. And they are honest, hardworking, and diligent. They are worthy of being Jiraiya's disciples. Their angry chests went up and down, and their hearts were full of unwillingness. Why he? Why is this bare kid who seems to have no merit at all? Even Heite Kakashi, they can accept a lot. But only this kid from the Uchiha clan. Master Jiraiya is so high on him. What the hell is it for? Anger, jealousy, unwillingness, surprise, amazement, fear, shame. In an instant, their faces became extremely wonderful. A crisp sound, like the last straw pressing on the camel, directly smashed the hearts of everyone, causing them to mentally collapse. I refuse. Uchiha Akaizuki turned his head, his face full of reluctance. Everyone instantly covered their chests, spurting blood. Do you know what you are talking about? That is Jiraiya-sama, one of Sunin. You hate it here? Is there any reason? Who will take this evildoer away from me? Uchiha Akaizuki secretly despised these people in his heart. Cut, why do you want the master? With the system, Xiao can travel all over the world. Jiraiya wasn't surprised. Uchiha Akaizuki's burden was beyond his expectation. This child cannot be measured by conventional thinking. If Uchiha Akaizuki is so proud of being his own disciple like everyone else, Jiraiya's evaluation of him would be a little lower. Of course, Jiraiya really misunderstood Uchiha Akaizuki. If Uchiha Akaizuki had no system, he would immediately fall to the ground right now, hugging Jiraiya's big legs frantically, crying in tears, Master Jiraiya, you must take me to immortal cultivation. No, it's cultivation. Me, I will call 666. However, Uchiha Akaizuki at the moment is very cold. Jiraiya glared, and said with a smile, if you disagree, I won't let you off easily. You have considered it clearly, now your kid is in my hands. Jiraiya let out a sordid smile with a wretched face, constantly threatening Uchiha Akaizuki. The people around were suddenly shocked, lying down, and vomiting blood on the ground. No longer alive, is this still Jiraiya-sama, one of Sunin? How intimidating and profitable to lure others to become their own apprentices. Not only to be rejected by others, but to stick to it with a sullen expression? Is this world all messed up? At this moment, they don't want to talk anymore one by one, their faces are as gray as death, and they feel that the whole world is going crazy. The whole world is full of despair. If I agree, the previous things will be wiped out? Uchiha Akaizuki asked suspiciously. A write-off. Jiraiya said decisively. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Jiraiya hesitantly for a long time. If he disagrees, he really didn't let his plan go. Finally, Uchiha Akaizuki sighed helplessly and said, well, then I will be your apprentice. Although I don't have to learn anything from Jiraiya, it would be much easier for Jiraiya to become Uchiha Akaizuki's master. Even if you try to avoid the edge of your own body, it is difficult to completely cover it. There will always be a lot of people looking at yourself. The ninjutsu he learned systematically, even if he tried his best to conceal the prevarication, would gradually be exposed. It would be better to directly worship Jiraiya's name and have one more short-headed master. As Jiraiya, apart from the big figures, he still can't provoke him. Konoha can basically walk sideways. If it is to increase the conflict between the Hokage and Uchiha clan, cough cough, let's fight. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't ask for it. Use the coolest ninjutsu, let's have a peek duel. Uchiha Akaizuki will use his own eyes to witness this gorgeous battle, and remember it for a lifetime. He will present a bunch of white chrysanthemums in front of their memorial monument, to show his respect for these warriors. Those who had already doubted life just now gradually disappeared and began to question their three views on the world. There must be something wrong in this world. At the same time, the news that Uchiha Akaizuki became Jiraiya's new apprentice also quickly drifted out like snowflakes. For a while, Konoha was shocked again. Everyone thought that Uchiha Akaizuki, a genius, was treated as a victim of politics, and was abandoned and gradually forgotten when Jiraiya arrived. The news of accepting disciples shocked everyone in Konoha. Konoha, which was originally calm, was like throwing a huge stone into the Shenhe Lake, which instantly stirred up countless waves. Countless people fell their eyes. Because of this incident, it is really too unexpected. Somewhere in Konoha, in the darkness, a light flickered faintly. Surrounded by cold and hard rocks, this solid dark room is built. On the table, there is already a collated document containing all the information collected by Uchiha Akaizuki. Is this the most detailed information about Uchiha Akaizuki? In the dim light, there was a hoarse voice. A man with a bandage on his head looked at this document with stern eyes. This person is Shimura Danzo, one of the Konoha elders, the leader of the Roots. Everything you record is true? Danzo's words were a bit harsh, his face full of seriousness. Yes, I am one of Konoha who knows him best. In the darkness, there was a voice that was neither humble nor humble. What you have recorded is much more surprising than the information collected by my other subordinates. Danzo's mouth was slightly questioning, and he kept exuding his pressure. However, the figure in the darkness didn't seem to feel the terrible pressure on Shimura Danzo at all, and let out a faint sneer. If you trust the information sent by your people, you won't come to me, will you? Although the voice is still immature, but with unquestionable firmness. You should know, I want to see more than this. Danzo's eyes, Wei Mi, looked at the person in front of him like lion majesty, showing a fierce look and frowning uncontrollably. What I want to see is that you are stronger than this person. Danzo's eyes suddenly flashed a strong fierce light. Can you do it? Heitei Kakashi. Heitei Kakashi's whole body shook, and he was shocked, and then he suddenly realized. Yes, for such a long time, following Uchiha Akaizuki's side and being suppressed, he has gradually lost himself. He is the most talented Heitei Kakashi, he is the glory of the Heitei clan. What he carries behind his back is the blade of White Fang that once shocked the world. This is an inescapable responsibility. Someday, he wants to become a ninja stronger than his father back then. No one dares to use that look to question them. The Heitei clan. He will become the strongest ninja. Kakashi immediately bowed to the ground on one knee, and said in a deep voice, I know, I will be stronger than Uchiha Akaizuki. Danzo's face didn't have the slightest fluctuation, and he said faintly, this is the real reason I found you. Your training subjects have been arranged for you. You will receive the best resources and strength from the Roots. I hope you will not let me down. Yes. Well, you can withdraw. Heitei Kakashi stepped forward and left the secret room. Danzo read the information of the boy named Uchiha Akaizuki by himself again. Surprised, it's so shocking. The head of the regiment never thought that the young man in front of him would grow up at such a fast speed. The last time he received the information from Uchiha Akaizuki, he had just become genin. The information recorded all the events and all the transcripts that happened from entering the ninja school to graduation. Because it was too ordinary, it was directly ignored by Danzo. He didn't arrive first, because one of his own negligences directly allowed him to grow up. Chunin? Really a man of heaven. Even though Danzo has been secretly digging out many capable young men for cultivation in order to cultivate his own strength for so many years, even selecting among orphans and wandering ninjas from various countries, he has seen many children hailed as genius teenagers, but when he saw the information in front of him, he was still astonished. This is beyond all his previous understanding of the term genius boy. The opening time of Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes in Kakashi's record was earlier than the information he had seen before. Danzo sighed regretfully. He didn't expect that such a teenager was born in the Uchiha clan. Even without sharing on, the performance of this teenager is amazing. When it is amazing, it is also a pity at the same time. It's very tricky to handle. Come out, is it fun to stand there all the time? Danzo said in a deep voice without raising his head. Gg, there was a cold laughter in the air. It seemed that even the air was going to be frozen, revealing a biting chill. A figure of a person appeared in the darkness. His figure was thin and slender, his face was sickly pale, a pair of cold golden pupils gleamed with dark gray metallic light under the faint orange. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he took out the information that Danzo had obtained in every possible way and put it directly on the oil lamp. The dazzling firelight flashed, and the detailed information was turned into ashes and fell to the ground. That's the person I'm looking at, don't move. Orochimaru stretched out, put out his tongue, lightly licked the corners of his lips, his eyes flashed with dangerous light, as if he was a hunter, he had encountered his perfect prey. Orochimaru, this contract is not included in our agreement, Danzo reminded him in a cold voice. It doesn't matter, as long as it is the prey on top of me, I can't run. Orochimaru's face was confident and faintly excited. Furthermore, haven't you already got the kid from the Heitake family? Although it's a little worse than Uchiha Akaizuki, it's still a good seed. Wang Zhao, don't be too greedy. Humph, I didn't see that you are not greedy. Danzo snorted coldly with a faint anger. Even if I can't get it, it doesn't mean I will let others get it. There was a short silence in the secret room, and the darkness pulled away the temperature in the air bit by bit, becoming more and more cold. As if he didn't want to continue this topic, Danzo replied, how about the wood-style cell I gave you? Changing the topic, Orochimaru's interest has also decreased by a few points, but he said faintly, it is still in culture, the activity of those cells is too poor, and the speed of division is very slow. The potion has a rough formula initially, but there are still several materials that have not been finalized. I believe you won't let me down. GG inside the Naruto office. Uchiha Akaizuki stood in front of Hokage and put all the documents in his hands. Master Naruto, the Uchiha family has completed all the tasks this month. A total of 5 A-level tasks, 31 B-level tasks, and C-level tasks have been completed, totaling a total of 5,682,233,210. 7 UN. Uchiha Akaizuki reports all the data to Hokage one by one. Are these tasks that were not reported last month? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Yes, because there were some accidents during the execution of these tasks. The final rating was slightly higher than the beginning. Uchiha Akaizuki replied fluently. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and signed his name on the document. Well, no problem, you can go and bring the commission back to the Uchiha clan. Yes, Naruto-sama. Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly. Uchiha Akaizuki came out of Hokage's office, and the weather outside was very sunny. It has been a few months to do this logistic checkup job myself, and I have become more proficient in various businesses. This job is indeed very easy. In 1 month, only a few days at the end of the month will be relatively busy, and there will be no work for the rest of the day. Much like 467 is a clerical job, basically there is no too high technical content, something like the accounting job that existed in the world in his previous life. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled secretly at the corner of his mouth. In Konoha, there are actually only a small number of people who crazily want to become stronger, become a world-class powerhouse, and regard becoming Hokage as their lifelong pursuit. But more people are just doing nothing. Becoming a ninja is just a profession, a job for them, by performing tasks, in exchange for commissions, maintaining their daily expenses, as their own family income. What is it for them to become ninjas? For money. Uchiha Akaizuki thought of those people back then. When he saw that he was transferred to this position, his face was full of contempt. Can't complete high-level tasks and can't earn high commissions, which is just a waste to them. But Akaizuki can get money without risking his life, so why go to work at risk? What is his job now? It's about money. Then how does he get the money? Fake, account. With the low level of the accounting work of Hokage world, most people's statistics on these tasks are really reported according to all the data. But you let Uchiha Akaizuki keep so much money in his hands, and then watched all the money fall into the pockets of the Uchiha clan? How is that possible? Uchiha Akaizuki must be corrupt. In the past few months, Uchiha Akaizuki has been groping, and finally how to beautify the accounts. He has studied very thoroughly. Uchiha is pushing a small card in his hand, which contains all the commissions. Of course, part of it has already entered Uchiha Akaizuki's system space. Uchiha Akaizuki still felt a little heartache when he saw that there was so much money left on his cart. I really want to get a little bit more. Uchiha Akaizuki, are these all commissions for this month? Yes, it's all already. Uchiha Akaizuki lied without flushing and heartbeat. Looking at the money Uchiha Akaizuki brought back, the elder who did the warehousing registration frowned slightly. The commission this month seems to be less, but he has checked the account statement and there is no problem. Although there are a lot of tasks performed this month, the commission amount for each task is determined by Konoha. The Uchiha family does not have the right to set the commission amount for each task. The elders of the Uchiha clan secretly compared the accounts for the past few months. In recent months, Hokage has reduced the commission for tasks assigned to the Uchiha clan. Originally, an A-level task could be given up to 700,000, but now it can only be given to 650,000. What does Naruto mean? The face of the elder of the Uchiha clan gradually became gloomy. Although the difference in the amount of a task is not very much, but when so many tasks accumulate, the reduction of money is also a lot. But there is no way to find Hokage's theory for this kind of thing. Hokage just needs to say something lightly because the difficulty of executing this task is not so high. The client does not agree with such a high price. The Uchiha clan has nothing to say. This dark loss can only be swallowed by the Uchiha clan. Hokage's unremarkable suppression of the Uchiha clan makes it impossible for people to find a way. This money maintains the operation of the entire Uchiha clan. The elder of the Uchiha clan sighed and said to Uchiha Akaizuki, "Okay, I have already registered, you can put it in the warehouse." "Yes, 3 elders," Uchiha Akaizuki said obediently. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the money he had brought back, and all went into the warehouse of the Uchiha clan, protesting loudly in his heart. "Mine, mine, it's all mine. One day, I will turn everything in it into mine. There will be no hair left from robbing it." Of course, this is one of Uchiha Akaizuki's future goals, although he can't use that much money at all. The mission commission of the Uchiha clan is the biggest support of the Uchiha clan to reward and punish the people. Because of the money they have embezzled in the past 2 months, the Uchiha clan already feels a little bit tight. However, the capital accumulation of the Uchiha family for many years is still very abundant, and it will not disturb the order because of the lack of commissions in these 2 months. Except for the 3 elders who are responsible for registering and storing supplies, only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, knows that the commission for the Uchiha clan's recent mission has been lowered. Of course, they couldn't think of it at all, because Uchiha Akaizuki made a hand in it. Because there has never been such a behavior, and Uchiha Akaizuki's statistical accounts are very complete, so they don't think in any direction at all. Their first reaction was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was targeting their Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku secretly rubbed his palm tightly. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Naruto's suppression of the Uchiha clan is really getting more and more excessive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you really think that our Uchiha clan is easy to bully? I will never watch the Uchiha clan, in my hands, the suppression is gradually declining. Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't know yet, this change in commission has actually aggravated the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Now he is a big local tyrant. There were a lot of banknotes in the system space, far more than the pitiful salary he received. Although the origin of the money is not very glamorous, Uchiha Akaizuki is still unable to show off his wealth. However, Uchiha Akaizuki's quality of life has taken a qualitative leap in terms of ordinary food and clothing. Even if I eat 10 bowls of ramen at a time, Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't feel distressed anymore. Rich is good. Uchiha Akaizuki's small days are very moisturized every day. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki did not see Jiraiya for such a long time. He seems to have been sent out by Sarutobi Hiruzen to perform some task. In the past few months, he has not seen the 467 figure. Sure enough, Jiraiya is a short-headed master. And this is also out of space, even the shadows of people can't be seen. Uchiha Akaizuki has been accumulating his anger points slowly, and occasionally if he does not refresh himself with something very good, Uchiha Akaizuki will not easily consume his anger point. The higher the anger value accumulated in the Uchiha Akaizuki system, the better things will appear when the system bar is refreshed every day. After Uchiha Akaizuki came to Konoha's training ground, before starting his own day of practice, he opened his exchange system as usual and checked the updated items in the exchange report. Seal technique? When Uchiha Akaizuki turned to the back, he was slightly surprised. Uchiha Akaizuki has been in Hokage for so long, and has never been exposed to seal art. I have been in contact with ninjutsu, physique, and illusion before. This is the first time that Uchiha Akaizuki has refreshed a seal technique in his system. In the entire Naruto world, there are not many types of seals. The practice of sealing technique is much more difficult than ninjutsu. The former country of the vortex was just a small country attached to the edge of the country of fire. The scale of the ethnic group was small, and it was incomparable with the scale of the 5 major countries. They are feared by other countries or ethnic groups because they are good at sealing. During the war, the country of the vortex was attacked by many countries. It was finally breached after multiple attacks and occupations, and the country of the vortex gradually disappeared and was destroyed. A small number of ninja descendants scattered all over the world. The damage to many countries is also very heavy and has paid a great price. No one knows how tragic the war that year was, but all this is enough to prove that the sealing technique is powerful. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at this sealing technique, and his heart tickled. Seal technique, Black Evil Blockade, redeem rage value, 44,561 points, expensive. It is too expensive. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but slap his tongue. The anger value of the seal technique is really quite a lot. Fortunately, the anger points that I have accumulated during this period of time are still quite a lot. Now there are more than 70,000. Although Uchiha Akaizuki is still a bit painful, when it comes time to buy something, he will never feel soft. If I miss this powerful sealing technique, I will definitely want to cry to death. Bought it. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing the sealing technique. Black Evil Blockade consumes anger value, 44,561 points. In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki obtained all the information blocked by the Black Evil. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was filled with joy that could not be concealed. The value of the money. Compared with the extremely high anger exchange, the sealing technique of Black Evil Blockade is also extremely strong. The Black Evil Blockade is a mysterious sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan, so unlike ordinary ninjutsu, it has a clear ninjutsu level. The seal strength of the Black Evil Blockade will vary according to the ability of the caster. When used, it will stretch out from the back of the operator a number of black chakra chains, just like Shinigami chains. Not only can it be used as a powerful attack weapon, it can also be used to create enchantments. If it is a powerful spellcaster, even a tail beast can be sealed and controlled. One of the reasons Uchiha Akaizuki fancy this ninjutsu is because the growth of this ninjutsu is very strong. However, there is another very important reason. This ninjutsu has the function of creating a hidden barrier. Uchiha Akaizuki has another blood successor, Dead Bone Pulse. Uchiha Akaizuki has obtained this ninjutsu for a while, but he has never dared to show it in front of everyone. This is his biggest life-saving card. In Konoha, no place is safe. He doesn't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at him, but if he is slightly exposed, he knows that his information will immediately appear on the desktop of the major forces. What awaits him may be the fate of being uncreated. Keek, just kidding. In short, he must never expose his other blood inheritance. As long as there is this ninjutsu, you can build a barrier that is isolated from the outside world, isolate yourself from all the sounds and sights of the outside world, and become a relatively independent space to develop your own Dead Bone Pulse. Thinking of this, Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but laugh out foolishly. In front of Uchiha Akaizuki, a timid voice suddenly sounded like a mosquito. AKA, Akaizuki classmate, can you smile at me like that? Your saliva is flowing out and there are your hands. Uchiha Akaizuki then returned to his senses, seeing Yurihong standing in front of him. I was so absorbed just now that I didn't know when she came. Taurihong was wearing a small skirt, standing in front of him shyly, with a strange red on his face. His eyes dodged unnaturally, and he didn't seem to dare to look directly at Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki felt a moment of wetness on his chin, and Uchiha Akaizuki pursed his lips. I was drooling because I was so happy. What a rude. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly planned to wipe his chin clean with his hands. Uchiha lowered his head and froze in place at 0.7. Wait a minute. He instantly understood why Yurihong had such a weird expression just now. Just now I tapped my finger on the system interface and stayed in midair, and I lost my mind. As a result, now, it happened to be poked on a little anko on Yurihong's chest. K. When Uchiha Akaizuki was surprised at ultimate, his brain cramped, so he couldn't help it and ordered it. For a while, Uchiha Akaizuki and Yurihong both stared with wide-eyed eyes, looking at each other with incredulous faces, and couldn't even speak. The atmosphere in the air is extremely dangerous. The wind blew, and the two people stood in the wind like stone sculptures, letting the leaves fall on their shoulders. This second time, in the minds of two people, becomes infinitely prolonged. Classmate Akaizuki Taurihong bit her lips tightly, her face flushed, like a big ripe apple, shy and angry, staring at Uchiha Akaizuki without knowing how it happened for a while. It always feels weird, but I don't know how to say it, this kind of thing. What do you want others to do? There were tears in Taurihong's eyes, and they kept spinning in her eye sockets. The anger and grievance in her heart were mixed together, but she didn't know how to attack Uchiha Akaizuki. Also, no boy has ever treated himself this way. Taurihong jumped straight on the spot. Anger plus 12, anger plus 9. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the rising numbers on Taurihong's head. Although not many, he couldn't make such a cute girl angry. Unlike the sudden situation last time, he is no less angry than Shirihong's anger now. Ahem. Uchiha Akaizuki coughed slightly, concealing his embarrassment, and quickly retracted his hand, and then pointed his finger to his chest. Wow. Red. I didn't expect that there is that thing on your chest too. I have it here too. Would you like to try it? Uchiha Akaizuki pretended to be carefree. Ah, ha. Yuri Hong was stunned, and didn't expect Uchiha Akaizuki to say such a thing. No more could it be that classmate Uchiha Akaizuki just wanted to know, is there a little Anko in front of everyone? Yes, I think too much? I blamed Uchiha Akaizuki, right? He didn't mean it? Anyway, I don't have any loss, even if I forgive Akaizuki classmates. Seeing that the anger value on Yuri Hong's head slowly faded, and the tears in his eyes disappeared, Uchiha Akaizuki was relieved and started to change the subject. By the way, Red, why are you here? I want to see classmate Akaizuki. I guess you might be here. Zidori Hong said in a low voice, I heard that you have become Chunin, so I really want to congratulate you personally, but my father had seen everything before. It's very strict. I have never been able to go out. My father was away from home for the past 2 days, so I ran out. Ta Rihong said cautiously. She didn't even dare to look up at Uchiha Akaizuki's reaction. He will not hate himself because of his father, will he? Yeah, I also miss Hong very much. We really have a good heart. Uchiha Akaizuki leaned his head over. Before Yuri Hong could react, let's take a bite and kiss Yuri Hong's face. Hong was startled suddenly, feeling the soft lips of Go Uchiha Akaizuki, and kissed her on her cheek. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. This is my thanks to Hong. Uchiha Akaizuki curled his lips and said with a smile. Red can't let other boys kiss you in the future. Only I can kiss you. Uchiha Akaizuki said seriously. Ha. Why? Because Hong is my child bride. Uchiha Akaizuki said confidently. What is the child bride? Yuri Hong's eyes were full of confusion, and she stared at Uchiha Akaizuki blankly. It's just that when Hong grows up, he will become my wife, just like your father and mother, and give birth to many babies. I will always protect you, and no one will bully you again. Even your dad dare not scold you. Really real? If I become your child's daughter-in-law, my dad won't scold me? Shiri Hong's eyes widened, her face full of anticipation. As Kanaha's first illusionist, Tahi Zhenhong is also full of expectations for his daughter. On weekdays, he has very strict requirements for Yuri Hong, and has been using the secret technique at home to exercise Yuri Hong's mental power. Although Yuri Zhenhong is very precious to this daughter, in her homework, Yuri Zhenhong has never let go of water. If Ta Rihong did a little bit badly, Yuri Zhenhong would criticize her very severely. Ta Rihong is still young, and he still doesn't know the importance of strength to a ninja. In her eyes, learning ninjutsu and practicing physical skills is just to get the attention and praise of adults. She has never been in contact with war, and she has no idea that in battle, if she does not have enough strength, she will easily lose her life. Ta Ri Zhenhong did everything for her good. But for the current Shiri Hong, she only knows that her father is often fierce to herself, and she is afraid of being scolded by her father. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Yes, if Tari is really red, if you scold you again, you will report my name. Ta Rihong's heart was overjoyed, and after thinking about it, it seems that it is also very good to be Akaizuki's child bride-in-law. Uchiha Akaizuki touched Yuri Hong's head and muttered silently in her heart as she looked at her rather well-behaved now. Small seeds, water them, they will germinate quickly, and they will bloom a big red flower. The two chatted for a while, and Uchiha Akaizuki made Yuri Hong amused and giggled, and the laughter like a silver bell continued to float on Kanaha's training ground. Time slipped away unconsciously, and the faint light of the setting sun gave the earth the brilliance of cicada wings. The cloud was covered with golden brilliance, and walked slowly like a girl, covering the whole Kanaha with a layer of golden gauze. The sky changed bit by bit and 467 became dark, as if the rice paper was dyed layer by layer with ink. It's getting late, Hong, I'll take you home. Uchiha Akaizuki squeezed the red soft, tender face and said with a grin. Well, let's go back. Dad may be back later. If he finds out, it will be miserable. Uchiha Akaizuki took Ta Rihong's little hand very naturally. Although Ta Rihong felt a little weird, he did not refuse. It feels so comfortable to be held by Akaizuki-kun. Am I in love? Ta Rihong seemed to have a small deer bumping in her heart. The two soon arrived at Hong's door. The two said goodbye. Uchiha Akaizuki once again left a farewell kiss on Yuri Hong's forehead. The little red face was still flushing, with an intoxicating blush, and the whole head was dizzy. Absent-mindedly, he opened the door of the house and walked in. Suddenly there was a very stern voice in the air, and Shiari Zhenhong's face was stern, standing in front of Shiari Hong. Red, didn't I say that? I won't let you see that. B asterisk 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 D kid. What were you doing just now? Ah. Shiri Hong was startled and screamed directly. Daddy? Why are you back? Rihong's expression suddenly tightened, staring with bated breath, her heart beating. Oops. Rihong's face was full of panic. He must have seen that he was with a Kaizuki just now. She never dreamed that Dad would be at home at this time. Red, don't you even listen to what Dad said. Is that kid so important to you? Even if you disobey my order, you have to go and be with that kid? Zhenhong stared at Yurihong fiercely. His face was serious, and he sternly taught Yurihong, my own daughter, who is usually very good, never let herself worry about it. She didn't expect that she would actually treat her words as deaf ears because of that kid. Does Hong really like that kid so much? In fact, Zhenhong looks more serious on his face, and he keeps playing drums in his heart. After all, he only has a daughter, Rihong. What if Rihong really likes Uchiha Kaizuki? Although it's not that that kid is not good, on the contrary, that kid's strength is terrifying. But this character is really a headache. And my baby girl is so small. How can I easily give it up? The person his daughter will marry in the future must not only be strong and powerful, but also have to be very good to his daughter. What that kid did is far from enough. Rihong's little mouth is suffocated, and his heart is full of grievances, tears watching Zhenhong, his body trembles slightly, almost enduring something as hard as he can. Dad is attacking her again. Rihong took a deep breath, and then screamed fiercely with his greatest strength. Because I am Uchiha Kaizuki's child bride. The loud sound, with unquestionable determination, almost shattered the glass in the windows of the house. Zhenhong was stunned for a second before realizing what Rihong was talking about. With a puff and pie, Zhenhong clutched her chest, almost spraying out a big mouthful of blood. Who taught you this? Ri was really red and yelled angrily, and the anger here was rising. The angry flames are constantly swelling in Ri's red body, and his hair is almost standing up in anger. This is the first time he has been so angry in front of Rihong. Rihong was taken aback. Didn't Uchiha Kaizuki say to report his name? Wouldn't his father stop scolding her? Why are you so fierce to yourself now? The grievances in Rihong's heart reached ultimate all at once, and he burst into tears as soon as he said wow. I don't know. A Kaizuki told me. Rihong kept wiping tears and howling. Uchiha Kaizuki. Zhenhong cursed this bad boy in his heart, even daring to abuse his daughter. The small cabbage that I carefully planted was not only taken by a pig. The pig will also take the cabbage into its own nest and plant it, so that the cabbage will grow into a Chinese cabbage. Uchiha Kaizuki, you think I am dead? You kid, I will never spare you lightly. Wow, I'm really. There were tears as big as pearls in the red eyes, and his voice was a little hoarse because of the shouting. Zhenhong panicked. Just now, he was suddenly dazzled by Uchiha Kaizuki, and even forgot Hong was crying here. Zhenhong quickly comforted Hong and said, Hong, be good, don't cry, Dad is not angry with you. If you cry your face for a while, you won't be pretty. Rihong looked at her father in front of her, her nose twitching. When my father was angry, he always left and ignored her. He had never comforted himself like this. She couldn't believe that the person who was gentle and persuading herself in front of her turned out to be her father, who has always been strict. Rihong's sobbing gradually became smaller, tilting her head. She didn't know what she was thinking at the same time. Uchiha Kaizuki was walking on the clan land leading to the Uchiha clan. Rihong's family is in the bustling area in the center of Konoha, and there is a constant distance from the Uchiha clan's clan land, and it has to pass through a not-so-small forest. Suddenly, Uchiha Kaizuki saw the anger value in his system, like sitting on a rocket, rushing upward. Uchiha Kaizuki scratched his head in confusion. Who is this sulking behind him? It's really confusing? It's weird? Forget it, no matter what, it's always good to increase the anger value anyway. Uchiha Kaizuki has a big heart. The night sky was dark, as if it had just been stained with ink. Dark clouds concealed the bright moon, and the earth was shrouded in a black and dark color. The shadow of the leaves in the forest gradually disappeared, and the entire forest was darkened. Time was as silent as a jam, but occasionally there was a faint sound of leaves rubbing their palms. Sudden, a terrifying sense of crisis engulfed Uchiha Kaizuki directly, and Uchiha Kaizuki's body suddenly chilled. Tangy! The piercing sound came quickly, and almost immediately arrived at Uchiha Kaizuki's side. At this moment, Uchiha Kaizuki subconsciously twisted his body, tilted his head slightly, and leaned back, avoiding the sharp murderous aura. In an instant, Uchiha Kaizuki turned on his Sharingan, the double-hook jade turned in his eyes, and everything around him suddenly slowed down in Uchiha's eyes. Uchiha Kaizuki, with the help of Sharingan's assistant, Wang Zhao, saw clearly what was hitting, and directly waved his hand to explore. The pitch-black kunai was held in the hand by Uchiha Kaizuki, and Uchiha Kaizuki's inertia took Uchiha Kaizuki a few steps back in an instant, pulling away from the faint figure in front of him. The texture of metal, with a little weight, is the most common kunai, without any strangeness. choosing to shoot at this moment when the moonlight is completely covered by clouds. Kyo has not even refracted any cold light. If Uchiha Akaizuki hadn't relied on his instinctive consciousness, the one shot just now would be enough to cut his throat. On a tree trunk dozens of meters away, stood a ninja wearing a mask, with his hands wrapped around his chest, and most of his body was hidden in the leaves. Gun! In the dim shadow, the ninja looked at Uchiha Akaizuki in amazement. He actually caught it. The ninja was stunned, and then he realized that he actually looked down on this kid. Although he was just a little devil who had just been promoted to Chunin, he did not expect that under his assassination, he could react so quickly, and he even caught the past Kunao with his bare hands. No wonder I will receive an order from a superior to assassinate this kid. I thought it was a simple task. The superior was making a fuss, and he sent himself out. I thought that this kid could be solved without suffering, but I didn't expect this kid to have such an ability. It was really interesting. Uchiha Akaizuki squinted his eyes and looked at the man in the distance with a cold expression. As soon as they played against each other, Uchiha Akaizuki knew that the person in front of him was stronger than his own. The ninja was wearing a black tights and a white suspender shirt. The bottoms were basically the same as other ninjas, with a white mask imitating animals on his face. It is the standard Umbu dress. Those who can join Umbu, in addition to their outstanding ability and special approval from Naruto, are like the invitation that Sarutobi Hiruzen sent to Uchiha Akaizuki before. The remaining people, without the strength above the elite Chunin, have no chance to join Umbu at all. Assassination Tactics Special Forces, referred to as Umbu. The 467 is similar to the Special Army Department. The members of Umbu are all excellent ninjas selected from the village. They are mainly responsible for protecting shadows and preventing foreign enemies from invading the ninja village. Sometimes they are also responsible for tasks such as enemy detection and assassination. The nature of the task is generally extremely harsh or boring, such as guarding important suspects. Due to the particularity of the mission, its members wear white masks imitating animals when they act, and the nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. Umbu is under the direct control of the Shadow, and all orders are issued by the Shadow. However, due to the peace policy of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods are not as resolute and decisive as 2nd Hokage, so some of the rights of Hokage have been shed. For example, there is another independent organization in Umbu, Root. Root is also known as Umbu Training Department, and it is known as Rooted Underground, working hard for Konoha soaking in the sun. The Root is directly affiliated to Konoha, an independent organization of Shimura Danzo, which is neither controlled by Naruto nor under the jurisdiction of Umbu, and has always played a unique role in Konoha. Uchiha Akaizuki looked suspiciously at the ninja in front of him. He must have come from Umbu, but he didn't know if he belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen or came from Danzo's roots. Even if Uchiha Akaizuki tends to be the latter possibility with a high probability, it is not completely certain at this time. Because even if the person in front of him is really Danzo's subordinate, Uchiha Akaizuki can't be completely sure. The person who really sent this person to assassinate him is Danzo. But now, Uchiha Akaizuki can't think about that much anymore. The most important thing for him now is, at least, to survive. The person in front of him is undoubtedly at least an elite Chunin or above, and it is even very likely to be a Jonin. The muscles of Uchiha Akaizuki's whole body suddenly tightened. Even if he had a lot of hole cards in his hand, he was not completely sure that he could defeat the man in front of him. The two sides looked at each other. With a smirk on the face under the mask of Umbu Ninja, he raised his hand and made a gesture of cutting his throat on his neck, unabashedly taunting and killing. Almost in an instant, there are 6 more kunao, which are launched from different directions and from different directions in an instant. Each 2 kunao collide in the air, making a metal knocking sound, and the 3 kunao instantly change directions, attacking Uchiha Akaizuki from a very tricky angle. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes sank, and he held the kunao he had just grabbed with his backhand in his hand, with scarlet eyes, staring at the direction where kunao was flying. Kunao's trajectory is constantly clear in the air, but even in this way, it is very difficult to avoid it. Ding! Dang! Uchiha Akaizuki took the lead in shooting down 3 kunao in the first time. His body jumped back in an instant, and he was forced back several steps in succession, avoiding the 3 kunao again. At this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki looked a little embarrassed, his face sank, and a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, this Umbu ninja is really strong. It's just that I'm not as simple as I thought. Immediately after Uchiha Akaizuki made a strange seal in his hand, he got up and rushed towards the ninja of Umbu, and continued to make a quick seal in his hand. Wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki spit out a huge wind ball, and instantly attacked the ninja. For a while, the leaves in the woods flew everywhere, and the tiny wind blades contained in wind style left clear nicks on the trunk. The Umbu ninja let out a slight chuckle, took a seal in his hand, and instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, the sword energy pierced the void and hit Uchiha Akaizuki's face, turning into a hurricane. The Umbu ninja, at some point, drew out the short sword from his back, and the sharp blade had reached Uchiha Akaizuki's front, which was only a dozen centimeters away from Uchiha Akaizuki's throat. Uchiha Akaizuki turned sideways and lowered his waist, avoiding the Umbu ninja's knife to his neck in a thrilling manner. Ha! Umbu ninja let out a slight noise, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him would be able to escape the blow he had just hit. Just now, I really didn't keep my hand with this sword. It was the sword technique Dance of the Night handed down by my family's ancestors. Ordinary Chunin can't escape his trick at all. He was determined to kill this little demon. Didn't expect that this little devil could win the past? At the moment when the two people were staggered, Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth curled up with a weird smile. Taste. G. Taste. G. The airflow surged and suddenly burst in front of Uchiha Akaizuki, like a bullet that was loaded instantly. 10 bullets shot out from Uchiha Akaizuki's fingertips, and even the air made a buzzing vibration. At such a close distance, there is no way to avoid it, and it instantly penetrates the body of Umbu Ninja. Dead Bone Pulse 10-finger punch. Umbu Ninja lowered his head and looked at his body in amazement. Almost instantly, he was stained red with blood. 10 more blood holes appeared on his body, and blood came out gurglingly. Although Uchiha Akaizuki has learned the use of this ninjutsu before, this is the first time he has actually used this ninjutsu. In the desperate situation, the ninjutsu control was not good enough, and these bullets did not hit the fatal part of the ninja in front of him. For example, Uchiha Akaizuki a little disappointed. All hit shoulders, thighs, but even so, this Umbu ninja was seriously injured. The mask on his face was shattered, broken into pieces and fell down, revealing a plain face under the mask. The expression on Umbu ninja's face is unobstructed, full of surprise, even with an indescribable fear. What is your strength? Umbu ninja squeezed these words out of his throat, staring blankly at the child who was only half tall. How could he have such power? One blow. Only one blow. Let yourself be seriously injured by a special jonin. This is ninjutsu? He has never seen such ninjutsu before? This should be the secret technique of a certain family. Isn't Konoha's ninjutsu? He has been in Konoha for so many years, and he has never encountered such ninjutsu before. So weird. This is a trick that has never appeared in my intelligence. My own information is wrong. So, what is his real strength? Numerous thoughts flashed through the Umbu ninja's mind. Blood was constantly coughing out from his mouth, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with alert. Uchiha Akaizuki's true strength is of course only a Chunin, at best the level of an elite Chunin, but currently it has not reached the level of a Jonin. It's just that the power bonus of Dead Bone Pulse, which is the limit of blood inheritance, is indeed very terrifying that the hardness and lethality of the bones far exceed that of ordinary weapons. This is not because of Uchiha Akaizuki's own strength, but the destructive power of this ninjutsu technique is already very strong, and it is used in an unexpected state, and the destructive power is doubled. Although the power of the 10-finger piercing bullet is strong, it is not so easy to hit the opponent in a normal battle with Jonin. If you can't beat Chunin, no matter how powerful it is, it will have no effect at all. Dead Bone Pulse is too rare. Even in the Yoryuki family, there are very few people who can awaken Dead Bone Pulse, and among the Konoha shinobi who know this kind of blood inheritance, it is 1 in 10,000. There is too little information about Dead Bone Pulse, and Umbu ninjas never thought that a Uchiha clan would have another blood inheritance boundary. Uchiha Akaizuki's move was too sudden, and the Umbu ninja in front of him was seriously injured in one blow. If it weren't so sudden, Umbu ninja's strength would normally be able to avoid this kind of attack. But he really underestimated Uchiha Akaizuki. Before Uchiha Akaizuki used Dead Bone Pulse, he had created an enchantment around here. He didn't know if anyone else was watching, but now, no one could see the battle between the two of them. He must kill this Umbu ninja. Although I don't know who really wants to do it to him. However, this matter is definitely not that simple to end. Kill the chicken and the monkey. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the Umbu ninja in front of him coldly. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think that I am a little Chunin? Uchiha Akaizuki sneered slightly, looking at the ninja in front of him like an ant. What are you talking about? Uchiha Akaizuki, don't pretend to be a ghost here. Umbu ninja shrieked in shock. Uchiha Akaizuki in the intelligence really only possesses Chunin strength. For the sake of safety, the adults did not send out the elite Chunin, but directly sent him a special Jonin, just to be foolproof, and killed this kid. Is the intelligence really wrong? The intelligence is indeed wrong. There is no mention in the intelligence that this kid can do such ninjutsu. Isn't even his strength fake? Is he really not a Chunin? The pupils of the Umbu ninja shrank, and the line of defense in his heart was constantly breached. Do you think that my Chunin strength can severely wound you? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were full of irony, and he looked at the Umbu ninja condescendingly. How could you possibly be? You are just a kid. The last struggle of Umbu ninja, if the information is wrong, he will have no way or get out of here alive. No, He must take this information back and give it to an adult. He can't die here. You think it's okay to say that I am Chunin, but in fact, my strength is Jonin? Uchiha Akaizuki sneered as if he saw a big joke. You are just a little special Jonin. Do you think you can escape if you are here today? Uchiha Akaizuki made no secret of the murderous intent in his words and full of contempt. What? Anbu Ninja's eyes were horrified. Little special Jonin? His own special strength, Jonin's strength, in his eyes, is it just a small one? What a joke! Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the Anbu Ninja's heart was already shaking constantly, so he deepened the smile on the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can leave here alive today? Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was sharp, like a devil from hell, but for the sake of my kindness, let you die with dignity. The heart of Anbu Ninja is getting heavier and heavier. Must escape, can't die here. Anbu Ninja put his hands on the ground, frowned, endured the huge pain of the wound, his body bounced from the ground like a spring, and he wanted to escape quickly. Boom! Anbu Ninja slammed his head on the barrier, and he was dizzy. He never thought that there was a transparent barrier around them, isolating the two of them in this space. What kind of ninjutsu is this again? And what Uchiha Akaizuki is waiting for is this momentary opportunity. The invincible brick in Uchiha Akaizuki's hand was released in an instant. Anbu Ninja was facing back to Uchiha Akaizuki, his head was groggy from the barrier, and he suddenly felt cold on his back, and his body instinctively dodged for half a minute, but it was too late, and he was still rubbed by the invincible brick on his scalp. For a moment. Ah! Anbu Ninja let out a scream, and there was blood on his forehead. Although the injury was not serious, the whole person became even more embarrassed. Uchiha Akaizuki could not have expected the invincible bricks to hit all of them. The moment the bricks flew out, Uchiha Akaizuki's hands were quickly sealed. Fire-style flame gun. 7. Behind Uchiha Akaizuki, a flame soaring into the sky suddenly rose, and the flames gathered into a long gun, burning with raging fire, and the terrifying murderous aura instantly swept away, as if it came from a sea of swords and flames. In just an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki's momentum rose to ultimate. At this time, Uchiha Akaizuki, holding a flame gun, is like an unrivaled god of war, and the sharp tip of the gun can pierce everything through. Uchiha Akaizuki is like a high-ranking person wearing a crown at the moment, looking down from above. Anbu Ninja is just an ant-like existence in his eyes. Under the pressure of the king, he must surrender. The Anbu Ninja is shocked. This is ninjutsu, he knows it is a B-level ninjutsu. He really is Jonin's strength. You can actually use such an advanced B-level ninjutsu. Anbu Ninja's head was still dizzy, and the blood on his head concealed part of his 467 power, but at this time, he was already in a panic, and he didn't dare to delay for a second, and he quickly nodded in his hands. Print. Thunder Shield False Darkness. Anbu Ninja's hands suddenly appeared, and he immediately released his strongest ninjutsu. In front of the Anbu Ninja, a blue lightning rose, as sharp as a spear, with a momentum like a broken bamboo. The whole body of chakra instantly outputs an unlimited amount of crazy output. The white light keeps zooming in. The leaves are flying around. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and the two people stared with bated breath, their hearts beating, and their hands were measuring the strength of their opponents. Neither of them took it lightly, they kept brewing, and strengthened their fighting spirit again. The war is about to start. Sudden. The long gun in Uchiha Akaizuki's hand disappeared, and the original powerful flame disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. The horrible aura disappeared in a moment. Hey, there is no blue anymore. Uchiha Akaizuki was helpless, and sure enough, now he is almost the elite Chunin level chakra. Using so many ninjutsu one after another, the amount of chakra is not enough at all. The flame gun is a ninjutsu with a high explosive and high lethality, but the character Chiba Akaizuki does not have chakra. Then there is no more. The scene became very embarrassing in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled wryly. After a brief period of sluggishness, Anbu Ninja instantly became ecstatic. Then, a strong killing intent suddenly broke out. Must kill him. Anbu Ninja has a hideous smile on his face, and his joy is constantly magnified on his face. His opportunity is here. He raised the thunder gun in his hand. Uchiha Akaizuki, go to hell. Puff dash. Anbu Ninja directly spit out a mouthful of blood mist, and the chakra inside his body was instantly messed up. His body seemed paralyzed, unable to move, and the terrifying lightning long gun also dissipated in an instant. Anbu Ninja's lips were purple, his body twitched on the ground, and black blood was constantly spitting out from his mouth. Anbu Ninja's lips squirmed up and down, making a slight noise, as if trying to say something. Those wide open eyes are full of unwillingness. Uchiha Akaizuki walked up to Anbu Ninja, squatted down, with a faint smile on his face, as if he understood his murmur. Yes, that's right, I really only have Chunin's strength, but you found it too slow. Secret technique poison. Uchiha Akaizuki had a mean smile on his face. You are indeed poisoned. When it hurt you in the first place, you were poisoned. I have always known that I can't afford it with you by relying on ninjutsu. So rest in peace, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but uttered aloud. Poisoned by him, the ninja in front of him can't live for 10 seconds. From the very beginning, Uchiha Akaizuki had already begun to calculate. The bone bullets were already coated with highly poisonous, and the highly poisonous ones bought in the system had an effect far exceeding the level of poison currently existing in this world. It was colorless and tasteless, and this Umbu ninja didn't even notice it. Uchiha Akaizuki suppressed Umbu ninja's heart with his own strength, pushing him to collapse step by step. When he used the B-level ninjutsu lightning-style pseudo-darkness to catalyze chakra, the toxin has flowed throughout the body. The eyes of Umbu ninja stared fiercely, as if even the eyes were staring out. There was a deep, unwilling cry from his throat. The last sniff disappeared. Do not look down. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking Kota Tazaki with an angry crit and getting the B-level ninjutsu water-style blasting water rush. Uchiha Akaizuki heard the system's prompt, and he actually hit him with anger at the last moment of the Umbu ninja named Kota Tazaki. Isn't this 1p****** D off? Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head regretfully. This child, after eating for so many years, his head is really not good at all. In fact, his deception is not very clever. There are many loopholes in it. In fact, if you calm down, you can find that Uchiha Akaizuki is a paper tiger at all. Being able to finally simulate the flame gun model, Uchiha Akaizuki is already struggling to support it. But that Umbu ninja, under the constant verbal stimulation of Uchiha Akaizuki, has already lost his rational judgment. Survive. Believe what others say, isn't it stupid? Uchiha Akaizuki closed his barrier. The outside world is still peaceful. In the woods, there is a faint wind blowing, the leaves move with the wind, rubbing and making a small sound. The moon emerged from the clouds and sprinkled a faint silver ash on the ground, and everything around it became a little brighter. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, looked at the man who assassinated him next to him, and frowned. Uchiha Akaizuki stretched out his hand and tore the sleeves of his clothes directly. He rubbed the blood on Umbu ninja's body on both palms, and wiped his clothes and face. The little figure disappeared in the woods. It was night. After a busy day, Uchiha Fugaku was finally able to return home to rest. Recently, the inspection work of the Konoha security department of the Uchiha clan in the village has become more and more difficult. Many villagers have become more resistant to the control of the Uchiha clan's security department and complained a lot. Uchiha Fugaku frowned uncontrollably. Dang dang dang. A knock on the door sounded. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the door of his house, opened the door of his own house, and was stunned by the sight in front of him. Uchiha Akaizuki stood in front of Uchiha Fugaku covered in blood. With a dirty face, he slammed on the ground and wailed loudly. Master Patriarch, you must save me. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked and quickly asked, what's going on? Uchiha Akaizuki hugged Uchiha Fugaku's thigh, and yelled, Master Patriarch, someone is going to kill me. You must protect me. I really almost died. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. He looked embarrassed now. The bloody aura on his body was very strong. The black claws with bloodline kept wiping the white kimono I just wore today. Uchiha Fugaku's forehead raised a stance, and quickly reached out his hand to pull Uchiha Akaizuki from his lap. Hiss hiss hiss. Uchiha Fugaku is full of black lines. What exactly is this kid made of? How come he is inlaid on his lap like a pendulum? Why can't I pull it off? Seeing that he basically couldn't wear this dress anymore, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Uchiha Akaizuki, what is going on? Uchiha Fugaku asked silently. He has been in contact with this kid for a while, and he knows what virtue this kid is. Now he doesn't want to see this kid at all. Every time he sees him, nothing good will happen, which is really a headache. The current Uchiha Fugaku, when he sees Akaizuki running towards him, his body will tremble suddenly, and his heart will be filled with fear for no reason. It is not a physical blow, but a mental torture. You won't be doing pranks again? Don't you stay at home in the middle of the night? If you dare to play me again, I won't spare you. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. No, Lord Patriarch, something really happened this time. I really almost never see you again, Lord Patriarch. I'm still so young and cute. I am the youngest and most beautiful flower growing in Konoha village. I am the most talented boy in Konoha for thousands of years. I can't hang up at such a young age yet. Someone wants to kill my genius in the cradle. It's a heinous crime. Such a person absolutely can't let it go. Uchiha Akaizuki's small hands rubbed his eyes on his face. Although there were no tears, Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was so loud that it shook Uchiha Fugaku's ears. Uchiha Fugaku's face was speechless. Konoha's most talented boy in thousands of years? You made it yourself, right? Besides, Konoha hasn't established the village for less than 100 years. Uchiha Fugaku was infinitely complaining, but he still understood what Uchiha Akaizuki was talking about. Seeing his state just now, he also roughly guessed one or two. Did someone attack you? Who is it? Uchiha Fugaku asked, his heart sinking slightly. Sure enough, the genius of my Uchiha clan made the people in Konoha so jealous? Uchiha Fugaku's face was gloomy. This is the person. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly pulled the corpse over by the gate. I'm going. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and couldn't help but explode even the foul language. Yes? Yes? You are sure that this person made the move on you? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes popped out, and he was taken aback. This is Umbu's ninja. Isn't he kidding me? Throw the body of an Umbu ninja to the Uchiha clan? Do you think the Uchiha clan's troubles are not enough? It's him. It's him. He wants to kill me. Uchiha Akaizuki said angrily, the patriarch, you must be the master for me. Someone assassinated me in Konoha. Master Patriarch. You almost lose sight of your youthful and lovely. Wait. Uchiha Fugaku temporarily suppressed his surprise, and quickly interrupted Uchiha Akaizuki's words, and asked, did you really kill this Umbu ninja? Do you have such strength? Did your Sharingan evolve again? Is there any strange feeling? It doesn't matter, you can tell the patriarch uncle, our family Sharingan is very powerful, and its functions have not been fully developed. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha nervously. Akaizuki said. I'm poisoned. Uchiha Akaizuki said faintly, looking like Uchiha Fugaku who was mentally retarded, with eyelashes open. Puff. Uchiha Fugaku spouted out old blood. Okay, he really thinks too much. Uchiha Fugaku only noticed that the Umbu ninja's face turned blue and his lips turned purple. It was indeed not that he was killed under normal circumstances. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it in his heart, too. Uchiha Akaizuki is just a Chunin level. It is impossible to kill an Umbu ninja. As expected, it is still used by other humble methods. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. It's fine to survive, no matter what means. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed with emotion. There are not many people as smart as me in the world. Uchiha Fugaku, don't say such shameless words so arrogantly. By the way, are you hurt? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a painful heart, holding his forehead. It really requires a strong psychological endurance to communicate with this 467 child. My heart is very traumatized. Uchiha Akaizuki hesitated, then shouted out loudly and confidently. Puff. Uchiha Fugaku spouted out old blood again. I didn't suffer any injuries at all. What you were crying in front of my door just now seemed like a deep hatred of injustice. Please, you killed them, okay? Are you still crying here? People are not mad at you, right? You are touching porcelain. When Uchiha Fugaku's face was speechless, of course he was secretly frightened at the same time. Although it uses poison, it is not a small skill to be safe and sound under an Umbu's hand. Uchiha Fugaku had too many questions in his mind, but it was not serious at all to see this kid playing like a monkey in front of him. It is difficult to ask too many details from his mouth. Uchiha Fugaku squatted down and inspected the corpse himself. There were many holes on the corpse, which penetrated through his body, and it seemed that the damage to his body was not small. There was a fierce battle between them? Akaizuki, what's the matter with these holes? Uchiha Fugaku asked with his eyes closed. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku was really suspicious. Fortunately, he had already figured out the reason before coming. That was after he died. I used karma without interfering. Uchiha Akaizuki said angrily, with a little bit fierce in his eyes. This person wanted to kill me. I'm so angry. So I just killed him after poisoning him. Pierce him hard with kunao. Uchiha Akaizuki clenched his small fist. His face was fierce, like an angry little tiger. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt not even letting go of the corpse, but even whip the corpse. It's terrible. Why is my heart so cruel at a young age? Does this kid have a problem in his heart? Uchiha Fugaku knows that what Uchiha Akaizuki said may not be true, but he does not intend to pursue it because it has no meaning. Compared to what happened before, the more important thing is what to do next. This is a great opportunity for the Uchiha clan. What Uchiha Fugaku needs to do is not only not to ask how Uchiha Akaizuki killed this Umbu, but also to help Uchiha Akaizuki make up all the loopholes. Uchiha Akaizuki was the person who was most aggrieved in this assassination. Konoha, it is bound to give them an explanation to the Uchiha clan. A sly light flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This matter will not end so easily. It's time to give some warnings to some people in the village. Their Uchiha clan hasn't fallen yet, so they are not so bullied. If you want to do something to the Uchiha clan, you will have to pay a heavy price. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while, then lowered his voice and whispered to Uchiha Akaizuki. For these political matters, Uchiha Fugaku knows how to deal with it better than Uchiha Akaizuki. There are no absolute enemies, no absolute friends. Uchiha Akaizuki is now an ally on the same front with Uchiha Fugaku, for their own interests and purposes. One big and one small, both of them have weird smiles on their faces. In the originally quiet night, starting from the Hokage office, 1 lamp and 2 lamps were constantly lit in the dark night, and the entire Konoha high-rise was shaken by this event. Everyone hurriedly gathered in the meeting room of Konoha Hokage's office. They were all the senior officials in the village and some of the talking elite jonin. Several people, Uchiha Akaizuki, could vaguely recognize them. Mito Kato Homura, Yutaten Koharu, Shinura Group. There are others, such as Orochimaru, etc. Of course, there are many more iconic ones that Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't know. One of them is obviously with Byakugan, belonging to the Hyuga family. For the rest, Uchiha Akaizuki didn't know each other. What the hell is going on? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Mito Kato Homura was the first to question him. He has always been very hot-tempered. He was called out from home most of the night and was very upset. In the originally noisy meeting room, it suddenly became quiet, and all eyes fell on the two Uchiha people standing in the middle. The body of Umbu Ninja was carried up. For a moment, everyone's faces were full of stunness. What's wrong? How could something like this happen in Konoha? Who is attacking Umbu's people? It's really bold. Such a person can't be let go easily. For a while, the faces of everyone in the house gradually became angry. Someone dared to assassinate Umbu's ninja blatantly in Konoha? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes stared at the members of the elders group one by one, trying to find out if someone had a weird expression on their face. But to the disappointment of Uchiha Akaizuki, he did not find anyone with a weird expression on his face. These old guys have been in politics for many years. Their skin is too thick. They are not surprised at all kinds of occasions. It is too difficult to find clues in their old faces. However, Uchiha Akaizuki discovered another very important thing. Those people's heads have anger points not short, but these anger points, at least for now, shouldn't be directed at themselves. System, if the anger point is caused by me, even if it is not directed at me, can it accumulate anger point? Yes, host, as long as the host causes the anger of others, it can accumulate anger points, and it is not necessary to be angry with the host. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Unexpectedly, this would be fine. Everyone in the conference room was still talking, and Uchiha Fugaku's mouth was sneered. This Umbu ninja was killed by our Uchiha clan. As soon as this remark came out, it was like a shocking shock, and it suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves. Uchiha Fugaku, you know what you are talking about. You killed Umbu's ninja. What do you mean? Does the Uchiha clan want a rebel? Even the killing of Umbu ninja can be said so unabashedly. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you want to do? For a while, everyone instantly became nervous, looking at each other, not knowing the current situation. Killing an Umbu ninja, such a big thing. Why does Uchiha Fugaku have the right to say it here? Uchiha Fu, Ma Wangzhao, you looked at the wonderful expressions on the faces of these old guys, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Because of this Umbu ninja, we assassinated the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was loud, word by word, reaching those people's ears. At this time, those people noticed that beside Uchiha Fugaku, there was a little ghost who was not half a person tall, wearing clothes with a fan pattern, black hair, and black pupils, which was the appearance of the standard Uchiha family. Wearing a white Naruto cloak, Third Hokage put the pipe in his hand into his mouth, took a sharp sip, remained silent, and his expression remained unchanged. His gaze rested on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, full of depth. He was the third person besides Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Akaizuki who knew about this. Arrogant. Are you Uchiha Akaizuki? Yutaten Koharu asked sharply, looking at the Uchiha kid with unkind eyes. Recently, there have been constant news about this kid, and it will always cause a lot of shocks in Konoha, really a troublesome kid. These Konoha high levels, or the patriarchs and elders of some large families of Konoha, although they have not seen Uchiha Akaizuki, they are not unfamiliar with this name. Today, they finally met Uchiha Akaizuki, who has become famous in Konoha for a while. It's just that there is a little gap between this child and what they imagined. I originally thought that he would be a very calm and mature, even at a young age, a genius with extraordinary thoughts. However, Uchiha Akaizuki, who is standing in front of them now, is dressed in sills, his body is full of blood, his face is full of patterns, and it is dirty. At this moment, he is sticking out his devil claws. I didn't expect that there are regular snacks in Konoha's office. It's so sweet. Uchiha Akaizuki directly poured the entire plate up, and all 3 or 2 small cakes in it were poured into his mouth. Uchiha Akaizuki, can you be colder? Now is the time to do business. Don't eat 467 in your head. Uchiha Fugaku glared, lowered his voice, and roared angrily. But now Uchiha Fugaku is actually full of helplessness. Looking at Uchiha Akaizuki, he feels a bit of a pig teammate. New news sucks. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth was stuffed with small cakes, and he swallowed like a picture. He has been tossing since the night until now. He hasn't even had time for dinner. He was growing up right now, and he was hungry and panicked if he didn't eat a meal. Seeing that there are cakes placed in the meeting room, Uchiha's eyes flashed straight when he was eating Akaizuki for the sake of decoration, and even his saliva could not help but flow out. In front of everyone, Uchiha Akaizuki swept away all the food. Everyone is full of black lines. Should this kid praise him for not having stage fright? Does this count as calm and composure? Even if I saw so many big people, I didn't panic at all, and I didn't have the slightest fear. I turned a blind eye to them. This kid really doesn't think of himself as an outsider? Seeing you, Chiba eating the sweetness of a Kaizuki eating there, I couldn't help but babble. Everyone's head Jonin kept raising the number. It's not good to put poison here in the middle of the night. Uchiha Kaizuki is so delicious. In the middle of the night, they actually felt a little more hungry. But they are cold elders. How can you eat the compotes and pastries on the table for decoration here? And this kid has nothing left for them. Ah, I'm finally full. Uchiha Kaizuki touched his belly and let out a long sigh of relief. In this strangely silent conference room, inexplicably relieved, Uchiha Kaizuki just remembered, yes, there is still business, he is not here to eat. Hokage-sama, this is the one who wants to assassinate me. Fortunately, I was saved by the patriarch. Uchiha Kaizuki shouted loudly. At this moment, a man with purple hair wearing umbu costume and a black trench coat walked in through the door. He walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, knelt down on one knee, and handed the information in his hand to Hokage. Naruto-sama, all the information about this umbu ninja has been called out. This person is currently a member of the Konoha assassination team. He is called Kota Tazaki. He is an orphan. He assassinated a Rain Country Jonin during World War II, so he was promoted to a special Jonin and performed assassination work in umbu. For a moment, all eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen. That umbu's ninja is Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Uchiha Kaizuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback, and it was rare that the same 10,000 years face showed a surprised expression. What do you guys see me doing? How could it be that I wanted to kill Uchiha Kaizuki? Master Hokage, should you give us an explanation? The ninja of your umbu actually blatantly attacked the children of our Uchiha clan. Shouldn't this matter be explained to us? Uchiha Fugaku finally evoked a sneer and aggressively. Assassinate Uchiha Kaizuki today, can I assassinate the Uchiha Patriarch tomorrow? Facing Uchiha Fugaku's persecution, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show the slightest movement on his face. He slowly said, Uchiha Fugaku, you should know that it was not me who shot Uchiha Kaizuki. I have no reason to send someone to kill him. Konoha has such an excellent genius boy, I value it very much. I also admire Uchiha Kaizuki very much, and even wanted to invite him to join umbu. As you know, I did not give the order to assassinate Uchiha Kaizuki. What if it wasn't your order? I don't want to continue to investigate the person behind it. Now this umbu person is dead. Can you find out the person behind him? Uchiha Fugaku shouted sharply. Everyone in the meeting room fell silent. This incident is indeed a certain person in Konoha who shot Uchiha Kaizuki. It is best to kill Uchiha Kaizuki successfully. Failure can also be planted on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Very clever means. Being able to insert the spy into Hokage-sama must have cost a lot of effort at the beginning, and it really paid a lot for Uchiha Kaizuki to use such a good dark chess. What I want is that you have to pay for this. This is because of your mistake. My Uchiha people almost died. If there is no punishment at all, wouldn't anyone be able to run wild on our Uchiha clan? Their behavior will only become more presumptuous in the future. The faces of Mitokato Homura and Yuditen Koharu immediately became ugly. Danzo's face was not shocked, Orikimura's golden snake pupils were shining with weird brilliance, and the elders of those big families kept whispering and whispering. What price do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked quietly. Captain Umbu Mitarashi Fujino, apologize with death. Uchiha Fugaku's finger pointed at the purple-haired man just now, an amazing sentence. Mitarashi Fujino, now the captain of umbu under Naruto, and the dead Kota Tazaki is one of his members. What? Everyone couldn't help but yelled out, their faces full of shock. Nonsense, Uchiha Fugaku. You are too much. This is simply impossible. Although Mitarashi Fujino is indeed responsible for this matter, it is too much to apologize for death. Everyone couldn't help their eyes widening, and they looked carefully at the newly promoted patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Compared with the previous patriarch, the attitude of this new patriarch is much stronger. So what will Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude be? Countless people are watching Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha Kaizuki, the super genius of the new generation. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is about to rise again? Mitarashi Fujino's face was also full of horror, with a look of embarrassment. He knew that his people had a problem this time, and he was indeed inevitable. Hokage-sama, if my death can calm the anger of the Uchiha clan, I am willing. I don't agree with this decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly, interrupting Mitarashi Fujino. Although it was a fluttering sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was with unquestionable determination. Uchiha Fugaku, this matter is indeed a problem for us. We are willing to pay a certain price for this matter, but Mitarashi Fujino will not apologize with death. You can change other terms. Uchiha Akaizuki is not dead at least, and Mitarashi Fujino cannot be blamed completely for this incident. I am also responsible for this incident. Should I also apologize for death? No one does not make mistakes. We should give them a chance to correct. Mitarashi Fujino also has a daughter who is a few years old. If he commits suicide now, what will his daughter do in the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was somewhat hoarse, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give in easily regarding the life of Mitarashi Fujino. A life is too precious. Such an approach will only allow hatred to continue to breed. There is already a Heite Kakashi in the village, and he does not want Mitarashi Anko to become the second Heite Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned blue, and he clenched his fists, suppressing the rising anger in his heart. If this matter is as simple as that, then everyone will dare to step on the head of their Uchiha clan at will. The man named Mitarashi Fujino must die. Only blood can help the Uchiha clan re-establish prestige in Konoha. For a time, the atmosphere in the conference room became even more weird again. All of them were silent, and they didn't know what to calculate in their hearts. Everyone had their own small 99 and calculated their own gains and losses. The room is full of silence. Deathly Shen, Miss Sister is so beautiful, let's play together. Miss Sister's big legs are so smooth, Bobo is so soft. This untimely speech sounded abruptly in the conference room. Everyone thought they had hallucinations, but the voice was so clear, as if it were real. People follow the prestige. 1,000 people waited, almost fell off the chair. Uchiha Akaizuki was lying on the table where the fruit plate was placed in the meeting room just now. He was asleep, and a nasal bubble appeared on his nose, which changed suddenly and quickly. He didn't know what he was dreaming, and he said he wretchedly. Smile, even the haraza shed all over the place. Miss Sister, come to play. If I chase you, I will treat you. What a big bobo that is, my little master. I am the best. I will definitely satisfy you and keep you from getting out of bed tomorrow. Everyone poked their like wood, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki blankly, as if struck by lightning. You, Ji, Bo, Chi, Moon. A murderous voice suddenly sounded, and Uchiha Fugaku's hair exploded in anger. Shame. What a shame. With such pig teammates, what kind of face does their Uchiha clan still have? No matter how much prestige is established, this kid can be ruined by this kid. Of course, this is Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Akaizuki who have been together for a while, and it was reflected in the first time. Others have not yet reacted from the shock just now. They just saw Uchiha Akaizuki's calm and composure performance, and they already felt that this child was really shocked. However, they have only now discovered that the world they have seen is too little. This has completely exceeded their understanding of the 4 words calm and composure. Why in the first place, there was such a setting idea that geniuses are all high cold. It's almost destroyed even the 3 views. There is wood and there is sleeping in front of all the high-level Konoha, still sitting chunt dream? What do you think about in your head all day at a young age? And it's such a serious and depressing moment. For a while, the anger value began to rise on the heads of countless people. Shameless. It's so shameless. It's not just Uchiha Fugaku who feels ashamed alone, they all think this child is Konoha, and they will all feel ashamed. Why is there such a B****************** D in the world? It's too much. This is simply our G their hearts. Uchiha Akaizuki was sleeping soundly, and was awakened by a loud roar from Uchiha Fugaku. His eyes were loose, and he rubbed his eyes with his small fists before slowly seeing the surrounding situation clearly. In the middle of the night, a group of people don't sleep and have a meeting here. Something is wrong, right? Uchiha Akaizuki was too sleepy just now, and fell asleep directly on the table. Hey, why has my anger value increased so much? Isn't there a bug in the system? Or did Uchiha Fugaku just started fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Did you miss something fun? Uncle Fugaku, are you all done? I'm so hungry. Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was a little soft, and he stumbled up to Uchiha Fugaku's side, grabbed a corner of his clothes, and touched his mouth. His saliva is clean. Uchiha Fugaku snarled crazy in his heart, F***K, before going out with you, Laozi changed into a new clean dress. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it, you can't get angry with this kid, or you can kill him. The matter has not been resolved, I am still negotiating this matter with Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku explained to Akaizuki, the language was full of coldness. He directly referred to Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, not Hokage-sama. 7. For a while, the atmosphere in the air became tense again. The even breathing sound was extremely clear in the quiet and sly atmosphere. Ah, you guys are so slow. I have discussed such a thing for a long time, but I didn't understand it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at them with contempt, and Shinin couldn't help complaining. Everyone's jaws are about to fall, and their faces are full of anger, and it is too presumptuous to say such a big talk. You are a kid who knows nothing, so you dare to despise them here? Do you know how many people's interests are involved in this? Everyone couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Uchiha Kaizuki asked grimly, "Aren't you just arguing about the outcome of this matter? It's easy to handle." Mitarashi Fujino neglected his duty, and revoked the position of Captain Umbu 467, suspended for investigation, and that's it. Oh, yes, to prevent anyone from daring to assassinate me again, and protect my Konoha's strongest seedling from being pinched off in advance, and then send an elite jonin to protect me, so there will be no problem. Uchiha Kaizuki's crisp voice sounded in the meeting room, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy as water, and he said coldly, "Here, you don't have a place for a kid to speak. Everyone is looking at it in their hearts, that's right, huh, a little devil, what is the use of what he says?" Uchiha Kaizuki flipped a Byakugan to Danzo. "Naruto-sama is still here, you don't have a subordinate to speak." Shimura Danzo stagnated, his face turned blue, and the anger value on his head began to rise. Uchiha Kaizuki's words are simply sprinkling salt on his chest. Shimura Danzo's biggest unwillingness all the time is that he is below Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen is immortal, he will always be just an elder. Everyone can't help but slap their tongues in their hearts. This kid really dared to say, "I think Uchiha Kaizuki, this proposal is not bad, within the range I can accept." Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly, "Patriarch Uchiha, what do you think of this proposal?" "Acceptable." Uchiha Fugaka nodded, "But I have one condition. I want an excellent jonin from the Uchiha clan to join Umbu." Uchiha Fugaka gritted his teeth and said, just now he has seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen really will not sacrifice Mitarashi Fujino's position. Now that the Uchiha clan cannot fight Konoha because of this, it would be better to fight for more benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, yes. Very strange conversation, the two of them really followed Uchiha Kaizuki's advice. Danzo's face suddenly became more ugly, and his head began to rise with anger. Anger value plus 412. Anger value plus 346. Anger value plus 623. Anger value plus 426. Everyone turned their eyes to Danzo again. They couldn't help but slap their tongues again. This face is slapped and slapped, it hurts to look at it. Master Naruto. Suddenly the door of the Naruto meeting room was opened, and a female ninja in a white medical suit walked in from outside. Ryuk-san, what's the matter? We are in a meeting now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looking at the medical ninja who suddenly broke in, his tone a little unhappy. But the female ninja named Ryuk-san seemed to be immersed in her own excitement, completely unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction with her reckless behavior, and the whole person was a little crazy with excitement. Master Naruto, you know what? We just witnessed a miracle just now. This is simply a major discovery in our medical ninja world. This is simply the beginning of a new chapter in our medical ninja. Ryuk-san completely ignored the numerous elders and ninjas around, and talked excitedly alone, as if showing off, and as if sharing her own joy. Ryuk-san, if you want to report the new academic achievements of your Konoha hospital and apply for funding, you need to wait a while. We have an important meeting right now. I am afraid I don't have the energy to care about your current affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen tactfully declined. Master Hokage, you will definitely care, because we have discovered a new toxin. With our current medical ninjutsu, there is no way to solve this toxin. Zero. Even if Tsunade-sama returns, he may not be able to figure out a way to detoxify. What? Everyone screamed and stood up directly from their seats in surprise, their faces full of unbelievable expressions. How can this be? There are still poisons in the world that Konoha can't solve? In the Second World War, Konoha, all medical ninjas represented by Tsunade Haim, under unremitting efforts, fully defeated all the poisonous techniques of Sand Shinobi Village, which likes to use poison, and finally broke through all the defenses of the Sand Country and won the battle. Victory! Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, even among the 5 great nations, shine brightly and won the title of Medical Saint. The respect of the 5 major countries for their medical skills far exceeds the restrictions on nationality and forbearance. Even on the battlefield, regardless of our enemy, when you see Tsunade, you will call it Princess Tsunade or Master Tsunade, which shows the honor of his identity and recognition of his strength. But now he even gave me a sentence and found a toxin that even Master Tsunade can't crack? How is this possible? Are you not kidding me? Which country is the toxin? Sand Shinobi Village again? Ryuk-san, you can elaborate a little bit. Is it the toxin found on the corpse of Konoha's ninja? Has the corpse been reported? Are you sure that the toxin died? This Tsunade is not in the village now, what can I do? The 0.7 people in the conference room were suddenly worried and talked a lot. They all had a very big psychological shadow on poison. In World War II, Konoha suffered a very big loss in poisoning. The Hanzo of the Salamander, who was named a half-god in the Kingdom of Rain, is a master of poison. And the family of puppets in the country of sand also caused Konoha to suffer very badly. Konoha paid no small price for this. Ryuk-san, you can make the whole thing clear. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, hearing such news, had to pay attention immediately. If there really is such a toxin, it is very likely that other countries should benefit from it, produce toxins in large quantities, and even trigger the next world-class war, when it will be a waste of life. Liu Xiang nodded, turned sideways slightly, and pointed her finger at the corpse of the Umbu ninja lying on the ground. Our toxin was found on the corpse of the Umbu ninja. We were just doing a corpse examination as usual. This person was killed by a poison. After we extracted this toxin, we found that our current medical level cannot solve this toxin. This toxin is different from any one we have encountered before. This far exceeds our knowledge of poisoning. This is simply a major breakthrough in the history of our medical ninjutsu. Master Naruto, we are so happy. So, I quickly brought this matter over to report to you. Liu Xiang's face was filled with excitement like a hungry wolf, watching the purple blood in the test tube in her hand. Her face was full of joyful excitement. Everyone stared at the test tube in Liu Xiang's hand unsteadily, and couldn't help showing greedy eyes. The eyes were covered with 10 red bloodshot eyes, and they couldn't help but breathe worse. Orochimaru's eyes also have a touch of surprise. His own summoning beast is a snake, and he also knows something about poison. It could be the toxin that was judged to be the entire Konoha by the captain of the current medical team. If they can develop a large amount of this toxin, does it mean that they have super lethality? As long as a weapon with a toxin can injure the enemy a little, it is enough to kill them. This is too strong. Isn't this the poison Akaizuki you used? Uchiha Fugaku called out suddenly. Seeing this color is very familiar, he suddenly remembered that Uchiha Akaizuki was the jonin who used the poison to kill. Uchiha Fugaku didn't understand poison art at all, and he didn't know much about it before, and he didn't know the power of poison art at all. Even just now, when he knew that Uchiha Akaizuki had killed a jonin with poison, he didn't think it was so powerful. He just felt that Uchiha Akaizuki's methods were very despicable, and he was full of contempt for his behavior. Uchiha Fugaku feels very embarrassed. The blood of the Uchiha clan is so strong, but Uchiha Akaizuki has to use this kind of indiscriminate means to kill the enemy. It is really shameful, so Uchiha Fugaku does not think it is. What's something to be proud of? But this is only Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts alone. Although everyone is full of contempt, condemnation, and crusade against this kind of indiscriminate tricks. But if you have a chance to survive on the battlefield, even if you are burdened with infamy, you don't want your companions to die in front of yourself on the battlefield so easily. Everyone's eyes fell on Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku smiled awkwardly, and pointed to Uchiha Akaizuki. It's his poison. Everyone's eyes turned to Uchiha Akaizuki's body. Astonishment flashed in his eyes. Is it the poison of this kid? A flower in front of everyone, a white figure, quickly ran to Uchiha Akaizuki, knelt on one knee. It was the current medical team leader Liu Xiang. My lord, please accept me as an apprentice. I want to learn how to configure this kind of poison with you. I have conceived hundreds of detoxification methods, but I have rejected them one by one. This toxin is not a toxin that can be detoxified with normal medical treatment in chakra. The changes are unpredictable. This is really mysterious. If I can know the configuration method, I will be able to come up with a way to detoxify. Liu Xiang bowed down in front of Uchiha Akaizuki, her face full of sincerity. Others are envious. Liu Xiang can ask Uchiha Akaizuki for advice in apprenticeship, but other people can only peep at Uchiha Akaizuki's poison secretly. Even Hokage has no right to let Uchiha Akaizuki surrender the poison directly. Although Konoha is a village with Naruto as the highest leader, its fundamental responsibility is to maintain the stability of the village, and it does not have absolute leadership over the entire village like the Mizuno ninja village. The major families in Konoha still have most of the power to control the family. Each big family has its own unique secret technique support, which is the foothold of their family in Konoha and even Ninja World. Hokage has no right to intervene, and no right to know. So now as long as Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't want to tell the prescription for his poison, at least on the bright side, no one can force Uchiha Akaizuki to hand over the prescription for poison. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't really care about this, because even if he wanted to hand it over, he couldn't tell. The poisons purchased from the system are already made, and he can apply it directly on his weapon. Of course he doesn't know the principle, but he does have an antidote. But he didn't plan to take it out. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the medical female ninja in front of him. He really didn't have any interest in being her master. If he wanted to be his apprentice, the appointment would be almost the same. 467 Unfortunately, Tsunade is not in the village now, and Uchiha Akaizuki is not interested in taking out his poison for their research. Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while, then refused. I won't accept you as an apprentice. Liu Xiang was stunned, and then asked eagerly, why? Akaizuki-sama, I really want to be your disciple, please accept me. Liu Xiang didn't expect Uchiha Akaizuki to reject herself so simply. After Tsunade-sama left Konoha, he was the captain of the entire Konoha medical team, and he was also the person with the highest level of medical treatment at Konoha. Although Konoha's position is not like that of Tsunade-sama, After all, Tsunade-sama is still first generation's granddaughter, Kanaha's princess, but there are many people who flatter themselves. Liu Xiang originally thought that with his own identity and status, coupled with this sincere attitude, Uchiha Akaizuki would definitely accept himself as a disciple, but he refused without hesitation. Uchiha Akaizuki hummed her little nose, looked at the medical female ninja proudly, and said, "Why do you want to be my disciple? I will accept you as a disciple. Your talent is not enough for my eyes. If Tsunade comes, I will reluctantly think about it." Everyone was shocked. This kid is not crazy, right? Swelling. It's too swelling. Who is Tsunade-sama's master? That's Lord Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. How old is this kid, who still wants to be Tsunade-sama's master? Daydreaming. Liu Xiang's face sank suddenly, and her heart felt ashamed. Didn't expect that you would need the talent of Tsunade-sama to become Akaizuki-sama's disciple? Sure enough, Akaizuki-sama's standards are really very high. I am indeed not qualified to be an adult's disciple now. Akaizuki-sama is able to develop such a poison. I am afraid that his medical level has far exceeded Kanaha's current peak level. But Liu Xiang was still reluctant to lose this opportunity. She quickly asked, "Master Akaizuki, if I can reach the level of medical treatment like Master Tsunade, would you be willing to accept me as a disciple?" Everyone in the room was even more surprised at what is the origin of this kid. If he can get all the support of the medical team, no one will dare to treat him as a kid anymore, and he must be treated as a person equal to them. After all, the importance of the medical class is self-evident, and it is the place where all Kanaha's families and forces are the least willing to offend. Everyone's gazes looking at Uchiha Akaizuki changed. If he really has such strength, and the support of Kanaha medical class, coupled with the terrifying talent and strength of this teenager, he will soar into the sky. Even people from the Uchiha clan will be sought after by people from other clan. Even Uchiha, a big clan, may rise again because of Uchiha alone. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at this stubborn woman with a headache. He really has nothing to teach, because he really doesn't. What I said about accepting you as a disciple does not mean that you have reached Tsunade's medical level, Uchiha said silently. What's that? I will do my best to do it. Liu Xiang crazily wanted to grab the last straw. I'm talking about milk volume. Liu Xiang petrified in place all at once. She lowered her head, looked at Jima Pingchuan on her chest, and cried out with a wow. A 20-year-old girl, just like that in the conference room, howled and crying in front of everyone, crying out of breath, and finally fainted directly. Liu Xiang was carried out, and everyone's eyes were filled with pity and sympathy. They don't want to recruit Uchiha Akaizuki anymore. I just hope that I will never have any contact with Uchiha Akaizuki in this life, lest they will be the next miserable person. As long as there is no Uchiha Akaizuki, there will be peace in the world. Orochimaru's gaze passed through the crowds and fell on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. It is indeed the goal I am after, and it really is a little bit different. Uchiha Akaizuki was stared coldly by the inexplicable gaze behind him, as if a lone ghost wandering by his side. People couldn't help oozing cold sweat. Isn't it someone who made it again? Uchiha eating Akaizuki suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he didn't say, and he quickly reminded him, that's right, Hokage-sama, protect my elite jonin. I have a request. I already have a goal. Who is your goal? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. My big brother. Big brother, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Akaizuki said hurriedly. Everyone remembered that Uchiha Akaizuki was still Jiraiya's disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, then nodded. Namikaze Minato is okay. He seems to be studying a new ninjutsu recently. He hasn't been performing a mission recently. He can protect you, by the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Akaizuki leaving happily, with a faint anxiety in his heart. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Namikaze Minato. Let the sunlight in Namikaze Minato's heart illuminate the darkness in this little demon's heart. It can also be regarded as an anti-violent piece. I hope there will be no accidents. Namikaze Minato, the arduous task of Kanaha's stability and harmony has to be entrusted to you to complete. Third generation side, really never want to see Uchiha Akaizuki in front of him again. Forget it, I don't want this headache, let's relax. He waved his hand in the newly customized crystal ball in front of him. Inside were 3 or 5 young women in swimsuits. The water splashed in the air and splashed beautifully, laughing and splashing each other in the pond, just like beautiful elves descending into the world. Third generation showed a knowing smile. This is the stable and harmonious Kanaha village he likes. In the morning, Wan Lai was completely silent. A ray of light shone on the east horizon, cautiously infiltrating the light blue sky. A magnificent morning glow appeared in the east, strands of smoke were floating on the roofs of the village, and the air was filled with hazy mist. Dang dang, a crisp knock on the door sounded. Who? So early. With a creak, the door was opened. Ha! Are you? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Who is the little black-haired boy in front of him? Big brother. I am your little brother Uchiha Akaizuki. I finally saw you. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled, opened his hands at Namikaze Minato and rushed over. Uchiha Akaizuki? Isn't that the new apprentice of Master Jiraiya? Namikaze Minato opened his arms. This little junior is really enthusiastic, so let's hug it. Uchiha Akaizuki ran straight past Wang Zhao. Namikaze Minato ran directly into the room and jumped onto the big bed of Namikaze Minato's house. Wow, what a big room, it will be mine from now on, so happy, Uchiha Akaizuki said with a grin. Namikaze Minato's smile froze on his face, his head was covered with black lines, his body instantly petrified in place, and the gesture of hug remained in midair. A gust of wind blows and Namikaze Minato is about to break into scum. Didn't you come to see me and why did my bed become yours? Anger value plus 56. Brother Minato? Don't you come in? It's weird outside. What are you doing at the door? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Namikaze Minato with a strange face. Namikaze Minato smiled wryly. Anger value plus 78. This is my home. Why do you look familiar to you, as if I am an outsider here? Uchiha Akaizuki? I heard your name, it's really amazing. I didn't expect you to be so young. At this age, you can become Jiraiya teacher's apprentice. You are really amazing. I haven't graduated from ninja school at this age. Namikaze Minato's face showed a gentle smile. That is, I'm the #1 invincible boy in the universe, Konoha, the first talented young man in thousands of years. Uchiha Akaizuki said proudly, as if what he said was true. But brother Minato, you are also very good. Uchiha Akaizuki praised sincerely. Uchiha Akaizuki heard that Namikaze Minato was improving and developing ninjutsu. He knew that he would become famous in the world in the future. The Golden Flash ninjutsu that shined in the Third Ninja World War, Flying Thunder God technique, was about to appear. N.S. Namikaze Minato scratched his blonde hair and smiled modestly. I'm not very good. If you compare with the younger brother, it's really nothing. It's okay, you don't have to take it seriously, I just say it casually. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands, with a faint smile on his face. 467 Namikaze Minato's smile stiffened on his face. I'm just being humble, forget it, I'm Konoha's little son, I'm Sunny, I'm not angry by the way, Akaizuki, why are you thinking of coming to me today? Namikaze Minato asked. Uchiha Akaizuki took out a scroll and gave it to Namikaze Minato, which contained a letter written by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After reading the scroll, Namikaze Minato understood Uchiha Akaizuki's intention. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in Konoha, Akaizuki, don't worry, I will definitely ensure your safety. Since it was Hokage-sama's order, it seems that during this time, he has taken care of this little guy a lot well, I think so too. If you are there, I will rest assured that you will ensure my safety. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. By the way, your room is not bad, then I will live here. The room is out. Uchiha Akaizuki looked around quickly, then jumped directly onto the bed and rolled over on the soft bed. There is a big drop of sweat on Namikaze Minato's head. This seems like the style of painting shouldn't be like this. Why is it always inexplicable? And there is something wrong, I think too much, right? Namikaze Minato tried his best to suppress the strong ominous premonition in her heart. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and comforted herself and said, forget it, after all, Akaizuki is my younger brother, I should take care of him more. Before Mr. Jiraiya went out to perform the task, he also specifically told me to take care of this new junior brother, so I will bear it. Think about it, he is also a very cute child. Maybe he is naughty at this age. In short, I should be more considerate of him. Namikaze Minato keeps thinking about himself. Hypnosis. Namikaze Minato's bed was occupied by Uchiha Akaizuki, and now he can only sleep on his own sofa. Uchiha Akaizuki started to live and eat at Namikaze Minato's house, and lived a life as if he were carried. Of course, pie trading was not included. The more Uchiha Akaizuki and Namikaze Minato have contact, the more emotional they are. Namikaze Minato's personality is really good. It is as thoughtful as a nanny, taking care of Uchiha Akaizuki in every possible way. Uchiha Akaizuki was secretly surprised that Namikaze Minato, a big man, could wash clothes and cook. Omnipotent and even sew clothes? It was beyond his imagination. After Uchiha Akaizuki broke a piece of clothing, he planned to throw it away. After all, he is not short of money. But Namikaze Minato saw that the dress hadn't been worn for long, and felt it was a pity, so he took out the needle and thread and directly mended his clothes. Although it was finally thrown away by Uchiha Akaizuki, Uchiha Akaizuki stayed in Namikaze Minato's house. Of course, he was still doing the work of the Uchiha clan. He would not give up such a good way of making money. Most of the time left. Namikaze Minato is constantly sketching and deducing his new ninjutsu with paper and pen. Uchiha Akaizuki followed Namikaze Minato to the Konoha training ground every day as usual. By the way, brother Minato, when will Jiraiya come back? Uchiha Akaizuki put his cheeks on his boring hands and sat on the wooden stakes. Very boring. It seemed that I came back once in the first 2 days, but I quickly left. I only stayed in the village for a few hours. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and said, "Did something happen recently? It feels like something big is going to happen." Uchiha Kaizuki asked tentatively. It is now Konoha's 43rd year of spring. In my memory, it is vaguely remembered, as if it is getting closer and closer to the beginning of the three wars, but he did not remember the specific month of the start of the three world wars. It seems that the country of wind started to declare war on Konoha, because of the strange disappearance of third Kazekage. Bofang Minato was stunned, then he thought about it, and said, "If you say that, I really think that the atmosphere in the nearest village seems weird. The number of people from Umbu to master third generation seems to have increased. Of course, it may be that I have been worrying too much. Don't think about it so much. It shouldn't be easy to fight." Namikaze Minato smiled mildly. "A lot of people will die in each battle, so they won't easily start a war." Uchiha Kaizuki nodded in response, but he didn't agree with Namikaze Minato's words in his heart. He thought others were too good. In the face of interests, no one will easily step back. In the eyes of politicians, there is no right or wrong in this world, only gains and losses. All the originals are just an introduction. When the benefits accumulate to a certain level, the war will begin. Once the war begins, it does not end so easily. Even people who have no hatred in their hearts at the beginning, after experiencing the death of their best companions and relatives, all their calmness is overwhelmed and they become the devil from hell. Kill the enemy, or be killed. Never die. After a period of contact, Uchiha Kaizuki looked at this future fourth Hokage, and he was indeed as intelligent, hardworking, and gentle as in the original book. Uchiha Kaizuki couldn't help but sigh, gushing, "The silly patriarch in his own family still wants to wait for his own strength to establish the prestige of the Uchiha clan in Konoha." Then during the election, he got the support of many families, and finally became the fourth generation of Hokage? How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if his 3 apprentices are not enough, he will choose his excellent apprentice Namikaze Minato. It's impossible to turn to Uchiha Fugaku. The position of Naruto will never fall behind the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's IQ. Uchiha Kaizuki can feel that Uchiha Fugaku will not be the opponent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fox. Even if Uchiha Fugaku has made more contributions in the three wars, he will be compared to this young, heavenly, and gentle Namikaze Minato. A few days passed away quietly. Namikaze Minato is still studying his own ninjutsu, drawing on the ground constantly. Suddenly he felt a strange feeling on his legs. He looked down and Uchiha Kaizuki was holding his thigh tightly. "Kaizuki, what are you doing?" Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Kaizuki have been together for a while, and seeing Uchiha Kaizuki make strange movements, I have a bad feeling instinctively. But this time he really blamed Uchiha Kaizuki, and Uchiha Kaizuki really didn't want to ********** him off. "Senior brother Minato, when you are up and running, you must cover me." Namikaze Minato is full of black lines. What is this guy talking about? When you become Hokage, I will become Hokage's junior brother. Wow, I feel happy to think about it. When the time comes, money and beauties will be automatically delivered to the door. Wow, ha ha ha. Namikaze Minato twitched at the corner of his eyes, but immediately said seriously, "Becoming Naruto is my lifelong dream, and I will continue to work hard to become Naruto. But Kaizuki, your talent is higher than mine, so I think your chances of becoming Naruto yourself are much greater than mine. Actually, I envy you very much." Namikaze Minato was a little emotional. Uchiha Kaizuki thought for a while. "Naruto? No, I don't want to be Naruto. Look at the old man of third generation. Tenten just sits in the Hokage office and doesn't go out. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to stand it." Namikaze Minato nodded. He, who has been in contact with Kaizuki too much, has automatically ignored him, calling Hokage the third generation old man. Indeed, almost all of Naruto-sama Tenten stayed in the office and the work was too busy. Before Namikaze Minato could finish speaking, he was stunned. "Yeah, that old pervert. Tenten looks at other people's privacy through the crystal ball. I am not like him. Just looking at beautiful women can't satisfy me." Uchiha Kaizuki confessed the reason he didn't want to be Hokage, and then quietly ran to Minato, who was stunned. "Brother Minato, when you become Hokage, don't learn that old thing. I tell you, it is the most painful to see that you can't eat it. It's better not to watch it. And if it is known by senior sister Mei Kushina." Halfway through, Uchiha Kaizuki brought this picture to his mind, and then shook his head quickly. The gentle face of Namikaze Minato froze, and his unforgettable declaration of the throne of Naruto was said by Kaizuki as worthless. "Brother Minato, you will become Naruto. Come on." Finally, Uchiha Kaizuki also very seriously affirmed to Minato, "But I heard that Uchiha Kaizuki didn't want to be Hokage before." Namikaze Minato really didn't know whether Uchiha Kaizuki's words admired or devalued him. "By the way, brother Minato, when will your Flying Thunder God technique be improved?" Uchiha Kaizuki asked, guessing that Namikaze Minato had improved this ninjutsu before World War III. In fact, it has been almost improved. Now the speed and distance are greatly improved, and the positioning of space crossing is much more accurate than before, but there are some restrictions. Namikaze Minato frowned. If you have to use Flying Thunder God with the skill of Kunao, the enemy will gradually understand the weakness of this move. As long as you don't let these Kunao get close, the effect of Flying Thunder God will become very effective. Weak. Namikaze Minato sighed. There must be some way. This technique must be more than just this. Uchiha Akaizuki blinked, and then asked in confusion, didn't you have simplified the imprints? Why not try to write them directly as your positioning coordinates? Just use a little ink. Uchiha Akaizuki's words, like a huge thunder, smashed into Namikaze Minato's head at once, and the divine enlightenment made Namikaze Minato suddenly open up. Yes. Why must I limit myself to the coordinates of Kyowu? I can completely escape from the limitations of Kyubyavyu. As long as I write the simplified surgical formula elsewhere, it is enough to locate the spatial coordinates. Such an idea, why didn't I think of it before? It's all because I am too limited to the Flying Thunder God developed by Second Hokage, which uses Kunao as a positioning, and has not broken away from my own thinking mistakes. There was a burst of ecstasy on Namikaze Minato's face, and he found the direction of his breakthrough. Namikaze Minato was so excited that he hugged Uchiha Akaizuki, and he was so touched that tears were shed. Akaizuki, you are so genius. Why didn't I expect it? The authorities are fans and onlookers. Ching, suddenly awakened by Akaizuki, Namikaze Minato is not too affectionate to Uchiha Akaizuki at this moment. There is no way to kiss the couple directly. Uchiha Akaizuki felt a chill in his heart and gave Namikaze Minato to Rui with one kick. Just talk, don't move, Laozi doesn't like men. Namikaze Minato wasn't angry either, and happily ran to Uchiha Akaizuki and continued to inquire. Akaizuki, how did you come up with such a good idea? If I had known it earlier, I would have bypassed so much trouble. Uchiha Akaizuki was speechless at once. What can he say? Of course, it's because I have seen the plot of Hokage World. Anyway, Namikaze Minato himself was able to come up with such a method later, but he just gave him a bit of breakthrough direction in advance. Uchiha Akaizuki paused, then said meaningfully, probably, this is the gap between people. 7. But such nonsense. Namikaze Minato believes after that, behind Uchiha Akaizuki, there was a little tale. Akaizuki, what do you think I should do with this ninjutsu? I always feel that the power is not enough. You help me see where can I improve. I can't figure it out by myself. Just talk about it at will. Really, Namikaze Minato seemed to have picked up a big treasure, extremely precious, wrapped around Uchiha Akaizuki's side all day. In the end, Uchiha Akaizuki was finally annoyed, so he handed 1,000 copies of his own to Namikaze Minato, eyes full of deepness. Namikaze Minato, if he was a treasure, cheerfully held Uchiha Akaizuki's 467 and ran to study the deep meaning of it. 3 days later, Namikaze Minato looked very haggard with his messy hair like a bird's nest, with thick dark circles under his eyes. Akaizuki, can you give me some pointers? I really can't understand the deep meaning of it. Does Kimoto mean the transformation into small? It doesn't always feel so simple. Namikaze Minato said sadly. Even the tips Uchiha Akaizuki gave me, I can't fully understand it. It seems that the gap between myself and Uchiha Akaizuki is really incomparable. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato's heart felt a little more sad recently. Uchiha Akaizuki has been hit hard by Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Namikaze Minato in astonishment. What do you think? The mystery of the 1,000 books you gave me. That's what I just finished picking my teeth and want you to take it out and throw it away. Uchiha Akaizuki flipped a Byakugan and said without knowing the so-called. Namikaze Minato has black lines on his forehead. Drip. Congratulations to the host for successfully violating Namikaze Minato and gaining the talent for spatial awareness. A month later, Namikaze Minato came to the training ground with Uchiha Akaizuki. This time it is really improved. It's true, Namikaze Minato said excitedly. The 30-second version of Flying Thunder God technique. There will never be any more flaws. Namikaze Minato stretched out his finger to promise the sky. Really? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Namikaze Minato suspiciously. The previous 31 version of Flying Thunder God technique was killed by Uchiha Akaizuki. Namikaze Minato promised Uchiha Akaizuki vowedly. There is absolutely no problem this time, so be optimistic about it. Namikaze Minato holds a white dove in his hand, and writes his technique on it with his chakra. Throwing both hands, the white dove flew into the air. Namikaze Minato's figure flashed, and instantly appeared beside the white dove in the air, grabbed the white dove with both hands, and directly brought it back to the ground steadily. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. He didn't expect Namikaze Minato to develop this ninjutsu in such a fast time. The current Flying Thunder God technique, and the later Flying Thunder God technique in the anime he saw, there is no difference. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart that Namikaze Minato is indeed very powerful. In fact, in the eyes of Namikaze Minato, he put forward a lot of constructive opinions for him, but Uchiha Akaizuki himself knows that his knowledge of Flying Thunder God refers to those who are limited to watching an anime. In fact, he does not know the true internal principles very well. He didn't understand the improvement and transformation of those runes and spells at all. Although he doesn't understand, he can pretend to be awesome. Just like the current Namikaze Minato, the eyes of Uchiha Akaizuki are full of worship, but Uchiha Akaizuki is very enjoyable. Although Lao Zi doesn't understand anything, but Lao Zi is awesome. How about, Akaizuki, am I doing very well this time? Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Akaizuki expectantly, like a student eager to be affirmed by the teacher. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded and said lightly like an old man, "It's really not bad, Minato, you really didn't let me down." Yeah, Namikaze Minato suddenly jumped from the ground, and the whole person was extremely excited. Affirmed by Uchiha Akaizuki, Namikaze Minato is even more excited than he has developed a new ninjutsu. This is simply the highest bad prize for yourself. Namikaze Minato has completely forgotten that the person in front of him is actually just a 7-year-old child, and only a chinin. If others see the current state of Namikaze Minato, they can only sigh and shook their head regretfully. Uchiha Akaizuki drives him crazy again. Namikaze Minato hurriedly went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to report his good news. Under Uchiha Akaizuki's repeated instructions, Namikaze Minato did not disclose the relationship between this matter and Uchiha Akaizuki. In Uchiha Akaizuki's own words, low-key is the most awesome show-off. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki hopes that those strange gazes will not fall on him again. After Minato left, Uchiha Akaizuki gathered his chakra on his finger. The imitator Namikaze Minato wrote the Flying Thunder God technique on the body of the white dove just now. "Fly, fly, if I catch you, I'll roast you." Uchiha Akaizuki loosened his hands, the white dove in his hands seemed to understand human words, and instantly waved his own wings like desperately, and quickly flew into the air. With a smile on the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth, his body disappeared instantly. In the next second, he appeared next to the white dove in midair, stretched out his hand, and easily grabbed the white dove. The same Flying Thunder God technique as Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Akaizuki has a bit of satisfaction in his eyes. Yes, this is the most perfect Flying Thunder God technique after the improvement, which is exactly the same as the one used by Namikaze Minato just now. With Namikaze Minato for such a long time, Uchiha Akaizuki did not ask Namikaze Minato for advice. 0.7 Namikaze Minato pulled Uchiha Akaizuki all day to ask questions, but Uchiha Akaizuki didn't want to ask. Namikaze Minato just told Uchiha Akaizuki all the problems of Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato is Jiin and released in Uchiha Akaizuki every day. Namikaze Minato said so comprehensively. Coupled with the system space talents that I have obtained, in terms of space ninjutsu, it is no worse than Namikaze Minato. For such a long time, watching Namikaze Minato continuously improve the Flying Thunder God technique is enough for Uchiha Akaizuki to learn the Flying Thunder God technique secretly in silence. This is also the first time Uchiha Akaizuki has used Flying Thunder God technique. It is quite successful. However, this is just a preliminary imitation of the prototype of Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Akaizuki still has a long way to go if he wants to be able to use it exquisitely in battle. However, at least he has one more whole card. Fire-style barbecue technique. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands are sealed. After a while, the roasted pigeon in Uchiha Akaizuki's hands was golden and oily, exuding bursts of aroma. Uchiha Akaizuki was preparing to taste the food in front of him with a big mouthful. As soon as he took a bite, he stopped because he suddenly felt a gloomy taste. Uchiha Akaizuki spied around, but found no trace. He, really a keen child. A gloomy but very magnetic voice rang from behind Akaizuki, and he immediately turned his head to look. Behind, there was a sick young man with long black hair and a white face. Orochimaru. Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank, and if he wanted to say that among Konoha, he was the last person to have a relationship with, it must be the person in front of him. Among the pornographic, gambling, and poisonous Sunin. Ah yeah, the head of this Sunin, Cold-kun Orochimaru. The light shines in Orochimaru's snake eyes. This is a manifestation of his interest. Oh, who am I? Orochimaru, please sit down, please. Uchiha Akaizuki just remembered that this is on the training ground. Where are the seats? But can this be his Uchiha Akaizuki? Uncle Orochimaru, please sit down for 10 please. First, Uchiha Akaizuki didn't care about Orochimaru and just sat on the ground. Cut, you like to sit or not? This is among Konoha, and Xiao is a disciple of Jiraiya. I don't believe you can make any more ideas. However, Orochimaru didn't care about Uchiha Akaizuki's madness, but stood in front of Uchiha Akaizuki. The light in the snake's eyes had not diminished. Oh, yes, Master Orochimaru, do you want to eat roast pigeon? It's delicious. Before Orochimaru could speak, Uchiha Akaizuki said again, and handed the bitten roast pigeon in front of Orochimaru. Looking at the roast pigeon with the tooth marks, the ghost knows what Orochimaru's mood is now. However, Cold-Kun Orochimaru is someone who can take common sense? Of course not. For him, food is food, and there is nothing that has been eaten by others. He didn't make a sound, and the strange light in his eyes didn't dissipate, so he had to reach out and take the roast pigeon. He wanted to know what trick the kid was trying to do. Oh, by the way, look at my memory, I have already had a bite, Master Orochimaru, please forgive me. After speaking, Uchiha Akaizuki took the roasted pigeon back and bit it again. In midair, only Orochimaru's awkward hand that froze in midair was left. I saw Uchiha Akaizuki looking at him with a weird face. Uncle Orochimaru, you are Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly had an expression on his face. Uncle Orochimaru, you don't dislike it, this is what I have eaten. Orochimaru still hasn't spoken, it's not that he is unpredictable, but that he is speechless. I'm sorry, Uncle Orochimaru, I'm a bit clean. Cleanliness, I usually don't give anything I have eaten to others. I'm sorry, Uncle Orochimaru, I don't know you want to eat it so much, next time. It's just a bit of cleanliness? What does it mean to not give Orochimaru? Does it mean Orochimaru is a dirty thing? Next time I catch the pigeons, I will roast them for you. Heh, hee, it's okay. Orochimaru's laughter was a little intermittent. He didn't come to eat roast pigeons. Uchiha Akaizuki, are you interested in coming to me? Orochimaru stared straight at Uchiha Akaizuki, with playful interest in his eyes, never hidden. Of course, Master Orochimaru invited me. It is my honor. Next time I will come to your place with Jiraiya teacher. Then I look forward to your arrival. After dropping such a word, Orochimaru left, but the interest in his eyes became stronger, because everything that should be said has already been said. Quite simply, Orochimaru sent an invitation to Uchiha Akaizuki, but Uchiha Akaizuki declined. Although he replied that he would go next time, he was talking about being with Jiraiya, and he did not forget to call him Shishu and Jiraiya teacher. Is Uchiha Akaizuki a careless person? Even though Orochimaru thought so before. But didn't you see Uchiha Akaizuki's delicate rejection? Interesting, this Uchiha Akaizuki is interesting. It is not just poisoning, it seems that there are other methods hidden. When Orochimaru left, Uchiha Akaizuki was relieved. He really didn't want to get involved with this conspirator and scientist at all. One day, dazzling, Chenguan wine falls on Konoha. It looks so vigorous, so energetic. However, Konoha's morning today seems to be much colder than before. Although the streets are full of excitement, there seem to be fewer ninjas patrolling and defending the streets. It's a little weird. What happened? However, these things have nothing to do with Uchiha Akaizuki, and the headache is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He continued to walk towards the training ground carelessly. Yo, brother Minato, didn't Flying Thunder God have all changed well? Why are you still running here? Namikaze Minato smiled lightly. After reporting with Naruto-sama yesterday, my retreat was over. Today, let me take a group that just graduated, and I told them to gather here. Ha! Group? Namikaze Minato class? Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly realized. By the way, I forgot, Yurihon has already graduated, and Obito and Rin Nohara have also graduated. In other words, Namikaze Minato class is established? Sure enough, I chatted with Namikaze Minato for a while, and 3 little kids came over 467 far away. One is the soaring broom head, Kakashi. One is heaven-defying broom star, led by Uchiha. There is also a pure little girl, Lin Yuen. The 3 of them all walked up to them and called out neatly, Ms. Namikaze Minato. Teacher. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned. Oh, it's been a long time since Kakashi, miss me, I miss you. Anger value plus 61, anger value plus 63. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki coldly, and didn't want to talk to him more, but directly hinted at himself in his heart. I didn't see him. Uchiha Akaizuki touched his nose a little awkwardly. He hasn't spoken to stimulate Kakashi yet. Why has he started to increase his anger? But Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't think the anger value has risen much. Yo, Kakashi, what look are you? I'm telling you, my brother Namikaze Minato is here, what do you want? Uchiha Akaizuki emphasized the word brother, making him look like a man with great ambition. Brother. The 3 of them looked suspicious, and Namikaze Minato smiled and tacitly agreed. Kakashi, Obito, my brother is your teacher, so in terms of seniority call me Master Uncle. Uchiha Akaizuki exclaimed, staring. What? We were still classmates at the beginning, so who would call you Uncle Master at this time? Obito turned his face aside in anger, his face full of disdain. Ha, idiot. Kakashi said coldly. During the year under Lord Danzo, I received the best route training. He is no longer the Heite Kakashi who was always suppressed by Uchiha Akaizuki on missions with Uchiha Akaizuki a year ago. His mission, the glory that belongs to the Heite clan, and his unparalleled self-confidence, once again returned to him. The 2 of them couldn't accept the identity of Uchiha Akaizuki's uncle at all. But at this moment, a crisp and gentle voice sounded. Little Master. Lin yelled at Uchiha Akaizuki with a smile, without any sarcasm at all. Uchiha Obito exploded in an instant. Lin, why do you call this boy Shishu? He is just as old as ours. How can we admit that he is our Shishu? Lin Shui Lingling's big eyes rolled, and then she squinted. But if you come by seniority, Akaizuki graduated earlier than us. He is the disciple of Master Jiraiya, the younger brother of Teacher Minato, and indeed our little uncle. Kakashi was taken aback, and the look in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes changed. Didn't expect that during this period of time he was in retreat. Uchiha Akaizuki turned out to be a disciple of Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi's hands suddenly rubbed tightly. Seeing that Uchiha Akaizuki did not lose his practice in the world as he tried to become stronger, Uchiha Obito put his hands around his chest and snorted, "Anyway, I would never call him uncle." Uchiha Akaizuki didn't care. He turned to Namikaze Minato. "Brother Minato, what is the farthest distance your flying thunder god technique can travel?" Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly remembered this question. Namikaze Minato walked in a hurry that day, and he had not had time to ask. "If I were myself, I could traverse the entire Konoha as far as 3 times, and chakra would be exhausted." Namikaze Minato thought for a while. Puff. Uchiha Akaizuki spouted water, cough cough cough. "What happened to you?" "It's okay, I was choked." Uchiha Akaizuki secretly smacked his tongue. How high is Namikaze Minato's spatial talent? I can travel such a long distance now. Uchiha Akaizuki remembered his farthest distance. Ahem. He would never say it. He also has a strong spatial talent. The system will not lie to himself. It's just because I'm still at the level of Chunin, and Chakra is only at the level of Elite Chunin, so I don't have the distance that Namikaze Minato travels now. Yes, it must be because of this. The 3 people next to him were stunned. "Ms. Minato, what is Flying Thunder God? Why can you pass through?" Obito asked carelessly, scratching his head. Wada Minato smiled softly and said, "That's a newly completed ninjutsu by the teacher." "Wow, Teacher Minato is amazing. Teacher, can you show us here?" Lin's eyes were full of admiration and cried. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "I won't demonstrate it today. This technique still consumes a lot of my chakra, even for short distances. You will see me using this ninjutsu in the future. I have one more important thing to tell you today." Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly became serious. "Just yesterday, the country of wind declared war on our country of fire. Last night, a large number of ninjas in the village have been sent to the border of the country of fire and the country of wind. After you all become genin, you will follow me to the battlefield on the border and start your mission," Namikaze Minato said. "What?" At this moment, even Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but call out. "I am sad that I walked into Konoha Street this morning, and I felt very deserted, and suddenly there were a lot less people. Unexpectedly, last night, silently, something like this happened. The 3 wars were even between this one, and they sounded. However, the other 3 people have completely different concerns from Uchiha Akaizuki." Kakashi frowned and asked coldly, "Ms. Minato, why do you want to say that we become genin before we can go to the battlefield? Obito and Lin are already genin, I am already chunin, shouldn't we go to the battlefield right away?" Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Kakashi's eyes wide, and the child's brain circuit was abnormal. "Go to the battlefield on the pole? Dislike yourself for living long?" Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "It's not like that. Although Lin and Obito both graduated from ninja school, they are not real genin. They are qualified genin only if they can pass my test. But I am already chunin," Kakashi insisted. "They are all your companions, you are a whole, Kakashi," Namikaze Minato said with a smile. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito coldly and snorted coldly. "Hey, who do you say is the tail of the crane? I am amazing. I will definitely hit you on the ground with a punch." Obito helped his windshield, and he was indeed stabbed in the pain by Heite Kakashi. Since Uchiha Akaizuki graduated from the ninja school, he has become the last one. Kakashi ignored Uchiha Obito, who was already full of anger, and his eyes fell on Shiha Akaizuki. "When are you going to the battlefield?" In Kakashi's eyes, only Uchiha Akaizuki is the opponent he cares about. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Heite Kakashi with a weird look, and raised his brows. "Who told you I was going to the battlefield? Who told you I was going to the battlefield? What's the meaning, he won't go to the battlefield?" Kakashi was taken aback, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. As a ninja, isn't it a natural thing to go to the battlefield? Going to the battlefield is what we should do as shinobi, making jiao, Kakashi Yoshimasa said. "If you like to go, you can do it by yourself. What are you doing with the little master?" Kakashi frowned. "The battlefield, but a place where you can hone yourself the most. Don't you want stronger strength?" He wants to wake Uchiha Akaizuki. "Are you willing to be mediocre?" The cry from the deepest part of Kakashi's heart repeatedly. He didn't want his opponent, Uchiha Akaizuki, to sink like this. He, Kakashi, used the most serious attitude to speak the deepest words. However, in exchange, Uchiha Akaizuki looked at him like an idiot. Uchiha Akaizuki, you, anger value plus 321, anger value plus 234, anger value plus 267, anger value plus 391. Delusion really, but in exchange for sarcasm, Kakashi is furious. The tale of the dragging crane. Kakashi was furious, his eyes burned with anger, and he walked towards Uchiha Akaizuki. However, a golden figure stood in front of him, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato at this moment, grabbing the friendly face he has always hung on his face, at this moment, his expression is very serious. Kakashi, I hope you can stop your wrong thinking. Seriously. If you can, I hope you never go to the battlefield for the rest of your life. War is not a child's play, it is not a benevolent thing, and death is its theme. Without waiting for Kakashi to answer, Namikaze Minato said again, Hone? Maybe it is, but war is war, not a training ground to improve one's own strength. Teacher. We are not afraid of death, Obito replied with determination in his eyes. No, there is no one who is not afraid of death. Only when death is near you will you know how terrifying death is. But sir, we are really not afraid of death, Nohara Lin couldn't help adding. Namikaze Minato smiled lightly, the smile is so beautiful, perhaps, but I don't want you to have the idea of using the battlefield as a place to hone yourself. Konoha's sky is so clear, the blue sky sun pierced and floated with a few white clouds, and it fell on the smiling face of Namikaze Minato. It looked so dazzling. The breeze blows by, making people feel so comfortable, but Kakashi was so silent in this casual scene. No one knows what he is thinking because of Namikaze Minato's words. The golden whirlwind did not continue to welcome the golden brilliance, but turned his head. Namikaze Minato looked at the group of 3 people in front of him and smiled softly, but don't worry, the teacher will let you survive safely. Uchiha Akaizuki wrapped his hands behind him and walked leisurely on the streets of Konoha. There is no way for him, senior brother Minato, it is indeed the legendary little son, who silenced Kakashi's broomhead in a few words. This affinity is too invincible, isn't it? Although he wanted the anger value, he didn't want to disturb this warm and full scene just because of this. So he left and took the post of Namikaze Minato and continued to be sensational. Looking up at the blue sky, Uchiha Akaizuki was not only a little emotional. Time flies really fast, it has been more than 2 years since I graduated from ninja school. Obito, Lin, Yurihon, Asuma, Might Guy, they all graduated from ninja school. Kakashi returned to the class that was supposed to be assigned, and entered Namikaze Minato as Chunin. He didn't have a team, nor did he guide Jonin. Because Uchiha Akaizuki's teacher is Jiraiya, there is no need to assign a separate guide to Jonin, and Jiraiya will not easily take Genin classes, so Uchiha Akaizuki is a little bit idle now. Jiraiya is out on the mission again, and will not be back in 2 days. After Namikaze Minato completed the retreat practice of improved ninjutsu, his job as a bodyguard for Uchiha Akaizuki ended. After all, he has more important tasks to perform, and it is impossible to stay with Uchiha Akaizuki all the time. Uchiha Akaizuki also returned to his home in the Uchiha clan. It was empty for a few months. The hut was cleaned up by Uchiha Akaizuki again and stayed in. A few hours after Uchiha Akaizuki came back, a member of Uchiha's tribe came to him. Uchiha Akaizuki, the patriarch invites you to come. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, I see. Half an hour later, Uchiha Akaizuki appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's hand, holding the bills for the past few months, frowned. Uchiha Akaizuki's expression tightened suddenly, staring with bated breath, his heart beating. Is it possible that Uchiha Fugaku discovered his own trick? Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and walked forward. Patriarch, what are you looking for with me? Slap. Uchiha Fugaku slapped his account on the table with a slap. Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Fugaku's entire face was squeezed together. The young man in his 20s looked as serious as a man in his 30s and 40s, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki murderously. Don't you know the problems on these accounts? Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart that it's not good. It turned out that the accounting problem was discovered. Countless thoughts fly by in my heart all at once. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart is crossed. Forget it. What are you afraid of? I did everything. Are you afraid of being discovered? Don't persuade, just do it. Anyway, I have spent such a long time in my beautiful life, even if it is Uchiha Fugaku, it is impossible to let myself spit out all the money now. I have spent so much, so what are you afraid of? That Uchiha Akaizuki said with a bit of embarrassment, his small eyes rumbling. I don't know if surrendering can save the money for a little bit. It's all because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's deception, which deducted the commission of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded quickly. Yes, it's all because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's deception, which deducted the commission of our Uchiha clan. Hey, and many more? Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly widened his eyes and watched in surprise as the anger value on Uchiha Fugaku's head kept increasing. Anger value plus 426, anger value plus 759, anger value plus 844. Uchiha Akaizuki was stunned. What did he just say? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Patriarch, are you saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen deducted the commission of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Akaizuki suspected that there was a problem with his ears. Uchiha Itsukaizuki, I know you haven't been in this position for long, so you didn't get the information on this matter as soon as possible, and it was your dereliction of duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting more and more true now. Uchiha Fupainu's head burst into blue veins and roared angrily. Uchiha Akaizuki, don't you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen has never regarded us as part of Konoha. He has been suppressing and monitoring us. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were red, like a roaring lion. Uchiha Akaizuki was ecstatic, but he didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku to think that Sarutobi Hiruzen was deducting the commission. Although Uchiha Fugaku's anger is not directed at himself, this anger value is indeed caused by his own behavior. You can also get anger points yourself. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said, I'm sorry. Anyway, you are not bad with this one. Wherever the leaves fly, there is a fire burning, and the shadow of the fire will illuminate the entire village. Sarutobi old pervert, just use your burning fire to let my new leaves sprout. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled perfectly and gracefully. Yes, this is the commission impounded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I did not return it to you in time. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a while, but his body was shaking slightly, as if trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Uchiha Akaizuki saw the anger on his head gradually weaken. Finally, his eyes fell on Uchiha Akaizuki, staring at him tightly, his eyes gleaming again and again. Uchiha Akaizuki, go to the battlefield. Clan, Patriarch, what are you talking about? Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. If you say that, you will be out of sight. Uchiha Fugaku is full of black lines. What the hell is it? My Patriarch, you are going out to enlist the enemy. It's when our Uchiha clan has the weakest internal defenses. There are so many young girls in the village, as well as lonely women who are alone in their empty girls, but they all need someone to guard them. So you guys don't worry. I'll leave the rest to me. Uchiha Akaizuki patted his chest. Guarantee. Uchiha Fugaku almost spit out old blood. It is because you have to stay in the village, I will feel even more uneasy. Uchiha Akaizuki, think about it again. Zei Saibo Fugaku tries to make himself look serious. You have been doing this idle job for such a long time, and there is not much improvement in your strength. I heard that Heite Kakashi, who was as famous as you at the beginning, but forget it. Anyway, I heard that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The battlefield is the fastest growing place. Uchiha Akaizuki, this is when you become famous. I believe that with your talent, you will never be weaker than that of Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows and drank it loudly. Men should fight on the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku said that he was impassioned, and even the blood in his body for many years was almost hooked by himself. Become an elite ninja for more than 100 battles on the battlefield, and pursue your own ninja. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes looked far, long and deep. Uchiha Akaizuki, your body bears the glory of our Uchiha clan. This is the destiny that you can't change in your life. But it is also the most supreme crown. A weak voice suddenly sounded next to Clan, Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku was interrupted, very unhappy, and turned his head to look over. The small figure had disappeared. A Uchiha tribe stood beside him with an embarrassed expression. Where is Uchiha Akaizuki? Uchiha Fugaku roared angrily. He ran. The Uchiha tribe was startled and said hurriedly, the Patriarch is terrible. It will be a few days in a month, right? When did he leave? Uchiha Fugaku's hair was about to explode. You left when you first started. Uchiha Akaizuki. With a roar of censorship, even the house was shaken a few times. Uchiha Akaizuki once again dangled in the streets of Konoha. Not long after he walked out of Uki Fugaku, he was found by an Umbu ninja and taken to Naruto's office. What I said is actually those things. I hope you will be on the battlefield, on your sister's battlefield. It's not fun to fight and kill, and maybe the little master will explain on the battlefield. Whoever loves to go, who will go. Anyway, the little master will not go. Piney, grumbling. Uchiha Akaizuki stretched out his hand, wiped his mouth, and slapped his mouth. Aftertaste, the taste of the last ramen. Looking at the empty bowl like a small hill next to me, the ramen inside, all slipped into my chubby belly. When the belly is full, even the heart seems to be full, and all the sorrows are forgotten. Uchiha Akaizuki played comfortably and was full. Uncle, have another bowl. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled. Hey, the young man is not too old, and he has a lot of appetite. Uncle Ellie said with a smile. It's all because the uncle's cooking is so delicious. Akaizuki. Behind Uchiha Akaizuki, the voice of Tanino rang. Uchiha Akaizuki turned his head, and a beautiful person appeared in his field of vision. Ta Rihong. Her jewel-like red pupils stared at Uchiha Akaizuki, her teeth bit her lower lip, and the expression on her face was a bit complicated. Red? Why are you here? Do you want to eat ramen? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were a little bit of joy. He hasn't seen Yurihon for some days. Well, this little Nizai has become a lot more beautiful recently. As he said, he moved his butt aside to make room for Shirihong. No, it's not Akaizuki, I'm here to find you. Ta Rihong's eyes were a little dodge, and he didn't seem to dare to collide with Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. Ha! Look for me, come, sit down and say. Even if you are not looking for me, you have to sit down before talking. Uchiha Akaizuki is a little puzzled. Why is this little girl a little weird? No. Forehead? Uchiha Akaizuki can't figure it out, what the kid is doing. What's wrong? Shirihong's cheeks were full of drunken red, and she lowered her head shyly, kneading the corners of her clothes with both hands. I have something to tell you alone. Ta Rihong intermittently, kneading, for a long time, he finished the sentence. Alone? There is no one else here. Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head and looked around. There was no one in the ramen shop. I'll wait for you at number 2 training ground. Ta Rihong left such a sentence, and ran out shyly. Uchiha Akaizuki glanced at Yurihong weirdly. He didn't know what was wrong with this little girl. Come on, freshly cooked ramen on the side. At Satsuki, who can't even destroy Shinra Tianjing, held a bowl of freshly cooked ramen with a smile on his face. After eating the ramen, Uchiha Akaizuki came out of the ramen restaurant and walked on the street of Kanaha, feeling a lazy waist comfortably. It suddenly occurred to him that Gang Rihong came to find his own affairs. Uchiha Akaizuki was secretly puzzled in his heart. He and Yurihong have known each other for such a long time. What happened to this little girl today? He was squeaky and hesitant to speak. It's not because of the last time. His father wants to retaliate against me, right? Uchiha Akaizuki feels a little scalped thinking about this. Uchiha Akaizuki felt that he couldn't make any progress immediately. Isn't this little Nizai with him? Ahem, you shouldn't speculate with the greatest malice. Don't you should believe that red will not yin yourself. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said to himself in his heart. Determined, Uchiha Akaizuki strode past the training ground. P.S. This chapter has made some changes. The content has not changed very much. The main reason is to modify it. Thank you for your support. 7. The setting sun quietly hid behind the mountain, sinking bit by bit. Kanaha's streets were stained red by the setting sun. Still half of his body. Kanaha at dusk always looks beautiful and has a special charm. Training ground number 2, Uchiha Akaizuki leaning against a tree. The training ground at dusk was empty, a touch of desertedness, and a touch of loneliness. The ninjas were all sent to the battlefield in large numbers, and even the village was so deserted, not to mention the training ground. The evening breeze curled up, blowing her long brown hair into the air. The corners of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth evoked a slight arc. Ta Rihong did not speak. Her face was stained with golden red by the setting sun, and her eyes, which were as seductive as rubies, flashed with complex emotions. For 6-7 watched Yurihong come by alone. Uchiha Akaizuki was inexplicably relieved, and he really thought too much. Red, you graduated from the ninja school, right? Uchiha Akaizuki took the lead to break this tranquility. Who are your teammates in Guide Jonin? Well, the Guide Jonin is Abarame Shia, and his teammates are Sarutobi Asuma and Hayagai Yuri. Yurihong's voice was soft. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned. Never mind Hayagai Yuri, a very honest person. Sarutobi Asuma, you must pay attention to that. Relying on your father is third Hokage to be arrogant all day long. Don't let him confused. No. Shirihong said hastily, secretly saying that she was too panicked. Ta Rihong rubbed the corners of her skirt tightly with her fingers, once again plucked up courage in her heart, and raised her head to look at Uchiha Akaizuki. Actually Akaizuki, I came to you today because of one thing. What's the matter? Tomorrow I will follow a Barame Shia teacher to the battlefield to perform a mission. Uchiha Akaizuki froze for a moment. Although it should be expected, Uchiha Akaizuki did not expect that he would be so surprised, as if it was a big joke. But at this moment, it is so real in front of me. Although Hong is a girl, she is still a ninja, still fulfilling her responsibilities as a ninja. With a little flicker in the red eyes, he said faintly, Akaizuki, I don't know if I can do it myself. You must be able to. Uchiha interrupted Ta Rihong's words directly. He didn't want to hear any accidents at all. Ta Rihong was stunned for a moment, and countless thoughts flashed in her beautiful eyes for an instant. Finally, she smiled faintly. Okay, I can. Ta Rihong pressed the corners of Vermilion's lips slightly. Akaizuki, can you do me a favor? You say. Help me to tie the forehead protector. Shirihong took out a forehead protector from behind, which was something she regarded as a treasure. It's been a while since I got the forehead protector, but Yurihong has been waiting for a chance. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and picked up the forehead protector from Yurihong's hands. Fingers passed through the red-brown hair of Yuri, clasped her little head, and took most of Ta Rihong's body into her arms. He could even smell the fragrance between the red hair, sliding his fingers to tie the forehead protector to the red forehead. Ta Rihong looked up at Uchiha Akaizuki, the shadow of Uchiha Akaizuki reflected in the magnificent red eyes. From the perspective of Yurihong, you can just see Uchiha Akaizuki's sturdy profile face. Even if he is not very old, but he already has the taste of a man. Tarihong has been waiting for this moment. She heard her heart beating wildly. Akaizuki, make me brave this time, even if I am on the battlefield. I will remember the bravery I am now, and will continue to support me. I will definitely come back alive. Because I still have a dream. When Tarihong thought of this, her eyes suddenly became firm, as if she was filled with countless courage in an instant. She gently tipped her toes, and her thin lips were lightly stamped on Uchiha Akaizuki's jaw. Gentle touch, soft and moist, as soft as a March sakura flower, tender. Uchiha Akaizuki froze in place. Even the body is instantly stiff. Tarihong's heart throbbed, as if a small deer would jump out at any time. Her skirt was more wrinkled by the palm of her hand, but she didn't notice it. Tarihong's eye sockets are slightly moist. I don't know why at this moment. Her nose is sour inexplicably. She is trying her best to suppress her emotions. She fanned her eyelashes up and down like a small brush, and turned around like a panicked little rabbit, wanting to escape quickly. What will happen to Akaizuki? She dare not think, but her wrist was suddenly held strongly, and her body was pulled strongly, and instantly hit a warm embrace. Almost the whole body was held in his arms, and she could feel the temperature from Akaizuki's body and the unique taste of Uchiha Akaizuki. Skin blind date, as if being in a warm ocean. Tarihong's pupils suddenly widened, and his face was full of stunned expressions. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, leaving a clear tear on the white face. There was a gentle smile on Uchiha Akaizuki's face. The usual nonsense is just one of his own attitudes to life, but he is more serious than anyone else when it should be serious. Don't worry. Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly. A certain light in his eyes gradually changed, and his eyes became firmer and firmer. Simple words are the heaviest oath in the world. I will protect you, no one can hurt you. It seems that at this moment, even time is still. The afterglow of the setting sun was scattered on the ground, and even the flow of the river was ignored, and everything became very slow. 10,000 years in 1 second. The falling afterglow burned its last light at this moment, bursting into a furnace-like warmth, and the clouds on the horizon burned half the sky like a fire. At this moment, the boy and girl were feeling each other's hearts silently. Tomorrow will be a battlefield that will never be restored. Life and death may be in a single thought. But today, you are the longing that I have never let go of, and the warmth that I am willing to guard my life. The night is like a thick inkstone, too deep to dissolve. The evening breeze passed, and the leaves in the courtyard rustled. Moonlight penetrated the window and fell on Uchiha Akaizuki's face. With slight eyelashes shaking, Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of black pupils seemed to be rendered by the darkness of the night, but they were exceptionally bright. Under the shining of the moonlight, they began to shine again. Jiraiya, you are back. Uchiha Akaizuki spoke lightly and sat up from the bed. A gust of wind blew by, and a figure suddenly appeared on Uchiha Akaizuki's windowsill. A hedgehog with white hair, dressed in a wooden exhibition, squatted at Uchiha Akaizuki's window. Hey, you are more alert than I thought. Jiraiya let out a low laugh. Uchiha Akaizuki was speechless. Please, the blood on your body floated at my door. Jiraiya frowned. Bloody? Why can't I smell it? I just took a shower before I came here. Uchiha Akaizuki seemed to see through Jiraiya's thoughts, and said before he could speak. If you want to hide yourself, you have to go to the Tenchi to soak for at least 3 days before the strong bloody aura from your body can be soaked. Uchiha Akaizuki's current senses are more than 3 times stronger than ordinary Chunin, all of which are purchased through the system for such a long time. So my current alertness is better than ordinary Jonin's level. Even though Uchiha Akaizuki is not a perceptual ninja, he also has a strong ability to perceive. Just now, even Jiraiya keenly felt a secret heart shock. I know your intentions, let's go together tomorrow, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Jiraiya nodded and silently put the rope in his hand away. I didn't expect you to figure it out by yourself. Jiraiya was a little surprised, but before he came, he was ready to tie the boy to the battlefield. When he came back, he heard a lot of complaints. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't want to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled, probably because of the fetters. Only the strength is enough to protect the people who are important to him. Jiraiya was stunned. He had never thought that this young man would actually say such things seriously. Inexplicably feel very reliable. Jingran has the same mind as him. All unruly is just appearance. In fact, there is still a determined heart. I'm not a murderous person, but I want to protect the people who are important to me, and I don't want to watch them die in front of me, Jiraiya said generally with emotion, with a deep tone. Uchiha Akaizuki's words made him recall a lot of memories in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki paused, and then the abrupt voice suddenly broke the deep atmosphere in the room. Ha 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 ha, let them take a look at the talent of Xiao Yingning Xinyu. My little master is going to blind all their dog eyes. Let them feel ashamed in front of the little master and want to commit suicide by abdomen. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya is full of black lines. Well, it's all useless. Jiraiya has an illusion that it would be dangerous to release Uchiha Akaizuki-san. Shinobi is dangerous. This kid, if he is released from Konoha, he still doesn't know what kind of trouble he will make outside. Jiraiya has a headache, but this is just an illusion. Then you simply tidy up. We will gather at Konoha Gate at dawn. and we will go to the battlefield as soon as possible. At this time, both the first and second units have arrived. I just returned from a mission just to take you to the battlefield. Jiraiya said, okay, I get it. After Jiraiya left, Uchiha Akaizuki was no longer sleepy. Before dawn, Uchiha Akaizuki began to pack things. In fact, there are not many things to prepare, basically weapons, clothes, etc., which will be supplied on the front line. Uchiha Akaizuki mainly counted the various abilities he has now. Sensory, through the enhancement of sensory talent, he is now at the level of Jonin, 3 or 4 times stronger than the equivalent Shinin. Attributes: fire, wind, water. Chakra volume, between elite Shinin and Jonin. No more chakra exchanges, Uchiha Akaizuki only slowly grew on the original basis. Blood succession boundary, 2 Tomo Sharinan, dead bone pulse. Physical skills: Chunin degree, leaf hurricane, leaf great whirlwind, double blade slash, moonlight sword dance. These physical skills are just a few moves, which cannot be used to measure the level, and have a lot to do with the state and timing of Uchiha Akaizuki. People who don't need strength, use the same tricks, the lethality will be very different. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki has never let go of his physical exercises. Illusion, the fox's heart, Nalu sees the technique. The magic here is not the technique, the dark technique. The difficulty of several other ninjutsu is not particularly high, except for the darkness technique. Uchiha Akaizuki's other techniques can be used perfectly. However, when the opponent's strength surpasses himself, there is a great degree of ability to unlock his own illusion. Darkness technique, even if Uchiha Akaizuki started his practice very early, he has learned for many years, but he still does not have a complete master. This ninjutsu requires extremely high mental power and chakra support. Uchiha Akaizuki now uses the darkness technique alone on a person of the same level as 483 himself, and can trap his time of sexual scent. If you talk about things that can shock others, but for Uchiha Akaizuki, this is far from enough. This is still a ninjutsu that has not been improved, and Uchiha Akaizuki believes that it can have even stronger power. Ninjutsu: Uchiha Akaizuki normally learns hundreds of D-level ninjutsu, dozens of C-level ninjutsu, more than a dozen B-level ninjutsu, and several dead bone pulse ninjutsu without level, S-level ninjutsu technique Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Akaizuki is affected by physical strength and strength. Although Flying Thunder God can already be used, it is still very limited. For example, the stability of time and space, the rapidity in battle. After all, in battle, if you can't use this ninjutsu with lightning and flint, you lose the true effect of this ninjutsu. And Uchiha Akaizuki's traversal distance can't be too far, so Flying Thunder God can only be used as his own final card at present, and it can be used when it is unexpected to get a fatal blow. Invincible bricks, this must be brought. Commonly used drugs are generally poisons, antidote, blood-producing pills, military rations. After checking again, there was nothing left. Uchiha Akaizuki finally put kunao, shuriken and senbon in a ninja bag and left the house. Jiraiya was already waiting at Konoha's gate. After Uchiha Akaizuki arrived, the two people turned into two meteors and quickly disappeared from Konoha's gate. Jiraiya and Uchiha Akaizuki did not follow Konoha's main force. Shuttle alone in the woods, turning into two black shadows and flashing quickly, two leaves gently drifting down. Jiraiya, how is the fighting on the border right now? Uchiha Akaizuki asked for a moment. Since he has already planned to go to the battlefield, he must prepare early for the information he should know. Speaking of the battle, Jiraiya also became serious. I'm going back to Konoha this time to tell Mr. Sarutobi the latest news. The third Kaze cage of Sand Shinobi Village disappeared a few months ago. Tsunaga Corps suspected that it was the hands of Konoha's people. They asked Konoha to hand over the murderer who assassinated third Kaze cage and the body of third Kaze cage. I went out 2 days ago to represent Konoha and the high-level socializing of Sand Shinobi Village, but failed. They didn't believe what Konoha said. Jiraiya sighed. Now Sand Shinobi of Sand Shinobi Village has fully invaded the border of our country of fire. The ninjas stationed in the first echelon that we arrived at the border of the country of fire has already started with Sand Shinobi on the border of the country of fire. Fighting. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. This is the same reason he recognized that the 3 world wars started. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki also learned more information than them. Third Kaze cage was really not Konoha's hand, but was killed by Sasori of Sand Shinobi Village's rebel Akazugo, and it was turned into a puppet. Although Uchiha Akaizuki knew all this, he didn't plan to say it. Because Sasori of the Red Sand must be hiding somewhere to avoid the limelight now, and he will definitely not appear easily. It is even more difficult to find him. Without proof, if you say these strange words yourself, you will only be suspected. And Sand Shinobi should have suspected Sasori of Red Sand, but Cho of Sand Shinobi was originally one of Sand Shinobi's senior leaders. When there is no evidence, Cho will naturally not let his grandson carry such a pot easily. With Cho's hatred of Konoha, it is inevitable that he wants to cause trouble. This is just a part of it. Secretly, I don't know how much other strength is in it to help. Jiraiya, who is our frontline commander this time? Uchiha Akaizuki asked. It's Orochimaru. Uchiha Akaizuki winked at Jiraiya. Oh, it seems that you are not good at all. Obviously you are also one of Sunin, but you are not good at all. Hey, kid, I've been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Jiraiya suddenly became angry, and his head started to rise with anger. You didn't call me teacher since just now. You should call me teacher Jiraiya. Also, I'm no worse than Orochimaru. I'm such a handsome man, of course, I have to fight alone. This is so mighty and handsome. It's so troublesome to command the front, Jiraiya said angrily. Uchiha Akaizuki pouted, then asked back. You asked me to call you teacher, but do you teach me something? This Jiraiya's head was sweating coldly. I teach you how to correct evil in your heart. You and Orochimaru singled out. Can you beat him? This Jiraiya sweated coldly behind her back. I won't shoot my companions, Cut Jiraiya murmured in his heart. What happened to this kid today? How can he always poke people in pain, asking so many hard-to-answer questions? Ahem, Jiraiya said in order to conceal his embarrassment. Before I was too busy, so I didn't have time to teach you. Look at this time on the battlefield, I will take you with me. At that time, you will perform tasks under my hands, and I will also take time to teach you. Hey, put away your disgusting little eyes. Even if you are dissatisfied, you can't secretly do it. I don't want face, Jiraiya exploded. Okay, I'm secretly dissatisfied in my heart. Uchiha Akaizuki said as if to comfort a child. Jiraiya, Uchiha Akaizuki and Jiraiya shuttled through the woods, and they were getting closer and closer to the border. Wow, there was a small sound that broke through the air, and the sky of bitterness and sword rain flew towards them. There are pitfalls. Jiraiya's reaction was surprisingly fast, and her hands were sealed in the first place. Ninfa Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair grew rapidly, and Uchiha Akaizuki's body was surrounded by hair. Lithium clang. Clang. Countless kunai hit Jiraiya's hard hair and fell aside. After a full minute of attack, the sky full of Kawani stopped. Jiraiya put her hair away and surrounded them with the two of them. The surrounding area was densely packed with Kibya view. Uchiha Akaizuki has a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's so good to be covered by someone, so you don't have to rush on it yourself. Uchiha Akaizuki Jiraiya was speechless. During the battle, don't pick up the kunai on the ground, Jiraiya yelled angrily. Why do I have such a strange apprentice in the brain circuit? Isn't you there? You can still get hurt after you, Jiraiya, don't go home and farm as a ninja, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Jiraiya scratched his head. It seems to make sense. But this is not the reason why you pick up other people's suffering in the battle. Jiraiya jumped directly from the ground angrily, pointing at Uchiha Akaizuki and shouting. Jiraiya, they are the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village. Uchiha Akaizuki handed a handful of kunai to Jiraiya, with a small logo on it, which is the logo of Sand Shinobi Village. Different kyowa is produced in different countries. Although there is not much surprise in appearance, you will still find subtle differences if you distinguish them carefully. Jiraiya glanced slantingly, and felt clear. At this time, the enemy who appeared in the territory of the Fire Country, the high probability can only be Sand Shinobi. I didn't expect them to have penetrated so fast, and they also set a trap on our only way. Jiraiya frowned and said. Be careful, Jiraiya reminded again. After a short gap, the second wave of attacks began. This time it is no longer the sky full of kunai, there are only dozens of weapons of different shapes, big swords, kunai, gear knives. Although the number is much less than before, the tricks are even more dangerous, because these weapons are manipulated by chakra silk thread. Two people, Jiraiya and Uchiha Akaizuki, jumped on the trunk for a long time, avoiding these weapons that will fly out of the dense branches without knowing when. This kind of puppetry is really annoying, especially in such dense woods. It has long been buried in an ambush. Uchiha Akaizuki and Jiraiya took refuge for a long time without seeing the real body of the enemy. Jiraiya is worthy of being one of Sunin. He has a lot of combat experience. When facing such tricks, he quickly saw the source of those chakra wire manipulations. Akaizuki, you are here to deal with it first. I will solve the two people hiding behind, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Good. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Jiraiya glared at her feet, holding kunai in her hand, and quickly walked through a dense jungle. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the jungle. Uchiha Akaizuki saw two figures rushing into the distance and hurried away. Jiraiya also followed immediately. The trails of Sand Shinobi have been found in the territory of Fire Country, and Jiraiya urgently needs to torture information from these Sand Shinobi's mouth and learn about their infiltration plan this time. The two Sand Shinobi's puppet masters ran away from a distance, and the weapons on these buried traps also stopped. Uchiha Akaizuki observes the poison on the weapon, shining with lavender light. It's really not hidden. No wonder the people in Konoha would be so shocked when the colorless and odorless poison appeared. Without comparison, there is no harm. Just as Uchiha Akaizuki was feeling emotional, a cool breeze suddenly rose behind him. Sensing a person behind him approaching quickly, Uchiha Akaizuki instinctively made a dodge in the first place. Almost at the moment Uchiha Akaizuki drew away, the tip of the gun flashing coldly, brushed against Uchiha Akaizuki's side in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank. Stabbed. Uchiha Akaizuki's cuff clothes were torn apart in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki breathed a sigh of relief, although it was dangerous just now, but fortunately he was not injured. Uchiha Akaizuki stepped back a few steps, temporarily distanced himself, and gradually calmed down. Who is it? Uchiha Akaizuki narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. There is no forehead protector on his head, nor any clothing or accessories with a logo on his body. He holds a strange long umbrella in his hand, and the tip of the umbrella is a spike like a spear. Although there is no sign of a ninja, if you can sneak attack yourself just now, you must be a ninja. And he is a ninja who is stronger than himself. Jonin's level. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart is full of vigilance. How could a Jonin suddenly pop up to assassinate himself at this time? Are you with those Sand Shinobi just now? Why is it such a coincidence? But if the person in front of you is also Sand Shinobi, why doesn't he have Sand Shinobi's logo? Is he a wandering ninja? GGG is really a bit vigilant, it is worthy of a bounty of 10 million heads. The wandering ninja gave a grinning grin and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze, as if a hunter was staring at his prey, his eyes full of greed and desire. Uchiha Akaizuki was staring uncomfortably and frowned slightly. Uchiha Akaizuki still understood the words of the wandering ninja. 10 million heads? Does anyone offer a reward? Then the person in front of him is undoubtedly a stateless wandering ninja. The two people who used puppetry Uchiha Akaizuki tentatively said, "You are using the trick of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain, pretending to be Sand Shinobi, and transferring Jiraiya away." The wandering ninja was taken aback, and a little surprise flashed in the eyes of the little devil in front of him. "I thought it was just a kid of Konoha, and this bounty of 10 million was almost at my fingertips." Regardless of his strength, he did not expect that this kid is really smart. "Yes, we are all Ba-wave ninjas." The wanderer endured a cold snort. "For the 10 million bounty, Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Konoha Sunin, is by your side. It is not so easy for us to start." He smiled sullenly. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were sinking. It turned out to be like this. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth. "Do you know that there is an unwritten rule in the ninja world?" "What?" Wandering frowned. "People who talk a lot die early." Uchiha Akaizuki screamed. Sharingan turned on in an instant, and the double-hook jade kept turning in the blood-colored pupils. He kicked the ground under his feet, and his body flew towards the ninja instantly like a rocket. At the same time, his wrist flicked, and dozens of kunai flew towards the wandering ninja in different directions. A joking smile flashed in the wandering ninja's eyes, and the strange umbrella unfolded in an instant, turning rapidly clockwise, like a huge shield, knocking all the flying kunai into the air. Uchiha Akaizuki had already changed his body shape, running around the wandering ninja constantly. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki made a quick seal in his hand at the same time. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Akaizuki spit out a huge fireball from his mouth, and the raging flames burst into scorching heat, instantly devouring the wandering ninja. After fire-style, only a black scorched trace was left on the ground, but the wandering ninja was no longer visible. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't relax at all. He didn't believe that the wandering ninja would be killed so easily. That wandering ninja have the strength of Jonin. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes shrank, and his senses radiated to ultimate in an instant, sensing the ninja's chakra fluctuations in figure. Where be clearer, I found you." Uchiha Akaizuki looked up, and a black figure was floating in the air. The umbrella-equipped weapon had been opened to block the sun's rays, and the dangling person's eyes hurt. "Ninfa Yulu Kianban." The ninja umbrella turned quickly in the air, and countless thousands of books came out like a drizzle of cow hair, with a lavender cold light flashing on it, all painted with poison. Uchiha Akaizuki's expression shrank, and his figure quickly retreated. Fortunately, it is now in the forest, where there are many shelters, and it is full of towering old trees. Uchiha Akaizuki hid behind a big tree, and all the flying thousand pieces stuck in the trunk, making a popping sound. Uchiha Akaizuki panted slightly, paying attention to the movement outside, and secretly said in his heart that it is really Jonin's strength, and it really cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Akaizuki's ears suddenly thought of a voice. "Hee, kid, are you looking for me?" The cold light from the tip of Ninja's gun was flickering, and at the moment the sound rang, he checked Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely. "Go to hell." In the eyes of the wandering ninja, crazy killing intent broke out. The hideous smile constantly zoomed in on his face. Bang! A white mist dissipated, and the place where Uchiha Akaizuki was originally turned into a piece of wood. The wandering ninja was taken aback. Body replacement technique? When is it? At the same time, behind him, Uchiha Akaizuki's burst yelling sounded. Dead Bone Pulse Willow Dance. In the palm of Uchiha Akaizuki's hand, a handful of bone spurs penetrated from the inside instantly, continuously growing thicker and longer. The wandering ninja looked terrified. Although I don't know what ninjutsu this is, but years of travel, he who is on the verge of life and death, instinctively feels the threat. He quickly blocked his ninja umbrella in front of him, and his figure was instantly forced back a few steps. The wandering ninja's head was cold and sweaty, and the kid in front of him had such a strong ability. Feeling suppressed by the terrifying power from the ninja umbrella, this magical bone knife is really hard, and even the ninja umbrella has a tendency to be broken. The wandering ninja didn't dare to resist, he directly picked the flying bone knives, and quickly retreated, wanting to distance himself from Uchiha Akaizuki. His heart was on guard to the extreme. Seeing the true strength of this teenager, how could this wandering ninja dare to treat him as a child? This 10 million bounty is not so easy. The wandering ninja's eyes darkened, and he began to look at Uchiha Akaizuki in front of him. Originally, for their wandering ninjas, challenging someone who threatened them was not their way of survival. He had really underestimated this kid before. Now, he treats Uchiha Akaizuki as his true opponent, even if he could see that the boy in front of him was not at the level of Jonin. But all kinds of weird methods are endless. It is really hard to guard against. And Uchiha Akaizuki didn't give the wandering ninja the slightest chance to breathe. He immediately put his figure on top, and the bone knife in his hand constantly changed shape in his hand. Extremely sharp and indestructible. Uchiha Akaizuki flicked his wrist, and the bone knife instantly turned into countless phantoms in the air, and quickly attacked the wandering ninja in an instant. The bone knife and the ninja umbrella kept colliding in the air, constantly emitting golden sparks. The sound of Li Qiang was endless, and the sharp bone knives continued to leave scars of various depths on the ninja umbrella. Ninja umbrella is not a weapon that focuses on defense, after all, it is much more fragile to resist such a sharp and hard bone knife. The two figures are tangled together, the shadows are intertwined, and they are inseparable quickly. The wandering ninja became more and more alarmed. Is this kid in front of me a madman? At this time, Uchiha Akaizuki had completely forgotten everything, and there was only one thought in his mind: fighting. When Uchiha Akaizuki faced the enemy before, what he thought most was how to survive. But the accumulation of such a long time is not for surviving, but for one day, a stronger outbreak. Compared to Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, etc., Uchiha Akaizuki's combat experience is indeed much less. However, he has never let go of his demands. Fight. Hardy battle. Prove that everything is worth it for such a long period of hard work. Use your own body, use your truest power. Kill him. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were extremely murderous in an instant. In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki's momentum got stronger by 3 points. The speed in his hand has more than doubled, and between the swords and the shadows, the speed has increased to the point that he can't see his figure. The naked eyes of the wandering ninja can no longer keep up with the speed of Uchiha Akaizuki's moves. He is now completely relying on his so many years of hard work on the edge of life and death, and the combat consciousness he has accumulated, sensing the direction of the murderous aura. His physical movements are one step faster than his brain, but he can only resist it. Madman! He is a lunatic! The wandering ninja yelled frantically in his heart. He didn't have the support of Sharingan. Now that the two people are fighting to this point, he can't see Uchiha Akaizuki's movements at all. Is this kind of strength something you should have at this age? It's like a devil. Because there was no way to avoid the bone knives in time on the shoulders and arms, Baija was marked with wounds, and the clothes were in tatters, and they were stained with blood. Even just now, the sharp bone knife almost cut his throat. The fear in the wandering ninja's eyes began to grow continuously. Now he has a retreat in his heart. After all, I am not a ninja performing a mission. I have no sense of responsibility. I can fight if I can fight. I can't run. For a wandering ninja without any influence background, survival is the most important thing. Uchiha Akaizuki slashed back, using the inertia of the body's rotation to force the wandering ninja back many steps before landing. There was no time to breathe, and a dozen wandering ninjas sprinted out of Uchiha Akaizuki's body. In mid-air, these metals were shot down by the opened umbrellas before they got close. The wandering ninja shook his heart, turned around and decided to use this opportunity directly and abandon the umbrella to escape. Suddenly came from behind, a cold and gloomy voice that seemed to come from hell. Where do you want to escape? Puff! The long and narrow bone knife instantly penetrated his chest from his back. The wandering ninja lowered his head incredibly, and the sharp bone knife spikes were still dripping with blood beads. Did those kunao deliberately lure him to open the shinobi umbrella to block his sight? How did he get behind him? The wandering ninja's body slowly fell, and he had no chance to know the reason. Uchiha Akaizuki retracted his bone knife and fell limp to the ground. In this battle, he almost exhausted all his chakra. The first time he hid behind a tree, he secretly printed his Flying Thunder God mark with chakra, and then continuously forced the ninja to the Flying Thunder God position. His own powerful explosion constantly attracts the Jonin's attention, so that he can win by surprise. Uchiha Akaizuki wiped the sweat off his forehead, with a faint excitement in his heart. Relying on his own strength, he really killed a Jonin. 7. Uchiha Akaizuki was relieved. This time, he really relied on absolute strength to kill this Jonin. Uchiha Akaizuki simply searched the wandering ninja and found nothing useful except for some money. Then there is a reward order with a picture of Uchiha Akaizuki printed on it, and a bounty of 10 million below. Akaizuki, are you okay? Jiraiya hurried back from a distance, with 2 corpses hitting his shoulders, looking anxious. He did not expect that he would be transferred away with this simple trick at this time. Now is when the war between the country of fire and the country of wind breaks out. It is inevitable that the spirit will become tense. Watching the other party use Sand Shinobi's commonly used puppet technique, they will be misled in their thinking. After Jiraiya discovered that they were not Sand Shinobi's 483, without the slightest love battle, he quickly solved the 2 ninjas who were not capable of Chunin, and hurried back to check Uchiha Akaizuki's situation. I'm okay. Uchiha Akaizuki said casually, pointing to the corpse on the ground, are you talking about this person? He has been killed by me. Jiraiya saw the man on the ground, her eyes stunned. Jiraiya, do you know? Well, I have seen this man. Isn't there anything else? Uchiha Akaizuki raised an eyebrow. No, he used to be a ninja in the country of grass. I saw this man on the battlefield in the early years. At that time, he already had the strength of Chunin. After he defected, he found no news. Jiraiya said, it seems to be for his strange ninja umbrella, I can't remember it wrong. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. This ninja umbrella is indeed a very rare ninja. But what Jiraiya didn't say is that this person already had Chunin strength back then, and now it is estimated that he already has Jonin strength, right? Can Uchiha Akaizuki kill him? Jiraiya was a little surprised secretly in his heart. He had never seen his little apprentice take action, but at his age, being able to become Chunin was already a very remarkable thing. Does he still have the strength to fight Jonin? Jiraiya couldn't help but think of his prediction again. Is Uchiha Akaizuki really you? Akaizuki, they are not Sand Shinobi spies. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, her eyes deepened. They are here for you. I know. Uchiha Akaizuki squeezed his mouth and handed the reward order to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's pupils shrank, looking at this reward order, and was stunned in surprise. Someone offered a reward for Uchiha Akaizuki's head, which is still 10 million too? What kind of character did he offend? Although the amount of the underground exchange will be much higher than the price of the ordinary ninja village to accept the commission task, this is also equivalent to an A-level task. A-level mission, assassinating a child less than 10 years old? If Jiraiya didn't know Uchiha Akaizuki, he would definitely be a ninja. This is a joke, after all, it sounds too scary. However, this fact is in front of me. This little apprentice of my own, who is just a Chunin, has been offered such a high reward by others. Jiraiya looked suspiciously at Uchiha Akaizuki. What did this kid do to get him paid such a high price as a reward? Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, looking bitter. What happened to you? Uchiha Akaizuki sighed long, with a very sad tone. Oh, how can I be worth 10 million? This price can't fully reflect the talents and wisdom of the young master. Puff. Jiraiya almost spit out blood. Is the price too low? Akaizuki, your current value is enough to cause more than half of the underground exchanges to chase you down. What are you afraid of? Come and kill a young master, and I will kill a pair of 2 young masters. Uchiha Akaizuki said so carelessly. Jiraiya's eyes twitched, and his little apprentice is really not afraid to speak big words and flash his waist. Ahem, Akaizuki, you must know yourself correctly as a ninja. Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha leaned forward and smiled. What are you afraid of? Isn't there a master you are here? With you by your side, if I have suffered any damage, the name of Sunin, I am afraid, is not so worthy of the name. 0 anger value plus 213. Anger value plus 233. Jiraiya really wanted to give this kid in front of him, this own apprentice twice. No, I want to maintain the posture of this master, not to be angry before he calmed down. He saw Uchiha Akaizuki ran to the dead ninja and picked up the ninja umbrella. What kind of ninja is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Uchiha Akaizuki's questioning words sounded, and his hands kept moving. Stop, don't open it. Jiraiya yelled loudly to stop Uchiha Akaizuki's actions, but it was too late. Whoosh whoosh among the open ninja umbrella, the shuriken and senbon fell from it and stabbed Uchiha Akaizuki's body. Call! Suddenly, Uchiha Akaizuki became a wooden stake, body replacement technique. When Jiraiya reminded, Uchiha Akaizuki had already realized what was wrong and prepared in advance. Jiraiya raised her brows fiercely. Can you save me a bit, kid? It scares me to death. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and leaned forward. Mrs. Jiraiya, look at your reminder just now. You are very clear about this ninja. Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Akaizuki. He wanted to know the function of this ninja umbrella. But, not surprising, this ninja umbrella is really rare and interesting. He was silent, stepped forward slowly, and took the shinobi umbrella in his hand. Akaizuki, throw a shuriken at me. Before Jiraiya's voice fell, the sound of breaking through the sky sounded, the shuriken flicked through Jiraiya's ears, and she shaved her white hair. What are you doing? You want to kill me? Jiraiya was furious. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands and made a very innocent expression. Didn't you tell me to throw the shuriken? Jiraiya really couldn't find a rebuttal. The huge ninja umbrella kept changing in Jiraiya's hands. Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze also became more and more surprised. The effect of this ninja umbrella far exceeded his imagination. It turned out that Jonin simply didn't use the true strength of this ninja umbrella, and only used the most basic fur. At the end of Jiraiya's presentation, he returned the ninja to Uchiha Akaizuki. In his capacity, he did not have to compete with Uchiha Akaizuki for this kind of ninja. Uchiha Akaizuki has a weapon like this, which is also good equipment. Uchiha Akaizuki took the umbrella in his hand and measured it. On the metal umbrella leaf as thin as a cicada's wings, there were traces of the traces he had left with a bone knife. Uchiha Akaizuki holding an umbrella, his heart is full of distress. Although this ninja umbrella was not damaged, it took a while to repair its appearance. Next time, I will definitely not deal with my own things again. If that wandering ninja knew what Uchiha Akaizuki was thinking at this moment, he would not even be able to buckle the coffin board, and would have to get up to find Uchiha Akaizuki desperately. Lao Zi defected to the village because of this umbrella at the beginning. How could he become yours umbrella? Of course, it's really Uchiha Akaizuki's umbrella now. The two people cleaned up briefly. These three people are just wandering ninjas, not San Shinobi. For them, there is no more information. The two people no longer delay. At this time, the large forces have already arrived at the front line, and the two people once again turned into a black light and shadow, shuttled through the forest. The border between the country of fire and the country of wind. The front is our camp, Jiraiya said. He just returned to Konoha from here, so he is no stranger to this place. Master Jiraiya, you are here. On the way, there are ninjas constantly, saluting Jiraiya very respectfully. After all, it is Lord Jiraiya, one of Sunan, and everyone respects him very much. At the same time, everyone noticed the black-haired boy next to Jiraiya, with the Uchiha clan logo on his cuffs and a strange big umbrella on his back. As he was passing by, Uchiha Akaizuki saw two ninjas who were supporting each other and walking forward with a knot, with bandages wrapped around their legs. In the distance, there are more than a dozen wounded, all lying on the ground to cultivate, some serious or minor injuries. Jiraiya took Uchiha Akaizuki directly through the camp and into the main tent. Orochimaru, how is the battle now? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Orochimaru stood in the main tent, with a detailed map between the country of wind and the country of fire on his back, covering all the blocked defense lines. Orochimaru frowned and said slowly, the current situation is not very optimistic. Before the battle broke out this time, San Shinobi was fully prepared. When we reached the edge of the country of fire, they had already penetrated in unconsciously. When we were on the road, we suffered from them to varying degrees. Ambush. Orochimaru did not have too much sorrow because of the current difficult situation. On the contrary, such a situation will only arouse his greater interest to challenge. This cold scientist is also a crazy battle day. Orochimaru finished talking about the current situation in a few words, raised his head, and noticed that beside Jiraiya, there was a kid standing beside him. It was Uchiha Akaizuki. I didn't expect Akaizuki to come too. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and shouted, hello, master. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Why does this little b*********** d never call me master? Following this idiot Jiraiya will only bury your talent, otherwise, you will come to me. Orochimaru's eyes were a bit of appreciation and a bit of playfulness. Watching Uchiha Akaizuki slightly aroused himself corners of the mouth. Jiraiya immediately exploded, hey, Orochimaru, don't you dig the corner in front of me. This is my most precious apprentice right now. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Orochimaru staring at him and felt very cold. He quickly stood behind Jiraiya, squeezed out a small head, and said with a smile, Master Orochimaru, look at this IQ of my master. I am worried if there is no one to take care of me. If I follow you, I'm excellent and others will say you taught me well. But only by following an idiot master like Jiraiya can I reflect my talent and intelligence. Uchiha Akaizuki. Zi Liki jumped up from the ground and yelled at Uchiha Akaizuki, don't doubt my ability. You are a fool, I can teach you a super master. Anger value plus 421. Anger value plus 512. Anger value plus 316. Uchiha Akaizuki's small eyes slanted and looked at Jiraiya and said quietly, then why don't you teach me? Ahem. Jiraiya is embarrassed, isn't there no time yet? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, only smiled slightly, his eyes a little sorrowful. There are some things that are too simple to be fun. Orochimaru turned around, took the pen, and began to draw on the map. Jiraiya said to Uchiha Akaizuki, you should go out first. I will discuss our next deployment strategy with Orochimaru. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, exited the main camp, and followed the guide to a new tent residence. On the road, people kept pointing and whispering to Uchiha 483 Akaizuki from behind. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, facing those unkind gazes, a little strange. Uchiha Akaizuki, this is a tent specially arranged for you. Master Jiraiya's tent is the one behind you. Uchiha Akaizuki was silent. At this moment, some untimely sounds sounded. Why, he can live in a tent alone, and only 3 or 4 of us can live in a tent. A teenage boy wrapped his hands around his chest, his eyes full of hostility when he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Oh, of course, it's because they are the disciples of Lord Jiraiya. How can they be like us? There is a great master who has special treatment. Another person immediately mocked Uchiha Akaizuki with yin and yang. Uchiha Akaizuki's body paused, then turned around, his eyes sharp. Master, I just have a relationship, that is, there is a backstage. If you are not convinced, you have the ability to become Master Jiraiya's disciples. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly realized it and his mouth grew wide, with undisguised sarcasm in his eyes. I forgot. Not only do you have no Sunin as a teacher, you are even a group of garbage ninjas who are not even assigned to guide Jonin. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki's words came out, everyone present was stunned. And the protagonists who were ridiculed started to get angry at the first time, and their faces turned red to the color of pig liver. This Uchiha Akaizuki dared to taunt them. Anger value plus 126, anger value plus 175, anger value plus 216, anger value plus 75. Hey, Uchiha Akaizuki, what do you mean? What are you talking about? You repeat what you just said. It's so arrogant. Do you think you are a disciple of Lord Jiraiya? You are amazing. The few people immediately rolled up their sleeves and yelled angrily at Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki's tone was indifferent, but what he said, as if adding fuel to the fire, instantly made those people angry to the ultimate. That's right, I'm a device, and I have the capital of a device. I am a disciple of Jiraiya, I am just better than you. If you have the ability, you should also become Sunin's disciples. Oh, but you can only rely on your talents, let alone Sunin, even ordinary Jonin can't look down on you. Uchiha Akaizuki's voice spread throughout the audience in an instant, and all the ninjas present were stunned to ultimate. Ridicule. Naked mockery. It was like a big slap, screaming fiercely on their faces, stamped with blood-red palm prints. In turn, the anger value has increased exponentially. Congratulations to the host for an angry crit against Yalu Jing and successfully obtained a detonation talisman. Congratulations to the host for an angry crit against Akita and successfully obtained the hemostatic bandage. Congratulations to host's fury crit on my apocalypse and successfully obtained a flash bomb. Congratulations to the host for critically hitting Naiuzuai and successfully obtained the D-level ninjutsu water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Uchiha Akaizuki's ears kept on prompting voices, but most of these people in front of him were only Gen in strength, and only a few were Chin in strength. Although they were very angry and greatly increased the drop things, they really didn't explode any good things. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki was a little disappointed, there was a voice that made Uchiha Akaizuki happy. Congratulations to the host for an angry crit on Qing Yuan and successfully obtained soil attributes. This made Uchiha Akaizuki a little bit more happy. He didn't expect that he would gain the soil attribute at this time. Although he was at this strength, he could already start trying to use ninjutsu with attributes that he didn't currently have. But Uchiha Akaizuki itself is not like other ninjas. When he first started learning ninjutsu, he only had affinity for 1 or at most 2 attributes. Uchiha Akaizuki started to have 3 affinity chakra attributes early on, and the 3 attributes of ninjutsu have been learning all the time, so Uchiha Akaizuki did not rush to develop the remaining 2 attributes, but just based on his original foundation. Consolidate your ninjutsu. Now, basically the 3 types of ninjutsu have been suspended, and it happens to be the 4th type that Uchiha Akaizuki needs. It just saves Uchiha Akaizuki the trouble of cultivating soil attribute affinity. For a while, Uchiha Akaizuki was in a good mood. Looking at the ninjas, whose eyes were flushed with anger, they were so cute for a while. Haha, it's so cute to see you mad. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but laughed suddenly. For an instant, everyone was stunned. He laughs? He actually laughed? Cute wool. Falling wood. Don't stop me. I'm going up to beat this kid to death. It's so open. Seeing his open face, I can't even eat dinner tonight. A teenager blushing and roaring with a thick neck, he waved his fists. No, you can't let this kid be so arrogant. What if he is stronger? If he is stronger, he can look down on people. That's it. So many of us. I'm afraid of him doing it alone. Brothers, follow me. Kill this kid. Let him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Go together. The irritated teenagers lost their sanity in an instant, rolled up their sleeves one by one, and raised their fists at Uchiha Akaizuki. The ninja who led Uchiha Akaizuki just now was frightened. Although he is an adult, he is just a genin, and he can't stop these teenagers who have been dazzled by anger. He turned pale, and hurriedly ran towards Orochimaru and their camp. "Ha, little bugs, do you really think that more people are useful? For me, it's just a bunch of cannon fodder." Uchiha Akaizuki gave a cold snort, and pulled out the ninja umbrella behind him in an instant. Otherwise, even Jiraiya won't be able to protect himself. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki rushed past, the ninja umbrella waved in the air, bringing up a violent wind. Several genins were overturned by the ninja umbrella that was shot over in an instant, and they were immediately shaken off. Uchiha Akaizuki's body shape constantly changed among the crowd, screaming one after another, constantly ringing. Uchiha Akaizuki has just reached the level of Jonin now. In such a crowd, it is like a hungry wolf entering the flock and opening his mouth. In the stunned surroundings, Uchiha Akaizuki knocked all those people down in an instant. The ninjas piled up like small hills kept wailing, each of them was beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and screamed again and again. Uchiha Akaizuki stood directly on the top of the piled hill, standing on the top, with his hands around his chest, and the ninja umbrella behind him, condescending everyone. Everyone watching the game secretly was shocked. Uchiha Akaizuki is now so powerful? Those he is facing now are many years older than him, and there are as many as dozens of people. How strong is his true strength now? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field changed from surprise and silence to tension and fear. "Step on!" An inaudible sound of footsteps sounded, and in this quiet scene where everyone was tight, the footsteps seemed so strong. Among the ninjas gathered in a circle, the crowd in one direction spread out on both sides, giving way to a passage. A figure walked out of the passage. In this person's calm face, the pair of snake pupils are emitting dangerous signals. Orochimaru. On the battlefield infighting, this is a taboo mistake. It is impossible for them not to know that if they want to get rid of the outside, they must first settle the truth. What's more, it is on the battlefield. Is the money good? Tension and tightness. Although this group of onlookers did not participate, as Konoha's companions, they did not stop it. This was a mistake that was enough for the commander to punish. Orochimaru walked over slowly, looked around, if there was a deep, cold look at the ninja onlookers, and then turned his gaze to the few people lying on the ground. Everyone was shocked, feeling that their heartbeat missed a beat. Orochimaru will be punished. Especially the few people who fell to the ground, they were pale and sweaty after Orochimaru looked at them. Waste, it's just waste after all. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Not only the few people who fell on the ground, but even the onlookers were shocked. It was like the last straw that crushed the camel, making them completely mentally broken. Orochimaru turned his head and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, saying, "Working with this group of waste will only make your inventory lower. They are not enough to be a stepping stone for you to step onto the ranks of the strong." Orochimaru's calm words revealed a taste that he was merely stating the facts. However, it was such plain words that caused no less than a bomb to explode in everyone's minds. Everyone who blows up is blank in their minds. Immediately, a bitter smile, helpless, appeared at the corner of their mouth. Refute. No, they are mediocrity. How can people who lack the strength dare to refute that Konoha has been a genius since childhood, and now Orochimaru is the head of Sunin? Everyone's eyes were full of loneliness, self-deprecation, and helplessness. They looked at Uchiha Akaizuki again. Their eyes were completely different from what they had just now. They were so strange and strange. This young man does have the strength to crush them, and he has enough talent. They are not comparable to mediocrities. For a time, my heart is ashamed. There was silence, and the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be heard. For a while, everyone stared with bated breath, and the depressive atmosphere made everyone feel bored. Suddenly, a cheerful voice sounded relaxed and even with a bit of pleasure. "Uncle Orochimaru, I don't think such behavior will make my vigor worse." Countless eyes gathered on Uchiha Akaizuki, who was 483, actually refuting what Orochimaru said? Uchiha Akaizuki sat directly on the hill of people, swinging his feet like a swing, laughing like a flower. "We can't discriminate against them just because they are waste." Puff. Everyone spouted blood directly. What is this? Why are there all the hearts that want to die in an instant? Uchiha Akaizuki resolutely spread the voice of a bit of anger throughout the audience. "If you dare to mess with the young man, whether it is a genius or a trash, I will not let him go. Young man, I will kill them all." Everyone looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, their mouths widened in surprise, and the boy's gaze changed again. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth evokes a faint smile. This boy is indeed very interesting. So Uchiha Akaizuki's voice paused, suddenly jumped off the mountain, and ran in the direction of Orochimaru. Everyone's curiosity caught their throats. What does this young man want to do? Orochimaru's snake eyes were also full of anticipation. Seeing this young man running towards him without the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was inexplicably happy. However, in the eyes of much attention, Uchiha Akaizuki skips Orochimaru directly. He rushed to Jiraiya's body, and climbed onto Jiraiya's back 2 or 3 times. Said to Jiraiya, "Master, my uncle said that I have no measure. You hurry up and control him. He is bullying your apprentice." For a while, everyone was petrified in place, and so on. Why is this style of painting so weird? Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not keep up with Uchiha Akaizuki's brain circuit, and the smiles were still stiff on their faces. He bullied you, so you rushed up. Why are you commanding me here? Jiraiya gradually reacted, as if he was pulling off the kid lying on his back. But Uchiha Akaizuki is like a piece of gum, sticking behind Jiraiya, and can't shake it off. Uchiha Akaizuki said faintly, "Nonsense, if you can beat him, what do you need your master to do?" Orochimaru seemed to get a slap on the head, and it took a long time to regain his senses, and the smile on his face became very stiff. The blue veins on his forehead were violent, and his smile became more and more gloomy. "Uchiha Akaizuki, when did I bully you? You said I'm small," Uchiha Akaizuki said confidently. Next, even Orochimaru's head has a huge number of anger raised directly. Anger value plus 849. Anger value plus 759. Anger value plus 861. Anger value plus 923. The people next to him were also shocked by Uchiha Akaizuki's words. "Is this bullying you? He was defending you just now, okay? Didn't you see those people who just went to provoke you?" But Orochimaru's reprimanding aura disappeared in a few words, and your heart was ashamed? Why is this brain circuit of your kid different from normal people? How did you hear that Lord Orochimaru is bullying you? Everyone looked at Master Orochimaru's eyes with a bit of distress. Orochimaru had never received such gaze. Almost instantly, the anger reached ultimate. With a playful smile in his cold snake eyes, he threatened Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, it seems that it is necessary for me to chat with your little apprentice alone today, and teach him what is real." Bully. Uchiha Akaizuki hummed his nose and looked like he was not afraid of the sky, and said to Orochimaru, "My master won't teach me to you. Do you think my master will be afraid of you? Is your threat like this? Use, my master is an immortal. If it weren't for the indulgence and connivance of you all the time, you would really think that my master could not beat you." Everyone suddenly felt that they were too naive just now. Is the degree of lack of beating just now all? That's because they have little knowledge. There are people who owe more than Uchiha Akaizuki now. And who is stronger between Jiraiya and Orochimaru? This is what everyone has been curious about. Doting and pampering? As Jiraiya's lover, Uchiha Akaizuki admires Orochimaru. It's hard to know what the inside story is between Son, and could it be that the kind of relationship between the two of them? A bunch of people waited, blushing in an instant, heartbeat increased, something shameful, picture sense, spicy eyes. Jiraiya's head is full of black lines. What I said before is good. He listened very happy, but hey, what nonsense are you talking about? What the hell is doting and pampering? This is the friendship between our companions. It's the friendship between our companions, okay? Jiraiya's head rose with anger, and he couldn't wait to throw the kid on his back from the ground. Well, I didn't say anything else. Of course you are the friendship of companions," Uchiha Akaizuki said with prevarication. "You take it seriously. You will only get darker and darker when you say that," Jiraiya yelled grumpily. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Jiraiya weirdly, his eyes full of surprise. "What am I scribbling about you? Is it possible? Are you thinking in that direction?" Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly jumped off Jiraiya, shaking off the goosebumps on his body, and said disgustingly, "I didn't expect that you would have that kind of relationship. Master, I really saw you wrong. What the hell are you talking about?" Jiraiya yelled. "Also, take away your little eyes, Jiraiya. If I accidentally kill him by missing, it doesn't matter, right?" Orochimaru smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Although there was no anger on his face, the numbers on his head told Uchiha Akaizuki that he is now even more angry than Jiraiya. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking Orochimaru with an angry crit and gaining the advanced pupil technique 3 Tomo Sharinan. For a moment, Uchiha Akaizuki's face was full of ecstasy, but at the same time it also advertised that Orochimaru was now angry to ultimate. He will even do it to himself desperately. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly put a smile on his face, which looked like a flower. "Ahem, uncle, don't be angry, I'm just kidding." Uchiha Akaizuki walked over with a smile, as if everything just now was nothing but a simple question like asking what he had eaten today. Jiraiya sighed. He was really afraid that Orochimaru would strike Uchiha Akaizuki. He knew that once Orochimaru shot, he would have the determination to kill Uchiha Akaizuki. Orochimaru, forget it, Akaizuki is still young, but it's just a kid talking nonsense, a bit naughty. I will definitely teach him a good lesson when I go back. Jiraiya smiled sloppily, then turned his head to face Uchiha Akaizuki, pretended to be fierce. "Wait for me to go back and clean up your little b***************. Orochimaru's gaze on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, half a moment, and then slowly said lightly, "Although you have a bit of talent, don't be too arrogant, otherwise next time, I may not be able to guarantee that your tongue is still there." Uchiha Akaizuki, it seems that your next combat mission, I need to arrange it for you. Orochimaru's tone was harsh, with an unabashed threat. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly screamed badly, "Orochimaru, this guy has a grudge." Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but shuddered secretly in his heart. However, what Uchiha Akaizuki didn't know was that everyone around him looked at Uchiha Akaizuki in shock. This is a real apprentice? If Jiraiya has a real son, he wouldn't be okay with a real son, right? This is simply connivance. The look he was just now, Jiraiya can be described as naughty Lord Jiraiya. Are you sure you were closing your eyes just now? And Jiraiya-sama said to Uchiha Akaizuki that the ruthless look behind him was just for others to show, right? They can see through, how can Orochimaru not see through? However, Orochimaru was only a warning, without any actual punishment at all. Could this be the treatment of Konoha's first genius? Even Konoha's son in number 2 is so fond of him? It really makes people jealous and hate. I just hate that they are not talented enough. I hate myself for not getting the attention of adults. Some people in the crowd changed their eyes when looking at Uchiha Akaizuki. No matter what their attitude toward Uchiha Akaizuki was before, it will be another attitude in the future. Because they all see Orochimaru and Jiraiya's attitude towards them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned and left. Their strategy has not been discussed yet. Now time is very important to them. They must launch an offensive against Sand Shinobi in the shortest possible time. Those who have been beaten by Uchiha Akaizuki can only bear it silently. In fact, it is not only a physical blow, but more importantly, a mental blow. After experiencing something like that just now, who is still in the mood to complain about Uchiha Akaizuki because of the tent? At this moment, no one dared to be so insightful anymore to find trouble with Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki lived in his tent, and no one dared to come up and disturb. In the next few days, Jiraiya was basically in the main tent, with a few elite jonin arranging tactics and strategies. Uchiha Akaizuki don't say anything to learn from Jiraiya, even other people's pictures are hard to see. However, Uchiha Akaizuki also has something to study. He has just obtained the soil attribute in 3 Tomo Sharinan. Uchiha Akaizuki is now working hard. Is it troublesome to adapt to the earth attribute? After all, I have already had 3 attributes of chakra before. Uchiha Akaizuki refreshed the ninjutsu from the exchange value these days, no matter what level it is, as long as it is the earth attribute by all the relevant ones. Uchiha Akaizuki's current anger value has accumulated a lot, and the exchange rate is not as tight as before. Ha! What is this? Uchiha Akaizuki saw something in his system that had never appeared before. This is the rule of ninjutsu stacking. After purchasing this, if the ninjutsu purchased by the host appears in the exchange bar of the system, you can repeat the purchase, and the power of ninjutsu will be superimposed on each other. Uchiha Akaizuki was surprised, but he didn't expect that there would be such a law. Uchiha Akaizuki has bought a lot of ninjutsu in the system now, of which D-level ninjutsu is the most common, followed by C-level. Apart from A-level and S-level ninjutsu, Uchiha Akaizuki has rarely refreshed, and he has basically bought many such as D-level ninjutsu. There are a lot of repeated ninjutsu refreshed every day, and Uchiha Akaizuki directly ignored them before. So the things that can be purchased every day are very limited. Although Uchiha Akaizuki has accumulated a lot of anger now, but things have never been refreshed. Seeing that there is such a magical law, Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but be overjoyed. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the ninjutsu stacking rule. It consumes 64598 anger points. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing C-level ninjutsu fire style Great Fireball. It consumes 7612 anger points. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing C-level ninjutsu wind style Great Breakthrough. It consumes 6541 rage points, 7. There is only one refreshing item in a day, and Uchiha Akaizuki can only purchase it once. So now there are only a few basic ninjutsu superimposed. For example, the Great Fireball technique. When you use the Great Fireball technique that appears, you can almost double the damage than the previous Great Fireball technique. If 3 or 4 times the Great Fireball technique are superimposed together, there will be a B-level ninjutsu's lethality. Uchiha Akaizuki found an empty space next to the camp, tried his current Great Fireball technique, and how far he progressed. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly knotted his hands, took a breath, and then spit out a huge fireball in front of him. The soaring fire illuminates the surroundings in an instant, and the burning temperature is higher than before. The 483 is frightening, and the flames continue to stick out, swallowing everything around. When Uchiha Akaizuki's Great Fireball technique was over, the thick tree trunk surrounded by a single person in front of him had already burnt completely black, and it was riddled with holes, and it broke directly in the middle. Even Uchiha Akaizuki himself was taken aback. This kind of ninjutsu effect was completely impossible before. This double difference in stacking effect is really amazing. Both the distance and the lethality of flame burning far exceed the ordinary Great Fireball technique before. The chakra consumed by Uchiha Akaizuki himself, although slightly more than the chakra consumed by the C-level ordinary fire technique, is far less than the chakra consumed by a B-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Akaizuki estimated in his mind that even if he purchased the Great Fireball technique twice, he would use the power of this ninjutsu to the strength of the B-level ninjutsu. The amount of chakra consumed by myself is also less than the amount of chakra consumed by general B-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Akaizuki is overjoyed. This is much more powerful than he had previously imagined. If it is like this, Uchiha Akaizuki asked the system, then I don't just need to pile up the levels of ordinary ninjutsu infinitely, or can I even upgrade a C-level ninjutsu to the power of S-level ninjutsu? Yes, host. The principle of this accumulation is like the ninja developing ninjutsu on its own. Now many ninjutsu in Naruto world is not the strongest in complete form, and there are many possibilities for development. However, there are very few ninjutsu in this world that can be perfected into the strongest form. This ninjutsu superimposition rule can help host develop ninjutsu on its own. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly realized, he understood, it turned out to be like this. Just like Rasengan in the original book, Namikaze Minato developed this ninjutsu. Naruto redeveloped it and appeared in many forms of Big Ball Rasengan, Wind-style Rasengan Shuriken. After most people learn a ninjutsu, they think that ninjutsu is like this, and it is usually used in this way, and they don't even think about developing those ninjutsu again, because the effort required to redevelopment is far more than the time and effort it takes to learn higher-level ninjutsu by yourself. Even Namikaze Minato, who is so talented in space ninjutsu, took so long to improve and develop Flying Thunder God. Therefore, ordinary people, even if they spend their entire lives, may not be able to improve a ninjutsu to ultimate like Guy's father Might Day. Of course, more people don't even have the courage to study improvement in this way. This ninjutsu superposition rule of the Uchiha Akaizuki system is to help Uchiha Akaizuki make continuous ninjutsu improvements. After Uchiha Akaizuki left there, Genin on patrol found the scorched old tree around the camp. Isn't there any battle going on here? Look, this must be a very powerful ninjutsu. Should we report it to the adults? It shouldn't be a fight. You see, only this tree is scorched, and there are no traces of fighting around it. It may be that an adult is now experimenting with his new ninjutsu. Let's go, let's continue patrolling. It's really hard to get up. It's enviable. The two people mumbled and walked away slowly. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't know that he had been mistaken for which adult, but the effect of this ninjutsu superposition rule made him happy for several days. 0 In the past few days, although Jiraiya has not had much contact with Uchiha Akaizuki, it is vaguely felt that Orochimaru and Jiraiya have gradually dispersed Konoha's ninja defense line based on Sand Shinobi's offensive style. Small groups, one after another, quietly disappeared into the camp before dawn. In the originally crowded camp, there are now less than half of the people. After another day, Uchiha Akaizuki was finally called into the main account. Uchiha Akaizuki, now there is a task for you to complete, Orochimaru said to Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Since he has come to the battlefield, of course he is not here to eat rice. He is always ready to perform the task. Uncle Master, tell me. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Orochimaru's hand designated a location on the map and said, this is the country of Ash, a small country between the country of Wind and the country of Fire. The country is so small that it's not even 1% of our country of Fire. There is only a small city. There are no ninjas in this country, but we guess that Sand Shinobi has already infiltrated this country and wants to enter our country of Fire through this country. So I want to send you to lead a small team to this country to search for traces of Sand Shinobi. If you find it, you can kill it by 0.7 block. There was a sneer at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. How about, Akaizuki? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with interest in his eyes. Standing next to Orochimaru, Jiraiya said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Akaizuki, the first time you performed the mission, you let you go to the battlefield alone as the captain. It's just that this mission is a little bit special. The only one is you. Uchiha Akaizuki did not immediately agree, frowned, and carefully studied the location of the map. What is the attitude of this small country? The smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth deepened, and he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with inexplicable depth. Neutral, in other words, don't you get close to the country of Fire or the country of Wind? Uchiha Akaizuki asked. Yes, it's just that this country is a little special. Jiraiya explained, because this country has been between the country of Wind and the country of Fire for many years. During the Second World War, this country used to serve as a bridge between our two countries. There have been extremely fierce battles on the main battlefield. Both Konoha and Sand Shinobi have suffered very serious losses, and the civilians of Ashinakuni have also suffered serious losses. Therefore, this country has a strong guard against the identity of a ninja. You are in this country, try not to reveal your ninja identity, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Your age is very advantageous. I will equip you with a fuchinin, a little older than you, so that it is not easy to attract the attention of others. Orochimaru said in a deep voice. Uchiha Akaizuki, why are you looking at me like this? Master, don't you want to yin me? Uchiha Akaizuki said quietly. 10 Uchiha Akaizuki, although this task is a bit difficult, you have to believe in your own strength. As Kanaha's first genius, you can definitely lead your team to complete this task. Orochimaru faced Uchiha Akaizuki said. Uchiha Akaizuki, what are the requirements for this mission? Uchiha Akaizuki asked. Found Sand Shinobi who killed the disguise, and killed them in the first place. Is that the only request? Uchiha Akaizuki asked, frowning. Orochimaru nodded. Uchiha Akaizuki knew that when he discovered Sand Shinobi and wanted to kill them, when those Sand Shinobi discovered their team, they would definitely want to kill themselves as soon as possible. After a while, 3 people a few years older than Uchiha Akaizuki walked in, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people are Chinin, Aberame, Heitake Hiraki, and Asano Yugoslavia. Aberame is a girl, and the remaining Heitake Hiraki and Asano Yugo are boys, both in their teens, a few years older than Uchiha Akaizuki. What, he is our captain this time. When the 3 people saw Uchiha Akaizuki, they were all startled and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki in a fuss. Can we change the captain? Both are Chinin. Why can this kid be our captain? The man named Heitake Hiraki has white hair that resembles Kakashi on his head, and his face is full of white hair. Full of displeasure. Uchiha Akaizuki carefully noticed that this kid's right cheek was quite slightly swollen. When I came up, I had an opinion on myself. Could it be that among the people I beat up that day, there was this kid? Before Uchiha Akaizuki spoke, Orochimaru raised his head, his face was as cold as an iceberg, and his voice was low and hoarse. If you have any comments, get out of here. Heitake Hiraki's face turned pale in an instant, he was stunned for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, subordinates don't dare. I have told Uchiha Akaizuki about the details of the mission. You pack up your things and set off now, striving to reach Ashinoko in the shortest time. Yes, Master Orochimaru, several people said in unison. After an hour, they all packed up and assembled at the entrance of the camp. Uchiha Akaizuki, since you are the captain of our operation, haha, don't mess up the mission by then, Heitake Hiraki said with a weird voice. Hiraki, don't say that. Akaizuki can become our captain, and he still has real strength. We only need to listen to the captain's words to perform the task. Aberame Asami persuaded from the side. AKA, Akaizuki, don't be angry. Hiraki's temperament is a bit impatient. Asano Yugo hesitated to persuade him, looking like a very honest person. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered at the corner of his mouth and looked at Heitake Hiraki. Don't be angry? Of course Uchiha Akaizuki is not angry. Such a small person, Uchiha Akaizuki is angry with such a person, and it is really his own identity. Not being angry does not mean letting go. Heitake Hiraki, you didn't hurt after being beaten 2 days ago, right? Uchiha Akaizuki didn't want to curb his tone at all. Impatient personality? Is that why you are disrespectful to me as the captain? Who is accustomed to you? I tell you, under Lao Zi, if you are a dragon, you have to hold Lao Zi, and if you are a tiger, you have to lie down for Lao Zi. If you are not convinced, go to Orochimaru now and say you want to quit the team. If you dare not, you are not honest. Be careful that Lao ZTM kills you outside. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was full of fierceness. Uchiha Akaizuki's loud voice instantly spread to several people's ears. All 3 of them froze in place, and for a moment they were frightened by the terrifying aura of Uchiha Akaizuki. They didn't expect that this kid who was a few years younger than them would be able to say such sulky words. It was as terrifying as the coercion on Orochimaru. The faces of Aberame Shosei and Asano Yugo became a bit pale, and they didn't dare to say a word for Heitake Hiraki again. The breath on Uchiha Akaizuki's body is so heavy that they don't even dare to move now. Heitake Hiraki's face was red and white, constantly changing. His face was extremely angry 483, but he didn't dare to explode at all. He has already seen the attitude of Lord Orochimaru. For this disciple who is very fond of Lord Orochimaru, if he is now in the past, Lord Orochimaru will even kill him. I won't stop. Heitake Hiraki's voice trembled, and I could even hear a little bit of suppressed crying in it when I listened carefully. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered in his heart, but he was just a bully and afraid of hardship. Set off. Uchiha Akaizuki did not continue to talk nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, he immediately took the lead and ran towards Ashinokuni. The sun shines through the dense branches and leaves of the towering tree, and casts Madara's shadow on the ground. Between the tree and the shadow, 4 people stepped on the trunk of the tree and galloped past, sweeping the afterimages. In the dim light, the tiny afterimage was almost invisible, even the most sensitive bird in the dense forest. After half a day, they arrived in Ashinoko. Taking off the forehead protector and the iconic ninja costume, they changed into ordinary clothes and sneaked into Ashinoko secretly. Because they are all half-year-old children, Ashinokuni does not strictly censor them, and they successfully entered the territory of Ashinokuni. Ashinokuni is a very small country. For Uchiha Akaizuki and others, standing on a high-rise building, you can see the border directly at a glance. There is really no way to compare the national strength of such a small country and the country of fire. There are traces of kunao and shuriken on the wall of Ashinakuni. The riddled wall is a sign of how tragic war this country has endured. Big countries like the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire will try to avoid fighting in their own countries, because the damage caused by the battle is not only as simple as signing the contract after the war, but also the pain caused to the people, and the people will lose their trust in this country. These small countries caught in the middle are actually the biggest victims of the war. This is why the people of Ashinakuni are extremely repulsive of ninjas. After entering the territory of Ashinakuni, Uchiha Akaizuki and the others briefly surveyed the environment inside, and then they found a small hotel to stay first. Shallow, are you a perception-type ninja? Uchiha Akaizuki asked Abarame Shallow. Abarame nodded shallowly. Yes, my fighting ability is not very strong, but my perception ability is not bad, and the methods are relatively secret, so Master Orikimura specially arranged for me. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded and said, are you using bugs? Abarame was stunned. She didn't expect Uchiha Akaizuki to know so much about her family's secret arts. It seems that his master has quite a lot of information, but it is Sunen's disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Then please start detection first. Abarame nodded in shallow water, stamped his hands on his chest, and shouted, the secret technique destroys the insects. From the cuffs of Abarame's shallow water, a lot of small black bugs flew out continuously, thick and dense, flying and winding in front of them, like a black soft ball. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but feel numb behind his back. Seeing so many dense insects made him feel a little rash as a big man. It's hard to imagine how much pain those people who have been bitten to death by bugs have endured. It is really a cruel means of attack. Heite Kiriki next to him squinted at Abarame's shallow water, and hid his body slightly behind Asano Yugo, and said with a bit of sarcasm and ridicule, a woman is full of bugs, and every time I see it, I feel disgusting. Enes Abarame Shozumai's face turned pale, and he smiled hard, his eyes looked a little more falling. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned as he looked at Heite Kiriki and Abarame Shallow. It seems that the shallow water of Abarame is usually squeezed out by Heite Kiriki. Uchiha Akaizuki suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and smiled at Abarame Shozumai. I beg you for most of the investigative work. Abarame Shallow's complexion improved a little, and his fingers manipulated chakra. The bug seemed to understand Abarame Shallow's language, and slowly flew out along the window. In almost an hour, you can search the entire Ashinoko country. Abarame Shanshui reported to Uchiha Akaizuki and said that in her eyes, she had truly regarded this Uchiha Akaizuki, who was not as big as them, as her captain. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, very satisfied with Abarame's shallow water. Captain? Nothing, right? If it's not there, we'll go back first. When we find the enemy's trail, you will tell us. Heite Kiriki said lazily, with a little carelessness, pulling Asano Yugo, turn around and leave. Although he performed this mission, this does not mean that he has fully recognized Uchiha Akaizuki. Wait a moment. Uchiha's eyes darkened slightly, and he drank coldly in his mouth. What else are you doing, Captain? Heite Hirohito turned around, his face full of displeasure, and he clenched the word captain even harder. Uchiha Akaizuki curled his lips, and said lightly, you still have tasks. Heite Kiriki turned around and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes almost full of anger, and stared at Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely. Blue veins burst up. Uchiha Akaizuki saw Heite Kiriki's head, and his anger continued to rise. Anger value plus 126, anger value plus 264, anger value plus 198 aka, Captain Akaizuki, what do we have to do? Asano Yugo hurriedly pulled Heite Kiriki, then said with a small face at Uchiha Akaizuki, smiling. Asano Yugo looked at Heite Kiriki like this, he had to provoke the captain, and then the two would fight again to make things worse. Uchiha was inexplicably happy watching Heite Kiriki become so angry. Who made him the captain? Who made this kid named Heite Kiriki not be able to beat him? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and said. You, Heite wanted to jump up from the ground, rushing to fight Uchiha Akaizuki. This kid just tossed them on purpose. I just deliberately don't want them to rest. Asano Yugo quickly stopped Heite Kiriki. Kiriki, calm down, Uchiha Akaizuki is our captain now. He knows that Heite Kiriki is not Uchiha Akaizuki's opponent at all, and now letting Heite Kiriki take the shot will only end up worse. Heite, do you have any comments on my assignment? Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth was filled with coldness, increasing his tone of inquiry. Although Abarame's shallow water bug detection power is very strong, there are also many spaces where the bugs cannot penetrate all at once, so you two are invited to patrol the streets to find if there are traces left by the Sand Shinobi Ninja. It's a provocation, it's a threat. But Heite Kiriki, there is nothing he can do. Heite Kiriki clenched his teeth, half-hit, and squeezed out two words with difficulty. No. Heite Kiriki pushed away Asano Yugo's restraint, and even gave Asano Yugo a follow. Heitei Hiraki was angrily and rushed out of the room without looking back. Asano Yugo smiled at Uchiha Akaizuki, bowed deeply, expressing his apology, and then ran after Heitei Hiraki. Abarame Shallow Water looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a complex look, and said to Uchiha Akaizuki with emotion, "Captain, you are really amazing." Uchiha Akaizuki turned her head and raised her eyebrows slightly. Abarame smiled bitterly, "Otherwise, what can we do? Everyone is a companion. You treat him as a companion, but he may not treat you as a companion anymore." Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze deepens, and the focal length in his eyes extends. Uchiha Akaizuki and the others stayed in Ashinakuni for a few days and they did not find any signs of Sand Shinobi. Even the enthusiasm of Abarame Shallow's daily search work has dropped a bit, not to mention Heitei Hiraki and Asano Yugo who are sent out to patrol every day. This job is so boring to do it every day. Heitei Hiraki and Asano Yugo are patrolling outside. They cannot run and jump on the street like ninjas. Instead, they must pretend to be like ordinary people and walk on the street to avoid being rejected and disgusted by the local residents. They are not afraid of these local residents, but they are just ordinary people. However, if the local residents find out that they are ninjas before they find Sand Shinobi, they will be surprised. Both sides hide each other in the dark and compete silently. In the early morning of the fourth day, there was a riot in the center of Ashinakuni. "Captain Akaizuki, what happened outside?" Abarame Shallow Water nervously asked Uchiha Akaizuki who had just returned. "A man and a woman died. They seem to be a husband and wife. There is a 4-year-old girl next to her who witnessed the death of her parents." Uchiha Akaizuki frowned and said. Abarame's shallow pupils shrank and exclaimed, "How could something like this happen to 483? It's too much, it's Sand Shinobi." Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes sank. "Impossible," Heitei Hiraki directly denied. "We have been searching the territory of Ashinakuni for the past 2 days, and we have not found any trace of Sand Shinobi at all. It may be that they have just arrived in Ashinoko, or they may have been dormant somewhere before. We haven't found it, but they have already started." Uchiha Akaizuki took out a small kianben from his hand, stained with purple venom, which is Sand Shinobi's favorite poison technique. "We can at least be sure that there is a poison puppet in their team," Uchiha Akaizuki said. The remaining 3 people were silent for a moment. They didn't expect that the war would come so soon. Seeing that the 3 people in front of him were a little depressed, Uchiha Akaizuki said indifferently, "There is nothing terrible about war. Anyway, it's not the first time a person has been killed. Just treat it as the same as performing the mission. But when we do tasks, we always have a graded." Asano Yugo's hesitation. Although Abarame Asami and Heitei Hiraki did not speak, they also acquiesced to Asano Yugo's words. Yes, when doing tasks, in order to avoid casualties as much as possible, they are generally classified according to the nature of the task, and ninjas will not accept tasks that exceed their own strength. They had killed people before, but they were all wandering ninjas, and there was also an elite jonin leading them on missions, but now the fear of unknown enemies continues to fill my mind. "Huh, are you just such a bunch of cowards?" Uchiha Akaizuki let out a slight sneer, looking at them with contempt. "Are you not the one who said happily that you would go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? Why, now it's a tortoise with a shrunken head. A bunch of trash." When the 3 people were ridiculed by Uchiha Akaizuki, they were all irritating. All of them blushed with thick necks, and their faces were full of struggle. Their heads raised their anger points, but they did not dare to attack. "Who is the tortoise? I will never be afraid. I will kill them after seeing Sand Shinobi." Heitei Hiraki stalked his neck, his face full of disapproval. I won't be afraid." Asano Yugo lowered his head and whispered. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled softly and walked out of the room. Uchiha Akaizuki knew that the players he brought with him were basically not very useful. Although it is already Chinin, the executive power is basically the same as Genin. Could it be that it was directly promoted, because of the outbreak of the war? Uchiha Akaizuki can be trusted, but Uchiha Akaizuki didn't put too much thought on this matter, and he still had deeper questions in his mind. Why does Sand Shinobi expose himself at this time? They have sneaked into Ashinoko and successfully evaded Uchiha Akaizuki's investigation. Why is it necessary to leave such obvious traces on purpose, so that the noise is so big? Must let Kanaha's ninjas know that they have already sneaked into the country of Ash. They want to lead Uchiha Akaizuki and the others, and then confront them directly? It's not worth it to them. They have a large-scale force that wants to enter the country of fire from the country of Ash as a breakthrough point? So you want to encircle us and wipe out before we discover the big forces? It's possible, but it feels wrong again. Without any convincing information, Uchiha Akaizuki has no way to apply for support. The current situation is so tense that he has no reason to apply for deployment to Orochimaru. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes narrowed. He smelled an unusual breath in this weird country of Ashin. What kind of conspiracy is Sand Shinobi brewing? Dang dang dang. Uchiha Akaizuki's door was knocked. "Captain, are you looking for me?" Abarame walked into Uchiha Akaizuki's room and asked. Uchiha Akaizuki handed the venom-stained senbon to Abarame shallow water. Let your bugs smell this and see if they can be traced. Abarame nodded in shallow water. A bug fell on her fingertips, stayed for a few minutes, and flew back under her clothes. A few minutes later, Abarame's shallow face exclaimed with astonishment, "This smell, my bugs have sensed it." But they didn't use chakra at the time. It was no different from ordinary people, so my bugs were not caught. Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't want to pursue the matter anymore. Abarame shallow water is just a chinin, and Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't take her harshly. Now your bugs can still track where they are, Uchiha Akaizuki asked in a deep voice. Now, take me over. In the middle of the night, Ashinoko's country was already darker and darker, and the big wild was gloomy, and the night was like a monster with a big black hole, and the cold wind was whistling. This is the border between the country of fire and the country of wind. On the other side of the country of ash, there is the endless yellow sand. On such a night, the temperature difference between day and night is quite large, and the wind is raging. Captain Akaizuki, it's right in front, and my bug said it's not far away. Abarame's shallow face was filled with ecstasy, lowered his voice and reported to Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Among the three people, only Abarame Shinsui can trust him a little bit, and he can be a little more stable and mature in his work. In silence, the two approached a mountain cave on the edge of Ashinakuni. Uchiha Akaizuki and Abarame in shallow water, clinging to the steep cliff, sucked their bodies with chakra, and withstood the cold wind on the cliff. In the deep cave, there was a faint light of fire. If it weren't for Uchiha Akaizuki and Abarame who were standing at the door of the cave now, there would be no way to discover this hidden place. Uchiha Akaizuki gestured at the shallow water of Abarame. Abarame understood the shallow water. From the cuffs, small bugs flew out from the cuffs and slowly flew into the cave inside the firelight. There was a deep conversation from inside the cave, and the sound crumpled together. Even with Uchiha Akaizuki's hearing, he can barely hear a few words. These little bugs seem to appear all the time, which is really annoying. It's because we waited for the fire to come over. This kind of bug may be more sensitive to the fire. I also saw this kind of bug in the city yesterday. It is always entangled around me. I want to be slapped to death. Another person said with a cold snort. I remember that there was a family in Konoha, which seemed to use insects as a weapon to attack. There is such a strange family? It sounds disgusting. Wait, does this mean that Konoha's ninjas have been tracked down? In an instant, the inside began to agitate. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes dazzled, and he immediately pulled Abarame in the shallow water and ran wildly in the dark. They have been exposed. Go. Uchiha Akaizuki lowered his voice. Captain, my worm has been killed, but I also put a smaller dark worm at the same time, and the information has been passed back. Abarame's shallow face was full of panic, and she tried to suppress her heart beating wildly, and shared the information with Uchiha Akaizuki. There are 4 people in it, 1 elite jonin and 3 chinin. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, but there was no time to look back. He sensed that the few people behind him had already caught up. Akaizuki, will we die? Abarame's shallow voice was crying. As a perceptual ninja, she could more clearly feel the strength of the people behind her. Her own combat effectiveness is very poor, and she can almost only rely on Uchiha Akaizuki alone. But behind him, there were 4 ninjas, and the strongest one is the elite jonin. It is simply an uncontestable existence. They will die. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and sense their location. Then tell me. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart also feels pressure multiplied. If he is alone, Uchiha Akaizuki will have the confidence to fight even if he faces 4 people. Anyway, even if you can't fight, escape is definitely enough. But Uchiha Akaizuki still has an Abarame shallow water next to him, and once he is dragged into the shape of Abarame shallow water, he will definitely die. Uchiha Akaizuki ran continuously in the dark, changing his figure several times. All the terrain of Ashinakuni became clearer in Uchiha Akaizuki's mind. Damn it! Is that Konoha's ninja a mouse? You all take it seriously. If the 4 of us can't catch up with the 2 ninjas Konoha, how can I clean up you when I get back? Jonin, the leading elite, said cruelly. In fact, the Sand Shinobi was even more surprised. Could this kid be a speed ninja? Wow. Akunao scratched the void. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly pulled Abarame in shallow water to avoid it. What? Abarame Chien Shui screamed, and her hair was cut in mid-air. Uchiha Akaizuki slammed the brakes, stopped, and looked at the black figure in front of the 2 of them, wearing the forward protector of Sand Shinobi Village, half of his face hidden under the white curtain. Although it was only the first time we met, Uchiha Akaizuki could feel that he was the elite jonin in that team. Hee, I thought it was someone. It turned out to be Konoha's 2 little mice. Sand Shinobi's mouth was mocking, and when she saw Uchiha Akaizuki and Abarame, her eyes became more and more contemptuous. Sure enough, you have already sneaked into the country of ash, Uchiha Akaizuki said in a deep voice. What is your purpose? Sand Shinobi's eyes were a little ridiculous. Kill you and enter the country of fire. If this would be your true purpose, you would not have been exposed before. Now it is even more impossible to tell me so simply. It seems that you really have some other plan. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered. Sand Shinobi frowned. It seems that although the person in front of him is a kid, he is not as easy to deal with as he imagined. No matter what purpose we have, you have no chance to know, Sand Shinobi said with a sneer, and the kunao in his hand flew out in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly pushed a barame shallow water away, and jumped away from the spot. Shallow water, run away. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't even have time to look back, and rushed towards the elite jonin in an instant. A barame knows that staying here is also a drag on Uchiha Akaizuki. She is not so stupid as to stay where she is, she must go with Uchiha Akaizuki. She knew that this was the precious time Uchiha Akaizuki bought for her. Turn around. Ran in the other direction without looking back. Almost in an instant, 2 clear tears crossed her face. Have you been holding a mortal heart to delay time for your companions? Sand Shinobi's face had a triumphant and contemptuous smile. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were full of indifference, and there was no panic. No, I can't do my best if she stays. Uchiha Akaizuki chuckled lightly. Killing the head of an elite jonin, I heard that you can exchange a lot of military exploits. Maybe after finishing this order, I can upgrade to jonin. Sand Shinobi was shocked. The kid in front of him is already a chinin? He looks so young. But it's just a chinin. There was a cruel smile on Sand Shinobi's mouth. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly felt cold behind his back, and felt the cold murderous aura behind him. Jing Qiang. It's like smashing on metal. The cold and sharp machete coated with purple venom hit Uchiha Akaizuki's ribs growing out of his body, protecting Uchiha Akaizuki's body in it. What happened? Sand Shinobi's pupils shrank. Obviously it has attacked his body. How could the bones of his body suddenly grow out of his body? Uchiha Akaizuki's heart mentioned his throat. If it weren't for the defense with a bone knife, he would have almost lost his life just now. He was obviously behind him, but he didn't feel any breathing or temperature. The Sand Shinobi in front of me was still in front of me just now. How did he wear it behind me in an instant? How did he do that? Such a weird hidden trick. If it weren't for dead bone pulse, he wouldn't be able to avoid it at the time that was less than half a second. But Uchiha Akaizuki is too late to be afraid, he must seize this opportunity. Dead bone pulsed Sabeki dance. From Uchiha Akaizuki's arm, he pulled out a white snow-white bone sword, extremely sharp, and slashed at Sand Shinobi fiercely. Sand Shinobi evaded quickly, his eyes were startled, he remembered this trick. It is the blood inheritance boundary of the water country. Who the hell is this kid? 7. Sand Shinobi dodges quickly, the gaze in his eyes becomes gloomy, the kunao in his hand and Uchiha Akaizuki's bone knife collide with sparks. But being too close, the metal kunao is still too fragile compared to Uchiha Akaizuki's bone knife. Kiwa was broken in an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki's bone knife flew past Sand Shinobi's arm, and a piece of flesh was cut off his arm. The flesh and skin are flying, and even the thick bones on the arms can be clearly seen. The blood-stained Sand Shinobi Jonin's arm. Just a face-to-face, he was injured. Too careless. The Konoha kid in front of him, not to mention the powerful blood air on his body, even his own strength, far surpasses ordinary chinin. Elite chinin, even 483 to jonin. With the blessing of dead bone pulse in the water country, the kid in front of you even has a real battle against jonin. Who are you? You are not Konoha's ninja. Sand Shinobi's eyes were fierce, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind for a while. Me? Uchiha Akaizuki snorted coldly, I am a mixed race. Puff. Sand Shinobi almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. You half-blooded girl. Humph, no matter who you are, there is no way to get out of here alive today. Sand Shinobi was cold, and quickly in his hand. Wind-style wind blade. From behind Sand Shinobi, countless wind blades flew out for a time, thin as cicada wings, with terrifying lethality, and surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki from different angles. Sand Shinobi has a sneer at the corner of his mouth, surrounded by his wind blades. Even if it is a jonin, it is difficult to fly. In Sand Shinobi's sight, a sharp wind knife instantly cut off Uchiha Akaizuki's body, splashing blood on the ground. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes showed dying panic. The smile on Sand Shinobi's mouth keeps expanding. Ha ha ha, after all, he is just a kid. There is nothing he can do to face his ultimate move. It seems that you are smiling very happily. Behind Sand Shinobi, Uchiha Akaizuki's voice suddenly sounded. The sharp bone knife instantly penetrated Sand Shinobi's shoulder blade, and blood-stained Uchiha Akaizuki's bone knife, dripping down the bone knife. What? Sand Shinobi was stunned for an instant, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene in front of me was suddenly distorted, and everything just now was just an illusion. This young man can actually use such an advanced illusion technique? This Sand Shinobi suddenly banged and turned into a white mist. After the white mist dissipated, Uchiha Akaizuki's bone knife was inserted into a wooden puppet. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned. It was just a puppet that he was fighting against just now? No wonder Uchiha Akaizuki felt that the strength of this elite jonin was not as strong as he had imagined. At most, it was the strength of a jonin. It turned out to be just a manipulated puppet. Poison was painted on his bone knife, and it should be useless now. Such a puppet is not afraid of his own poison. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned. The puppet master is really annoying. Hiding in the dark, rarely confronts people directly from the shadow of the house, came out a man who looked exactly like the puppet just now, with a sharp smile on his mouth. I didn't expect you to defeat my crow ghost. It's a bit surprising. Sand Shinobi's eyes were a little bit playful. Even if you are in the country of the wind, at your age, you can achieve this level. I am afraid that only the grandson of the old woman can compete for a little bit. This Sand Shinobi looks relatively relaxed on the surface, but his heart has sunk down and he is shocked. He knows how strong the traitor called Sasori of Red Sand is. When he defected back then, in order to hunt down the traitor, Sasori of Red Sand destroyed his last puppet crow moon. This Kanaha's little devil has an endless stream of various methods, which is really daunting. Those scarlet eyes are sharing on. He is from the Uchiha clan. Why is there still the dead bone pulse blood successor of the water country? Is it really the blood successor? A genius boy with 2 blood successors? Could it be Kanaha's secretly cultivated weapon for war? The strongest blood airbounder? Sand Shinobi's heart is getting heavier and heavier. He wants to take this boy back, even if it is a corpse. Uchiha Akaizuki retracted his bone knife and looked at the puppet in front of him. Sand Shinobi felt that the eyes of the Kanaha boy in front of him were very strange. Why is there a distressed look in his scarlet eyes like blood? Uchiha Akaizuki put his hands on his chest and yelled very distressedly. "Aha! I broke my things again." Sand Shinobi was taken aback, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes full of astonishment. His stuff? What is his? Boy, what are you talking nonsense? Sand Shinobi said. Puppet. This is a good thing. I heard that it takes a lot of time to be a puppet. Kill you, this puppet is mine. Aha! How come I stabbed it? Uchiha Akaizuki held his head in his hands, his eyes filled with regret and distress. Sand Shinobi suddenly felt that her chest was blocked, and then she wanted to spew out a mouthful of old blood. Regret your sister. Sorry for your sister. The old 0.7 is not dead here yet. You start to look at Lao Zi's relic. Bah, relic your sister. Lao Zi hasn't died yet, so I just focused on Lao Zi's things. It's simply more exaggerated than yelling Lao Zi is going to kill you, and it's okay. This kid is simply damn it. The anger value on Sand Shinobi's head keeps increasing. Anger value plus 456, anger value plus 651, anger value plus 742. The original sneer on Sand Shinobi's face became distorted at this moment. Now, he didn't want to kill this little devil directly. He will use the most cruel means to torture him to death. Sand Shinobi controlled the chakra silk thread in his hand, dancing his fingers constantly in the sky. His crow ghost retreated from the front of Uchiha Akaizuki, and suddenly stretched out from the mechanical bag. Ha ha ha, let you have a real taste of my crow ghost. Sand Shinobi laughed, his fingers trembling crazily, and the crow ghost attacked Uchiha Akaizuki again. Uchiha Akaizuki stepped back and dodged a few steps. Now that he knew that this one was a puppet, he didn't intend to continue entanglement with the puppet. Uchiha Akaizuki rushed towards Sand Shinobi puppet master. Hee, see through my tricks. Do you want to directly attack the puppet master? Sand Shinobi sneered. The mind is good, but the puppet master is not so easy to be attacked. Sand Shinobi's fingers jumped in the air, and the box in front of the crow ghost opened. In an instant, there were countless kunao painted with poison, and the sky was raining 10 times and attacked Uchiha Akaizuki. At the same time, the chain in the hands of the crow ghost was interspersed in the rain, and instantly blocked Uchiha Akaizuki. Ha ha ha, kid, it's impossible for you to escape my attack. Go to hell. There was cruel madness in Sand Shinobi's eyes. In an instant, Uchiha Akaizuki was in desperation. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth twitched slightly, so that he wanted to kill me? Uchiha Akaizuki pulled out his ninja umbrella from the system space in an instant, the umbrella leaf unfolded, and the metal leaf exuded a silvery white light. Uchiha Akaizuki, following the method Jiraiya once taught himself, turned the leaves of the ninja umbrella at a very fast speed. Clang, 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 clang. Like a fan, the fan blades arranged together constantly knock all the flying kunao into the air. The pupils in Sand Shinobi's eyes shrank. This ninja umbrella is so strong. Now it's my turn to fight back. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly knotted his hands in front of his chest. Fire style great fireball technique. The scorching fire suddenly spit out from Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth, the sky full of firelight suddenly illuminated the sky of Ashinakuni, and the huge fireball with the burning high temperature suddenly rushed towards Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi was surprised. Such a terrifying fire style is worthy of Kanaha's Uchiha clan. He resisted the pressure of his heart, drew a smirk, and tried to comfort himself. It's just a Chunin kid, do you think I will be afraid of you? Sand Shinobi roared frantically, trying to transfer his puppet over to help him block the terrifying burning flame. Wait a minute, how is this going? Sand Shinobi's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at his fingers. My own chakra thread was burnt. This fire style. I was able to burn all my chakra threads. Hee, do you think my fire style is ordinary? It was really underestimated. Uchiha Akaizuki's voice penetrated the flames and reached his ears almost instantly. This kid is too strong. Sand Shinobi's eyes shrank, and a decision was made in his heart. Even if you are determined to die, you must die with this kid. If he continues to grow up like this, he will become an extremely terrifying existence for Sand Shinobi in the future. No, he must be killed here today. For a moment, Sand Shinobi's eyes were cold, and his life and death were ignored. Kill him! Uchiha Akaizuki saw through Sand Shinobi's unabashedly killing intent in Sand Shinobi's eyes. The two stared at each other with bated breath, their hearts throbbed, and the air was still and even gasping sounds could be heard. In the next breath, one move determines life and death. Just when the two people have already gained their momentum to the extreme boom, the huge blasting sound in the distance seemed to penetrate the sky at once, and the huge sound was like a muffled thunder crashing on the ground, and it was warm. The entire Ashino country was awakened by this shock. The soaring fire light attracted everyone's attention in an instant. What happened? Even Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but be secretly surprised. With such a fierce flame, even if it is so far away, you can see the flames that go to the sky. The fire style released by Uchiha Akaizuki just now has the power of B-level ninjutsu, but it is only 1/10 the size of this flame. Could it be that this is an S-level fire style technique? Or something else? In Sand Shinobi's eyes, the look became faster, surprised, frightened, and panicked. His face turned pale in an instant. He has no desire to fight Uchiha Akaizuki at all in his heart. Look, because something big happened. He wants to go, even Uchiha Akaizuki can't let him go. Uchiha Akaizuki chased Sand Shinobi and changed his tactics with high lethality all the time, turning into a continuous offensive, entangled Sand Shinobi, so that he could not escape this battlefield at all. What are you running, little mouse? Come to fight. Uchiha Akaizuki's playful voice came from Sand Shinobi's ear. Go away. Sand Shinobi was entangled by Uchiha Akaizuki, a little impatient. Don't, you see how happy we fight? What are you running? Ha ha ha. Come on, be happy. Uchiha Akaizuki laughed presumptuously. The speed of the bone sword in his hand was not reduced by half, and countless phantoms were transformed in the air in an instant, and the offensive became even sharper. Damn it! This Konoha kid is really annoying. People can't wait to stab him directly now. Sand Shinobi pulled out the corners of her eyes, her forehead burst into blue veins, her eyes were full of anxiety, and the anger value on her head continued to increase. Anger value plus 679, anger value plus 712, anger value plus 836. The more Sand Shinobi wants to get away, the tighter she gets entangled by Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki's moves are full of murderous intent, and he doesn't even have a moment to relax. He must concentrate all his energy to deal with it. Sand Shinobi's heart is getting more and more anxious. Something big happened over there, he must rush over now. He can't be dragged here. Go away from me, or I will kill you. Sand Shinobi's ultimate angry roar. If there is enough time, he must kill this damned kid. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. I won't leave, I'm here to give you a chance to let you kill me. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Akaizuki looked like a rascal, and said with a sullen face, and his voice was extremely beating. Anyone who sounds like it wants to punch twice. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully furiously attacking Sand Shinobi and Kawabo, and get a Jonin level chakra. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki obtained chakra, he felt a burst of fullness in his body, as if a warm current wandered through Uchiha Akaizuki's body, flowing to his limbs. The exhaustion from the battle just now was almost wiped out in an instant, and the instant chakra was full. Uchiha Akaizuki obviously felt the strength of his body, as if he was breathing in, he recovered. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes burst into dazzling brilliance for an instant. He now has twice as much chakra as a normal Jonin. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki looked at him in a daze, that Sand Shinobi had already turned around and was about to rush to the place where the blast just happened. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth. The next second, instantly appeared in front of that Sand Shinobi. The white bones burst out of the body instantly, penetrating Sand Shinobi's body. One move. Spike. Sand Shinobi's eyes were full of horror. He never thought of how the boy in front of him did it and transferred to him in an instant. Even the elite Jonin should not be able to have such a speed. Is this still a Chunin? Konoha's rating is decided by no means. But he had no chance to know. Uchiha Akaizuki took back his dead bone pulse, and Sand Shinobi fell softly. Uchiha Akaizuki breathed a little. Flying Thunder God is not too proficient in his use, although he marked Sand Shinobi very early. If it weren't for Jonin's chakra suddenly, his physical strength just now might not be able to use Flying Thunder God well. After tidying it up a bit, Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the place where the explosion had just occurred, where the raging flames were still burning. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, thinking in his heart, it should not be the cage-level powerhouse who is releasing the S-level fire style. The burning time of this fire style is too long. On the contrary, it is more like a lit arsenal. Arsenal? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes are small. He seems to have discovered something. Uchiha Akaizuki rushed to the place where the fire was flying. The people in the city of Ashinakuni were passive and quiet, and there were constant crying, screaming noises. Uchiha Akaizuki turned into a black shadow, constantly shuttled in the darkness. In the deep alley, a sad scream instantly penetrated the sky. Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank. He has heard that voice. A black figure ran out. Uchiha Akaizuki immediately changed his figure and quickly caught up. The cold kunao cut through the void. Uchiha Akaizuki barely changed the trajectory of his kunao when he saw the person's face clearly, and flew past his nose. Asano Yugo, what's the matter? Uchiha Akaizuki asked sharply. Team, Captain Asano Yugo was so scared that his pants were wet. When he saw that the man in front of him was Uchiha Akaizuki, tears burst out of his eyes. What the hell happened? Why are you here? Uchiha Akaizuki frowned. Shanshui, she was arrested. Then Hiraki and I went to rescue her. We found a hidden arsenal of Sand Shinobi at their base, which contained thousands of detonating charms. Onsha said he could save shallow water, so he blew up the arsenal. For a time, all the clues were involved. Uchiha Akaizuki understood. It really is an arsenal. They exposed themselves just to cover their arsenal, in order to transport these thousands of detonating charms to the territory of the country of fire. So deliberately lead them out first. A lot of people chased us out. Hiraki had sacrificed to cover me. Asano Yugo couldn't make a sound of tears. She slumped in the place, crying loudly, and couldn't stop the tears. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, not thinking of what happened when he was fighting just now. How is their combat effectiveness? At least a dozen shinin, even, there are 2 jonin. Asano Yugo said tremblingly. 2 jonin. Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrink slightly. His heart is constantly measuring up to now. Even if they run away with Asano Yugo, so many people will survive if they chase and kill Asano Yugoslavia. You leave Ashinakuni immediately now. Uchiha Akaizuki made a decision in an instant. What, Captain? Asano Yugo's eyes widened and his face looked at Uchiha Akaizuki incredulously. The shallow water of Abarame is still in their hands. Then me and me too, you will only drag me down. What fighting power do you have? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed coldly. As soon as the 2 people were talking, 4 or 5 people were already chasing them. The distance is constantly shortening, and the figure is constantly becoming clear. Go! Uchiha Akaizuki screamed, and his figure instantly rushed towards those Sand Shinobi. Uchiha Akaizuki could feel the aura in them, but it was just Chunin's level. Humph, Uchiha Akaizuki sneered. It's just a few Chunin, he doesn't care about it. Asano Yugo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground and ran out in the opposite direction. Seeing Asano Yugo's figure getting further and further away, Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth had a cruel sneer. Several Sand Shinobi looked at each other's ninja who only had Kanaha. Without any hesitation, they all flew up and rushed up in an instant. Kumesu was shining with the cold light of metal. Puffy. Blood spattered out of the body, and the throat was cut off almost at the moment before the naked eye could catch the opponent's figure. Sand Shinobi's eyes were full of surprise. How could this be possible? So strong. This was Sand Shinobi's last thought during his lifetime on the not-so-wide street. There were 5 or 6 corpses lying horizontally and vertically. All the corpses were cut through their throats with great precision, and blood was splashed. After being drawn out on the ground for half a minute, the heart stopped beating. His clothes have all been stained red with blood. Uchiha Akaizuki gently wiped the blood off the bone knife, with a touch of bloodthirsty cruel in his eyes. No longer paying attention to the corpse on the ground, Uchiha Akaizuki leaped into the distance quickly, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Captain, let's go together. Dark clouds covered the moon, and after the noisy forest, there was a deeper silence. The original sound of wind and cicadas seemed to have disappeared, only spreading from time to time in the empty bloody air. The whole land was shrouded in darkness, and the original teeth and claws of the woods were also soaked in the deadlight, looking so weak. On a hill on the edge of Ashinakuni, a few miles from the place where the explosion just happened, dozens of Sand Shinobi camped here. The original camp has been reduced to ashes under those thousands of detonating charms, and now they can only stay here temporarily for one night. Among the tentative camps, a Sand Shinobi got out of it, stretched and yawned. He is a little tired from this busy day. I'm going out to hunt a few prey. You must be hungry too. I'll hit a few more and come back. There is silence in the camp, because the person speaking is a jonin. Even if they have an opinion, they dare not say it, let alone give them an extra meal. Within a few breaths, the sand shinobi Jonin has disappeared. Between the woods, a dark shadow leaped, and within a short while, he was already carrying 2 hairs in his hands. Ninja, he is like a fish in the woods, not to mention he is still a Jonin. He raised his hand and carefully looked at the 2 hairs that had lost their vitality in his hand, and slapped his lips. With so many people, it seemed that 2 were not enough. It seems that you have to find a bigger prey. He made up his mind about 483, when he was about to jump between the woods again, a gust of wind hit him, making him all over. The breeze at night was so cold and biting that ordinary people would inevitably shiver. But he is a Jonin. Wrong. When Dona was walking on the edge of life and death, he immediately became vigilant. He knew that this was a signal of danger, the most basic instinct to perceive danger as an animal. As he was about to jump, he froze in place and looked around. The surroundings are so silent, it seems that there is no difference. Illusion? Impossible, he is familiar with this dangerous smell. In a trance, a breathtaking bright red appeared in his field of vision. Ding! The knocking sound of metal collision sounded so harsh in this quiet night. He quickly jumped back and burst back 10 meters in an instant. Tick, tick. The sound of water droplets falling from one drop to another sounded, so close to him. A shocking wound appeared on his waist. Blood, dripping from the wound. In an instant, serious injury. If he is not treated immediately, it will take a long time, and he will die from excessive bleeding. But there is no room for that now. This sand shinobi Jonin, staring at the front, is where he was attacked just now. In the dark night, the endless darkness makes it impossible to see the appearance of the enemy in front of you, but in this dark night, the 2 scarlet points look so dazzling. Sheri-nan. 3 Tomo Sheri-nan. But why are these 2 scarlet points so low? Moreover, his momentary action just now, the harsh metal collision sound, should be hitting the opponent's kunao with kunao. But why is he still injured? No, it's weird. However, he knows what he should do the most. Assault, come on. He tightly wrapped around the wound on his waist, preventing blood from shooting out because of his screaming. Not only because he was seriously injured, but also because the enemy attacked was 3 Tomo Sheri-nan. You know, even Jonin from the Uchiha family does not necessarily have 3 Tomo Sheri-nan. And the Uchiha tribe with 3 Tomo Sheri-nan, it must be Jonin. Jonin plus 3 Tomo Sheri-nan is not comparable to ordinary Jonin. In front of him, among the endless black shadows, those 2 spots of scarlet were like hungry beasts, rushing towards him quickly. The enemy won't wait for the support of his teammates. Not good. He was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced, so he naturally knew that he couldn't fight the enemy recklessly. A body flicker technique, he appeared 10 meters away. Before he had any gasps, he saw that the 2 scarlet spots were so close to him. The body flicker technique was emerging, and the scarlet beast immediately turned its head and quickly attacked him again. This seems to be a chase war. The body flicker technique keeps on, and he flickers again and again, and the 2 red shadows keep chasing after him. A lot of blood was lost, his body function, his consciousness began to slow down. Can't go on like this. The interval used by his body flicker technique is because his slow body is getting longer and longer, and the enemy, but more and more enters the state to attack him. If this continues, and the support has not arrived, he will fall under the attack of these 2 cold scarlet points. He must make a move. Must fight. Must bet. Otherwise, he will have no way out. He, standing in place, was ready for the body flicker technique, and the 2 scarlet points swiftly attacked him. Whoosh! This time, he didn't use the body flicker technique to escape, and he didn't use the body flicker technique to stay away. This time he instantaneously reached the sky above his place and appeared above the dark shadow. Little kid. He was stunned for the second ultra-close contact. This time, he saw the 2 scarlet faces clearly, and he knew why the scarlet spot appeared so low. Because, owned by 3 Tomo Sheri-nan, he is a child. However, he will not stop just because the other party is a child. At this time, Uchiha Akaizuki turned his back completely. This was calculated by Sand Shinobi. Those of the Uchiha clan must not stand in front of him because Sharingan's dynamic vision is really too pervert. If there is a slight gap between Uchiha Akaizuki and this position, then his body flicker technique will only let himself perish. However, he succeeded. He was right. In the midair, his right hand was tightly gripped with Kyu, and he slammed down toward the back of the child's heart. Ding! Kyu fiercely stuck on the back of the child's heart, but made a harsh metal collision. What happened? He thought too much when he didn't come, and the kid he attacked grabbed him tightly with his backhand and pressed him to the ground. In the palm of Uchiha Akaizuki's hand, a bone spur with white light and extremely cold appeared. The sand shinobi's pupils shrank suddenly. He got it. He got it. The sound of Jin-ji when he was seriously injured, the sound of metal that sounded in the back of his heart, it's all because of his own kunao hitting the ribs. Dead bone pulse. This is as hard as steel casting, and the ability to control its own bones freely. There is no doubt that dead bone pulse. While understanding, he was puzzled again. But what about the two scarlet Sherinan that is so conspicuous in the dark night? When he was puzzled, the sharp bone spurs pierced his chest. At night, it was so quiet. If it weren't for that screaming cry less than a few minutes after the cry of the Jonin who had died in the hands of Uchiha Akaizuki, a group of sand shinobi had arrived at the scene. However, all they saw was a corpse with a pierced heart. Their Jonin's body. Several sand shinobi swiftly stepped forward and quickly began to investigate the information left by the corpse. No scorching, no wrinkles, no wetness, no sharp marks. Not fire style, lei jo, water style, wind style. There hasn't been any trace of turmoil around the earth, and there seems to be no soil either. There is something weird. No, it should be said to be weird, it's so weird. Didn't use any ninjutsu? Illusion? No, he also vetoed it. If he was hit by an illusion, how could he call for help? There are no traces. It's weird. On this corpse, there are only 2 wounds left. One is the terrible cleansing treatment on the waist, which was deeply pierced by Kyowu. The other is the wound on the chest that penetrates the heart. Kunao, columnar club weapon? Physical surgery? But how strong is this physical skill to make a Jonin not even delay the rescue? After some investigation, it can almost be said that there is no result. Attention everyone, strengthen the guard around you. It is estimated that there are 2 enemies. One of them should be a master of physical skills. Step up patrols and pay attention, and prepare the flare. This sand shinobi immediately made the corresponding countermeasures. 2 enemies. This is his speculation, because the 2 wounds were caused by 2 weapons. For a master of physique, a weapon is enough. And a Jonin was hurt by suffering? It seems a bit unreasonable. So he never thought about saying that there is only 1 enemy, there will only be 2, or more. Advertisement. With an order, the group of sand shinobi moved. Sand shinobi is fully on alert. Start searching this forest. After a few minutes, the search range of this group of sand shinobi has increased, and they are all in a tight state. Suddenly, a burst of fire appeared in the sky. Signal flare. Not good. Just as they were about to rush towards that place, suddenly, the sky on the other side was full of flames. Is it another flare? Enemy, did you start at the same time? Split into 2 teams. Zinyan, you go and lead the team there, I'll go here. As soon as the voice was spoken, another signal popped out into the sky at this moment. Enemies, more than 2 people. Split into 3 teams. The words were not finished yet. A signal popped up in the sky. Split into 4 teams? No. Hurry up and notify. Step up the patrol team. 2 patrol teams. Zinyan, you still lead the team to one side. We are divided into 2 teams. There won't be too many enemies. If the number of enemies is large, their previous patrols will not fail to find anything. However, 4 people are not too few, and the patrol team did not find anything. In other words, these 4 people are very strong. Strong enough to avoid their patrol. At least 1 point better than the average Jonin. So they can't be careless. In this camp, most of them are Chinin. If the troops are dispersed, it is very likely that this so-called support will become the prey sent to the door. Sand shinobi, divided into 2 teams, quickly went to the place where the signal flare was sent. I have to say that the flares are far more accurate than shouting. With clear location information, they will not move forward like they were looking around before. Jump 10 meters, the speed of the ninja is very fast. In less than a minute, Sand shinobi, known as Zinyan, came to the place where the flare was sent. However, what he saw was only a companion who had turned into a corpse, without any traces of enemies. Pierced again. He hurriedly went up and inquired that Sand shinobi's chest only had a wound pierced by a pillar. Did this person meet the previous physique master? After only a few seconds of looking at it, he turned around and walked away because time is of the essence. He is going to another flares, although it may be too late. Within a few moments, he appeared at the place where another signal was sent, and what he saw was still a corpse. -0 seeking flowers 0. It is still a corpse with a pillar hole in its chest. This ninja named Zinyan raised his brows. He couldn't figure out what was going on. After a brief glance, he led a team of sand shinobi towards another flare. A few moments later, he came to a place where a flare was launched. This time, he saw more than just a corpse, and the leader sand shinobi who ordered him before. At this time, the sand shinobi's expression was not good. He was investigating the dead body on the ground. Zinyan, have you got any gains over there? Sorry, sir, I have never seen an enemy here, but the dead compatriots are all pierced with sticks in their hearts to death. As the voice uttered, the sand shinobi's brows twisted together. Is it Xin Yan was stunned? He made this adult upset? Did he make any mistakes? The leader sand shinobi sighed fiercely, and then said with a serious face, attention, don't act alone. From now on, a group of 3 will go on patrol. The tone was full of majesty, another unquestionable taste. This is, the ninja called Zinyan quietly walked forward. My lord, if we patrol in groups of 3, our alertness will be greatly reduced. The leader of Sand Shinobi sighed slightly, pointed to the dead body on the ground and said, "Let's take a look at this compatriot by yourself." Xinyan turned his gaze away, and the heart above the corpse was still pierced by the pillar. He looked suspicious. All three of them died in the same state? At this time, the leader of Sand Shinobi spoke. "The enemy, there are not 2 people, nor 4 people, but there is only 1 person." What? The location of the 4 flares, where I first went to investigate, I saw the enemy. He hasn't seen his face clearly, he has already turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Furthermore, the cause of death of these 4 compatriots is the same, the heart is pierced by a stick. If I guess it is right, it should be Konoha's shadow clone technique. 7. Shadow clone, Xin Yan exclaimed suddenly. You know, shadow clone is just a clone, it is broken when touched, how can it be compared with the strength of the body? Shadow clone, they are all Chunin. Is there any chance to resist? He seems to understand how strong this enemy is, and he also knows why he ordered a group of 3 to patrol. A team of 3, continue to patrol. Don't patrol too far away from the camp. Everyone should take care of each other. Once you find the enemy's trail, you will immediately fire a flare. The corner of the Sand Shinobi leader's mouth is slightly bent. It depends on what you do. The 3-person team will definitely be entangled for a period of time, and this period of time is enough. A person, against dozens of people, no matter how powerful you are, it will be difficult to fly. Shadow clone, keep using it. See how much chakra you can't run out. After a while, most of Sand Shinobi return to their camp. Now you just need to wait for the 483 rabbits. When the signal bounces, he can act. Then he can go and take that person down. Wow! The fire was shining, and a signal bomb rose into the air. Come with me. In an instant, the leader of Sand Shinobi ejected instantly and hurried to the spot where the signal flare was sent. In just 10 seconds, he had already arrived at the scene of the accident. Because he had ordered not to be too far away from the camp, he could rush to this location quickly. In front of them, 2 corpses were lying horizontally on the ground, and only 1 compatriot was left struggling. Whoosh whoosh, Ku Wuxian shot away, piercing the air towards the enemy. Ding ding ding. The enemy instantly broke up Kumu, and the next second, this Sand Shinobi Jonin stiffened. Because of this enemy, he turned his head to face him. In the dark night, those 2 scarlets are so breathtaking. Call. The sudden change suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Behind him, countless Sand Shinobi chased up and came to the leader's side. My lord, what's wrong? No, it's okay, go and get that compatriot back. There was some intermittent in the voice. In the camp, they returned again, but this time they returned a little silent. Big, my lord, it's Sherinan, that person is Sherinan. 3 Hook King you Sherinan. The patrolling person who had been surviving before was panicked, and the words were a little crazy to report. I know he already knew when he froze. Because of the 2 scarlet points, he stopped his movement stiffly. Sherinan, physique master plus Sherinan? He gave a wry smile, as if it was really tricky and incomprehensible. However, I don't believe you can still keep your face in the face of dozens of people. Whoosh above the sky, another flame is shining, he burst out again, and 10 seconds later, he felt the location of the incident again. The 2 touches of scarlet in the dark night are still so dazzling. It was still the same as before, the 3-person team, only 1 person remained alive, still struggling. This time, he didn't stop froze anymore, and quickly chased after him. Call. Smoke bursts, shadow clone again. However, this time, he probably saw the enemy's face clearly, a child. Or it is a fake little boy with no normal body development. This time, in addition to this discovery, he had another discovery. The hearts of the 2 who died were once again pierced by the pillars. However, after only 1 face-to-face meeting, he didn't see that the enemy was carrying any club-like weapons. What happened? Without words and doubts, he once again returned to the camp. Sir, this person, he not only has Sherinan, but he can also manipulate his bones. In doubt, he had forgotten to ask the surviving Sand Shinobi before returning to the camp. This Sand Shinobi returned from the panic and reported to him. Sherinan, manipulating bones? Manipulate the bones? Could it be the dead bone pulse in which water country? No, but that Sherinan is undoubtedly true. What happened? Just when he was in doubt, in the Sand Shinobi camp, all of them looked so bad. Because of the 2 reports, in this rudimentary camp, what they heard was true. Sherinan? 3 Guyu. In addition to Sherinan, there is dead bone pulse this time? How could these 2 blood successors appear on the same person? Is this god joking with them again? A trace of fear is spreading in Sand Shinobi's camp, spreading like a virus. Before the fear continues to be brewed, another flame is shining in the sky. Signal flare. The leader Sand Shinobi, who had just returned to the camp, burst out again. This time, he is bound to win. This time, it is the time to tell the winner. Before, a total of 4 flare bombs were fired almost at the same time, that is to say, adding the body, that person has a total of 3 shadow clone. One of them disappeared when he hurried away. And the remaining 2, in the 3-person patrol team, also disappeared. This time, if he splits out shadow clone again, then his chakra is bound to be greatly reduced. In other words, he will soon have no chakra to support his actions. If it weren't for shadow clone, then his body wouldn't dissipate, and he wouldn't be able to escape their pursuit. He hurriedly rushed to that location. In the dark night, his face looked so bloodthirsty. Besides, it seemed to bring a little excitement. A few moments later, he came to the place where the incident occurred, and came to the place where the outcome was divided. However, he was disappointed. 3 corpses. No enemies. Did not catch up. No, it should be said that his speed of action has increased. In other words, this time, it is not the body that Shadow Clone can match. Isn't it necessary to use Shadow Clone? Returning without success, this time, he didn't even bring back any remaining patrolling people. The camp is full of silence. In the silence, there seems to be some strange emotions. Hey, the fire is shining again. This time, he didn't care about those sand shinobi who couldn't keep up with him. He shot in and out with all his strength. A Jonin, his explosive speed is not comparable to Chenin. He left the other sand shinobi far away and hurried away. At the location of the incident, he came here alone, and it will take some time for the other sand shinobi to arrive. But the 3 corpses are still the same as just now. His browser frowned. 0.7 Is this enemy so fast? Shouldn't. He went up to observe the surroundings, and the face of the dead patrol was a little confused and a little confused. Illusion. This is using illusion. That's right, otherwise he has no reason to be so fast. Yes, he has 3 Tomo Sharinan. He returned to the camp with a green face. His face was very bad. Because of physique, he forgot that Sharinan had an ability other than heaven-defying dynamic vision. Enemy, it's tricky. In the Sand Shinobi camp, this group of Sand Shinobi lowered their heads and was extremely silent. Dejected? No, in a short period of time, I returned to no avail several times, only bringing back powerful news from the enemy, one after another. Failure again and again, despair again and again, fear, not spreading, but a wave of air like a nuclear bomb, instantly overwhelming them. Dejected? No, the fear in their hearts can only be expressed with abandoned armor soldiers. Fear is all over the Sand Shinobi camp. Notify the patrol team to patrol in groups of 5. Silence, responding to the leader Sand Shinobi's words, it was silence. The Sand Shinobi frowned fiercely together, and looked at the group of silent ninjas fiercely. Defy the superior order. This is a taboo no matter where it is. Not to mention being on the battlefield. The head of Sand Shinobi looked very embarrassed. 1 or 2 subordinates disobey the order. Fortunately, a group of subordinates, all subordinates are disobeying the order. Isn't this just saying that the superior who led them is incompetent? Let alone whether he can survive the crisis of the immediate attack. Even after they return to Tsunagakur, the superior may be designated as the leader of incompetence. If this logo is deducted, it means that the resources he will get in Sand Shinobi will be greatly reduced, and he will not be destined to become a real high level. My lord, we can't send people to patrol anymore. Zinyan, the confidant of Chief Sand Shinobi, who he is optimistic about, leaned forward and said, if he had never confronted this Sand Shinobi top 10 leader before, this was his first confrontation. Not only was he also frightened, but the adult seemed to be a little angry. Waste. The head of Sand Shinobi couldn't help but sigh. He could see that these people were terrified. Things like this are not uncommon. For example, in World War II, that white light also made Sand Shinobi terrified. Hey, take Sakumo, the one called Kanaha's White Fang, who made Sand Shinobi tremble. Back then, when the name of White Fang was so prestigious, there were many people who feared. This Sand Shinobi was also one of the people who feared Dash. So he knew that these Sand Shinobi in the camp were scared. He is very depressed, White Fang needless to say, but the enemy in front of him is not comparable to the White Fang at the time. And now, even if the enemy doesn't know who it is, and even without seeing the enemy head-on, it has already caused everyone to fall into fear and panic. At least you have to have a clear target for your fear. The Sand Shinobi's complexion is livid, because this group of Sand Shinobi is really too much. I don't want to think, why doesn't this enemy directly attack the base camp? I don't want to think, why did he attack one by one? Isn't the answer obvious yet? That is, he is not as strong as it is fearful. He cannot be hostile to a crowd. However, he didn't say these words. He knew that among the counselors who had been overwhelmed by fear, they couldn't listen to what they said. Forget it, go and let those patrolling people come back. He seemed a little pre-abandoned, a little helpless. Yes, my lord. Xin Yan immediately took action. On the spot, this leader Sand Shinobi sighed. It seems that I only want to report that another Kanaha's White Fang has appeared. No, it must be exaggerated. Report to the above that a Senju Hashirama appeared. Otherwise, his future is hopeless. He smiled bitterly. Would he believe it if he reported it like this? Another god of ninja world appeared? I think the Hanzo of the salamander, who caused the troubles of World War II, was called a demigod. However, even if the report is not false, even if the true report is submitted, it will not be convinced by the senior management. Sherinan plus Dead Bone pulse, the corners of his mouth are full of helplessness. If he hadn't seen it or hadn't been there, he wouldn't believe it. Forget it, just report the exaggeration. Anyway, even if it is true, they will not believe it, but their own future will be ruined by this. The exaggerated report goes up, maybe he will be appreciated for it. Bitter smile, helpless. This is the mood of the little head of Sand Shinobi. Time flickered, and 1 minute after another passed. Sand Shinobi, who was patrolling, returned to the camp and stayed quietly among the crowd. This group of Sand Shinobi huddled together, looking for a sense of security in each other. 2 hours have passed, no patrol team is outside, and no signal bounces. Everything seemed so peaceful, but the fear never stopped. Fear, like a virus, spreads in everyone's hearts. Like a virus, it is worsening their emotions. The tranquility of the night, in the eyes of Sand Shinobi, who was already in deep fear, this is the tranquility before the storm. As for the leader Sand Shinobi, he had fallen asleep peacefully in a tent early, and the growing fear that permeated everyone's heart seemed to have not invaded this space, and he had not been affected at all. He didn't care, because he knew that if the enemy had the strength to wipe out all of them, he would have attacked this camp long ago. Therefore, he never feared. He was alone outside the crowd, sleeping peacefully in the quiet night. As for the enemy, he should have ran away, perhaps retreating outside, asking for help from others, but this camp is just a camp temporarily settled, and they will leave tomorrow morning. Therefore, he doesn't care at all. It seems that everything is as the leader of Sand Shinobi thought. This quiet night, in the passing time of 1 minute and 1 second, quietly left. At this time, in the sky, the first dawn shone through the darkness, and a touch of light wine named safety fell on this earth. It's daybreak. Safe. Sand Shinobi, who was dominated by fear 483, stared blankly at the brilliance in the sky, unable to express their joy for a long time. Nothing happened this night. It's dawn. The night is over. The enemy is gone. They are safe. The tranquility is gone. The storm has never come. They are really safe. Their sluggish faces are full of hope. The breeze is so intoxicating, so refreshing. While they are enjoying this refreshing breeze, boom. One of the people, Sand Shinobi, fell down. Hey, get up soon, now is not the time to rest, I have to hurry back to the village. Next to him, a person leaned down and called out a little bit of teasing. Now they still have to get nervous, and they are really safe when they return to the village. Boom, boom, boom. With one sound after another, he turned his head to look, and one after another Sand Shinobi fell down. Not good. The enemy is coming. When he yelled, more and more Sand Shinobi fell. What happened? The breeze blew again, with a fragrance and a touch of comfort. The wind is wrong. Poison. Sand Shinobi's pupils shrank. Poison? Obviously there is no color and no taste. How could I think of poison? As one of the villages that are best at using poison, he feels that this way can't be wrong. He already feel that his body was beginning to become paralyzed, and even if it was not very serious now, he could still move the body, but this feeling became clearer and clearer. How did such a powerful poison technique do it? Big, my lord, came the weak cry of his subordinates behind him. They don't even have the strength to stand up right now, and their bodies seem to be paralyzed by the enemy, making it difficult to move one hand. This to the end. What is the problem when Wan Lai was silent? Facing the first ray of morning light in the morning, shooting through the mist, carefully soaking the light blue sky. Tread, tread. A black figure. The sound of footsteps is very clear. They followed the sound and looked towards Chaoyang. The sun shines through the thin clouds, shining on the white earth, reflecting silver light, dazzling people's eyes. A handsome-looking boy with black hair. The figure was entangled in the morning sun, around, emitting a faint dazzling white light. A pair of beautiful eyes of the spirit of Zhong Tiandi does not contain any impurities, clear but not bottomless. The complexion is as glittering as jade, and the sword-like eyebrows flew obliquely into the temples, drops of black hair. If they see this boy in a different environment, they will definitely feel that there is still such a spiritual and handsome little boy in the world. Although the height is not high, but invisibly has the aura of a superior, like a god slandering the world. Every step of the way, the clear voice is like a small hammer hitting everyone's hearts, and an invisible sense of oppression descends on everyone's hearts. But who else is appearing in front of them now? The only thing they thought of was the devil who wore the robe of night and walked in the darkness, like a devil from the abyss of hell, with scarlet bloody eyes, reaping life like Shinigami. After a night of panic, they really saw this person. It's not a fake little boy, such a young face, this kind of spirituality that has not completely dissipated in his body. He is really so young. Why is he finally willing to come out at this time? Is there no way to continue hiding in the dark? As soon as this idea appeared, it was overthrown by Sand Shinobi. Impossible. If he doesn't want to appear, even if they exhaust all their current methods, it will be impossible to force him out. Last night, the tricks that seemed to be teased were the best evidence. So? A thought suddenly popped into the head of Sand Shinobi. He tried his best to suppress this crazy thought, but this thought grew wildly in his heart, because it is not to be afraid. For him, they don't have any threatening power. Life and death are all in his hands. After overturning, they can decide their life and death. Who are you? Sand Shinobi roared like a beast from his throat. You are not qualified to know. Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly. This is poisoning? The pupils in Sand Shinobi's eyes shrank. Although it was a questioning tone, he already had an answer in his heart. With a faint smile on the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth, looking at the leader of Sand Shinobi, the smile deepened. Impossible. How could there be such a strong poison in the world? Sand Shinobi shouted unwillingly, which was completely beyond their cognition. How do you think Feng Ying died? Uchiha Akaizuki said out of thin air. What? Master Feng Ying can't possibly be you. How is this possible? Suddenly, countless people's mouths were full of surprises. They couldn't believe it. The boy in front of him. They knew he was strong, but he was able to beat third Kazekage. How can this be? They want to get up from the ground, take Kunao, and rush to the person in front of them, even if it is dead. They want to maintain their Sand Shinobi's pride. But, as soon as the body moved, it fell uncontrollably. Even standing up is a problem at all, let alone fighting. They are now the fish on the chopping board, Sister Deo. Anger value plus 123, anger value plus 261, anger value plus 412. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled at the corner of his mouth, watching these people in front of him think about it. The anger value on his head continued to rise. Uchiha Akaizuki continued to stab them, agitated. Do you think, what does Sand Shinobi village look like now? Uchiha Akaizuki said with a funny expression on his face. Sand Shinobi's pupils shrank again. They shot Sand Shinobi village? Use this powerful poison technique? Yeah, such a poisoning technique. They have no way to crack it, let alone those in Sand Shinobi village who are not yet ninjas. All of a sudden, fear and despair filled their hearts, making them afraid to even think about it. It was as if they had had a terrible nightmare. They just wanted to wake up from the dream now, and then someone told them that everything was fake. Even if they fear death, they are not afraid of sacrifice, but there are their parents, wives, and children. How can you deal with them? These bastards. Is there any humanity? You are just a bunch of butchers. No humanity at all. Sand Shinobi yelled. No, don't. Someone is desperate to the point of madness. Someone cried out heartbreakingly. Thinking that my family has been the last line of defense and their hearts has all collapsed. Uchiha Akaizuki's innocent face showed a smile like a devil, constantly zooming in on his face. Don't worry, I will send you to the underground reunion. Uchiha Akaizuki raised the bone knife in his hand, and between the hands of the knife, it was like cutting a cabbage. One by one, the head fell to the ground, and the chest was constantly pierced, spraying splashing blood, staining the earth red. Sand Shinobi have completely lost the idea of resistance, not to mention that they are now completely paralyzed and they can't move at all. What makes them even more collapsed is the mental despair and the ashes of the heart. Death, now for them, is a relief. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell to the ground, blood flowing into a river, with a hideous face on their faces, losing their vitality. Suddenly a reminder sounded in Uchiha Akaizuki's mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully critically hitting 12 people, gaining a 0.2 times increase in life strength. Uchiha Akaizuki was stunned and asked, System, what is the life strength? Life strength refers to the strength of the vitality of the host. After the life strength is increased, the damage to the body will be reduced when the host is under attack. Uchiha Akaizuki realized that the system still has such a magical function. This is beyond his expectations. For example, the body of Uchiha Akaizuki before, if it bears an A-grade Raiznan, it will die. But now that the strength of life has been increased, even if a Raiznan hit Uchiha Akaizuki, it would not be enough to cause his death. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were dyed with ecstasy, which was much better than armor or something. This is directly building defenses on Uchiha Akaizuki himself. Although it is only 0.2 times simple, this kind of defensive power, at a critical time, will save lives. He critically hit 12 people with a full anger, and only this kind of thing broke out. It can be seen how rare things like life strength are. Uchiha Akaizuki has used the system for so long, and this is the first time he has developed such a thing. Uchiha Akaizuki was very satisfied. He broke such a good thing. It was really not in vain that he spent so much time collecting anger points. 483 spent a night, he killed so many people. Even if he has chakra twice the normal jonin, the consumption is huge. The original poison was also consumed. These poisons of Uchiha Akaizuki are not enough to be applied to weapons to attack these Sand Shinobi. Uchiha Akaizuki can only crush the poison, dilute it in water, and then melt it in the mist with the mist shinobi technique, and use the small wind style to blow the mist into the camp of sand shinobi. Because the degree of dilution is too large, the toxicity is not enough to directly poison those people, and can only paralyze their bodies. This is the situation where Uchiha Akaizuki forced them into the camp through a night of intimidation to narrow the scope. If it is in the woods, his poison basically has no effect. Uchiha Akaizuki must go past and make a last cut to really kill them. Finally, all the enemies were resolved. Fortunately, the probability of the poison being refreshed in this kind of thing is still relatively high. Basically, it can be refreshed once a week. Uchiha Akaizuki is not very distressed. It is good to save a little more when it is refreshed next time. Uchiha Akaizuki stepped over a corpse and entered the camp between them. Aberame Shallow Water was unconscious inside, tied with a rope. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly fed her an antidote. His poison is an indiscriminate attack, and the shallow water of Aberame is just a chinin, and the poison is not light. Take Aberame Shallow Water from the place of battle, and the two people leave Ashino country. After half a day, Aberame woke up in shallow water. Team, Captain. Feng Ying really killed you, and Sand Shinobi Village. What the hell is going on? When Aberame Shose wakes up, he has no time to think about anything, so he hastened to ask Uchiha Akaizuki. That was her last memory before she fell into a coma. The last voice of Uchiha Akaizuki was heard in the camp. Uchiha Akaizuki was stunned. What are you talking about? Are you taking too much medicine and still dreaming? Aberame Shallow Water shook his head violently. No, I heard it exactly in the camp. You said you killed Feng Ying. Captain, is this true? Uchiha Akaizuki was stunned. He thought that Aberame Shallow had passed out at that time. How to explain this? I actually made up for the purpose of collecting anger points, or kill them. Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze at Aberame's Shallow Water quietly flashed with killing intent, but I managed to rescue her. Uchiha gritted his teeth and slapped Aberame's shallow shoulder with a solemn face. Shallow Water. In fact, this is a special psychological attack method. Aberame was taken aback. In shallow water. Those are fake, but means of oppressing their nerves, so that they can collapse their willpower and easily win the war. So, you made up those casually. Aberame raised her eyebrows shallowly. Uchiha Akaizuki was a bit embarrassed, but she didn't expect her to ask so bluntly. Well, in theory, this is the case. It looks so amazing. As expected, Akaizuki-sama, Aberame, looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with admiration. Hey, Akaizuki couldn't understand this girl's brain circuit anymore. After a brief repair, the two quickly returned to the main camp to return to Orochimaru. With such a big battle in Ashinoko, they need to report all Sand Shinobi's actions as soon as possible. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki needs to be beautified to a certain degree. At the same time, the Kingdom of Wind Sand Shinobi Village. Pop! A palm slapped on the table fiercely. An elder in a white robe stood up from the chair suddenly. Report what you just said again. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. Kneeling in front of the crowd, Sand Shinobi was startled, and his figure trembled a bit. How is this possible? Another elder frowned and shouted. This is not a small team. It's a whole army. For Sand Shinobi Village, such casualties have to be taken seriously. Is their battle plan exposed? As a result, Konoha made a defense in advance, and directly swallowed their entire combat unit? This seems to be the only reason that can be explained. The news that we arranged for Konoha's spies returned. Konoha did not deploy a team in Ashinoko at all. Another elder explained. He is in charge of the espionage agency of Sand Shinobi Village. Those are the personnel he carefully cultivated, and the information returned cannot be wrong at all. Our personnel didn't seem to be aware of Konoha's large-scale troops, otherwise no one would escape back. At least someone should be sent to pass the information back. The country of the soil just declared war on Konoha on the other side. Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of Konoha's defense line, has already transferred a lot of manpower to deal with the rioting rock shinobi over there. It is impossible to adjust so much at this time. Of the army went to a small country like Ashinoko to defend. Is it possible Orochimaru went to Ashinoko himself? No, he is the commander-in-chief of the Wind Nation Front, he can't leave. It's the possibility of another person. Who is it? Jiraiya, who is also one of Sunin. Only he has such a strength. Annihilate our entire army overnight. Sneezes. Sneezes. Jiraiya sneezed several times in the camp before stopping, rubbing his nose with his fingers. The weather seems to be cold again recently. He actually has a tendency to catch a cold. Someone is stealing behind him, scolding him secretly? The battle in the Kingdom of Wind has been more than a month. Several offenses and defenses staggered, and both sides began to produce some casualties. If you count Uchiha Akaizuki's record in Ashinoko, the current fire country is considered to have a slight advantage. At the beginning of the war, this kind of small-scale friction broke out. Neither side will directly cause the elite troops to directly collide, and the casualties are too great. And now that the country of the earth has started war against the country of fire, Namikaze Minato has led a part of the ninjas to the battlefield of the country of earth and took the lead in the camp. Now the battle between the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of fire is raging hot. Even Jiraiya does not dare to leave here easily and go to the kingdom of earth to support Namikaze Minato. In the main account, Orochimaru looked at the data reported during this period. It seems that your apprentice really didn't disappoint me. Orochimaru's mouth wore a faint smile. Uchiha Akaizuki's record is outstanding even in many mission teams. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Orochimaru, feel weird. I seem to have been robbed of my own words. Didn't let me down, shouldn't I say it? Before Jiraiya could react, Orochimaru said again, I intend to apply to third generation to promote Uchiha Akaizuki to Jonin. Do you have any comments? Jonin? Jiraiya was surprised. His current strength has reached the level of Jonin. If it hadn't been for the Konoha Guard Department and had been doing chores without accumulating mission experience, he is now enough to become a special Jonin, Orochimaru said. But he is not 10 years old. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. Uchiha Akaizuki's irregularity has always been like a bear kid's performance, and he has directly forgotten that Uchiha Akaizuki's strength has reached Jonin's level. Too young. This is something Jiraiya can't even think of. If Uchiha Akaizuki graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, he became Chunin at the age of 6, making Uchiha Akaizuki the first genius of Konoha, and let the whole Konoha remember this child. But at the time there was at least one Heitei family, and Heitei Kakashi, who was not too weaker than Uchiha Akaizuki, to balance everyone's surprise. Now, less than 2 months after the war with the country of wind, in full view, promote Uchiha Akaizuki to Jonin? Jiraiya doesn't think this is a good choice. This will only push Uchiha Akaizuki to the forefront again. A Jonin who is less than 10 years old is not only shocked by Konoha, even other countries will pay attention to Uchiha Akaizuki. What's more, San Shinobi, who is currently fighting with Konoha, will also pay attention to the genius boy of Konoha. This is undoubtedly very dangerous for Uchiha Akaizuki. Jiraiya didn't want Uchiha Akaizuki to face so much pressure now. Jiraiya frowned and objected. The experience Uchiha Akaizuki has accumulated now does not seem to be enough to become a Jonin. However, all the tasks he performed were completed perfectly. Orochimaru gave a somewhat amazed evaluation. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru doesn't care about the things that the wind will destroy in the woods. He is more willing to believe that geniuses should be unique by nature. Orochimaru wants to see Uchiha Akaizuki burst out with even more dazzling brilliance under such pressure. It is a risk, but also an opportunity. If you can't survive, even if you die, it won't make people feel a pity. Do you know that this is dangerous for Uchiha Akaizuki? Jiraiya frowned further. What do you think is not dangerous? It is not dangerous if you suppress his growth like this? Orochimaru sneered. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other. The smell of gunpowder in the air became strong at this moment, and the two people's ideas had serious differences. Orochimaru is the commander in this battle. He has the right to directly apply for promotion of Jonin, as long as he reports to Hokage to go through the signing process. But Jiraiya is the master of Uchiha Akaizuki. This matter should be executed by Jiraiya logically. Master, are you looking for me? Uchiha Akaizuki's voice suddenly sounded, and he opened the tent at will and poked a small head in. His body was still stained with the blood of the enemy, and he was immediately called to Orochimaru to come back to Orochimaru as soon as he finished the mission. A smile was drawn from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and there was no concealment in Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze. Uchiha Akaizuki, I want to promote you to Jonin. What is your attitude? Orochimaru's eyes were a bit dangerous, a bit scrutinized, and a bit playful. Okay. Uchiha Akaizuki was as simple as answering whether he was eating. Jiraiya was anxious immediately. Uchiha Akaizuki, do you know what you are talking about? I don't know how dangerous the mission after becoming Jonin is. Jonin is not so good. You shouldn't just agree with it just because it sounds so awesome. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't know how Jiraiya was so angry, and said with a little doubt, but it sounds like a feeling. I think it's awesome. Puff. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of old blood. Boy, your key circle is wrong, Akaizuki. As your teacher, I solemnly remind you to think about it again. But I think my current team is a bit idiot. Uchiha Akaizuki scratched his head and said. Since returning from the last mission, he has performed several missions, all with different teammates. It was originally a time of war, and there was no fixed combat team at all. Asano Yugo heard that it seemed to have died during a mission. Abarame was not a combat ninja, and was transferred to another team. Jiraiya sighed and Orochimaru soon submitted Uchiha Akaizuki's application. The dark night, as if the boundless thick ink smeared heavily on the sky, there was not even the gleam of the stars. The fire in the camp was beating in the cold wind, bright and dark. Occasionally walking past the patrolling squad, even in such a cold night, I dare not relax in the slightest. Uchiha Akaizuki was neatly dressed, and walked out of the tent silently. No one noticed. Under the lead of a bug, walked to the periphery of the camp. "My lord, I have taken care of the things you explained." Abarame Shozumai knelt on one knee in front of Uchiha Akaizuki and said respectfully. "Have you tracked her down?" Uchiha Akaizuki asked. "Yes, my lord, she's at another Konoha camp, 120 kilometers north of us," Abarame Kanshui said. Since she was rescued by Uchiha Akaizuki last time, she has followed Uchiha Akaizuki with all her heart. When Uchiha Akaizuki let her escape by herself, she knew how much risk Uchiha Akaizuki was taking. When surrounded by Sand Shinobi's Chunin team, she once wondered if she would kill herself in order to prevent the leakage of information. She did not expect that she would have a chance to survive. From the time Uchiha Akaizuki descended in front of him like a god, she secretly made up her mind that her life was given by Uchiha Akaizuki, and she would follow in his footsteps, and do her best to serve Uchiha Akaizuki serves. Although Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't understand Abarame Shinshui's thinking very well, he minds that he has a subordinate who is loyal to him, and it happens that he has a secret thing, and it would be better to leave Abarame Shanshui to execute it. Uchiha Akaizuki was very satisfied with the efficiency of Abarame's shallow water, and said lightly, "Yes, thank you very much." Abarame Kinshui's heart was overjoyed, holding his jumping heart, with a smile that couldn't be hidden at the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and said, "It is my honor to be able to serve adults, and my subordinates will die. Then you will stay here and let me know if you have anything to do." Uchiha Akaizuki said. "Yes, my lord," Abarame Shozei replied. "It's just sir, will there be anything wrong with you leaving at this time?" Abarame's shallow eyes had a faint worry. What if something is wrong? Uchiha Akaizuki raised an eyebrow. Abarame froze in shallow water, then woke up, bowed his head and replied respectfully, "I see, Master Akaizuki." Uchiha Akaizuki chuckled lightly, still smart. Uchiha Akaizuki got up, made no sound, and went into the distance. Between a few jumps, he disappeared into the night. Abarame looked at the direction of Uchiha Akaizuki's disappearance blankly in the shallow water, without moving for a while. She spent nearly a month spreading part of her bugs to find the girl's location. After hearing the feedback from the bug, she reported the location to Master Akaizuki as soon as possible. There was a touch of envy in her eyes, and a trace of decline that she didn't notice. What kind of girl is it worthwhile for Akaizuki-sama to leave everything here to find? Uchiha Akaizuki was already some distance away from his camp in a blink of an eye, and he was still followed by a small insect in the shallow water of Abarame, constantly showing his position. He didn't come to the battlefield to serve Konoha to kill the enemy, and those were not worth mentioning to him. He is looking for Shi-Rihong. Ta-Rihong is the daughter of Ta-Ri Zhenhong, and Yuri Zhenhong specifically calls her own relationship and arranges for Yurihong to be under his best friend, Abarame Shia. At this time of extreme shortage of combat power, following an experienced elite jonin to perform tasks, this undoubtedly improved Ta-Rihong's survival rate on the battlefield. This is a special treatment that very few genin graduates have. People like Yurihong, Sarutobi Asuma, Heide Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito all have their own guide jonin. Only genin like this can survive on the battlefield. The rest who were not assigned to guide jonin were mostly cannon fodder on the battlefield, and only a few survived. As for the prestigious elite jonin like Abarame Shia, he usually brings a team directly to a battle base and is not appointed by Orochimaru. Therefore, Uchiha Akaizuki has been looking for the position of Yurihong for such a long time. He came to the battlefield for her, and he said he wouldn't let her make any mistakes the next day. Inside Orochimaru's camp, Jiraiya hurriedly walked in, with a bit of anxiety and panic on his face. "Orochimaru, what's the matter? Is the enemy doing anything? Why are you calling me so anxiously?" Jiraiya's face was full of dignity, looking at his good friend Orochimaru's face. Now it is cold and almost frozen. He rarely saw Orochimaru so cold, and the whole person was directly gloomy. Even when Sunin faced the impossible demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, Orochimaru never thought it was so gloomy now. Orochimaru has always been such an arrogant man. What happened to him that turned him into this way? What happened? It's not because of your apprentice. Orochimaru even squeezed these words out of his mouth with a bit of gritted teeth. What? Jiraiya was taken aback, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Uchiha, he's not doing anything stupid, right? Has he defected to Konoha? He abandoned his master, and the village still has companions? Orochimaru handed a piece of paper to Jiraiya and said fiercely, "You see for yourself what good things your own baby apprentice has done." Jiraiya panicked and quickly opened Uchiha Akaizuki's letter. "Dear Master, Master Uncle, when you saw this letter, I was no longer in your camp. During this time, I killed a lot of people, and my hands were covered with blood. This once made me full of guilt. All these lives have disappeared in my hands. I feel very guilty in my heart, and I am hesitant about what I have been searching for. How can I make up for this guilt? Finally, I found a solution. Since I have destroyed life, then I will create life 0.7. I have found out where my wife is, so for my great plan of making people and to pass on my excellent foundation in Konoha forever, I have to perform greater and sacred tasks. I'm going to find my wife. Don't think about me, don't need to find me. Love, your apprentice Akaizuki. Autographed. After reading this letter, Jiraiya still looked awkward. What's the situation? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya like an idiot, an angry head with blue veins violent, his eyes bursting with anger, and the anger value on his head rushing upward. Anger value plus 986, anger value plus 1028. Don't you understand? Uchiha Akaizuki. He ran away. Orochimaru's low voice popped out of his throat with anger. Uchiha Akaizuki was still on the road, and suddenly saw the anger value in his system skyrocketed. He suddenly fought a cold war, and he knew that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were appointed by him to be very angry. Cough. It seems that when we meet next time, let's wait until I can beat them again. Otherwise, I'm destined to be squashed. Uchiha Akaizuki's instincts are not wrong. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are really angry at this time. Uchiha Akaizuki just didn't obey the command and ran directly from the camp. It was not enough to become a betrayal. If it's okay for ordinary people, he is still Jiraiya's disciple. Even Orochimaru has high hopes for Uchiha Akaizuki. As a result, he didn't say a word now and just ran away. Now that the front line is tight, how could it be possible to send people to hunt down Uchiha Akaizuki? Inside Orochimaru's main camp, roars were angry like a beast. It is like a sky thunder blasting directly on the ground. The ninjas below were all taken aback and noticed the weird atmosphere in the camp for some reason. 1-0. In a few days, everyone consciously acted like grandsons, and didn't dare to disobey Orochimaru's words. They can only complain in their hearts that life is not easy, but who will let their superiors be in the days of each month? Uchiha Akaizuki reached a place full of yellow sand in 2 days. Here is the battle line that has gone deep into the Kingdom of the Wind. Of course, Konoha would not blindly retreat, set up all the fronts in the territory of the Country of Fire, and launched a counterattack a long time ago, sending a small team into the Country of Wind to steal intelligence. Finally, in the endless desert, Uchiha Akaizuki saw the hidden stronghold. It is almost exactly the same as the long yellow sand. If you don't observe it yourself, you can't find any traces of survival here. The bug that followed him also lost its life. No wonder it took a Barame so long to find it in shallow water, and Yurihong is indeed very secretive in this place. Originally, what Taurihong did was the work of detecting and disseminating intelligence. It's not that strange to be in such a concealed stronghold. With a sudden shout, the 3 ninjas surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki and looked at him with guard. Who are you? Konoha's ninja. The leader saw Konoha forward protector on Uchiha Akaizuki's head, and his guard was slightly lowered by 2, but he still didn't dare to have any urgency in his heart. For them, a slack end can be annihilated. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart, it seems that Konoha has a high degree of defense against the stronghold. Although he didn't hide himself specifically, he was discovered so far from the camp, which was beyond his expectations. Uchiha Akaizuki just wanted to answer, when there was a surprise shout from a distance, like a silver bell. Akaizuki, why are you here? From afar, Shirihong was a little familiar when she saw the figure, and when she fixed her eyes, she was shocked. It turned out to be Uchiha Akaizuki. Taurihong, do you know this person? The lead ninja asked. Taurihong nodded, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes full of surprise. She really didn't expect to see Uchiha Akaizuki in this place. Everything is as unreal as a dream. Uchiha Akaizuki passed a few people directly, ran to Shirihong's side, took Shirihong into his arms, and felt the soft body in his arms, carrying the sweet fragrance that belonged to Shirihong's body. Behind Taurihong, Uchiha Akaizuki saw the heads of the ninjas just now, and began to rise in anger. Anger value plus 45. Anger value plus 36. Anger value plus 54. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, and all 3 of them looked at themselves a little unkind. In a blink of an eye, Uchiha Akaizuki understood what was going on. Taurihong is one of the few female ninjas among the new graduates. She has outstanding appearance and character. His father is the first illusionist in Konoha. Such a little princess with identity and background, Shirihong, is enthusiastic and kind, and she is a little junior sister who has just graduated. It is inevitable that many people will have some unrealistic ideas in their lives. Uchiha Akaizuki's black eyes rolled around, and he hugged Yurihong tighter, almost enclosing her entire body. Akaizuki, what's wrong with you? Taurihong's cheeks were slightly red, but his body did not hide, and his heart jumped like a deer. The anger values on the heads of the people behind began to rise. Seeing this hairy boy who didn't know where he came from, he dared to hold the goddess in their hearts for such a long time. I couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Red, who the hell is this kid? Do you need me to punch him down on the ground, so he keeps pestering you? Yeah, looking at this kid, he is not very honest. Someone next to him immediately sneered and agreed. No more. Ta-Ri was so red that the whispered karma 483 in his mouth, his face became more red. Before, she and Akaizuki did not have close contact with each other, but that was when they were 2 people. but now in full view, there are 3 onlookers next to them. It is inevitable that the 2 of them are embarrassed when they hug so tightly. Uchiha Akaizuki let go of Tarihon, held her shoulders with both hands, looked at her smooth jade face affectionately, and shouted loudly, "Wife! You must protect me. It's so dangerous outside, it scares me to death. There were many enemies outside, and many people died. I'm so scared, Red, you must protect me." Uchiha Akaizuki squatted and yelled. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes when they looked at Uchiha Akaizuki were immediately full of contempt and disdain. It turns out that this kid is a little white face who eats soft rice. You still want to seek the protection of a girl from Tarihon? Is he still a man? How can such a person be worthy of being with Shirihong? Humph, I used to play a lot in the ninja school, so I really think of Yurihong as my wife? Do you think that Shirihong is an idiot like you that can be matched? Akaizuki? What's wrong with you? Yurihong was also taken aback. In her heart, Akaizuki is the kind of super invincible and powerful person. Even his father was full of praise for Uchiha Akaizuki's talent and strength. How could he say he was afraid? I don't care, Hong wants to protect me anyway. I want to be with Hong forever, Uchiha Akaizuki said rather rascal. The faces of the 3 people next to him were full of sneers. Such a person, why would Shirihong admire him? Not only incompetent, or a rascal. Such a man will only be rejected by women, right? Just as the 3 of them were waiting to watch a good show, Shirihong nodded suddenly. Well, I will definitely protect Akaizuki. What? The 3 people next to him directly exclaimed, and their jaws fell in surprise. Tarihong, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to bring this kid to the base? What's the protection value of this kind of kid? If he is thrown on the battlefield, he will be the first to be killed, right? The heads of the 3 people raised their anger points, and the eyes of Uchiha Akaizuki were even more dissatisfied. Why does such a kid want Shirihong's protection? Tarihong watched her companions repel Uchiha Akaizuki, and quickly protected Uchiha Akaizuki behind her, frowning and said, "You are not allowed to bully Akaizuki." After finishing talking, Tarihong ignored these people and pulled Uchiha Akaizuki into the base. After all, the person in charge of this base is Abarame Shia, and Yurihong still has some right to speak here. Uchiha Akaizuki also didn't want to bother with these little suckers. If they dared to destroy his great plan of creation, he wouldn't mind the blood of a few more people on his hands. Seeing the 2 people swaggering into the base, the 3 people outside were gritted their teeth in anger. "Boss, what should I do? This kid is so annoying, he has no self-knowledge at all. With such a courage, it is almost impossible for me to end his life." "Boss, why do I think the name Akaizuki is a bit familiar? I seem to hear it somewhere." "It's your illusion, right? How can such a kid be famous?" "Yes, maybe." The other person's momentum weakened. Maybe it's really his illusion, he can't think of such a kid's name. How can it make himself feel familiar? The boss who took the lead said with a cold snort, "It's just a kid, and I will kill him next time." When the other 2 heard the boss's cruel words, their faces were full of joy, and they quickly echoed, "That's right, how can such a kid be your opponent to the boss? Only you, the boss, who has become Chunin after graduating from the ninja school 3 years ago, is the one who is qualified to stand next to Miss Tarihong." "That's right, Miss Shirihong will definitely be impressed by your boss's charm and strength." Hearing the flattery of the 2 younger brothers, the face of the boss who took the lead eased slightly, slowly showing a smile and waving his hand. "Let's go. Let's continue patrolling." Tarihong pulled Uchiha Akaizuki into his room first, and said, "Akaizuki, come with me to see Mr. Shia Abarame, he is the head of this base. If there is an extra person out of thin air, I still have to say hello to him. But don't worry, Abarame Shia-sensei is very good, he will not embarrass you." Yurihong said comfortingly. "Okay, since it's Hong's teacher, of course I have to report it," Uchiha Akaizuki said with a smile. He estimated in his heart that Abarame Shia probably didn't know him. After all, he doesn't know Abarame Shia either, the old patriarch of Abarame's family. He has met once. In Hokuchi's office last time, the elder of Abarame's family was also a very silent person who didn't talk much. Although the sphere of influence of the Abarame family is not small, ordinary people are not very acceptable because of this unique worm ninjutsu, so it is always low-key and reticent, and it rarely overlaps with other families. Under the guidance of Yurihong, Uchiha Akaizuki and the others shuttled continuously in this tunnel and entered a room. "Ms. Shia, this is my friend Akaizuki, he came to me," Yurihong said to Abarame Shia with a smile. "Oh, you can arrange it by yourself, don't mess around with anything, don't reveal your whereabouts, you are free for the rest," Abarame Shia said without looking up. He is sorting out the information in his hand and has no interest in coming. Abarame Shia didn't care, but the other person in the room stared straight. You, why are you here?" Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Akaizuki and was so scared that all the scrolls in his hand fell to the ground. Who is this person in front of him? It's Uchiha Akaizuki. although Uchiha Akaizuki has not seen him much since he graduated from the ninja school. But the shadows he left when he was in the ninja school, but still can't let go of it. And didn't he graduate early? I heard my father mention that he became Jireya's disciple. Is it true? At the beginning, my father seemed to want to be Jireya's disciple and was rejected by Jireya. So that news is false, right? If Uchiha Akaizuki is Jireya's disciple, shouldn't he follow Jireya on the battlefield now? Why did you come here at this time? Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and was about to hug Sarutobi Asuma, and smiled with a bit of joy in his mouth, wow, I didn't expect that old classmate you were here, we are so fate. Abarame Shia heard that Sarutobi Asuma knew the ninja of Konoha, and his last doubts disappeared. He is Konoha's ninja, and he knows the son of Huo Kage-sama and the daughter of Yuri Mohong, so there is no doubt about his identity. Abarame Shia devoted himself to the intelligence in his current hands. Sarutobi Asuma looked at such enthusiastic Uchiha Akaizuki, with cold sweat on his head, and his face was full of embarrassment with open arms. He was helpless in his heart, who is an old classmate with you, and we are very familiar with each other. A second before Uchiha Akaizuki embraced Sarutobi Asuma, he hugged Yuri Hong without warning, and said, I'd better hug my Jihong, I'm afraid that if I give you a hug, it will make you feel uncomfortable. Actual reverie, if you fall in love with me, it won't be good. Puff dash. Sarutobi Asuma spewed out blood, and a dull pain in his chest. Both hands still awkwardly stay in mid-air. Anger value plus 135. Anger value plus 146. Love your sister. Lao Zi is straight. Hong was also in a daze, and was hugged by Uchiha Akaizuki. Although I don't know what happened, but this feeling, I think it's not bad. Taori Hong's little face was full of blush, and he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki shamefully. Aren't you on the battlefield? Why are you here at this time? Sarutobi Asuma frowned and asked. He didn't want to be with this nasty person. Because Hong is here, I need her to protect me, the outside world is terrible. Uchiha Akaizuki said casually. I heard about you. Sarutobi Asuma wanted to continue asking questions. What did I hear? Go away, don't bother Abarame-sama here. Uchiha Akaizuki interrupted Sarutobi Asuma directly, and walked out there with Red. If Abarame Shia recognizes himself as a disciple of Jireya, if he reveals his current position and waits for him, I am afraid that Jireya and Orochimaru will be hunted down by the joint pursuit of Orochimaru. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's virtues, there was no seriousness at all, and he was even more disgusted in his heart. And even if he asks something serious, Uchiha Akaizuki will not answer properly, it will only make him even more angry. Simply Sarutobi Asuma directly avoided U483 Shiha Akaizuki, not seeing the heart. Within a few days, everyone knew that a kid who was the same age as Taorihong had arrived at the base, and his relationship with Shirihong was very close. Because, even if people don't want to know that they are closely, they can't do it. The two people are in the base, and it's like they're tired of being together all day. Come on, Red, come and have a taste. This is the sand rabbit meat I grilled for you. This kind of rabbit is only found in the desert. You can't eat this kind of rabbit in Konoha. Uchiha Akaizuki grilled a big one. A fat, golden rabbit. Taorihong's eyes were shining brightly like stars, and the eyes of Uchiha Akaizuki were full of admiration. Akaizuki, it's really amazing. Red, I'm still baking this one, I can't get my hands busy, will you come and feed me a little bit? Okay. Yurihong stretched out his small hand like green onions, tore off a piece of free meat, and sent it to Uchiha to eat. Akaizuki's mouth. Anger value plus 213. Anger value plus 245. Anger value plus 189. Anger value plus 156. The ninja next to him looked angrily at these two, unabashedly showing love little ghosts, took a bite of the dry and cold dry food in his hand, and swallowed it with difficulty. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Why show off your love here in broad daylight? And where did your rabbits pop out? Why they have lived here for such a long time, they don't know that there is such a thing as sand rabbits. And, your sister. Is the fire style technique used for barbecue? Do you want to be so shameless? Under the anger, and sadness, the dry food in their mouths becomes more difficult to eat. Why do we suffer such difficulties for no reason? One of the strong men threw the dry food in his hands to the ground. He stood up from his seat with a crush, his face flushed, and stared at Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely. Hey, he roared thickly. In the tree, don't be impulsive. Don't worry about them with the two little children. If you are here to attack your companions, Master Abarame will not be able to explain it for a while. The person next to him was surprised and hurriedly came over to stop him. They all know that the temperament in the tree is always irritable. Uchiha Akaizuki put down the roasted rabbit in his hand, and looked at the sturdy man who stood up with cold eyes, but it was just a small chinin. Do you have any opinion? Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was indifferent and full of threats. This sturdy man named Shilai clenched his fists, his arms bulged with blue veins, and his teeth were clenched in his mouth. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone stared with bated breath, watching the momentum of both of them drawing swords and crossbows. The nervous heartbeat and even breathing sound were extremely clear in the quiet and treacherous atmosphere. With a loud voice in the tree, he yelled out, "Can you share the rabbit meat with me?" The tree mustered up the courage to say this sentence, but when it said later, the voice was already faint. Boom! The 1,000 people behind all fell to the ground. Tree, what about your temperament? I was succumbed to a piece of meat. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned and said nothing. Tarihon pulled the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's clothes and whispered, "Akaizuki, let's share some rabbit meat in the tree." Others varied, "Good, okay." Uchiha Akaizuki casually teared, pulled off a piece of rabbit meat and threw it into the tree. The tree hurriedly borrowed the small piece of rabbit meat very preciously, put it in front of his nose and sniffed. The smell of meat almost made him forget everything. He no longer knows how long he has not eaten meat, and now he smells the aroma of meat and feels very full. The person next to him couldn't help taking a sip of water, and his eyes were full of beauty when he looked at the tree. Maybe what I did in the tree is the right choice, Master Akaizuki. Beautiful Miss Yurihong. A group of people with smiles on their faces, and they walked towards Uchiha Akaizuki and Yurihong. Their faces smiled like blooming flowers, and their mouths were full of flattering words, no morals. Soon each of them ate a small piece of rabbit meat, and for a moment they even felt that life was about to be fulfilled. "Boss, otherwise it's nothing. Isn't it just a few pieces of meat? I bought all of you." The ninja who first saw Uchiha Akaizuki angrily reprimanded his little brother, and severely, chewing laboriously in his mouth. Another kid swallowed a lot of water, and said with a face, "Yes, such a kid is worthy of so many people to cheat. Isn't it just a bit of rabbit meat? It's almost like I haven't eaten meat in a few lifetimes." Same, I don't know how this kid did it. The sand is so similar to the color of the desert. How did this kid beat so much rabbit meat? The little brother said sourly in his mouth. He licked the corners of his dry mouth and looked at the scent of meat chewing in the crowd, only feeling that the dry food in his mouth was even more difficult to swallow. This kid, I must kill him. The man in the lead dropped half of the dry food in his hand to the ground, turned and walked out of the room. "Boss, wait for my 2 younger brothers to catch up." In this underground camp, Uchiha Akaizuki finally had time to be alone. Here, there are not so many messy personnel. The total number of people in the entire camp is only more than a dozen, and each person has a lot of tasks. Uchiha Akaizuki has become the most idle one, because he is not under a Barame Shanshui. He will not give him a task. Uchiha Akaizuki took out his crow ghost and ninja umbrella, and finally had time to fix them. Because just yesterday, he finally got the ninjutsu he needed, puppet technique. Puppet art itself is not a very advanced ninjutsu, but it is a ninjutsu that is very easy to stack. After Uchiha Akaizuki digested all the contents of the system, he could almost control the crow ghost puppet. But puppetry is not so simple to use, and Uchiha Akaizuki is just a simple, capable of manipulation. Once in battle, it is still impossible to achieve such fine control, and the ability of the crow ghost to be played is very limited. Uchiha Akaizuki now only waits for himself to constantly refresh the puppet technique to enhance his proficiency in puppet surgery manipulation. If Uchiha Akaizuki went to practice by himself, it would take too much time. After all, as a common secret technique in the Kingdom of Wind, puppet art is not so easy to practice. An old woman like Cho, who carefully manipulates 10 puppets at the same time, is already powerful enough to destroy a small country overnight. And Sasori of the Red Sand, controlling the puppet, has been able to kill the 3rd Kaze Cage. This essentially explained the power of puppet technique. Fortunately, there is a system, so Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't need to spend time to hone his proficiency with puppets, which saves a lot of time. Otherwise, if Uchiha Akaizuki only relies on his own practice, he will definitely give up the puppetry technique, because time is simply not worth it. While Uchiha Akaizuki learned puppet art, he also learned how to assemble and repair puppets. So just at this moment, I repaired my ninja and puppet skills. Uchiha Akaizuki kept his head down and locked himself in the house for 3 days. In the 3 days, only Yurihong came to give him food, and everyone else even forgot that there was such a kid in the camp. 3 days later, Uchiha Akaizuki stared at a mess of hair and came out of the room. He looked a little haggard, but those eyes were as bright as a starry sky, hidden under the tousled hair. "AKA, Akaizuki, are you okay?" Yurihong said worriedly. "It's okay." Uchiha Akaizuki smiled, went out to wash, rested for a day, and then eased back from the previous state. Because of Uchiha Akaizuki's current ability, he can only control 1 puppet at most, and it happens that he also has only 1 puppet crow ghost now. He has higher requirements for his crow ghost's fineness, and he can only do his best to improve the crow ghost's attack. Uchiha Akaizuki reassembled the crow ghost and the weapons on the ninja umbrella, and painted them with poison in the system, as well as some new features modified by Uchiha Akaizuki himself. With faint excitement, Uchiha Akaizuki was very satisfied with his new puppet, and wanted to try their new features. "Red, how do you feel in the base today?" "I feel so deserted." Uchiha Akaizuki only noticed the change in the surrounding atmosphere. Ta Rihong said, because Teacher Abarame and the others went to hold an emergency meeting. All the elite jonin in charge of the independent base were called for an emergency meeting, so all the work in the base is basically at a standstill. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. It turned out to be so. Everyone has been nervous for a long time, and there is no need to continue the work. After a moment of slackening, everyone was a little bit more sluggish. That's okay, I guess you will take care of me these 2 days. You still have to do work, and you are tired out? You can also take a good rest for a few days. Uchiha Akaizuki laughed, and pointed the broken hair in Yurihong's ear a little. Close up. Ta Rihong had a shy smile on her face, and her eyes were full of joy when she looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Taking care of Akaizuki's life, she would not feel tired. Bang! The door of Uchiha Akaizuki's room was suddenly kicked open, and the 3 people I saw that day stood viciously at the door of Uchiha Akaizuki. Harano Kangdo, what are you doing here? Shirihong's delicate brow furrowed. The 3 people at the door froze for a moment, and then their eyes became colder. Why is Ta Rihong in this kid's room? Is it possible that they are already? For an instant, a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. The man named Harano Kangdo, who took the lead, had gloomy eyes and questioned Shirihong in a countersounding voice. Why are you here? Harano Kangdo roared loudly. You are a girl who is in the same room with someone else, and you are embarrassed to ask me why I came here. Ta Rihong froze on the spot, his face flushed with anger, and retorted, what does Akaizuki and I have to do with you? I don't allow it. Harano Kangdo stretched out his hand, trying to grab Shirihong's arm, trying to pull her to his side. But one person took a step faster, pulling Ta Rihong's body back and protecting him. Uchiha Akaizuki whispered, Red, someone is going to bully your husband, you have to protect me. Harano Kangdo was even more angry, just like an angry lion, with anger constantly rising on his head. What is so good about this kid? Why do you want this kid to protect this kid? Anger value plus 234. Anger value plus 326. Uchiha Akaizuki came out with a small head from behind, very and narcissistically said, because I am beautiful, because I am handsome, because I am talented and intelligent, because I am in the wind. If being handsome is a sin, then I am already sinful. If being cool is a mistake, then I have made mistakes again and again. If I am wise, I have to be punished, then am I going to suffer 1,000 swords? Then please be jealous of me. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands out, with an awe-inspiring look. The roots of the popular teeth are itchy, and it is simply awkward to the extreme. Drip. Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking Harano Kangdo and gaining thunder attributes. 7. At this time, Uchiha Akaizuki opened 5 attributes. However, this is not a surprise to Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki now has 1 more attribute, and it doesn't make much sense. Because instead of learning more ninjutsu and possessing more attributes, it is better to refine one of them to the power of ultimate. However, the only benefit of obtaining the thunder attribute is that Uchiha Akaizuki can strengthen the stimulation of his body cells through the thunder shield, so that his speed can be increased by another scale above the original energy level. The 2 little servants standing behind Harano Kangdo were stunned. Is this kid's head broken? Jealous of him? Although the boss is indeed jealous that he can be favored by Miss Ta Rihong, how can such words be said so bluntly? Shouldn't it be everyone who knows it well, and then go out to fight to solve the problem? Why do you feel that you enjoy the look that others are jealous of you so much? It's simply too shameless. Boss, the younger brother behind wants to speak. Your kid seems to be impatient. Harano Kangdo directly ignored the people behind him, and all the anger focused on this kid. He clenched his fists with both hands, his joints creaked constantly. It seems that I really need to teach you a lesson. Harano Kangdo coldly snorted, come on, let's go outside to fight. Dude, your head was squeezed by the door? Uchiha Akaizuki heard Harano Kangdo's words and looked at him like an idiot. You said you fight to fight, why? I came but let Hong protect me, so I won't go out to fight with you. Uchiha Akaizuki rolled a Byakugan in his eyes. Harano Kangdo roared, you can be so shameless. You hide behind a woman. If you are a man, you stand up for a straight wave. Come and compare, who is qualified to stand? The person next to Shirihong. Ta Rihong's eyes were full of displeasure, and her mind had never changed for a moment. Harano Kangdo, I'm already with Uchiha Akaizuki. Don't pester us anymore. I won't like you. Uchiha raised his brows and felt even more funny in his heart. He looked at Harano Kangdo with a bit of pity in his eyes. Why should I compete with you? I'm already standing next to Shirihong. Why should I fight you for that qualification? You lost before the battle started, haven't you found out yet? Those 3 people won. It seems to make sense. Harano Kangdo's 2 colors became even more red, looking at Shirihong's eyes, full of unwillingness. No, he won't give up so easily. Only someone as good as him is qualified to stand beside Miss Shirihong. This kid who eats soft rice. He doesn't deserve to be a Ta Rihong man at all. Even if Miss Yurihong doesn't like me now, I will never allow a man who eats soft food like you to stay with Miss Yurihong. Harano Kangdo burst out, and immediately rushed towards Uchiha Akaizuki. He doesn't care about so much now, so he wants to teach this kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. Yes, boss, teach this kid well, he is really annoying. Yes, let him see how our boss is great. The two people next to him couldn't help but agree. In their eyes, once the boss made a move, that kid would look good. Akaizuki, run away. I'm here to stop them. Shirihong put her hands on the chest in front of Jian, and she was also surprised. I didn't expect Harano Kangdo to actually shoot against his companions, it is simply lawless. Relying on the absence of teacher Abarame, he used the strength of his elite Chunin to dominate the base. Ta Rihong shelled, tooth biting his lower lip, my heart is full of tension. In any case, she will definitely protect Akaizuki. This is her promise. Ta Rihong released an illusion in the room, and the scene in front of the three people suddenly changed. Ha, Yurihong, do you think you can still trap a few of us Chunin in the ninjutsu released by Genin? Harano Kangdo's face has a frantic smile, his hands are on his chest. Qian Jian shouted, solve. The fantasy disappeared suddenly, and Hong's heart suddenly tightened. Not good. And Harano Kangdo has reached Uchiha Akaizuki's face in a breath of time. Akaizuki, be careful. Ta Rihong's pupils shrank, and she screamed. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. One move. Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly. Harano Kangdo frowned, with doubts in his eyes. What is this kid talking about? Uchiha Akaizuki's black pupils changed color in an instant, and the black color began to glow as bright red as blood, as bright as a ruby like evening red. When Harano Kangdo's little brother saw the eyes with Guyu, his expression was suddenly startled. Is it the Uchiha family? Uchiha Ita Kaizuki? Wait a minute, isn't he a kid from the Uchiha clan with a reputation? Konoha's first genius? How could he appear here? Boss, be careful. He hurriedly reminded. Why are they so short-eyed to provoke this evil star? He is Konoha's first genius who caused Konoha's 0.7 headaches. He is a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. They actually regarded him as a little white face hiding behind a woman and eating soft food. Oh my god. How come he recognizes it now? Oops. Boss, everything is too late for Harano Kangdo. Uchiha Akaizuki's three Tomo Sharinan turned quickly, his pupils shrank suddenly, and they met Harano Kangdo's eyes. In an instant, the scene in front of him turned into an endless darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes flickered in the air, like a devil from hell. The screams resounded throughout the camp. Harano Kangdo's body, the body fell softly. At night, the strong wind raised the golden sand. In the endless desert, there is a sand shinobi team, constantly approaching Uchiha Akaizuki's secret stronghold. One of them lowered his voice, almost melting in the wind. Ha, kid, what you said is true, right? Of course it's true. I promised your terms, and you must say it and do it. There was a tremor in that man's voice, and the powerful aura of these sand shinobi's bodies made him gasp, can't breathe, and his heart was secretly frightened. Is this the strength of Jonin? Harano Kangdo swallowed his mouth, and the anxiety in his heart gradually magnified. He had an illusion that he was leading a wolf into the room, but the anger in his heart continues to nourish the damned kid. After Harano Kangdo woke up from a coma that day, he heard his two subordinates constantly telling himself how amazing the kid named Uchiha Akaizuki is. Harano Kangdo clenched his fist secretly. Originally, he was just the first kid to eat soft rice. Why did he suddenly become the genius boy of Konoha? His heart was full of tens and he was unwilling. There is nothing strange about such a kid, and there is no pride in being a genius before. Why would such a person become a disciple of Lord Jiraiya? Harano Kangdo's heart and mind were all filled with anger, and reason was swallowed bit by bit. Kill him. People like him don't deserve to exist in the world. Only such thoughts were left in my mind reverberating. Someone in Sand Shinobi's team laughed silently. I didn't expect that such a scum would still exist in Konoha, and he would take the initiative to expose his intelligence stronghold. Konoha's stronghold in the Kingdom of Wind has always been a cancer on their front, leaking a lot of their information. That the Konoha's family of insects really has a lot of information in terms of stealing information. High talent. They have sent out a lot of people to track down the location of their intelligence base, but they have always found nothing. Just when they were devastated, a Konoha ninja came to the door. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Harano Kangdo clenched his fist and couldn't help but comforted himself secretly in his heart. I just asked them to help kill Uchiha Akaizuki, but what I did was not counted as betraying Konoha. I just wanted to say kill Uchiha Akaizuki. While in the secret base, Shirihong's room was suddenly pushed aside. Miss Ta Rihong, Kangdo is gone. Harano Kangdo's two little attendants rushed in a panic, with an undecided expression on their faces. If you don't see it, tell me what to do. I don't care about that person. Ta Rihong frowned, and was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the two people rushing in. Uchiha Akaizuki is teaching her to practice illusion, and the rare time alone for two people is destroyed like this. The two people saw Uchiha Akaizuki in the evening red room, and they looked a little embarrassed for a while. Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Shirihong, we will leave now. The two snorted, their expressions seemingly hesitant. Since the last time their boss was hit by Uchiha Akaizuki's illusion, he woke up, and his expression has always been wrong. No one else found out, but his two little followers are usually the closest to him, so they noticed the change in Harano Kangdo's body. It became so cold, with a cruel smile, which made people shudder. Now Mrs. Abarame is not here, and the only ones managing the base temporarily are Miss Yuvihong and Master Sarutobi Asuma. After the two found out that their boss was missing, the first thing they thought of was to come to Miss Shirihong. The loneliness on the faces of the two people flashed away. I hope it's just their illusion. The two bowed deeply and planned to exit the room. Wait a minute. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly stopped two people. You said Harano Kangdo is gone? Uchiha Akaizuki demanded. Yes, my lord. The two nodded quickly, not daring to neglect in the slightest. Ever since they knew that Uchiha Akaizuki was Jiraiya's disciple, and that the name of the gods rang throughout Konoha, they never dared to show any disrespect to Uchiha Akaizuki. They all know that people like Uchiha Akaizuki are not something they can afford. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned, and the guy didn't look like a trouble saver. Uchiha Akaizuki took Yurihong's hand and walked out of the house. I remember there is a guy from the Hyaga clan in the camp. Let him go and investigate for a while, and don't make any trouble, otherwise, when Abarame Shia is not there, this responsibility is not easy to bear. Uchiha Akaizuki said. Akaizuki, is it necessary to be so careful? Yurihong asked inexplicably. Be careful, after all, the combat power in the camp is really poor now. Uchiha Akaizuki said in a deep voice. Originally, this 483 was a stronghold for gathering intelligence. Most of the people are not combat ninjas, and the combat power provided is very limited. Another room in the basement. Yuri, can you detect if there are any signs of unknown personnel appearing near our base? Please, Yurihong said with a smile. Hyagai Yuri nodded. Byakugan, open. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, and Byakugan's range suddenly released and began to patrol the surroundings. In the 360-degree review, Hyagai Yuri found nothing unusual. Rihong breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, we think too much. Wait a minute. Hyagai Yuri suddenly shouted, and everyone in the room was startled. What's wrong? Yuri, what have you found? A cold sweat broke out on Hyagai Yuri's head, and even his voice became a little trembling. 3 kilometers southeast of us, there is a team of sand shinobi. What? The number is estimated to be around 10. Hyagai Yuri's voice was squeezed out of his throat. How so? Next, everyone gets up from the stool. No one can sit still. How could such a thing happen? All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the whole room became extremely tense. Everyone looked at each other, wondering why such a thing happened suddenly. Maybe it may be because of Kangdo. Harano Kangdo's little brother was about to cry in fright, and he didn't know how the boss would do such a thing. It's getting closer and closer. Hyagai Yuri reminded him, sweat dripping from his head, and the pressure was not light. As the most intuitive person who saw the enemy, he could feel the strength of the Sand Shinobi team, which is absolutely stronger than their current manpower. Then what shall we do now? There was a panic in everyone's eyes, and they turned around like a headless fly. Abarame Zaya is not here, the rest are just a group of Chunin and Genin. There is no one who can make up his mind. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the group of people who could not take charge at all, and sighed. He could only stand up and said after a moment of thought, we still have to evacuate here first. Once we are surrounded, it will be difficult to respond here. Everyone looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with hesitation and scrutiny in their eyes. This little ghost who didn't know where he came from was considered the youngest among all of them. Is what he said like this really worthy of trust? Seeing those people's distrustful eyes, Uchiha Akaizuki didn't want to talk nonsense with them either, took Shirihong's hand, turned and prepared to leave. The two younger brothers of Harano Kangdo quickly exclaimed, Master Akaizuki, don't abandon us. Everyone's eyes shrank, and they looked a little bit surprised in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. They all heard the words Akaizuki-sama clearly. Why is it an adult? Could it be that what is so great about this kid? Can you be called an adult by others? Someone couldn't help but ask, hey, why do you call him Akaizuki-sama? The two said, because Akaizuki-sama is Uchiha Akaizuki, a disciple of Jiraiya-sama, that legendary Konoha's first genius. What? For a moment, everyone was stunned, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki in disbelief. They couldn't think that this little devil who wandered in the camp all day, and looked a bit stinky, turned out to be the first genius who resounded through Konoha. Why can't I see it at all? Why is there no master's consciousness at all? The two little followers looked at the expressions of astonishment that everyone had the same as before, and suddenly felt that the imbalance in their hearts had suddenly improved a little bit. Sure enough, no one can guess it. A normal person who saw him like this would only think that he is a funny, a little white face who eats soft rice. Who would think of Kanaha's first genius? When everyone looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's wooden pipe, it suddenly changed, full of envy and admiration. Abarame-sama is not here, let's follow Akaizuki-sama's words. Yes, let's do as Akaizuki-sama said. Akaizuki saw that everyone knew his identity, the stronghold was exposed like this, and it would be difficult for him not to reveal his identity. He felt that he might meet Orochimaru soon. How to say the storm of Orochimaru? Do you want to run away now? Uchiha Akaizuki sighed, let's solve the current situation first. Let's evacuate here quickly. The enemy is estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. Whether we are fighting or fleeing afterwards, we will be able to take the lead. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki's words came out, they were echoed by everyone. Let's just do what Akaizuki-sama said. Yes, looking at such dazzling Uchiha Akaizuki, Tarihong only felt more joy in her heart. This boy has always been so dazzling, just like the dazzling light reflected by the sun on the hexagonal snowflakes in winter. Tarihong's cheeks turned red unconsciously. Will you really marry him in the future? Under the command of Uchiha Akaizuki, everyone quickly became busy, collecting all the important documents and taking them away. That is all the information collected by Shia Abarame about the battle in the Kingdom of the Wind, and it is the entire value of their base. The cold wind blew, and raised the sky full of yellow sand, burying all the footprints that had appeared. Are you sure it's here? Sand Shinobi's mouth was full of uncertainty. Yes, the camp is below. Harano Kangdo said affirmatively. Kanaha's mice will really find a place. We searched this place 3 times, but we didn't find there is such a hidden place here, Sand Shinobi said in a deep voice. Harano Kangdo was faintly displeased when he heard such mocking words. He suppressed the dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, don't forget that you promised me. Lead the way. Harano Kangdo gritted his teeth, led them to avoid all the warnings, and slowly entered the basement. He is in the front room, you must help me kill him. You said that it won't hurt the rest of us. Harano Kangdo confirmed again. Really a naive Konoha shinobi. A sneer suddenly came from behind. What? Harano Kangdo was taken aback and turned around. Poppy, a handful of Kyowu was inserted into Harano Kangdo's heart, and the blood dripped down Kyowu. Harano Kangdo's eyes widened, looking at the position of his heart. You actually believed what the enemy said, so naive. Sand Shinobi's eyes were full of mockery. As soon as Sand Shinobi's voice fell, a voice that was also full of jokes suddenly sounded. You believe what the enemy said, you are really naive. A young voice, with a pleasant whistle, was full of mockery. Fire style great fireball technique. It's not good, it's all done. Sand Shinobi's heart was suddenly shocked, but before they had time to defend, the flames of the sky instantly rushed from the entrance of the passage where they entered, along the long corridor, and seemed to swallow them altogether. Bang! The detonation talisman left in the basement was ignited in an instant, and there were successive explosions, and the ground above the basement sank suddenly and a huge collapse occurred. Ha 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 ha! Catch turtles in the urn. The crowd looked at Uchiha Akaizuki dumbfounded. He was able to unleash such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu. This ninjutsu has AB grade, right? The power is too strong. As expected of the Uchiha clan, who has always been known for its fire-style technique. As expected of Jiraiya-sama's son. It's really amazing. A whole piece of ground collapsed. Master Akaizuki, are they dead? One of them asked Uchiha Akaizuki. Hayaga, check it out. Uchiha Akaizuki ordered. Yes, my lord. Hayaga Yuri opened Byakugan again and looked inside the ruins. My lord, it seems that there is a chakra thread, Hayaga Yuri said with some uncertainty. How could ordinary puppet techniques survive such fire-style techniques? This is simply incredible. Even if Hayaga Yuri has been in contact with Sand Shinobi for such a long time, he has never seen such a powerful puppet, so he is completely uncertain for a while. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart jumped, staring at the collapsed place below, and his eyes became a little deep. If it was really a puppet technique, such a powerful puppet technique made a figure pop out of his 500's mind abruptly. Cough cough cough, I really didn't expect that I would be caught in your ambush. Under the collapsed soil, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes stunned, this voice. Uchiha Akaizuki maintained Yurihong behind him, and then said to the person behind him, you must protect the safety of Yurihong. If you find that something is wrong and a large-scale battle is about to occur, you will leave with Tarihong. Everyone behind him was taken aback by Uchiha Akaizuki's words. What does this mean? Is it possible that fierce battles will occur in a while? Even Akaizuki-sama has to say such things. Who is the other party? Why would he put such a lot of pressure on him? The wooden puppets rose up in front of everyone, shaking off the mud little by little, and showing the original shape in front of them little by little. This. How come there are so many puppets? Who is the other party? Everyone in Konoha was taken aback, because there were too many puppets in front of them. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes sank, and he didn't expect to see her here. This is not good news. The puppets spread out little by little, revealing a few people under the puppets' cover. The original 10-man squad was generally injured in the hit just now. All of them were Chunin. Under such a surprise, they directly damaged half of their hands. The sharp eyes with the old faces around them met Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils without warning, and there was a flash of surprise in both eyes. It really was her. Cho, old woman, the grandmother of Sasori of the Red Sand, the advisor of the elders of the Kingdom of Wind, actually led the team personally. Cho's eyes were also full of shock. This kid is the mocking voice just now. Is this the leader of this group? It's too young. At this age, there is such a method. It's terrible. She really didn't expect that Kanaha, who has always been merciful in the name, would actually use a living life as bait to ambush them. Cho had to pay attention to the powerful fire style technique that this kid just used. This kid is not as easy to deal with as his age seems. And, anger value plus 423. Anger value plus 352. Cho's head keeps rising. Anger in the last second before being swallowed by fire style just now. She would not suspect that her hearing was a problem. Catch in the urn. Fix your sister. You are the turtle. Cho was irritated to the extreme. In an instant. Will this Kanaha kid speak? Boy, good means. Cho snorted coldly, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes full of unkindness. You can even seize this opportunity to attack us. Even if I summon 10 people from nearly Song Dynasty, I couldn't protect all of them. San Shinobi, standing behind Cho, still has lingering fears. Just now Shinigami seemed to be beside them, so terrifying fire. If it weren't for 1,000 generations, in that small space, they would be killed in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't think there was anything to be proud of with such an achievement. If you really compare him as a 10-year-old boy, it would be an insult to him. After all, Cho's own grandson, Sasori of Akisa, is also a rare generation of genius ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind. It's just that he thought his fire style was enough to burn out this chakra thread. It seems that the strength of this 1,000-generation-old woman is not at the same level as the Jonin who used the crow ghost he had seen before. A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth, and Cho's eyes were a little bit of joy. Rejoice? Why rejoice? Because there are puppets. Uchiha Akaizuki saw Cho's gaze like a hungry wolf staring at his favorite prey after being hungry for a few days. Mine. Mine. It's all mine. Although this battle will be a bit difficult, Cho is not invincible. That's a total of 10 puppets. Even the white secret skill that spreads far and wide in the entire Wind Country. 10 people near Song. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but flexed his hands, almost left her saliva. This puppet is his. Cho got cold behind him, and was startled by Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. How did he feel like a little white rabbit being stared at by a big bad wolf? If 60 years ago, she would have been a flower, but nowadays Uchiha Akaizuki naturally doesn't know that Cho is thinking about it now, otherwise he will vomit it. I am younger than his grandson. Uchiha Akaizuki said to the people behind him, you should leave with Yurihong first, and leave it to me. No, we can't leave you and run away alone. Some of Kanaha's people said. That's right, Akaizuki-sama, although we are not strong in combat, we can do our best. We are all Kanaha's ninjas, and we won't leave you and escape. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. You two boys have a good sense of consciousness, then you two will stay. The rest, you leave quickly. The two people were stunned at the same place. Wait, Akaizuki-sama, you don't play the cards according to the routine. My lord, in fact, we are just polite. The smiles on the two people's faces instantly stiffened. Looking at the old lady of San Shinobi across, they also knew the identity of each other. They were originally intelligence collectors, and they knew the most about San Shinobi's personnel and strength. Standing across from them, but holding a puppet, you can destroy a small country of 1,000 generations. In the face of such an enemy, what is the use of their two little Chunin standing here? Uchiha Akaizuki waved his hand indifferently, and said with a smile, I see the two teenagers are surprised at their skeletons and have extraordinary thoughts. Since you two want to stay with me so much, then you all stay. Kanaha Chunin was speechless. Give me the most important scroll. For the rest, you just leave here with Yurihong. Uchiha Akaizuki ordered to the person behind him. One of them immediately gave the scroll in his hand to Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki is the strongest among them, and it is only natural to give him the most important scroll. Yurihong's eyes are full of struggle and worry, but at this time, the only person he can trust is Uchiha Akaizuki. Yurihong prayed silently in her heart, Akaizuki, you must not be in danger. The rest of them turned around and left without looking back. With Yurihong, Cho waved his hand at the 4-person team behind him and ordered, you hurry up and catch them. Take the scrolls in their hands and kill all the others. Yes, Lord Cho. The few people behind Cho turned into a phantom in an instant, chasing them towards Yurihong away from their ears. At the scene, only Cho, Uchiha Akaizuki, and the two Kanaha ninjas are left. All of a sudden, these two men almost cried. They are really just polite. Why should we suffer such difficulties? Just when the hearts of the two people were ashamed, their pupils suddenly enlarged. Wait a minute, Akaizuki-sama, what are you doing? Akaizuki-sama. That is S-class classified information. Except for Abarame-sama, no one else can touch it, one of them shouted immediately. My lord, you can't watch it. Even the distant Cho's pupils shrank. Looking at the sign on the scroll, she knew that it was Konoha's special scroll information used to collect information on S-level enemy countries. It was also the main reason she came in person this time. She must get this information. However, in the consternation of a few people, she thought she was dazzled. This kid. Jing ran, even a torch burned that scroll. Is this Konoha ninja faulty? Cho even wondered if he was dim-eyed. Big, my lord, the two Konoha ninjas who were left are already crying. My lord, how come it takes less than a minute for this good scroll to reach your hand? It was not destroyed by the enemy, nor was it robbed by the enemy, it turned out to be burned by your own fire style. Sir, are you trying to rebel? Uchiha Akaizuki watched the scroll turn into a plume of soot and disappear in front of him, and there was a little smile in the scarlet Sharingan. In this scroll, all Sand Shinobi's next forecast trends and deployment arrangements are recorded. Uchiha Akaizuki has copied everything with Sharingan, and now all of Sand Shinobi's defenses are already in his mind. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and comforted the two Konoha shinobi and said, "It's okay, I have all the information in my mind. Only in this way can I fight without scruples for a while." When the two Konoha ninjas saw Uchiha Akaizuki's 3-tomo Sharingan, they immediately understood. It's really a powerful force. Through the ability of copying, it can record all the information in the mind in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki is also quite helpless. After all, he not only has to guard against Cho on the opposite side, but also against Orochimaru, who is annoyed in this base. He needs something to defend himself. Life is always so difficult. For a while, Uchiha Akaizuki's face was also full of complicated expressions. Cho's eyes were full of contempt. He looked at Uchiha Akaizuki and smiled coldly. It seems that you already know that you can't leave here today, so destroy the scroll in advance. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his eyebrows. If I think I can't leave today, I wouldn't have asked for that scroll just now. Cho was choked and didn't know how to answer for a while. This is where she doubts. Obviously this kid can just let those people leave with the scroll. Even if you send out your own subordinates, you may not be able to catch up with those perceptual ninjas who are already good at detection and hiding. Why does this kid leave the scroll and burn it? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Cho with contempt in his eyes, and sneered very badly. Please, don't others doubt whether you are okay with everything? You can really put gold on your face. It's just a dead old woman. Look at Xiao, I will kill you in minutes. Cho has already reached the strength of a member of the elders in the village. Although he is a puppet zombie and a medical ninja, he has a lot of power in the village because of his good poison in 10 people. The little demon in front of him dared to mock himself so much. Cho's eyes grew colder, and his head started to burst into anger. Anger value plus 564, anger value plus 621. Little devil of Konoha, let you taste the power of my Sand Shinobi today. With a wave of Cho's hand, the 10 puppets behind him have all flown towards Uchiha Akaizuki. Sharingan turned so fast in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes, he could see all the attacking techniques of these puppets in an instant. It's just that the ordinary fire style technique also has Kunao and Shuriken attacks. I'm afraid it will not do much harm to such a puppet. Moreover, Uchiha Akaizuki had already regarded these puppets as something in his own pocket. Uchiha Akaizuki's fingers were also moving in the air, and the blue chakra thread instantly solidified in the air. The eyes of the two Konoha shinobi were full of surprise, and they were able to avoid the joint attack of the 10 people near Song. Cho's eyes are even more unbelievable. How can this kid know how to puppet? And such a clever puppet technique, because he is now using real puppetry. 7. Behind the two Chunin were stained with chakra thread. Under the control of Uchiha Akaizuki, it was possible to escape the attack of Cho's Kinmatsu 10 people in just one hit. The two ninjas did not expect that with their own strength, they would be able to escape such an attack. Okay, amazing. The two ninjas looked down at their hands, their eyes full of shock. This feeling of being manipulated does not require your own brain to make too many judgments. It's like a person who controls his body shape behind his back. All he needs is motivation. It seems that everything has become extremely simple. The body can be manipulated to make actions that he could not do before. Akaizuki-sama, it's so amazing. Even the opposite Cho was taken aback by Uchiha Akaizuki's 500 manipulation technique. How can you be a puppet? Cho's gaze fell, and he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki a little more. As a puppet master, Cho knows best about puppet art. She knew how much time it would take to practice puppet art to improve her control over puppets. And the Konoha kid in front of her, those red eyes with Guyu, she can't read it wrong. It is the iconic pupil technique of Konoha's Uchiha clan, able to see through the enemy's attack skills, and has the power to copy and copy. Could it be this kid? Cho's pupils shrank and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Could it be that you copied my puppetry? But how can you do it so well?" Uchiha Akaizuki was also asked for a moment, and then he was reminded by Cho, and he understood what Cho had misunderstood. Really have a brain. He didn't even think of how to explain it. Uchiha Akaizuki pretended to be deep and said, "I didn't expect it to be seen through by you. I am such a god." Even though I have hidden myself in such a low-key way, I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed long, with an expression on his face that was more mundane than Chide. Oh, my lord, both Konoha's ninjas are about to spit out blood. Why will feel at this moment, feel so embarrassing you shouldn't have said such words yourself, right? How can anyone brag about themselves so shamelessly? Uchiha Akaizuki turned his eyes, looked at Cho, and laughed. How about? Are you very angry? You have learned the puppet art for a lifetime, but you are only able to do it to this degree. I learned it in a blink of an eye. Is it because of my genius to be ashamed of myself? Is it because Konoha has such a genius ninja? I feel a tremor. Even if you are your proudest grandson, you can't do it this day. The smile on Uchiha Akaizuki's face was blooming like a flower. That's right, I am the child of someone else's family. Two Konoha's Chunin cover their faces. I don't know this person. The anger value on Cho's head began to skyrocket, and he looked at the boy in front of him, and he was disgusted to the extreme. Anger value plus 654. Anger value plus 759. Uchiha Akaizuki watched the increasing anger value in his system, and a look of anxiety flashed in his eyes secretly. Just today, he refreshed a very important blood succession limit. Magnet style. It turned out to be 3rd Kazekige's magnet style. You can freely control things that contain iron, and you can freely control iron in the sand. Chakra is magnetic, and no magnetic weapon can affect him in any way. Relying on this terrible blood inheritance boundary, the 3rd Kazekage won the title of the strongest wind shadow in history. Uchiha Akaizuki did not expect that in his redemption bar, such a powerful blood follower would be refreshed today. And, more importantly, this kind of magnetic flux is the top nemesis of the puppet master. Once it invades the puppet master or puppet body, it can make it completely paralyzed. Uchiha Akaizuki tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. It is not easy to be able to refresh such a strong blood inheritance limit from the exchange bar of the system. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki also saw the terrifying exchange value behind this blood succession limit. 250,000 anger points. Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help taking a breath. Hi, it's too high. The anger value he has accumulated now is 230,000. But within this day, accumulate 20,000 points of anger. And, more importantly, now he is fighting Cho. You must obtain magnet style to be able to restrain the puppetry of the 1,000 generations without damaging the puppet. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki is not afraid of Cho's poison. The antidote exchanged in Uchiha Akaizuki's system, even his own poison can be detoxified, let alone the poison used by Sand Shinobi Village that is so low level for him. Uchiha Akaizuki has a plan in his heart, and now the most important word for him is drag. Both sides slowed down in battle, then he needs to earn anger points on Cho. Of course, Kana has two little idiots, he simply ignored them. Two Chunin are just two, and they don't generate much anger. Even so, the battle is not simple. You two, pay attention to the direction of my chakra control, don't use ninjutsu on those puppets, and attack all ninjutsu like the puppet master himself. If you destroy the 0.7 puppets, then I can't spare you. Uchiha Akaizuki ordered the two Chunin. The two Chunin looked at each other with puzzled eyes. Attacking the puppet master is the most important thing, but why can't you attack the puppet? This way the battle will become very passive. Do you have any eyesight to see? Those are my puppets. After the old lady of the 1,000 generations died, those things are mine. You dare to destroy one and try. Uchiha Akaizuki roared imposingly. Cho looked at this Konoha's little devil, he was almost furious. How could Konoha have such a shameless and nasty kid? There is no belief in a ninja. It's also arrogant to the extreme. It just makes people feel very uncomfortable at first glance. Boy, you are so revealing. Cho's eyes were gloomy, and he waved the puppet in his hand and surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki. Cho sneered in his mouth. Why do you think the puppet masters use puppets of various materials? Instead of directly controlling real people, people are people after all, they will be injured, and they will consume physical strength. Do you think you can deal with the 10 people in my Near-Song dynasty if you control two Chunin like this? The puppet in Cho's hand triggered the mechanism in an instant, and countless Kunao attacked the two Chunin. If the puppet masters are fighting against each other, they will not be afraid of such an organ. After all, even if the puppet is hit by Kyowu, there will be no physical damage. But real people are different. Cho saw through this point and shot at the weakness of the two Chunin. The two Chunin were shocked, and they cast their arms in front of them to defend against the rain. Cho's mouth has a triumphant smile. This level of defense is not enough. Moreover, her kunao was coated with poison. Once she was hit, their actions would be paralyzed and slowed down. Bang, 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 bang. 10 There were no impacts, but the pain that the two Chunin expected did not come. They moved their arms away and looked around in horror. A huge puppet was in front of both of them. This puppet Cho became stunned, as if he had been hit with a stick on the head. How can you have this puppet? Chien screamed, his eyes full of incredible expressions. This is impossible. How could this puppet appear here? Could it be that Chuan was killed by this kid in front of him? That their secret force in Ashinakuni was destroyed by this kid in front of you? How can this be? Even if you are yourself, it is very difficult to destroy a small team in such a situation. How old is this little devil in front of me? How could he do it? It's impossible. This kid is Konoha's Jinchuriki? That's why he has such power at this age? But according to the information they collected, Konoha's Jinchuriki is a red-haired woman, not the person in front of her at all. Relying only on your own strength? There was a chill behind Cho. Such a terrifying talent can never allow him to grow up. The killing intent in Cho's eyes is even greater. If he grows up, it will be a huge threat to the entire Sand Shinobi village in the future. Uchiha Akaizuki sense, I feel the change in Cho's eyes, and the murderous aura exuding from the body is almost solid. Uchiha Akaizuki said to the two Konohachinen, you go first, the next battle is not something your level can participate in. Thanks, thank you sir. The faces of the two Konoha shinobi were full of surprises. They were relieved, took a long breath, turned around, and ran away as if they were running away. Uchiha Akaizuki was a little bit dumbfounded. Why didn't I see you guys so positive just now? Cho didn't care about the two long running away, all her attention was on Uchiha Akaizuki. Do you think you can fight against my 10 people near Song as a puppet? Besides, I admit that you have a high talent in puppetry, but compared to me, you are too weak. Uchiha Akaizuki laughed loudly. Please, you are not Alzheimer's? Why should I fight you in the field you are best at? Master, I know a lot. Uchiha Akaizuki jumped 3 highs on the ground, and instantly moved towards the distance, rushing out like a small rocket. Ha ha ha, come hit me, I just like to see how you can't see me, but you can't beat me, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Uchiha Akaizuki's joking voice dissipated into the air, full of mockery. Cho's eyes are full of anger. This kid is really too shameless. It's almost like wanting to press him on the ground and beat him up. Ugly kid. Don't run if you have the ability. Old lady. Don't chase if you have the ability. The sound of 2 people calling their devices reverberated in the air continuously. Cho was almost blown up by the little devilish lungs of Konoha. Simply shameless to the extreme. If you want to hit, you hit. If you want to run, you run. Halfway through the run, I looked back and saw that I hadn't followed, and I was still waiting for me, watching me catch up and run away. Is there something wrong with you? We are the enemy. Do you think I am playing a game with you? Old lady. Run faster. Life lies in exercise. This is the youth watching the spring. Uchiha Akaizuki looked back and saw that Cho was already running out of breath, and even the steps became more talkative. Old lady. If you are so slow, I will kill you, Xiao. Uchiha Akaizuki stood a few hundred meters in front of Cho, and shouted back. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at his system bar. The anger value kept increasing. With an anger value of 240,000, Cho is the strength of the quasi-elite Jonin, and has even begun to approach cage level. If it's really about fighting power, it's still unknown whether Uchiha Akaizuki or Cho are more powerful. However, there is no need for Uchiha to go head-to-head with Cho. As long as he slowly collects enough anger points, then he will get magnet style, and then 500 hee. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled knowingly at the corner of his mouth. In Cho's mouth gasped suffering. She is an old man in her 70s, why should she go to catch this monkey-like little devil? And running so fast, the line of my puppet is not long enough, it is too damn it. Cho's head is full of sweat, and his physical strength is not small. Originally, the puppet master's own strength is not very strong, and now it is even more embarrassing for her. Hey, old lady, get moving. Don't you want to know how 3rd Kaze Cage died? Don't you want to know where your grandson is now? Don't you want to know how your son and daughter-in-law can be resurrected? Uchiha Akaizuki stood in front of Cho with his hands on his hips and questioned loudly. Cho was shocked and stared blankly at the kid in front of him. What do you know? Cho screamed anxiously. Every word of Uchiha Akaizuki is poked on the tip of her heart. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands. I don't know anything, I just said casually. Puff dash. Cho really spurted out a mouthful of blood this time. She was already old, and after a lot of physical exertion, she became angry with her heart. For a time, Kiande's face became paler, and his whole body was shaky and unstable. For a time, Cho had even the heart to die, as if reaching the top of the cloud in an instant, and falling into the endless abyss in the next second. Your sister, you don't know anything, you say a woolen thread, I'm almost mad. Cho kept coughing up blood, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki. His eyes were full of fierce light, and he wanted to kill this kid. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully violently attacking Cho and obtaining the puppet technique. Uchiha Akaizuki's own puppet technique has been superimposed once again. Uchiha Akaizuki's current puppet technique has been stacked 4 times. Now his own puppetry is enough to control the 10 people of Jinsong for 1,000 generations. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki saw that the anger value in his system bar had reached 250,000. Drop. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Magnet-style blood succession limit, which consumes 251,213 points of anger. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes lit up, the third type of blood succession. He quickly mobilized his chakra, and for a moment, he felt that his chakra seemed to be extremely sensitive, and he could feel the magnetic iron in the ground. Uchiha Akaizuki's fingers moved slightly, and the sand with iron ore broke out of the ground. And all transformed from a huge sand iron appeared in front of Uchiha Akaizuki. Go! Uchiha Akaizuki's hand burst out, and the iron sand in the air flew towards Cho's 10 kins of people in an instant. How can this be? Cho exclaimed. She really couldn't believe what she saw with her eyes. In addition to third Kaze Cage, there are people who have Sandun's blood heir, and they are Konoha's ninjas. This world has become too mysterious. How did he do that? This simply doesn't make sense. Is such a person really a ninja? Not a god? Are we really fighting under the same power system? This kind of power is so strong that it makes people desperate. Cho hurriedly waved his fingers to avoid the magnetic sand, but it was too late. All her puppets were swallowed by magnetic sand, and it was difficult for even a joint to move. Cho's head was sweating coldly, and the fear in his heart rose to the extreme for a time. Who are you? Cho squeezed these words out of his throat with difficulty. Uchiha Akaizuki faced a dying person. There was no need to hide his strength, the system he had, in their eyes, there was no way to explain it. The corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth showed a demon-like smile. The open life, no need to explain. Puppy. Behind Kyande, a sharp cone made of magnetic sand, extremely sharp, penetrated her heart instantly. Cho's eyes are full of fear. Until now, she hasn't been able to believe everything she sees. How can this be? Uchiha Akaizuki watched Cho's body slowly softened, his breathing stopped, and he let out a long breath. This old woman is really hard to deal with. Although Uchiha Akaizuki looked very relaxed, he was actually extremely nervous in his heart. If it weren't for the magnet style, it would be very difficult to match her 10 people. Escape is not difficult for Uchiha Akaizuki, but if you want to defeat Cho and kill her, I am afraid it is not that simple. In general, it is considered that his own luck is better. Strength and luck are combined. Uchiha Akaizuki knows that he is now but the strength of an elite jonin. But the battle between the ninja worlds was not originally judged solely on the basis of this fixed index data. The restraint of move time and intelligence have affected too many battles. Cho's most proud poisoning technique is not worth mentioning to Uchiha Akaizuki. After Uchiha Akaizuki obtained magnet style, Cho's famous puppet was also under absolute control. Coupled with the exhaustion of being tossed by Uchiha Akaizuki on this road, it is so easy to be killed. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes are full of joy. Ha ha ha, I really am the proud son of heaven who combines wisdom and strength. After a short rest to regain strength, Uchiha Akaizuki began to clean the battlefield. Uchiha Akaizuki took out a scroll from Cho's pocket, which was specially used to seal the 10 people. Uchiha Akaizuki approached Matsushida's titles, and flew away from here. Yurihong and the others should still be worried about him. A few days later, a piece of news continued to spread like a plague, and the 5 major countries were alarmed at the same time. Konoha gave birth to a peerless genius who became Jonin when he was only 10 years old. At the same time, he alone killed Cho, a member of the elders of Sand Shinobi Village, the country of wind. With such a record, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. How can this be? The shock in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes can't even be concealed. When I saw his record last time, it was just killing a jonin. Now how can I kill even Cho? Sarutobi Hiruzen is no stranger to the name of the elder Cho of Sand Shinobi Village. This kid has grown too fast. Is he sitting on the rockets? How do you feel? I feel like letting Uchiha Akaizuki out of Konoha is like a fish in the water. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, and the young man's growth rate was beyond his expectations. If this continues, I am afraid that he will become one of the candidates when choosing 4th Hokage. Is the Uchiha family going to rise again because of such a genius boy? Looking at this amazing record, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache for a while. This variable is too big. The country of wind, meeting room. This heavy document was placed on the table, and 1,000 people waited, all silent. Deathly silence. After a while, someone finally spoke. We, Lees, haven't analyzed all the information about Konoha's little ghost. Cho-sama has been buried. We found fragments of the crow ghost locally. We suspect that the other party is also a puppet master and once killed us. Jonin and Chuan Wang of the Kingdom of Heaven. The faces of everyone are very sad. Although Cho is old, he still has a decisive influence in the Kingdom of Wind. In this sorrowful atmosphere, a fierce light flashed in front of a person's eyes. Humph, that damn old guy, who was crushed by Tsunade during World War II, he should have abdicated long ago. I've been pointing fingers at us all day and the elders. It's just right to be killed now. Rosa suddenly stood up from her seat and said to the crowd full of anger. The current form of our Sand Shinobi village is very dangerous. We can't continue the group of dragons without a leader anymore, so I recommend myself to become the fourth Kazekage. In the 5 major countries, a piece of news circulated wildly. Everyone is rumored to hear that Konoha has produced a genius ninja and killed Cho in a battle on the battlefield. Although killing Cho was not enough to shock the 5 shadows in the battle, it became terrifying at the age of Uchiha Akaizuki. However, this horrible person is now in the camp with Orochimaru with a smile on his face. Uncle Orochimaru hasn't seen him for a long time. The smile on Uchiha Akaizuki's face was a bit stiff, and it was really not a happy thing to see Orochimaru under such circumstances. Uchiha Akaizuki, do you know what's going to happen if you provoke me? Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and the expression looking at Uchiha Akaizuki was full of cold killing intent. Uncle Orochimaru, how can you get irritated so easily? Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly said with compliments implicitly. No, I am very annoyed. Uchiha Akaizuki's head was sweating cold. What an awkward chat master. Don't you save me? Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Orochimaru, a soft and hard guy, and was speechless to the extreme. He could only turn his head and look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Orochi 500 pills or else. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Orochimaru interrupted him strongly. Jiraiya, it's not a good thing to be pampered and pampered. Jiraiya's complexion became stiff, and the smile on her face was slanderous, with a helpless expression, euphemistically expressing her helplessness to Uchiha Akaizuki, your sister. Uchiha Akaizuki cursed secretly in his heart. What is the use of you as a master? I feel that I am completely suppressed by Orochimaru. Okay, so since you became my master, what have you done? This sense of existence is too weak. Guckling, Uchiha Akaizuki swallowed. Then it was amazing. Uncle Orochimaru, you can become my master. What? Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were directly shocked by what Uchiha Akaizuki said. What is this kid talking about? The master is still taking a regular. Hey, boy, you are like this. Jiraiya jumped up from the ground angrily, and immediately became angry. Uchiha, bah. Akaizuki glanced at Jiraiya coldly, contemptuously, and said with a flat mouth. Yes, you are despised. You are completely disgusted. Jiraiya was completely stunned, as if numb, speechless, and powerless. Dislike? He was actually rejected? Jiraiya-sama, one of his dignified Sanins, was disgusted by the kid in front of him, and also changed the master. Orochimaru saw Jiraiya's face of eating shit, and he was inexplicably happy in his heart. Looking at the kid in front of him, it seemed to be a little cuter than before. Humph, my apprentice is not so good to be a student. Half of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, with a wicked and dangerous smile on his face. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed in his heart, but Tsundere has reached a certain level. No wonder you are so obsessed with the second pillar of the Uchiha family. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils with a bit of scrutiny and a bit of playfulness. He has always been like seeing this boy. What kind of surprise it will bring him? Although sometimes surprised, the battle between him and Cho really surprised him. He likes such a teenager who doesn't play cards according to common sense. Compared to those who are active all day long and seeking strength, he prefers such young people who are full of unknown and uncertain. Both are good and evil. The world is too boring, and it takes a few more of these people to become interesting. With a smile on Uchiha Akaizuki's face, he said to Orochimaru with some kindness, So sir, can you take the kunao next to my neck first? Uchiha Akaizuki smiled awkwardly. He can even feel the cold temperature above the metal kuma. Well, why are you so violent? Make a difference. Jiraiya squatted in the corner and cried. Ming woo woo woo, even the master called. I was completely disgusted. Orochimaru slowly put down the kunao in his hand. Without this method, this kid won't talk to you honestly. Although the method is more radical, it does not hinder its effectiveness. Uchiha Akaizuki felt relieved and let out a long sigh. It's so terrible call. This thing just passed, right? In fact, Orochimaru is not too difficult for himself, but Uchiha Akaizuki feels he is still too young. Bang! With a loud sound, a middle-aged man broke into the main camp of the battlefield. Bang! There was another bang. Another middle-aged man, almost behind his feet, broke into the main camp of the battlefield. Uchiha Akaizuki, I heard that you went to seduce my family. Red again. Dare to be alone with my red family. Say, what did you do to my family? Red. Ta-Ri Zhenhong had hands on his hips, and there seemed to be flames coming out of his red pupils. Uchiha Akaizuki, you dare to burn my S-class scroll. Do you know how important information is in it? That's a scroll that I gathered after investigating within the Kingdom of Wind for a month. It was burned by you. It's rare for a person like Abarame Shia to scream in front of so many people, and he is so angry that he is extremely angry. On the heads of the two people, the anger value continued to rise. Anger value plus 751, anger value plus 812. Anger value plus 698. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled awkwardly, a chill behind his back. This is the so-called Fu Wushuan, is it not singular? Master! Uchiha Akaizuki shouted at Orochimaru with an aggrieved expression on his face. Orochimaru smiled indifferently, snake eyes strangely. I haven't promised you to become my apprentice? I can't handle this even well, and I am not qualified to be my apprentice. Orochimaru sneered, his eyes full of jokes. Master! Uchiha Akaizuki turned his head to Jiraiya. I don't know, who am I? Why am I here? Who are you? I don't know. Jiraiya's mouth keeps breaking, and dejectedly draws circles in the corner. Boy! Tell us clearly, here today, don't you want to run? The two people stared angrily. Uchiha Akaizuki took a breath and looked at the two men threateningly in front of him. Let's take a look at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, waiting to see the lively. Really? It's all unreliable. Fortunately, I was prepared. Then he smiled again on his face, and said to Shirai Zhenhong, I can learn from the sun and the moon with my true heart for Hong. Actually, I have been following Shiri Hong's body and silently protecting her from harm. I appeared there, but I sensed that Miss Yuri Hong would be dangerous. Terry is really red. You don't want red to be dangerous, do you? If it weren't for me, what would happen that day? Love can hardly be said. Do you think that with the help of the personnel of the intelligence department, Yuri Hong can be protected under Cho's hand, safe and sound? 500 Uchiha Akaizuki stared fiercely at Yuri Jinhong, and asked harshly. Of course, Uchiha Akaizuki will never admit that a man named Harano Kangda was betrayed by him because of his anger. Ta-Ri Zhenhong was stunned in place, her fists clenched. He must admit that everything Uchiha Akaizuki said is true. But what does this have to do with you and my daughter living alone in the same room? Yuri's red erupted like a lion out of the Hedon lion roar. Uchiha Akaizuki's hair was shaken backwards, and Yuri was really red, spitting out in the mouth. The airflow made Uchiha Akaizuki a new hedgehog hairstyle in an instant. This old guy is not easy to fool. Hey, boy, you burned my scroll, the love hasn't been settled yet. Uchiha Akaizuki secretly said in his heart, it seems that plan A has failed, and now he can only use plan B. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Abarame Shiya, but he was not as patient with his father-in-law. Uchiha Akaizuki sniffed, then smiled and said, now the only person who can remember the contents of your scroll is me. Do you still want to be held accountable now, instead of trying to find a way to please me? Don't you want to ask me to rewrite all the information in the scroll for you? Abarame Shiya was taken aback. This person, how could this person be so shameless? You ruined my scroll, shouldn't you be ashamed to seek forgiveness now? Then quickly make a remedy and write out all the content and return it to me? Why dare you to threaten me here? Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Don't you care about them? Abarame Shiya almost burst into tears. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes flashed, and he was about to speak. After all, that piece of information is very important to them, and it may affect their next operational deployment. But Uchiha Akaizuki is even more than them. Speak one step faster. Orochimaru? I'm not his apprentice yet, he still can't control me. Jiraiya? Don't you know, never heard of it. Uchiha Akaizuki waved his hand and directly confronted what Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just said. Orochimaru and Jiraiya suddenly stiffened in place, and now they can't talk anymore if they want to talk. If you take care of this matter again, love, isn't it just stretch out to slap yourself in the face? Ahem, I still have something outside, I want to make arrangements. Orochimaru turned and walked out of the main account. Abarame Shiya himself made the mistake, let him find a way to make up for it. Out of sight out of mind. Orochimaru suddenly missed the time when Uchiha Akaizuki was not dangling in front of him. How beautiful it is, I'll help him. Jiraiya followed Orochimaru out of the tent on his own, and the entire camp, Uchiha Akaizuki, Ui Maki and Abarame Shiya were left. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth corner evokes a smile, like a self-healing devil, seducing, evokes the deepest evil in people's hearts. How? Still want to know the content of the information? Ha ha ha, hurry up to please me. The first thing, you hurry up and throw this Ziri Zhenhong out of my eyes, I feel upset when I see him. Uchiha Akaizuki was lying on the couch like an uncle, lazily as graceful as a precious Persian cat, and he glanced at Yuri as really red. Hey, brat! Who is annoying you are talking about? Ta-Ri was really red immediately. When Tahichinhong turned his eyes to Abarame Shiya, he suddenly hit a cold wait a minute. Jimmy, why do you use this kind of eyes? God looks at me. You don't really believe what the brat said, do you? We have been friendship for more than 10 years. Abarame Shiya's face smiled, and said gloomily, I'm so sorry, I'm the person in charge of that, the base. If you don't retrieve the S-level document, Master Naruto will not forgive me mine, so I'm sorry. From the sleeves of Abarame Shiya's hands, black bugs continued to fly out, enveloping the sunset red in an instant. This is the first time Abarame Shiya and Yuri Hong have known each other for more than 10 years. Just like Uchiha Akaizuki's tactics restrained Cho's tactics, although Ui Jinhong has a higher reputation in Konoha than Abarame Shiya, and is Konoha's first illusionist. But Abarame Shiya has so many bugs. He can disrupt his chakra in an instant, so Abarame Shia is immune to illusion. Moreover, Ui Zhenhong will not really hit Abarame Shia. The screams kept coming out of Ta-Ri Zhenhong's mouth. Come out you. Ji. Bo. Chi. Moon. Ta-Ri Zhenhong gritted his teeth with a voice of 0.7, and called out his name at the last moment of the coma. Abarame Shia just fainted Tari Zhenhong, and didn't really make a killer move to hurt him. Shia Abarame carried Yuri Zhenhong on his shoulders, and said respectfully to Uchiha Akaizuki, Master Akaizuki, I don't know if you are satisfied with this result. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyelids were picked up slightly, and he swept over, slowly replied, well, is it okay? Abarame Shia's head raised a pound sign, suppressing the anger that he was about to spit out, and tried to make his voice more tactful. Then I don't know if Akaizuki-sama can share that information. Juja, do you think it's over as simple as that? Uchiha Akaizuki laughed back. Ha! Abarame Shimai was stunned. Uchiha Akaizuki looks at Abarame Shia's eyes. God gradually deepens in the next 2 days. All the ninjas in the camp were shocked. Abarame-sama followed a little child, respectfully. Then who is this person? Why does Abarame-sama standing behind him, and it's very flattering to him? What on earth is this because of? That this person is not Jiraiya-sama's disciple? Is it called Uchiha Akaizuki? That Uchiha Akaizuki who was promoted to Jonin? So young? Even Jonin, Abarame Dainin doesn't need to be respectful like this, right? For a time, rumors spread, and everyone secretly guessed the reason in their hearts. But they couldn't think of it anyway. What was the reason why Abarame-sama Shia was so respectful to this kid? Although they don't know the reason, they all know it in their hearts. Uchiha Akaizuki took advantage of the opportunity that Abarame Shia had been with him for the past 2 days, and swaggered around in the camp. Just to let those who don't have long eyes take a good look, and there will be people who are overpowered to trouble themselves in the future. Behind Uchiha Akaizuki, the anger value on Abarame Shia's head has never stopped. Of course, in fact, it is not to the extent of violent anger, it is just a comparison of helplessness. Can only complain secretly in my heart. I shouldn't be so careless and leave this group of troublemakers in the camp. In just 2 days, Uchiha Akaizuki's previously squandered anger value became a little full again. Orochimaru greeted Uchiha Akaizuki and walked over. Uchiha Akaizuki, you are almost making a noise, quickly draw the line of defense, we are going to have a final duel with Sand Shinobi. A flash of surprise flashed in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. Has it reached a white-hot state? At the last wave of life and death battles, looking at Orochimaru's serious look, Uchiha Akaizuki knew that he was messing around and needed a certain level. If it really irritated them, he would definitely not eat Kabuto and leave. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, and hurriedly drew all the defense lines of the Kingdom of Wind that he had written down. Abarame Shia became even more angry behind Uchiha Akaizuki. Hey, someone Orochimaru said a word, and you just drew the picture obediently, so what is it that I have been behind you these past 2 days? Is it because I am an honest person? You are even more annoying. However, Abarame Shia was not the kind of person who broke out, but secretly cursed the word Uchiha Akaizuki in his heart. I'm going to steal the bug one night. Abarame Zaya's boring personality, secretly holding revenge in his heart. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly completed the drawing of the defense map. Orochimaru took a large number of Sand Shinobi defense line commanders and held a 3-day combat meeting. Uchiha Akaizuki has become a member of Konoha Jonin, and is fortunate to be next to their combat plan. After the meeting was over, Uchiha Akaizuki had just walked out of the camp, and Orochimaru walked out after him. Uncle Orochimaru? Uchiha Akaizuki was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't Orochimaru be busy at this time? Why did you come to find yourself? Akaizuki, go to Kikyo Castle with me. Orochimaru sent an invitation. Ha! Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank, and this place was familiar. Could it be the famous battle in the original, the Battle of Kikyo Castle? In Uchiha Akaizuki's memory, it was in this battle that the largest direct frontal collision between the Country of Fire and the Country of Wind ended in Konoha's victory and captured many children from Sand Shinobi Village. Yakushi Kabuto was one of them. Looking at the current form, Uchiha Akaizuki also feels that Konoha is now eager to end the battle with the Kingdom of Wind quickly. The battle with Sand Shinobi Village has dragged on for too long, occupying most of the troops. On the other side, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth also had the same idea of getting a piece of the pie, taking advantage of Konoha's emptiness, constantly harassing them. The battle over there has started to escalate from small friction, and even several frontal conflicts have erupted. Konoha could not mobilize more manpower for a while, and when he was in a state of desperation, he could only make a quick resolution to get rid of Sand Shinobi. Fortunately, Uchiha Akaizuki's defeat at Cho's battle has already damped a part of Sand Shinobi's spirit. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not be so pleasant to Uchiha Akaizuki at this time. Jiraiya has been sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to support the battle between Namikaze Minato and Rock Shinobi. Uchiha Akaizuki followed Orochimaru to Kikyo Castle. 3 days later, on the wall of Kikyo Castle, The breeze raised a corner of the clothes, blowing clothes hunting and hunting. With a light breeze and sand filled the air, the wind and dust in the distance lifted up the yellow sand in the sky, as if it was covered with a layer of yellow gauze mist. Uchiha Akaizuki frowned for a while, then Yui asked, "Uncle Master, do you have to do this?" "Yes, this is the most effective way." At the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, a faint smile appeared. "But I think it's dangerous to stand here T&G. Uncle Master is here, what are you afraid of?" But Uchiha Akaizuki almost cried. "Can you put me down, at least also chew the banner on my chest so I feel very dangerous?" Uchiha Akaizuki roared with tears in his eyes. The current Uchiha Akaizuki, tied to a pillar by Orochimaru, has a huge banner on his chest with big characters written on it. Cho was killed by this person. Orochimaru smiled evilly. "In this way, we can irritate Sand Shinobi to the maximum and force them to fight us head-on. But this hatred is too big." Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the smile on Orochimaru's face, and it clearly felt like he was avenging his personal revenge. "Wow, this vengeful man, it is terrible. Before I set off, I still looked like a good uncle, and when I got here, I tied myself up." If it is so pitted under normal circumstances, Uchiha Akaizuki must have escaped in the first time. However, Sand Shinobi's rage value, pulling hatred so upright. Such a big temptation confusion, how can he resist it? 7. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart, Shinin, was struggling tremendously. This huge anger value in front of him really makes him want to fight hard. Although the way is a bit shame, but does he Uchiha Akaizuki care about the appearance? Actually yes. Aha! Orochimaru Master, you put me down. I don't want to be a target here. Uchiha Akaizuki kept yelling, screaming like a pig. "I don't want face. Let me go. Ah! This unscientific." Swish! A wretched voice pierced the void and flew towards Uchiha Akaizuki. Clang! Metal Kumo was shot down by a ninja on Konoha's side. But, after 500, in an instant, there were hundreds of thousands of Kunao, as dense as raindrops, crossing a beautiful arc in the air, and shooting at Uchiha Kikyo City like rain. Whoosh! 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 Kyo's voice shook the air, hunting, shimmering with the cold light of metal, and with extreme strength and the sharpness, he swooped down in the direction of Uchiha Akaizuki in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart was tight, and his head suddenly became big. Although he has sand dun and dead bone pulse on his body, he can't use it under such a situation where everyone is in full view. Otherwise he will be caught by Orochimaru and go to the laboratory to unpack and plan. Uchiha Akaizuki instantly saw his anger value increase at a rate of over 10,000 per minute. Anger score, 26,457. Anger value, 34,561. Anger score, 47,521. Uchiha Akaizuki was so frightened by this growth rate that he took a breath of air. How much hatred did he bring to Sand Shinobi? Wouldn't it be that all Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind regard themselves as the target of hatred? It has produced so many anger points. Uchiha Akaizuki actually guessed right. All Sand Shinobi's anger points are concentrated on Uchiha Akaizuki. It was originally a ninja from the Choichi faction and his subordinates, and his anger towards Uchiha Akaizuki is self-evident. And Luosha has just become the 4th Kaze Kage. As long as the name of the country of the wind signs the documents, he will be the real 4th Kaze Kage. Therefore, he now has some urgent achievements to prove his strength. Prove that you can really unite the people of Sand Shinobi. Therefore, the killing of Cho was the fuse of this matter. Before the war, Luosha mobilized everyone in Sand Shinobi and successfully aroused the determination and will of Sand Shinobi to fight. They are angry with Uchiha Akaizuki beyond imagination. "Help!" Uchiha Akaizuki yelled from the wall. Earth-style earth front wall. Behind it, Orochimaru's voice was like a natural sound. A huge wall of earth rises from the ground and surrounds Uchiha Akaizuki's body, blocking all Kunao outside. The densely packed Kunao almost inserted this earthen wall into a huge hedgehog, which was full of traces of the Kunao crossing. Uchiha Akaizuki's pupils shrank, and the earth wall was comparable to the power of A-grade ninjutsu. Orochimaru really deserves the name Sunin. Uchiha Akaizuki estimated in his heart that the current Orochimaru should already have cage-level strength. Such a simple earth-style technique was used by Orochimaru, and the intensity and range were not the same order of magnitude. Is this the strength of cage level? Uchiha Akaizuki hurriedly broke free from the tied rope, which in itself was not difficult for him, but because Orochimaru was here before, he couldn't run. Orochimaru saw Uchiha Akaizuki running, and didn't stop him. Uchiha Akaizuki's role was enough. They are now forcing Sand Shinobi to fight Konoha head-on. Here in Kikyo Castle, we have to decide the victory or defeat with Sand Shinobi. Boom rumble with the screams of the sky, countless Sand Shinobi kept sprinting from the other end, each holding Kunao in their hands, and screaming in sorrow, with boundless anger in their eyes, and the mighty impact. Sand Shinobi's eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes. Fighting! Kill them! This became the only thought left in their minds. Orochimaru stood on the wall and shouted, "Kill them!" In Kikyo Castle, countless Kyowa organs that have been arranged long ago are launched in an instant. Hey! Whoosh! 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 Blood was splattered, countless bodies slowly fell, collapsed in a pool of blood. Uchiha Akaizuki stood at the corner of the city wall, carefully observing the crowd below. He finally knew why Yakushi Kabuto became a prisoner in this battle. Because Sand Shinobi sent all 6 or 7-year-old children in the village to fight, mixed in the crowd, even with only the weak combat power. A long time ago, during the Five Shadows talks, such an agreement was made. Young children who do not reach a certain level of strength are forbidden to enter the battlefield. At least, it needs to be Genin's level. But Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the children below, and didn't even have a forehead protector. It seems Sand Shinobi is already a powerful crossbow bow. After a brief confrontation, Sand Shinobi and Konoha's ninja quickly entangled, and different colors of ninjutsu are constantly released in the crowd. Orochimaru alone, the enthusiasm for the 3 elders of the upper wind country, will not let the wind fall. Uchiha Akaizuki did not delay, and flew down from the wall in an instant, and fell onto the battlefield. And a large part of the people have already been on Uchiha Akaizuki. The moment he landed on the ground, he was instantly surrounded by dozens of people. Uchiha Akaizuki, you are dead today. We want to avenge Chosama. Dozens of ninjas in their 20s and 30s surrounded Uchiha Akaizuki. They were at least Shinin's level. However, facing a boy who was less than 10 years old on the opposite side, he was facing a big enemy. For a time, no one dared to act rashly. Uchiha Akaizuki had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the shirt behind him hunted in the cold wind. Just because of you group of building ants, do you want to deal with me? Uchiha Akaizuki's sneer voice rang in the air, and a half-human ninja umbrella was held in his hand, and the tip of the umbrella's gun was pierced with cold light. His terrifying murderous aura spread like a storm. To him, these Sand Shinobi are just lambs to be slaughtered. The surrounding Sand Shinobi was shocked by Uchiha Akaizuki's momentum, and his pupils shrank. Now that they really faced the Konoha genius Jonin, they could only believe it. This little boy, who is only 10 years old, really has the strength of Jonin. It was unexpected. Before they went to war, they received an A-level secret mission. These elites of Sand Shinobi gathered together, a total of 100 people, formed a secret team. Their only goal is to kill Uchiha Akaizuki in the chaos in battle. This boy, Sand Shinobi, dare not let him grow up wantonly. In this elite 100-member group, the leader thinks that the elite Jonin, 3 Jonin, and 10 combat-type special Jonin, together with the remaining elite Jonin and Jonin, will surely kill this kid. With such a combination, even in the face of a long-established elite Jonin, the coalition forces are confident to fight. This kind of team cooperation is not the same as individual force. They are confident. However, when I was really facing this teenager 10 now, I felt the powerful aura in him, and everyone felt heavy pressure. Master Haranoto, what shall we do now? Hands! The leader named Harano Fuji in Sand Shinobi's team gave an order. If it weren't for the crowd, and relying on the advantage of the number of physical strength to confront this Konoha boy, their morale of Sand Shinobi would be lowered again. There are 100 of them. All of a sudden, countless kunao, shurikens, thousands of venoms, and a lot of detonating charms mixed in them, they attacked Uchiha Akaizuki together. They have practiced the connection between these tricks dozens of times. Just such an attack, of course they knew that it was not enough to kill this Konoha boy. After dozens of ninjas in front of them attacked with ninjutsu, they immediately scattered to the 2 sides, revealing the ninjas who were already in the seal behind. Wind style technique. Wind style is known for its sharpness, and the wind cutting technique transforms extremely small and sharp wind blades in the air, and the hunting sound that drives the airflow in the air is only a sea-level ninjutsu, not enough to carry a strong lethality. Because it is not very difficult to avoid it, such a wind knife is as powerful as a wind demon shuriken. But dozens of people released this sea-level ninjutsu together, and the power that was gathered is not as simple as it used to be. Almost the entire space in front of him was filled with these countless tiny wind blades. Inevitable. Even a Jonin, it is not so easy to escape under such ninjutsu. The scope of this ninjutsu is so large that even the ninja fighting next to it has been affected to a certain extent. But in this constant grinning wind, Uchiha Akaizuki's figure suddenly rushed out. Ha, is it only this level? Uchiha Akaizuki's cold snort melted in the wind, making everyone's heart cold. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands were shaking in the air, his fingertips moved like a beating note, and the 10 puppets behind him were activated in an instant. How is this possible? Sand Shinobi, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. For a moment, I thought I saw a phantom, because what appeared in front of them was the trick that Sand Shinobi was most familiar with. White secret skill 10 people near Song. Cho's signature puppet. The ancestor of the puppet master, Bunzamon's masterpiece 110 people in Kinmatsu. Each of the 10 puppets has its own characteristics, and can carry out various attacks such as long range, close, range, single, physical, and attribute attacks. Advance can attack, retreat can defend. Mutual cooperation is extremely powerful. The so-called destroying a city is not just talking about it. This set of puppets, Kyande used this technique to slaughter a village with his own power. At this moment, he actually appeared in the hands of Konoha's little ghost, and he used it so delicately? This is beyond everyone's imagination. As sand shinobi, they know how difficult it is to learn puppetry. Without the guidance of a dedicated person, learning is as difficult as the sky. How did this little ghost in front of me learn that they are sand shinobi's secret art? They don't have so much time to think about why, because the 10 people in Jinsong have already flown at them from different directions. The mechanism on the puppet was activated instantly as soon as it fell into the crowd. Hurry up, everyone! The puppet's weapon is poisonous. Yuan Yi Vine yelled hysterically, and his heart was chilling. He knows how brilliant Cho's first-hand puppetry is. And the Konoha kid in front of him, the one-handed puppet, is not weaker than the 1,000 generations. Is this guy still a human? Using their Sand Shinobi secret technique to attack them, Sand Shinobi simply made them feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten fly shit. This Sand Shinobi team is indeed an elite, and it retreats quickly in order. Among them, 4 or 5 ninjas with soil attributes stood in front, and used unearthed formations together to raise the soil wall from the ground, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the puppets. Yuan Yatang glanced over, and less than 10 people were injured. The place that simply hurts is not the point. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and ordered, "Medical team, treat them immediately." 3 or 4 ninjas in white clothes immediately surrounded the injured people, and raised their hands with a green check 500 carats. The medical ninja's face suddenly stiffened, and suddenly became extremely ugly, and Shinin couldn't help but whispered softly, "How is this possible? What are you doing? Don't heal these people quickly." Yuan Yi Fuji saw that the medical ninja was not doing anything, and couldn't help but roar in flames. The medical ninja stared at the person in front of him, and within a few seconds of being poisoned, he lost his vitality. "My own medical ninjutsu doesn't work. How can this be?" The medical ninja trembled, even with a bit of crying, reporting to the leader's captain, "My lord, our medical ninjutsu can't solve his poison." Yuanya Fuji's eyes were impressive, and he watched a poison ninja losing his vitality in front of them. His heart suddenly became gloomy. This is not the poison of their Sand Shinobi village. This kind of poisoning far exceeds their current knowledge of poisoning in the medical system. This little is it possible that he is the walking weapon Konoha has been cultivating secretly and used in warfare? P.S. In the past 2 days, because of sensitive words, everyone is in a bad mood. In order not to affect everyone's reading experience, Ice-T can only sacrifice its own update and exposure, and post the 3 chapters together. You don't come to comfort in comfort so cute and beautiful is it an inspiring and diligent Ice-T. Watching each life lose its vitality in front of them, Sand Shinobi's heart fell to the freezing point. If the opponent's weapon cuts through the skin a little bit, you will lose your life. With this kind of poison, how do they fight Sand Shinobi? They finally know what kind of pain and despair Konoha's Tsunadeheim endured during World War II before he could crack Cho's poison. Today, Konoha finally uses his own way to heal his body. Let them taste the horror of poison. "Master Haranoto, what shall we do?" Sand Shinobi's face behind him was pale. Faced with this Konoha imp's terrifying poison technique, everyone dared not attack him. Sand Shinobi can't break this kind of poison. Facing Konoha's ninja, still have the courage to fight? Harano Fuji carefully watched the battle of the surrounding Konoha shinobi, and then a gleam of light suddenly appeared in those gray eyes. Only this Konoha kid can do this kind of poisoning. No other Konoha shinobi can. So we just need to guard against this kid. Harano Fuji's words were full of surprises. This is their first chance. Everyone at Sand Shinobi also looked around, and as expected, none of the others was poisoned and died because of a little injury. The people at Sand Shinobi are overjoyed. Konoha's ninja is not irresistible. They still have a chance to win. For a while, Sand Shinobi's momentum soared again. Sand Shinobi discovered the secret of Uchiha Akaizuki's poisoning technique, which he had expected. His poison is exchanged from the system, the quantity is very limited, and it is not refreshed every day. The poison accumulated by Uchiha Akaizuki himself was barely enough for his own use. He had nothing to spare, nor would he dedicate his poison to Konoha's other people to use for no reason. Uchiha Akaizuki's poison technique currently used, the biggest effect is to offset the disadvantage caused by the large number of opponents as much as possible. The current effect has made Uchiha Akaizuki satisfied enough. Everyone pay attention to avoiding the weapons on the Konoha imp puppet, and pay attention to attacking that imp. The puppet master's body is very weak. As long as we kill him, no matter how strong he has a puppet, it will be useless. Yuan Yatang continued to encourage everyone, and once again raised their fighting spirit to the extreme. Sand Shinobi seemed to be desperate, flying towards Uchiha Akaizuki. Yuan Yatang's heart tightened, and he stared at the battlefield with bated breath. Yuan Yatang's face was full of bloodthirsty. He doesn't care about the lives of Sand Shinobi's men. He just wants to kill the now famous Uchiha Akaizuki on the battlefield. If he can kill Konoha's youngest Jonin, his reputation will be enough to make him famous in the 5 great nations. A great opportunity. Kill him. Uchiha Akaizuki had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, looking at the boss of Sand Shinobi like an idiot. The puppet master's body is very weak? Yes. But that is only for the average puppet master. Is Uchiha Akaizuki a normal puppet master? Of course not. Uchiha Akaizuki's own strength far exceeds the power released by his puppet manipulation. Then why did Uchiha Akaizuki use puppetry just now? On the one hand, in the face of a large number of people, using the puppet technique to release the organs that have been done for a long time can reduce their chakra consumption and directly use the poor Sand Shinobi to poison to death. Those people from Sand Shinobi in the province used the wheel warfare to consume their chakra for nothing. Although Uchiha Akaizuki's current chakra volume is more than twice that of ordinary Jonin, for 100 elite ninjas, long-term will consumption will become very scary. On the other hand, it is natural to humiliate everyone in Sand Shinobi. They were not angry. Did he kill Cho? Then he stood upright in front of them and used a puppet that had been used by thousands of generations. Let them never forget that they killed Cho. Anyway, they are going to die, so squeezing them out is the last effect on the body. Uchiha Akaizuki is still constantly waving the puppets, but his body shape is constantly rushing towards those Sand Shinobi. Even if you can't use Dead Bone Pulse and Sand Dun, do you think I'm weak? Wrong. Tomo Sharinan keeps turning in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes. Those 2 scarlet points are like Shinigami possessed. Yuan Yatang's complexion said, "Everyone, be careful, don't stare into his eyes." But when this voice came out, it was already too late. Immediately, dozens of people met Uchiha Akaizuki's scarlet eyes, entered the illusion, and fell softly. The long knife in the puppet's hand rushed up immediately to make up for it. Puffy. Blood splashed on the ground. So naive. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered in his heart. Uchiha eats Akaizuki's figure constantly flashing in the crowd, rushing forward, and the ninja umbrella in his hand instantly penetrates a Sand Shinobi's chest. Turning back the tip of the umbrella, it is another trick to return the carbine. This is a shot comparable to lightning. The ninja umbrella suddenly changed its shape again, the leaves of the umbrella opened and turned like a whirlwind, flying away all the ingenious and useless ingenuity. At the same time, another wave of Kianbinaya flooded the sky, launching again. Pieces of people continued to fall. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands were beating and the puppets raged in the crowd. And Uchiha Akaizuki himself killed twice as many people as puppets. Too fast. Too strong. Even the most talented puppet master in Sand Shinobi village can't make the body fight with the puppet. Is Hein multi-purpose? Lee's, the many tricks are so perfect together. There is hardly any pause between tricks and tricks. In all Sand Shinobi's hearts, there are only 2 words that can describe Uchiha Akaizuki's tricks. Perfect. Most people describe other people's tricks as strength, or weirdness, but few people use the word perfect to describe others, because it is too difficult to meet this standard. That is a kind of smooth exhaustion of flowing clouds and flowing water. It is a sense of rhythm with perfect ninjutsu connection. It seems that every movement, every pause, every attack is just right. If a certain point is missing, it will destroy the beauty of it. But everything is so perfect. People have to be amazed and praised. Looking at the connection between this man's physique and ninjutsu, it is simply an art. Uchiha Akaizuki was able to switch all kinds of ninjutsu so smoothly. In fact, he put in a lot of effort. Because he doesn't need to spend a long time to learn ninjutsu like others, he can learn quickly through the system. So for Uchiha Akaizuki, the most important thing is how to exert the strongest power of ninjutsu in battle. Ninjas don't have to learn great ninjutsu, and they will surely win the battle. More importantly, how can we produce actual lethality? For example, 2 people both released a great fireball technique. Some people released it 2 seconds in advance, seizing the opportunity and attacking the enemy, causing considerable damage. Some people were released a second late, and the enemy reacted. With an E-level ninjutsu body replacement technique, it was enough to escape, without any harm at all. This is the master of the timing of the battle and the importance of controlling the rhythm of the battle. Although it is not as obvious as learning a new ninjutsu, it takes more effort. Uchiha Akaizuki just made this perfect. Even Sand Shinobi couldn't help but marvel. But they are opponents now. 500. But in the blink of an eye, another piece of Sand Shinobi fell down. This man is simply a fighting lunatic. Sand Shinobi gathered around Uchiha Akaizuki, and no one dared to step forward again for a while. His eyes were full of panic and fear. The companion who had just rushed up has now turned into an icy corpse, lying at his feet. Obviously it was daytime, but before my eyes was a hot picture of purgatory. Red, purple, brown, and black, Madara's contrasting color blocks spread the earth, one by one, to the sky. Nothing can be heard except the cry of the crow. The shouts all around seem to disappear. All the eyes can see are broken walls. In all the still bloody sunsets, only the boy with Konoha forward protector in front of him. Step, step, step. The sound of his footsteps creaked on the apex of his heart. Eyes as scarlet as blood, and a robe stained with blood. The terrifying murderous aura instantly swept away, like a demon coming out of hell. In the eyes of this group of sand shinobi, Uchiha Akaizuki at this moment, is stepping on the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, looking down on sentient beings. Everyone is just an ant, surrendering under his majesty, and can't give birth to any thoughts of resistance. Ha, a group of ants, want to challenge me too? Uchiha Akaizuki said indifferently. Even Elder Sand Shinobi, who was struggling with Orochimaru on the other side, couldn't help being distracted to pay attention to the situation here. That Konoha boy is so strong. Konoha has Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunnins, sitting here, which has caused a headache for the elders of Sand Shinobi. They could no longer distinguish more elder-level manpower, and attacked the Konoha boy named Uchiha Akaizuki. Unexpectedly, their carefully arranged elite group of 100 people would still be so tricky to face the young man. It was beyond their expectations. A voice sounded abruptly in the air. When I was fighting with me, I dared to observe other places separately. Is that how you Sand Shinobi fought? Orochimaru's cold voice carried a chilling murderous aura, like a tarsal maggot, so that the three elders of Sand Shinobi suddenly there was a chill behind. Puff! The kunao in Orochimaru's hand rubbed an elder's shoulder and swiped over. Elder Sand Shinobi dodged in a panic, without hurting the vitals, but a large piece of flesh was still shaved off by Orochimaru's kunao on his arm. The blood instantly dyed red. The white robe covered by Elder Sand Shinobi was like the most red flowers blooming in the snow. Orochimaru was stimulated by the bloody breath in the air, his eyes became more frenzied, and the almost solid murderous aura spread out without concealment. Oops! Elder Sand Shinobi was secretly upset in his heart. Just now, because of that, Konoha's kid was lost and injured. The three elders of Sand Shinobi quickly returned to their senses and dared not be distracted. What they are facing now is Orochimaru, who is most likely to become the next Naruto and one of Sannin. They can only pray silently in their hearts for the situation on the other side. However, such prayers have no effect. Fujinohara looked at such casualties, even his eyes turned red for a moment. It is too tragic. Even if he doesn't care about the lives of his subordinates, such a record is really shameful to him. If it was possible, he would not have taken the initiative to take on this task at the beginning. He now has boundless regrets in his heart. I thought it was just a Konoha Jonin. Even if it was a fluke that killed Cho, it would never be possible to beat Sand Shinobi's 100-member elite group with one person. But the sight in front of him made his eyes split. Today, if he can't kill Uchiha Akaizuki here and return to Sand Shinobi village, he will face the spit and condemnation of countless people. He is a loser who cannot accomplish the task. In this way, it is better to just let him die. If Uchiha Akaizuki cannot be killed here today, he will face only death. There was a hideous distortion on his face, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with fierce light. Go on together, this is your last chance. Uchiha Akaizuki's quiet voice, but like a heavy hammer, directly hit everyone's hearts. It rang like thunder in the ears, hitting the heart. Sand Shinobi swallowed the foam in their mouths, fearful, but they dared not come forward. Everyone, no matter how great he is only one person. So many of our companions died in his hands, can we just go back to the village like this? Yuen Yafuji shouted, almost throating his throat. Shout broken. We want to avenge our dead companions. The hoarse voice echoed in the air with boundless anger. Ha ha, a deep sneer. Uchiha Akaizuki is one step faster than these Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi seemed to hear a call from hell. Then you can go down and reunite together. Ninja Umbrella and the 10 people of Jin Song moved at the same time, and their incarnation became a sharp weapon for harvesting lives. Wherever he went, blood fog was everywhere. A corpse keeps falling down. The smell of blood became stronger, and even the air seemed to be filled with a faint pink.